Chapter 1 Happy Breakup? Trillion System smacks you in the face. Lin Feng, let's break up. A cold voice came from the receiver of the mobile phone, like an ice-hardened dagger, piercing Lin Feng's heart. Lin Feng held the phone tightly, his knuckles turning white from the force. He stood on the street in a bustling city, looking at the hustle and bustle of traffic and flashing neon lights, but he felt like a clown. Why? Xiaoya, didn't we agree to work together and take root in this city? Lin Feng's voice was trembling and unwilling. Suya on the other end of the phone sneered, her tone full of disdain. Take root? With what? With your 3,000 yuan internship salary? Or with that cubicle you rented where you even have to share the toilet with others? Lin Feng, you are too naive. This society is very realistic. I don't see any hope in being with you. But. No buts. Suya interrupted him. I've found a new boyfriend. His name is Wang Xiao. His family runs a company. He just bought me the latest Porsche and we live in a large flat with a river view. Lin Feng, we are not from the same world. Let me go, and let yourself go too. Beep, beep, beep. The call was ruthlessly hung up. Lin Feng stood there in a daze, feeling as if all the strength in his body had been drained away. He and Suya had been dating since their freshman year, and had been together for 4 years, thinking they could be together forever, but in the end, they were defeated by reality. Oh, 3,000 yuan salary, a cubicle. Lin Feng laughed at himself, his eyes reddening a little. Realistic? It's really realistic. He had just graduated from university and, in order to stay in this dream city, he found an internship that was not related to his major. He worked tirelessly for a month, and after deducting rent and living expenses, he was almost broke. Suya's dislike for him was not just a day or two, but he had always had an illusion. Ding, the host's emotions are fluctuating violently, meeting the binding conditions. The almighty godly rich system is binding. 10%. 50%. 100%. Binding successful. Congratulations to host Lin Feng for activating the almighty godly rich system. A series of cold mechanical sounds suddenly rang in Lin Feng's mind. Who's talking? Lin Feng was startled, thinking he was hallucinating because of a broken heart. Hello, host. I am your almighty godly rich system. This system is designed to help you escape poverty, enjoy the life of a top-tier tycoon, and experience the pinnacle of life. System? Lin Feng was stunned. Isn't this a plot from a novel? System? You mean, the super rich system? Lin Feng asked tentatively in his heart. Yes, host. To celebrate your successful binding, this system is issuing a novice gift package. Please check it out. Newbie gift pack? What's inside? Lin Feng's heartbeat began to accelerate. Could it be that God gave him a chance to start over when he was heartbroken? The newbie gift package has been opened. Congratulations to the host for receiving initial startup capital 1 trillion yuan 1 trillion RMB. And the newbie mission, first experience. Mission content, spend at least 10 million renminbi within 24 hours. Mission reward, 10% cashback on the amount spent directly deposited into the host's account, and the skill elementary business acumen. Boom! Lin Feng felt as if his brain was struck by a bolt of lightning, and everything went blank in an instant. 1 trillion? How many zeros followed it? He counted for a long time before he was sure that there were 12 zeros. 1 trillion RMB. What is the concept? A number he would never dare to imagine in his entire life. Suya's new boyfriend, Wang Xiao, whose family owns a company, probably has only tens of millions in assets at most, right? Compared to this trillion, he's practically a beggar. And that spending task, spending 10 million in 24 hours? Are you kidding? With a trillion in hand, even spending 100 million in a day would be like playing. System, is this money real? Can I spend it freely? Lin Feng's voice was trembling with excitement, and his palms were full of sweat. Host, rest assured. The funds have been transferred through legal channels to the exclusive bank account just registered for you. They are protected by the system and can be used at will. Lin Feng immediately pulled out his 3-year-old, beat-up Android phone and opened the bank app. Originally, his balance was only a pitiful 3-digit figure, but now, in the account balance column, it was clearly displayed, 10 trillion.00. The long string of zeros that followed made his eyes dizzy. It's true. Not a dream. Huge ecstasy instantly overwhelmed Lin Feng. The pain and loss he had suffered from the breakup before became insignificant and even ridiculous in the face of this astronomical wealth. Suya? Wang Xiao? From now on, they don't even have the qualifications to be looked at by him. Hello, Lin Feng, where are you? Come to the golden and splendid KTV quickly. I want to tell you something and let you meet my boyfriend, Wang Xiao. At this moment, Suya called again, with a condescending and boastful tone. Lin Feng's mouth curled up into a cold arc. You came just in time. He was worried about how to spend his first money and how to start his wealthy life. Okay, send me the address and I'll be there right away. Lin Feng's voice calmed down, but with an unprecedented confidence. After hanging up the phone, Lin Feng looked at his washed-out t-shirt and jeans, and then looked at the luxury cars around him. System, where is the nearest luxury goods mall? Host, 800 meters from your current location, there is a H66 Plaza, the city's top luxury mall. Walk. Lin Feng no longer hesitated and stopped a taxi. Master, Plaza 66, fastest speed. The taxi driver looked at Lin Feng's clothes with some disdain, but still stepped on the accelerator. 10 minutes later, Plaza 66. Lin Feng got out of the car, looked at the magnificent shopping mall in front of him, and took a deep breath. From today on, he, Lin Feng, will let the whole world know what it means to be a super rich man. Chapter 2, Millions of Luxury Cars, Ex-Girlfriend's Shock. Inside Plaza 66, an air of luxury permeates the air. Stores of top international luxury brands line the streets, their windows gleaming with alluring displays. The passers-by were all dressed in bright and fancy clothes, often wearing designer clothes. A young man like Lin Feng, wearing an ordinary t-shirt and jeans, seemed a bit out of place here, even attracting some subtle scrutiny and disdainful looks. But Lin Feng didn't care. He is now a wealthy man with trillions of assets, and the opinions of these people are like air to him. System, the novice task requires spending 10 million within 24 hours. Where should I start? Lin Feng asked in his heart. Host, I suggest you start with items that directly reflect your status, such as luxury cars, mansions, top-tier watches, jewelry, etc. Luxury car? Right. As a man, who doesn't like luxury cars? Lin Feng remembered that there was a luxury car showroom on the basement floor of Hanglung Plaza, which brought together the world's top sports cars and luxury cars. With the target confirmed, Lin Feng walked straight to the elevator and pressed the button for the basement floor. In the elevator, several fashionable young men and women were talking in low voices. Did you see that guy just now? He was dressed like a student and came to Hanglung Plaza. He probably came here to broaden his horizons. A boy with dyed yellow hair laughed. The girl next to him covered her mouth and chuckled. Maybe he's here to work, delivering takeout or something. Lin Feng had no expression on his face and pretended not to hear. The elevator reached the underground floor, where we arrived at the luxury car showroom. What comes into view are top luxury cars shining with metallic luster: red Ferrari LaFerrari, blue Lamborghini Veneno, silver McLaren P1, Rolls-Royce Phantom, Bentley Mulsanne. Each one is worth millions or even tens of millions, and is the dream of countless men. When several sales consultants in the exhibition hall saw Lin Feng coming in, they were stunned at first, and then exchanged glances, their eyes full of the meaning of another poor boy who came to watch the fun. They had seen many people like this, so they didn't plan to go up and greet them. They just watched from a distance, and some even lowered their heads to play with their mobile phones. Lin Feng didn't care. His attention was soon attracted by a black luxury car in the center of the exhibition hall. That's a Rolls-Royce Phantom Extended Edition. The streamlined body is solemn and luxurious, and the famous Flying Goddess logo on the front of the car emits a noble glow under the lights. System, how much is this Rolls-Royce Phantom Extended Edition? Host, the car currently in the showroom is a custom model, priced at 12.88 million renminbi. 12.88 million. Just exceeded the task amount of 10 million. This is it. Lin Feng decided in his heart. He walked straight to the Rolls-Royce and gently stroked the smooth body of the car. At this time, a saleswoman in a business suit, who looked decent but had a somewhat snobbish look, came over and asked in a flat tone, "Sir, would you like to see the car? This is a Rolls-Royce Phantom Extended Edition, priced at 12.88 million. Are you sure you want to see it?" Her implication was clear: can you afford it? Don't touch it and break it. Lin Feng raised his head, looked at the saleswoman, and smiled faintly. Sure, I want to buy this car. The saleswoman was stunned for a moment, as if she hadn't heard clearly. Sir, what did you say? I said, I want to buy this car, now, immediately, right away. Lin Feng repeated in a firm tone. The calmness on the saleswoman's face instantly disappeared, replaced by a look of surprise and suspicion. She looked Lin Feng up and down, her eyes looking at him as if he were a madman. Sir, are you kidding? 12.88 million is not a small amount. A few salesmen who were playing with their phones nearby also came over, with expressions of watching a show on their faces. That's right, young man, this is not the place for you to joke around. If you've had enough fun, just leave now and don't delay our business. The blonde-haired boy had followed along at some point, and when he saw the scene, he immediately started to mock. If you can't afford it, don't pretend. It's embarrassing. The girl next to him also echoed. Lin Feng raised his eyebrows slightly and was about to speak when his cell phone rang. It was Suya calling. Lin Feng, why haven't you come yet? What are you dawdling for? Young Master Wang is getting impatient. Let me tell you, young Master Wang just said that he will give me a surprise later, and it must be very expensive. Suya's voice was full of boasting. Got it. I have something to do. I'll be there soon. Lin Feng said and hung up the phone. He looked at the saleswoman in front of him with a cold look in his eyes. Do you think I'm kidding? Call your manager, or prepare the contract now, and I'll swipe the card. His tone carried an undeniable aura, sending a chill down the spine of the initially skeptical saleswoman. Could it be this ordinary-looking young man was truly a hidden tycoon? At this moment, a middle-aged man in a suit who looked like a manager walked over quickly. He had just seen the situation here from upstairs and vaguely felt that Lin Feng might not be simple, so he hurried down immediately. Hello, sir. I'm the sales manager here. My last name is Liu. Manager Liu said with a professional smile on his face. I heard you want to buy this Rolls-Royce Phantom? Yes. Lin Feng nodded. The contract is ready. I'll pick up the car soon. Okay. Sir, please come this way. Let's go to the VIP room to discuss in detail. Manager Liu immediately became respectful and winked at the saleswoman. Hurry up and prepare the contract and credit card receipt. The saleswoman's face turned red and white, and she quickly responded and ran to prepare. The blonde boy and his female companion next to him were stunned. This poor boy really wants to buy a luxury car worth tens of millions? Impossible, he must be pretending, maybe he is a liar. The blonde boy was still stubborn. Manager Liu ignored them and invited Lin Feng to the VIP room, offering him tea. Sir, would you like to pay in full or take out a mortgage? Full payment. Lin Feng said concisely. Soon, the contract and credit card slip were ready. Lin Feng took out the black and gold bank card that the system had just issued for him, produced by the system, with top-level permissions, and handed it to Manager Liu. Swipe it. Manager Liu took it with both hands, feeling very excited. This was a huge order of 12.88 million. His commission was enough to buy a small apartment. He carefully inserted the card into the POS machine and entered the amount, 1288000. Drop. Card swiping successful. The text message alert sounded almost at the same time on Lin Feng's mobile phone, showing an expenditure of 12,880,000 yuan and a balance of 99,987,120,000 yuan. Looking at the still huge numbers on the phone, Lin Feng felt nothing in his heart. 1 trillion, spending more than 10 million is like scratching an itch. Sir, please keep your car keys. In addition, we will complete your vehicle procedures for you as soon as possible. Is there anything else you need our help with? Manager Liu handed the car keys to Lin Feng with both hands, his attitude becoming more respectful. Lin Feng took the cold car keys and stood up. If there is nothing else, I will drive away now. Okay, I'll arrange for someone to drive the car to the door right away. When Lin Feng walked out of the showroom with the car keys in his hand under the respectful gaze of Manager Liu and a group of salesmen, the blonde-haired boy and his female companion were already stunned and speechless. He really bought it? The girl murmured. The blonde boy's face turned pale, his fists clenched, but he couldn't say a word. Lin Feng walked to the entrance of the mall and saw that the black Rolls-Royce Phantom had been driven to the door, and a uniformed driver was standing respectfully beside the car. Lin Feng waved his hand. I'll drive it myself. He sat in the driver's seat, feeling the comfort and luxury of the top luxury car, and started the car. The engine emitted a deep, powerful roar. Just then, Lin Feng's phone rang again. It was Suya. Lin Feng. Where the hell have you been? Wang Xiao and I are in the private room 888 of Golden Splendor. If you don't come, then don't come. Suya's voice was filled with anger and impatience. Lin Feng sneered, "Don't worry, I'll be there soon, driving a new car to give you a surprise." After saying that, he hung up the phone and stepped on the accelerator. The black Rolls-Royce Phantom merged into the traffic like an elegant Black Panther and sped towards the golden and splendid KTV. He wanted to see what kind of wonderful expressions Suya and the so-called Mr. Wang would have when they saw him appear in a luxury car worth tens of millions. Chapter 3, Splendor and Splendor, $1 million tip hits your face. Golden Splendor KTV is one of the city's top entertainment venues. The consumption is high and only rich or noble can go there. The atmosphere in the 888 luxury room is warm. A young man wearing designer clothes, with dyed brown hair and a slightly plump figure, was hugging Suya and proudly showing off. "Xiaoya, look at this watch of mine, a Patek Philippe, I just bought it, worth over $1 million. How about it, isn't it handsome?" Suya leaned in his arms with admiration, her fingers gently stroking her watch. "Mr. Wang, you are so good to me. You are 10,000 times better than that loser Lin Feng." The young Master Wang she was referring to was none other than her new boyfriend, Wang Hao. The Wang family was a relatively well-known name in the city, operating a small building materials business with a fortune estimated at tens of millions. This had shaped Wang Hao's extravagant and face-conscious nature. "That's right." Wang Hao laughed triumphantly. He casually picked up a stack of banknotes on the table, took out a few, and gave them to the beauties dancing nearby. "Hey girls, you danced well. Use these to buy candy." "Thank you, Mr. Wang." The beauties took the money with a sweet smile and began to twist their bodies even harder. Wang Hao enjoyed the feeling of being surrounded and admired. He looked at Suya and said, "Xiaoya, I'll take you to a nice place later and give you a bigger surprise. I guarantee you'll like it." Suya was looking forward to it, and her face was full of smiles. "Thank you, Mr. Wang." Just then, the door of the private room was pushed open. Lin Feng walked in. "Hey, isn't this Lin Feng? You're finally here. I thought you didn't dare to come." Wang Hao smiled contemptuously upon seeing Lin Feng, looking him up and down. "What's up? Are you having trouble finding a job again? You look so poor, you can't even afford a decent piece of clothing, right?" Suya also frowned, with a look of disgust. "Lin Feng, why did you come here dressed like this? Didn't I tell you what kind of place this is? Look at you, you look like a beggar, don't embarrass me." In their opinion, Lin Feng must be doing very poorly, and he had no choice but to come after receiving the call. He might not even have enough money for a taxi. Lin Feng looked around the private room. Inside, there were bright lights, wine, women singing and dancing. Wang Hao was surrounded by several beautiful women wearing heavy makeup. His eyes finally fell on Suya and Wang Hao, his eyes calm and without any waves. "What? Can't afford the tickets, or don't have money to spend?" Seeing that Lin Feng didn't say anything, Wang Hao thought that he was intimidated by his aura and became even more proud. "How about this, considering that you and Xiaoya got along well in the past, I'll treat you to a meal. It's a kind gesture from me, young Master Wang." The followers nearby also started laughing. Young Master Wang is so generous. Compared to young Master Wang, some people are simply trash. Suya also echoed, "Lin Feng, did you hear that? Young Master Wang is so generous. Look at you, you are really comparing yourself to others, which makes you angry." Lin Feng finally spoke. His voice was not loud, but it reached everyone's ears clearly. "Are you done?" Wang Hao was stunned. "What do you mean?" Lin Feng ignored him and looked at the waiters in the private room and the beautiful woman who had just danced, and asked, "How much do you usually tip here?" The waiters and the beauties were a little surprised, wondering what this seemingly ordinary young man was up to. One of the brave beauties smiled and said, "Sir, it depends on your mood. Usually it's a few hundred or 1,000. Young Master Wang just gave us 1,000 each." Wang Hao immediately puffed out his chest, waiting to see Lin Feng make a fool of himself. He felt that Lin Feng would not be able to come up with even a few hundred yuan. Suya also sneered and said, "Lin Feng, stop pretending to be rich. Is your salary enough for tips?" Lin Feng smiled, with a hint of amusement in his smile. He took something out of his pocket, not a wallet, but a thick stack of bank cards. In order to facilitate his consumption, the system issued him dozens of top-level black and gold bank cards at one time, with 100 million renminbi pre-deposited in each card. Lin Feng picked up one of the bills and threw it to the waiter next to him. Go, help me get 1 million in cash. Ha! The waiter was stunned, suspecting he had misheard. Sir, how much did you say? 1 million, in cash. Lin Feng repeated in a flat tone. The private room suddenly became quiet. The smug smile on Wang Hao's face froze, his eyes wide as copper bells. What did you say? 1 million? Are you kidding me? Suya was also shocked, her mouth opened so wide that an egg could almost fit in it. Lin Feng, where did you get 1 million? Are you crazy? In their eyes, 1 million is an astronomical figure. How could Lin Feng possibly come up with it? Lin Feng ignored their shock and said to the waiter who was still in a daze, What? Is there a problem? Go quickly, I'm in a hurry. Oh. Okay, sir. I'll go right away. The waiter finally reacted. Although he still couldn't believe it in his heart, seeing Lin Feng's confident look, he didn't dare to delay and quickly ran out with the card. The other people in the private room were also stunned, looking at Lin Feng with eyes full of disbelief. Is this still the poor boy they looked down upon just now? Wang Hao felt like he'd been slapped hard in the face, a burning pain. He'd just been showing off his Patek Philippe, and now someone was offering him 1 million in cash? Suya was even more shocked, and her eyes were extremely complicated when she looked at Lin Feng. Could it be she really had misjudged him? Lin Feng wasn't a loser? When did he become so rich? Soon, the waiter came back panting, followed by 2 security guards carrying a large suitcase. First, sir, please count the 1 million in cash you requested. The waiter opened the suitcase, and inside were neatly stacked stacks of brand new RMB, emitting the aroma of ink. 1 million in cash piled there has a strong visual impact. Wang Hao's face turned pale instantly, and his body trembled slightly. Although his family had tens of millions, it was not easy to take out 1 million in cash at once, let alone someone like Lin Feng who gave it out without blinking an eye as a reward. Suya was even more stunned. She looked at the box of banknotes, then at Lin Feng who had a calm face, her heart filled with regret and confusion. Lin Feng walked to the suitcase and grabbed a few stacks of banknotes, about hundreds of thousands of dollars. He looked at the waiters and the beautiful dancers in the private room and said, You guys provided great service just now. These are tips for you. After he finished speaking, he raised his wrist, and the hundreds of thousands of cash were thrown towards them like flowers scattered by a fairy. Wow! Banknotes flew everywhere and fell to the ground. The waiters and beauties were all stunned, then burst into screams and squatted on the ground to pick up the money. Mine! Mine! My goodness! This gentleman is so generous. Thank you, sir. Thank you, boss. Wang Hao felt dizzy when he saw this scene, as if he had been trampled on in public, his dignity shattered to the ground. The wealth he was so proud of was simply a joke in front of Lin Feng. Suya regretted it so much that her intestines turned green. She looked at Lin Feng's tall figure, then at Wang Hao who was standing next to him with a pale face, and an indescribable feeling welled up in her heart. Lin Feng clapped his hands, without even looking at Wang Hao and Suya, and said lightly, I've spent the money and I'm here. If there's nothing else, I'll leave first. After saying that, he turned around and prepared to leave. Wait! Suya suddenly stopped him, her voice trembling and uncertain. Lin Feng, where did you get so much money? Lin Feng stopped, turned around, and a cold smile appeared on his lips. Where my money comes from, does it have anything to do with you? Suya, we have broken up. Oh, by the way, I forgot to tell you that I bought a new car on the way here just now. It's not expensive, just over 10 million, a Rolls-Royce Phantom Extended Edition. Rolls-Royce Phantom Extended Edition. Over 10 million. Suya muttered to herself, her face instantly turning paler than Wang Hao's. Her body swayed and she almost fell. When Wang Hao heard this, his eyes went dark and he almost fainted. A Rolls-Royce worth over 10 million? His BMW worth hundreds of thousands of dollars is not even a fraction of their value in the eyes of others. Lin Feng ignored their expressions of shock and regret and turned to walk out of the private room. Behind him was a mess in dead silence. Walking out of golden splendor, Lin Feng took a deep breath. The 1 million just now is considered to have completed part of the novice task, and there is still nearly 9 million in spending quota left. But there's no rush. His life of luxury has just begun. Next, I should think about how to spend the remaining money and see if there are any new tasks in the system. Under the night sky, the black Rolls-Royce Phantom was parked quietly on the side of the road, waiting for its new owner. Lin Feng got into the car and started the engine. Where is the next destination? Maybe it was time to move to a new place? For example, a large flat with a river view? Just like Suya had always dreamed of? Lin Feng showed a playful smile. Okay, that's settled. Chapter 4, A Billion Yuan Mansion, A Ticket to the Top Circle. Lin Feng got into the Rolls-Royce but didn't leave immediately. He opened the system panel to check the progress of the novice mission. Newbie mission, first experience. Task progress, 12.88 million car purchase plus 100,000 KTV tip have been spent, totaling 12.98 million, with a completion rate of 129.8%. Time remaining, 22 hours and 15 minutes. We have exceeded our target. Lin Feng raised his lips slightly. System, calculate the reward. Ding, novice mission completed. Congratulations to the host for receiving a 10% cashback on the purchase amount. 1.298 million yuan has been transferred to the account. The skill Basic Business Acumen has been obtained. Basic Business Acumen can conduct basic assessments of the potential and risks of common business projects and provide reference suggestions. Better than nothing. Lin Feng thought, but better than nothing is also an improvement. He started the car, his next target already in mind: the house. The partitioned room I lived in before now seemed like a pigsty. As a billionaire, how could he not have a place worthy of his status? System, search for the most expensive and top-tier luxury housing projects in this city. Scanning. Recommending Yunding Tiangong. Located in the heart of the city, right by the river, it's designed by a top international team. Only 18 units are available, ranging from 500 to 1,000 square meters each. Only the last penthouse duplex remains, measuring 888 square meters and priced at 180 million renminbi. It comes with its own helipad, private pool, and 24-hour premium butler service. 180 million? Lin Feng glanced at the account balance: 99987120000012880000100,000 plus 1298000 equals 9998596980000. Well, after deduction, there is still nearly 999.86 billion left, which is a drizzle. Send me the address. The sales office of Hentang Palace has a minimalist decoration style but exudes extreme luxury. Compared with the luxury car showroom in Hanglun Plaza, it has a more restrained elegance. Inside the sales office, several sales consultants in high-end suits were gathered together, talking in low voices, glancing out the window from time to time. Have you heard? No one's buying the penthouse. It's not the price, it's the requirements are too high. They have to verify their capital is over 100 million, and they also need to check their identity and background. Yes, 180 million%. The number of people in Binchang who can easily come up with that kind of money can be counted on one's fingers. I think it's going to fall into my hands. At this moment, a black Rolls-Royce Phantom slowly stopped at the door of the sales office. Ha! A Rolls-Royce is here? It's a Phantom Extended Edition. This owner must be very wealthy. The sales consultant's eyes lit up, and they immediately dressed to greet the distinguished guest. Anyone who could afford this kind of car was definitely their target customer. The car door opened and Lin Feng got out. When they saw Lin Feng's attire, the enthusiasm on the faces of several sales consultants instantly cooled. Although it was a Rolls-Royce, the owner was wearing an ordinary t-shirt and jeans. He didn't look like the owner of a 180 million yuan mansion at all. He looked more like the driver of a wealthy second-generation rich man. However, their professionalism prevented them from immediately revealing it. A sales consultant who appeared to be the most experienced approached and asked in a formal tone, "Sir, would you like to see the property? We're at Hentang Palace, specializing in high-end luxury homes." His tone was flat, and there was a barely perceptible scrutiny in his eyes. Lin Feng nodded calmly. "Well, let's take a look at the top-floor duplex." Penthouse? A hint of surprise flashed in the sales consultant's eyes, but he quickly regained his composure and politely said, "Sir, the penthouse is priced at 180 million. We need to verify the capital and background first." His message was clear: "Are you sure you can afford it? Don't waste our time." Lin Feng ignored his attitude and took out another black gold card from his pocket. "Capital verification, right? Is the money in here enough?" The sales consultant hesitated for a moment, took the card, walked to the special banknote detector, the capital verification equipment equipped in high-end sales offices, and swiped it. The next second, his eyes suddenly widened. The balance displayed on the screen, with its string of zeros, made him wonder if he was dazzled. 1 followed by 11 zeros? 1 billion? No, tens of billions? Hundreds of billions? He rubbed his eyes hard. Yes, it was 1 trillion. 1 trillion. Oh my God. The sales consultant felt his brain buzz and nearly fainted. He had never seen so much money in his life. Seeing his shocked expression, several sales consultants nearby gathered around curiously. When they saw the numbers on the screen, they were all stunned, their mouths opened so wide that they could fit their fists in. Sir! The sales consultant came back to his senses, his voice trembling. His attitude suddenly changed 180 degrees, and his waist was bent so hard that it almost touched the ground. Please come in. Please come in. We were blind and neglected you. We are so sorry. Sorry. Other salespeople also came forward, their faces filled with flattering smiles. Sir, you are so young and promising. This temperament shows that he is a big businessman. This penthouse is definitely worthy of your status. Lin Feng walked into the sales office with an expressionless face and sat down in the VIP room. The sales consultant immediately offered him a glass of top-quality Blue Mountain coffee and said with a humble nod, Sir, I'm so sorry, we were blind. Don't worry, the penthouse is guaranteed to satisfy you. I'll get you the information right away. Soon, an exquisite folder was delivered to Lin Feng. 888 square meters, 5 bedrooms and 3 living rooms, floor-to-ceiling windows with panoramic river views, 270-degree views, private swimming pool, exclusive elevator, helipad, every detail demonstrates luxury and nobility. This is it. Lin Feng took a look and made a decision. Sir, won't you consider it again? The sales consultant couldn't believe it. This was a mansion worth 180 million yuan, how could it be sold like cabbage? Don't think about it, just give me the contract and the full payment. Lin Feng said in a firm tone. Okay. Right away. The sales consultant's face flushed with excitement. This was a huge order worth 180 million yuan. The commission would be enough for him to live a worry-free life for the rest of his life. Soon, the purchase contract was ready. Lin Feng picked up the pen, signed his name in a flamboyant manner, and then handed over the black gold card. Drop. A huge sum of 180 million yuan was transferred out in an instant. System prompt, consumption of 180 million yuan house purchase, novice task over completion rate increased to 229.8%. Sir, here are your keys and owner's card. From now on, number 888, the top floor duplex of Yunding Tiangong, is your home. The sales consultant handed the keys and a golden owner's card to Lin Feng with both hands, his attitude extremely respectful. Look, do you want us to take you to see the house now? Or if there is anything we can do for you, just let us know. Lin Feng took the key and owner card, feeling the texture of the metal, without any ripples in his heart. 180 million is just a fraction of a fraction in the account. Let's go and see the house now. Okay. This way please. A group of sales consultants accompanied Lin Feng to the Hentang Palace. On the way, the sales consultant asked cautiously, Sir, I haven't asked for your name yet? Lin, Twin Tree Forest. Mr. Lin, the sales consultant quickly wrote down. If you need anything in the future, feel free to call me. My phone is open 24 hours a day. Soon, we arrived at the Yunding Palace, a skyscraper towering into the sky with extremely strict security. Take the exclusive elevator to the top floor. The moment the elevator door opened, Lin Feng was shocked by the scene before him. The spacious and bright hall has a ceiling height of nearly 6 meters and a floor paved with top-grade marble that is mirror clear. The huge floor-to-ceiling windows offer a panoramic view of the entire Binchang River. The afterglow of the setting sun shines on the river, making the waves sparkle and is a breathtaking beauty. The interior decoration of the house is luxurious to the extreme, every detail is impeccable, and the furniture and appliances are all custom-made from top international brands. Private swimming pool, sky garden, helipad, everything is available. Mr. Lin, are you satisfied? The sales consultant asked cautiously. Lin Feng nodded, not bad. Good. The sales consultant's mouth twitched. This was a top-tier luxury house that countless people dreamed of, but in Mr. Lin's mouth it was just okay? Sure enough, we don't understand the world of rich people. Lin Feng walked around the house and was quite satisfied. This would be his home from now on. By the way, Lin Feng suddenly remembered something and asked, "Who are the owners here?" The sales consultant immediately replied respectfully, "Those who can live here are all Binchings and even the nation's top tycoons, business leaders, and celebrities. For example, Mr. Ma, our city's richest man, and Miss Li, the famous film and television star, both own properties here." The top circle? Lin Feng's mouth curled up slightly. He is not short of money now, but what he lacks is identity and status, which is the ticket to integrate into this top circle. This billion-dollar mansion is the best ticket to entry. "Okay, if there's nothing else, you can go first," Lin Feng said. Yes. Mr. Lin, please take your time to look at it. Call us any time if you need anything." The sales consultants did not dare to stay any longer and quickly retreated respectfully. Lin Feng was the only one left in the huge mansion. He walked to the floor-to-ceiling window, overlooking the bustling city below, with a feeling of great pride in his heart. The life of a trillionaire has just begun. What is the next goal? Perhaps it's time to think about how to make money from money? With rudimentary business acumen and the help of a system, it seems interesting to stir up the business world. Just then, his cell phone rang. It's an unfamiliar number. Lin Feng frowned and picked up the phone. "Hello, is this Lin Feng? I'm Suya." Suya's crying voice came from the other end of the phone. Chapter 5, A $1 Million Check, Ex-Girlfriend's Confession and Ambition. When Lin Feng heard Suya's voice, his brows furrowed even more. "Something?" His tone was cold and without a trace of emotion. Suya on the other end of the phone seemed to be choked by Lin Feng's attitude, and then she cried even louder, "Lin Feng, I know I was wrong, I really know I was wrong. Can you forgive me?" "Oh? What's wrong with you?" Lin Feng's tone was flat, as if he was listening to a stranger. I shouldn't have broken up with you. I shouldn't have looked down on you for being poor." Suya sobbed, "I was deceived by Wang Hao. He wasn't sincere to me at all. He was just a playboy. He dumped me when he had enough fun. He even threw away all the things I gave him. Now I have nothing now." "I see." Lin Feng sneered in his heart. Wang Hao probably saw how rich Lin Feng was and felt that he couldn't compare to him. He was afraid that Suya would pester him, so he simply dumped her. "So, you came to me just to tell me this?" Lin Feng asked. "No, Lin Feng." Suya said hurriedly, "I know you are rich now. Just now at the KTV, you were so generous and even drove a Rolls-Royce. Lin Feng, after all, we have been in love for 4 years. Can you help me?" "Help you? How?" I have no place to live now, and I have no money." Suya's voice became weaker and weaker. "Can you lend me some money first to help me get through this difficult time? I will definitely pay you back when I find a job." "Borrow money?" Lin Feng almost laughed out loud. He is now a trillionaire, would he be short of this little money? Or does Suya think that he will still respond to her every request as before? "How much do you want to borrow?" Lin Feng asked deliberately. When Suya heard Lin Feng give in, she was delighted and quickly said, "It's not much, just 1 million. It's a difficult matter for me, but it must be a piece of cake for you, right, Lin Feng? 1 million? Sure enough, the lion opened its mouth wide. Lin Feng could even imagine Suya's expression at the moment, which must be both nervous and a little greedy. 1 million is indeed a small amount," Lin Feng said lightly. "Really? Lin Feng, you are so nice. I knew you still have me in your heart," Suya shouted excitedly. "But," Lin Feng changed the subject, "why should I lend it to you? We have feelings for each other, don't we?" Suya said hurriedly, "Besides, I can come back to you and take care of you like before." Hearing this, Lin Feng finally couldn't help laughing. "Suya, did you get something wrong? We have broken up, and do you think I still need your care now?" Suya was speechless. Also, Lin Feng's voice turned cold. "Do you think I would want a woman who only came back to me because of money? What do you think of me, Lin Feng?" No. Lin Feng, I really regret it, I really love you." Suya hurriedly defended herself, but her tone sounded a little pale. "That's enough." Lin Feng didn't want to talk nonsense with her anymore. "I can give you the money." "Really? Thank you, Lin Feng. Thank you." Suya was overjoyed. But, Lin Feng said, this money isn't a loan to you, it's a gift to you. Think of it as a breakup fee for our 4-year relationship. Breakup fee? Suya was stunned for a moment, then felt a little humiliated, but thinking of the 1 million, she gritted her teeth and said, okay, thank you Lin Feng. Where are you? I'll have someone send the money to you. I'm in Binjiang community, the one near the house we rented before. Suya's voice sounded a little ashamed. Got it. Lin Feng hung up the phone. He opened the system panel. System, can you get a cash check for 1 million right away? Ding, okay. Consume 1,000 points. 1,000 points have already been issued as a newbie bonus to generate a legal and valid cash check for 1 million. Do you want to generate it? Generate. Ding, a cash check for 1 million has been generated and stored in the system space. You can withdraw it at any time. Lin Feng thought about it, and a brand new cash check appeared in his hand. Looking at the number on the check, Lin Feng's eyes were cold. 1 million is indeed a drop in the bucket for him, but he gave Suya the money not because he was soft-hearted, but to put an end to the past completely and give her no reason to bother him anymore. System, help me contact a reliable person to give this check to Suya and tell her that after taking the money, don't show up in front of me again. Ding, the host has contacted the top bodyguard of Dragon Guard Security, a system-affiliated service. They will arrive downstairs at Cloudtop Palace within 5 minutes and will be responsible for delivering the check. Lin Feng nodded, walked to the sofa and sat down, waiting for the bodyguard to arrive. 5 minutes later, the doorbell rang. Lin Feng opened the door and saw a middle-aged man wearing a black suit, with a burly figure and sharp eyes standing at the door. Mr. Lin, I'm Zhang Long from Dragon Guard Security. I've come here on orders. The man's voice was steady, carrying the iron-blooded aura of a veteran. Lin Feng handed the check to Zhang Long. Send this to Binjiang community and give it to a woman named Suya. Tell her that after taking the money, don't contact me again. Yes, Mr. Lin. Zhang Long took the check, responded respectfully, turned around and left with quick and decisive movements. Lin Feng closed the door, walked to the bar and poured himself a glass of red wine. Looking at the scarlet liquid in the cup, his mind was filled with thoughts. The past is past, and from now on, his life will be completely different. With trillions of wealth and luxury homes, there is a wider world waiting for him to explore in the future. As for Suya and the like, they were just a small episode on his road to becoming a wealthy man and were not worth mentioning. At this moment, the system's voice sounded again. Ding triggered the hidden mission, first step into the business world. Assignment, within 72 hours, use existing funds to successfully invest in a business, generating a profit of no less than 10 million renminbi. Mission reward, 100 million yuan investment fund, skill intermediate business acumen, attribute point +1 can be freely allocated to attributes such as strength, agility, intelligence, and charisma. New tasks are coming. A gleam of light flashed in Lin Feng's eyes. Invest? This is what he wants to try next. With his rudimentary business sense and the system's task rewards, he is confident that he can make a name for himself in the business world. System, open the Binjiang Business Information Database and screen out potential investment projects in the near future. Ding, screening completed. Here are 3 recommended projects. 1. Xingtu Live Streaming Platform, an emerging live streaming platform with rapid user growth but lacking funds for expansion. Valued at 50 million yuan, it is seeking 20 million yuan in series of funding and a 20% stake. Basic business acumen assessment, high potential, medium risk. 2. Green Source New Energy Technology, focused on lithium battery R&D, with core technology patents. Currently in the late stages of R&D, urgently in need of funding for mass production. Valued at 100 million renminbi, seeking 50 million renminbi in financing and a 30% stake. Primary business acumen assessment, high potential, high risk of R&D failure. 3. Shengshu Real Estate, an established real estate company that recently acquired a prime piece of land and urgently needs funds to launch a new project. They are seeking 100 million yuan in short-term financing, promising a 120 million yuan repayment within 3 months, with an annualized rate of return of 20%. Basic business acumen assessment, average potential, low risk. The 3 projects each have their own advantages and disadvantages. Lin Feng picked up the red wine and thought carefully. A 20% annualized return, though stable, was too slow for him. The Xingtu Live broadcast platform has great potential, but it needs time to develop. The Green Source New Energy Technology has great potential, but also great risks. Once successfully developed, the returns may be dozens or even hundreds of times. System, is the core technology patent of GreenSource New Energy reliable? Lin Feng asked. Ding, analyzing. The patent is valid, the technology is forward-looking, and the probability of success is approximately 70%. With a 70% success rate, it's worth a try. Lin Feng has never been a timid person. What's more, he has trillions of funds as a backing. Even if he fails, he will only lose 50 million, which is nothing to him. But if it succeeds? There was a glimmer of excitement in Lin Feng's eyes. Just choose GreenSource New Energy Technology. He picked up his phone and dialed the number of the CEO of GreenSource New Energy Technology provided by the system. Hello, is this Mr. Chen? I heard that your company, GreenSource, is seeking financing? A slightly tired but still full of fighting spirit came from the other end of the phone. Yes, I'm Chen Jiangwo. May I ask who you are? My name is Lin Feng, and I want to talk to you about investment. Lin Feng's voice was calm and confident. 50 million, and I want 40% of your shares. What? Chen Jiangwo on the other end of the phone suddenly stood up, his voice changing. How much did you say? 50 million? 40% of the shares? He originally expected to sell 30% of the shares for 50 million, but he didn't expect the other party to directly bid 50 million for 40%. This is simply pie in the sky. Chapter 6, Spending 50 million, the ambition of new energy. Mr. Lin, you are not kidding, right? Chen Jiangwo's voice was filled with incredible excitement, even a little trembling. As the founder and CEO of GreenSource New Energy Technology, he was all too aware of the company's current predicament. Having achieved a breakthrough in core technology, he only needed the final round of funding to begin mass production. However, he approached numerous investors, but they either considered the risk too high or were eager to undercut him, offering only a low price for a large stake. He was almost in despair and was even prepared to sell 50% of his shares. Now, someone suddenly came to the door and was willing to pay 50 million for only 40% of the shares? This was simply a timely help, and it was a super heavy help. Do I sound like I'm kidding? Lin Feng's voice was calm. Mr. Chen, if you're sincere, we can meet right now to discuss the details. Yes. I'm sincere. Absolutely sincere. Chen Jiangwo said quickly. Mr. Lin, where are you now? I'll be there right away. No, I'd better tell you the address and you can come to our company. No need, Lin Feng said, I'm in the top floor duplex of Yunding Palace now, come over. Yunding Palace? Chen Jiangwo was shocked again. That was the residence of Binqing's top tycoons. Anyone who could live there must be a real big shot. Okay. I'll be there soon. Half an hour. No, 15 minutes. I'll drive there right away. Chen Jiangwo said excitedly, wishing he could fly there immediately. After hanging up the phone, Lin Feng put down his wine glass. He chose GreenSource not only because of its 70% success rate and enormous potential, as evidenced by its systematic evaluation, but more importantly, because he was optimistic about the future development of new energy. This is a $1 trillion market, and seizing the opportunity would bring unimaginable returns. Of course, the most important thing is that he has the system to back him up. Even if this investment fails, he still has trillions of funds and can afford to lose. Soon, the doorbell rang. Lin Feng opened the door. Standing there was a middle-aged man in his 40s, wearing a slightly worn suit and with messy hair. But his eyes were unusually bright, filled with a desire for success. He was none other than Chen Jiangwo, CEO of GreenSource New Energy Technology. Seeing Lin Feng, Chen Jiangwo was stunned at first. He hadn't expected the big boss who invested in his company to be so young. But he quickly suppressed his surprise and extended his hand respectfully. Hello, Mr. Lin. I'm Chen Jiangwo of GreenSource New Energy. Lin Feng shook hands with him, his hand felt rough, and he was obviously a man of action. Come in. Chen Jiangwo walked into the living room and was immediately stunned by the luxurious scene before him. Is this the top-floor duplex of the Cloud-Top Palace? It is simply magnificent. He felt even more in awe of Lin Feng's strength. Please sit down. Lin Feng pointed to the sofa. Thank you, Mr. Lin. Chen Jiangwo sat down carefully, leaning forward slightly, appearing a little restrained. Lin Feng didn't waste any words and went straight to the point. Mr. Chen, tell me about the specific situation of GreenSource and your plans. Okay, Mr. Lin. Chen Jiangwo immediately perked up and began to introduce himself. We at GreenSource specialize in the research and development of solid-state lithium batteries. We've overcome many technical difficulties. Our batteries have an energy density more than 3 times that of traditional lithium batteries, charge faster, are safer, and cost less. He took out the tablet computer he carried with him and showed videos of various technical parameters and research and development results. Lin Feng listened and looked at the data on the screen while activating his primary business sense. GreenSource New Energy Technology Evaluation. Technological Advancement. Market Outlook. Team Capacity. Risk Level. Risk of R&D failure reduced to 60%, which can be further reduced after funding is in place. Overall Potential. The evaluation results are similar to the system's previous analysis, and it is indeed a project with great potential. Chen Jiangwo spoke for a full half hour before pausing, his face gleaming with excitement and anticipation. Mr. Lin, this is all about our GreenSource. With this funding, we can achieve mass production within 6 months, capture the domestic high-end new energy battery market within a year, and enter the international market within 3 years. Lin Feng nodded, sounds good. Chen Jiangwo was delighted and said quickly, Mr. Lin, don't worry. Our team is absolutely confident that we can make Liyuan bigger and stronger. Your 50 million investment will definitely not go to waste. I believe you. Lin Feng looked at him, but I have one condition. Mr. Lin, just tell me. Don't mention just one condition, I'll agree to 10 or 100 of them. Chen Jiangwo said quickly. I want 40% of the shares, and I need a seat on the board of directors, said Lin Feng. Chen Jiangwo was stunned for a moment. He had already agreed to 40% of the shares, and a seat on the board of directors was no problem. But he didn't expect that Lin Feng, so young, would actually want to participate in the company's management. However, he soon figured it out. A big boss who could come up with 50 million must have some strengths, and participating in management might bring greater help to the company. No problem. Absolutely no problem. Chen Jiangwo agreed immediately. Mr. Lin, not only can you serve as a director, but if you're willing, you can even serve as vice chairman. Vice chairman, no need. I don't have that much time. Lin Feng said, how is the contract preparation going? I brought the contract. Chen Jiangwo quickly pulled out 2 printed contracts from his briefcase. This is the contract for the 30% stake I prepared earlier. Mr. Lin, take a look. Lin Feng took the contract without even looking at it. He picked up the pen and changed 30% to 40% in the transferred shares column, and then signed his name. Okay, that's it. Chen Jiangwo looked at the 40% and Lin Feng's signature on the contract, his hands shaking with excitement. Mr. Lin, you. Let's go and handle the equity transfer procedures now. I'll have the finance department transfer the money to you right away. Lin Feng said. Okay. Chen Jiangwo quickly put away the contract. Mr. Lin, thank you so much. You are truly the savior of our GreenSource. Lin Feng waved his hand. You're welcome, I'm just making an investment that I think is worthwhile. He took out his phone and called the private finance account created by the system. Transfer 50 million renminbi to the GreenSource New Energy Technology account. Ding, the order has been executed. 50 million yuan has been transferred to the GreenSource New Energy Technology account. Almost at the same time, Chen Jiangwo received a text message alert from the bank on his mobile phone. He looked down, and when he saw the string of numbers, he jumped up excitedly. It's here. It's here. Mr. Lin, the money has arrived. Thank you. Thank you so much. Looking at Chen Jiangwo's excitement, Lin Feng smiled faintly. 50 million in exchange for 40% of the shares of a highly promising new energy company. This investment is worth it. Okay, Mr. Chen, you go back first and focus on research and development. Don't let me down. Lin Feng said. Don't worry, Mr. Lin. I promise to give you a big surprise. Chen Jiangwo said confidently, then said goodbye respectfully and left. After seeing Chen Jiangwo off, Lin Feng walked to the window and looked at the endless stream of vehicles downstairs. The first step of the mission of entering the business world for the first time has been completed. Next, we just have to wait for the development of GreenSource and the system's task rewards. However, there are still 72 hours until the end of the mission. During this period, can GreenSource start to make a profit and reach the profit requirement of 10 million? Lin Feng wasn't sure. It seems that you can't put all your eggs in one basket. System, please recommend me a few more investment projects that can generate profits in the short term. Ding screening. Recommended, Bincheng International Film Festival naming rights auction, to be held tomorrow afternoon, starting price 50 million, expected sale price around 80 million. Obtaining the naming rights will enhance the host's social prestige and may trigger subsequent missions. I recommend the Jade Gambling Stone Trade Fair, which will be held the day after tomorrow. The risks are extremely high, but the returns are also extremely high. Basic business acumen can be used to conduct basic evaluations of jadeite rough stones. Recommended short-term speculation in shares. According to elementary business sense, a certain tech stock will see a surge in tomorrow morning trading, with an expected increase of 10%-15%. It's worth investing in it short term. Lin Feng looked at these three options and fell into deep thought. Film festival naming rights are suitable for enhancing prestige, but are unlikely to generate short-term profits. Gambling on jadeite is too risky. Although it is exciting, it is not suitable as a guarantee for completing a task. Short-term speculation in shares has low risks and stable returns, making it suitable as a bottom line. That's it. Lin Feng decided to take out 100 million yuan tomorrow to participate in short-term speculation in the share market to ensure that he could get the mission reward. As for the film festival naming rights and jade gambling, they could be used as additional entertainment activities. Thinking of this, Lin Feng was in a good mood. His path to becoming a wealthy man is moving from simple consumption to a broader business battlefield. And all this has just begun. Just then, his cell phone rang again. It was Zhang Long calling. Mr. Lin, the check has been given to Suya, Zhang Long reported. She was very excited after receiving the check and wanted to speak to you, but I refused. She asked me to tell you that she will always remember your kindness. Lin Feng curled up the corner of his mouth with a cold smile. I know, it's nothing. Favor? He doesn't need this kind of cheap favor. After hanging up the phone, Lin Feng completely forgot about Suya. Now, his sights are set on the more distant future. The business empire of the trillion-dollar tycoon is slowly taking shape in his hands. Chapter 7, Shorting the Stock Market Shocks Ex-Girlfriend. System, open an share account with the highest authority for me. Lin Feng stood before the enormous floor-to-ceiling windows of the 888 square meter duplex on the top floor of the Yunding Palace, overlooking the awakening Binhai city below. The golden light of morning danced on the rows of glass curtain walls, and the entire city resembled a giant beast slowly stretching its muscles. His voice was particularly clear in the spacious and luxurious space. Ding, a top-level trading account has been opened, connected to the Bincheng International Financial Trading Center VIP channel, and 10x leverage rights have been activated. The phone screen lit up, revealing a simple transaction interface. Lin Feng's fingertips hovered above the screen, his gaze piercing the glass, as if surveying the city about to be rocked by his wealth. The status of a multi-trillionaire carries both capital and responsibility. He needed a fulcrum to leverage further. Bincheng International Financial Trading Center, top floor VIP area. The air was filled with the silent scent of money and gunpowder, mixed with the rich aroma of premium coffee beans and the luxurious odor of leather seats. Enormous curved screens surrounded the area, beating the pulse of global financial markets. The red and green numbers were like lifeblood, and every flicker touched the hearts of millions. Lin Feng was led by his dedicated account manager to a semi-open booth, offering an excellent view. The manager wore an almost humble smile, his back barely straight. In his more than a decade of experience, he had never seen such a young man with direct access to the highest level channels, instantly allocating hundreds of millions in liquidity. Mr. Lin, if you need anything, please feel free to let me know. The manager lowered his voice very low, for fear of disturbing this unfathomable god of wealth. Lin Feng nodded slightly, his gaze fixed on the three high-definition screens lined up before him. His fingertips slid across the cold touchpad, bringing up the tech stock the system had selected: Xingyao Technology XYTK. The candlestick chart resembled a winding, upward snapping green snake, its head held high and its chest puffed out, full of vigor and momentum. In recent trading days, it had consistently produced large bullish candlesticks, a sign of prosperity. The primary business sense was passively triggered, and the subtle warning was like a cold steel needle, gently piercing into the mind. Star Technology XYTK. Recent trend, exceptionally strong, with continued inflow of funds. Market sentiment, extremely optimistic. Potential risk, severely overbought technically, major investors suspected of selling at a higher price, the time window is approaching. Operational suggestion, strongly bearish, short selling opportunity between 942 and 945, the trigger point for the plunge is expected to be 10 o'clock. Lin Feng's eyes narrowed. The time given by the system was accurate to the minute. This was beyond the scope of ordinary business acumen and was almost predictable. He no longer hesitated. His fingertips quickly tapped the trading interface, entered the code XYTK, selected the short position, and without hesitation filled the capital column with 100 million. Then, on the leverage option, his finger paused for a fraction of a second before pressing it firmly 10x. A bright red confirmation box popped up on the screen. Are you sure you want to use 10x leverage to short Star Technology XYTK, using a margin of 100 million yuan? Sure. 100 million yuan in capital, 10 times leverage, leveraging a billion yuan short position. Like an icy sword of Damocles, it hung over Xingyo Technology's seemingly surging stock price. The trade order was issued instantly, silently, yet it was enough to unleash a tsunami in the near future. Oh, interesting. A clear and pleasant female voice sounded from the side, with a hint of subtle inquiry. Lin Feng glanced sideways. A few steps away, in a more private booth, a young woman set down her bone china coffee cup. She wore a perfectly tailored off-white Chanel suit, her dark hair casually tied up, revealing a graceful swan neck. Her skin was whiter than snow, and her features were as delicate as a meticulously painted painting. Her eyes, in particular, were calm and profound. They scanned the trading screen in front of Lin Feng with intense interest, finally resting on his impassive face. The screen in front of her also displayed the intraday chart of Xingyo Technology. Clearly, she was also keeping an eye on this star stock. Short XYTK with 10x leverage? The woman's red lips parted slightly, her voice soft but clear enough to penetrate the hushed atmosphere of the VIP area. Mr. Lin? With all due respect, your courage is commendable. However, its market maker is powerful, and with recent positive news, its momentum is strong. Shorting it now. She paused slightly, her gaze lingering on Lin Feng's overly youthful face for a moment, as if assessing something. Ultimately, she simply shook her head, leaving her words unfinished. The meaning in her eyes was clear. Young man, you're too reckless. Lin Feng's gaze swept across her face, unfazed by her stunning beauty or the subtle suspicion she evoked. His tone was flat, emotionless. The market never rises unilaterally forever. Even the strongest momentum will eventually run out of steam. Market makers? Sometimes they're just bigger prey. He withdrew his gaze and refocused on the numbers jumping on the screen, his posture as steady as a mountain, as if what he had just thrown out was not a billion-level short order, but an insignificant coin. A flicker of genuine surprise flashed across Qin Shi's eyes. In Bincheng, especially on the top floor of this trading center where top capital converged, few people could address her with such near ignorance, let alone someone so young. She pursed her red lips and said nothing, but her calm eyes showed a clear intensification of her interest in Lin Feng. She also adjusted her sitting posture, focusing more intently on the screen in front of her. Time passes by minute by second as the red and green numbers jump. 9:42. Xingyo Technology's stock price continued its relentless upward trend. On the intraday chart, the red volume bar, representing buying power, remained high, as if supported by an infinite force. Every large order transaction elicited murmurs of admiration and envy from the VIP area. Look! It's coming again! 58.3. The dealer's power is incredible, it's impossible to suppress him. Luckily I followed the trend this morning, I'm sure to reap the benefits. The atmosphere was optimistic. Beads of sweat formed on the forehead of the account manager beside Lin Feng. His eyes would occasionally glance at the trading screen displaying Lin Feng's massive floating losses, then quickly glance away, his face pale. 10 times leverage short selling. Every point increase magnifies the loss tenfold. It had only been a few minutes, and the losses on the books were already staggering. He couldn't help but warn in a trembling voice that only the two of them could hear, Lin, Mr. Lin, is this a correction of strategy? The momentum is too strong. Lin Feng ignored him, not even raising his eyelids, and stared at the screen quietly. His fingers tapped lightly and rhythmically on the edge of the table, as if he was silently counting down. Qin Shi's gaze was drawn to him involuntarily. She looked at Lin Feng's calm, almost apathetic profile, then glanced at the still rising Star Technology on the screen, her brows furrowing slightly. Reason told her that Lin Feng's choice was enormously risky, but his uncanny confidence stirred a sense of absurd anticipation in her heart. At 9:44, the stock price surged to 58.8 yuan, setting a new intraday high. The red volume column rose again. In the VIP area, optimism about Xingyo Technology reached a peak, with several familiar fund managers exchanging determined glances. Just then, the tightly closed heavy soundproof door of the VIP area was suddenly pushed open from the outside by a violent force. "Lin Feng! Come out here!" A shrill, almost cracking female voice, like a poison ice spike, instantly shattered the carefully maintained tranquility and order in the trading area. Everyone's gaze shot towards the door. Suya! Her hair was a mess, her carefully applied eyeliner smudged by tears, leaving 2 dark circles under her eyes. She clutched the dazzling $1 million check tightly in her hand, like a banner of humiliation. She rushed in recklessly, her high heels making a sharp, piercing sound on the mirror-like marble floor, aiming directly at the booth where Lin Feng was sitting, her eyes burning with resentment, humiliation, and a near-mad paranoia. "Lin Feng! What do you mean? 1 million? A breakup fee?" Suya rushed to the booth, her chest heaving violently, her voice distorted with excitement. "What do you take me for? A beggar? Or just some trash you threw away when you got tired of me?" Her appearance and accusation were like a bomb dropped into calm waters. Inside the VIP area, the faces of the suited elites showed astonishment and inquiry, followed by undisguised contempt and a look of anticipation. A buzz of whispers rose. "Security!" The account manager's face changed drastically and he shouted sternly, while trying to step forward to stop Suya. Suya suddenly waved her hand, avoiding the manager. Her red eyes were fixed on Lin Feng's face, and she cried out in tears, "Do you think you are great just because you are rich? Do you think you can humiliate me like this? I tell you, I, Suya, am not someone you can just dump. You must explain it to me today." She waved her arms excitedly, the $1 million check nearly poking Lin Feng in the face. Her eyes swept across the trading screen in front of Lin Feng. When she saw the glaring short sell, Xingyao Technology, 10x leverage, and the bright red negative number next to it, representing a massive floating loss, she felt as if she had grasped some kind of shattering handle. Her voice suddenly rose, filled with malicious pleasure and sarcasm. "Ha! I was wondering why you were so eager to get rid of me. Turns out you took the money and came here to act crazy and seek death. Shorting XYTK? And with 10 times leverage? Lin Feng, open your eyes and look. It's skyrocketing. Skyrocketing. You're going to lose all your money soon. Just wait for bankruptcy. This is retribution for humiliating me." Her shrill voice echoed in the quiet VIP area, carrying a hysterical curse. Everyone looked at Lin Feng with complicated expressions, some gloating, some sympathetic, and most of all, the indifference of a gambler who was about to go bankrupt. Qin Shi also looked at Lin Feng. Despite the dual pressures of this farce and the massive losses, his expression remained impassive. He didn't even glance at the frantic Suya, his gaze fixed on the screen, as if the surrounding commotion had nothing to do with him. That detached calm inexplicably intensified the absurd anticipation within Qin Shi's heart. Lin Feng finally moved. He tilted his head slightly, and for the first time his eyes really fell on Suya's face, which was twisted with resentment. His eyes were as calm as a bottomless cold pool. "Are you done?" His voice was not loud, but strangely it overwhelmed Suya's cries and the whispers around her. It was cold and penetrating. "Security, please ask this lady to leave. She's disturbing me." "Yes. Mr. Lin." The security guards who had been on standby immediately stepped forward and held Suya, who was about to pounce on him, on the left and right. "Let me go. Lin Feng. You bastard. You're going to get what you deserve." Suya's curses were forcibly dragged away, disappearing outside the heavy door. The VIP area finally returned to a semblance of calm, but the atmosphere was even more eerie. Everyone's eyes were focused on Lin Feng and the screen in front of him that displayed Xingyao Technology. Qin Shi's eyes were fixed on the time-sharing chart. The time was 9 hours 45 minutes and 1 second. Sudden. The Xingyao Technology time-sharing line, which was soaring just now, suddenly dropped without any warning. It was like a high-speed train had its brakes slammed on by an invisible force. Immediately afterwards, the green columns of volume on the screen, representing the strength of the selling pressure, erupted like a dormant volcano, instantly exploding with a massive amount of volume. 1, 2, 3, densely packed green columns emerged like a tidal wave. 58.8 yuan. 58.5 yuan. 58 yuan. 57.5 yuan. 57 yuan. The stock price plummeted like an avalanche. The intraday chart, which had been a steep upward trend, instantly turned into a near vertical death plunge. The VIP area, which had just been filled with optimism and envy, suddenly became dead silent. You could hear a pin drop. Everyone was stunned by the sudden, irrational, and precipitous plunge. One moment, they were still discussing how much bonuses they could reap, and the next, they were slapped in the face by the cold reality. Those who held large positions or had just bought at a high price turned pale as paper, their eyes almost popping out of their sockets as they stared at the madly plummeting death curve on the screen, their breathing stagnant. How is this possible? The dealer is selling the goods? A huge amount of selling. It's over. My position. Quick. Close it. The sounds of terrified gasps and gasps rose and fell, spreading across the VIP area like a plague. Xinshi's body suddenly tensed up. Her beautiful eyes, as calm as a deep lake, suddenly contracted, and a light of unbelievable horror erupted from the depths of her pupils. She stared at the timestamp on the screen, which was accurate to the second 9:45. It was exactly the end of the time window when Lin Feng had just issued the short selling order. The plunge came as expected within 3 minutes of his order. Her gaze suddenly turned to Lin Feng. Lin Feng remained calm, as if the terrifying crash on the screen and the panic surrounding him had nothing to do with him. Only the trading interface in front of him, with the once glaring bright red floating loss number, was now changing at a frantic rate, from negative to positive, and the number was rapidly expanding like a snowball. 1 million. 3 million. 8 million. 15 million. 20 million. The terrifying power of 10 times leverage was fully demonstrated in the stock price plunge. When the share price of Xingyao Technology was pressed to the lower limit 10% of 56.6 yuan by a surge of sell orders, the profit figure in Lin Feng's account finally settled at a heart-stopping value, plus 22 million.00. 20 million. In just a few minutes, with a capital of 100 million, 10 times leverage, and precise sniping, he raked in 20 million in profits. Hiss. Inside the VIP area, a clear gasp echoed. Those who had been filled with fear and regret a moment before now looked at Lin Feng with completely different eyes. Shock, awe, disbelief, and even a hint of fear. It was as if they were looking at a god who could control the pulse of the market. Xinshi's gaze slowly shifted from the terrifying profit figures on the screen to Lin Feng's calm face. Her chest rose and fell slightly, her red lips parted, as if she were about to say something, but no words came out. Her beautiful eyes were swirling with unprecedented intense emotions, trembling shock like a raging storm, and a strong desire to explore the unknown power. She looked at Lin Feng as if she was looking at an unfathomable mystery. Bite. A crisp system prompt sound rang in Lin Feng's mind, drowning out all the noise from the outside world. First step into business, mission completed. Profit of 22 million yuan, far exceeding the target. Task rewards are distributed. 110 million yuan of investment funds have been injected into the host account. 2. Skill upgrade, basic business acumen, intermediate business acumen. 3. Free attribute point +1 can be allocated to strength, agility, intelligence, charisma. New mission triggered, famous Riverside. Mission, significantly improve your personal reputation within Binqing's top circles within 3 days. Reputation value 500. Quest reward, a random rare skill, Binjiang Chamber of Commerce purple gold member qualification, attribute point +1. Lin Feng's lips curled up in a barely perceptible arc. He had taken another solid step towards becoming a super rich man. His eyes swept across the massive profits displayed on the screen, finally landing on Xinshi's stunningly beautiful face beside him, which was filled with shock. It seems that someone has already handed over the admission ticket to the top circle. Chapter 8: The first step to become famous in Binjiang. Xinshi's voice was quiet, but like a pebble dropped into a calm lake, it sent silent ripples through the VIP area, freshly reeling from the financial crisis. The gazes of those elites, still trembling over the plummeting stock price of Xingyao Technology or feeling fortunate to have escaped the disaster, were instantly captivated. The eldest daughter of Binqing's richest family, the Qin family, was offering her business card? And to this enigmatic young man who had just staged a stunning comeback? Lin Feng's gaze shifted from the dizzying plus 22 million.00 on the screen to the soft, smooth touch business card Xinsher handed him. It featured a minimalist design, a pure black background, with only the characters Xinsher printed in gilded slender gold script in the center, and her personal number in smaller text below. There was no fancy title, no complex group logo, but this business card itself was one of the most powerful passes to Binqing's elite circles. Lin Feng. He gave his name and reached out to take the card. The delicate texture of the card felt through his fingertips mirrored the feeling she gave him: understated luxury. He didn't offer his own card to exchange, but simply nodded slightly. "Nice to meet you, Miss Qin." This action might seem arrogant to others, but in Qin Shi's eyes, it only confirmed a certain judgment she had in mind. To accept the Qin family's business card so calmly, and to so naturally not respond in kind, meant either that he had an unfathomable background or that he was so confident that he didn't need such worldly labels. Mr. Lin's operation just now was astonishing. Qin Shi's lips curled up in a very faint but real arc. Her calm eyes looked directly at Lin Feng with undisguised inquiry. In 3 minutes, he accurately captured the time when the dealer shipped the goods, even accurate to the second. This is no longer a simple sense of smell. As soon as she finished speaking, the faces of several fund managers and investment bank executives who had been eavesdropping nearby paled even more. Yes, this accuracy was terrifying. It was almost as if they had gotten the dealer's delivery schedule in advance. They looked at Lin Feng with awe mixed with an indescribable fear. "The market has its own laws," Lin Feng said flatly, as if stating a perfectly ordinary fact. "Market makers are human, and as humans, there are patterns to follow." He cleverly avoided the core question of how to capture it, and boiled everything down to insight into market laws. This watertightness only intensified Qin Shi's interest. "Mr. Lin, you are too modest." Qin Shi shook her head slightly, but changed the subject with a hint of just the right worry. "It's just that Xingyuan capital behind Xingyou technology has always been known in Bincheng and even East China for its tough style and revenge. Mr. Lin has gained a lot in this battle today, but also..." She paused, and her unspoken meaning was obvious. "You touched their cake, and it was a big piece, and trouble will probably come soon." Lin Feng didn't even raise his eyebrows, but asked calmly, "Miss Qin seems to know a lot about Xingyuan?" "We're both in Binchang, so it's inevitable that we'll have some business overlap," Qin Shi answered flawlessly. Then, changing the subject, she offered a genuine olive branch. "However, I'm more interested in the 50 million yuan Mr. Lin invested in Green Source New Energy." Chen Jiangwo was a technically savvy guy, but his management skills, hee. She chuckled, her assessment tinged with a hint of upper-class reserve. "Mr. Lin is incredibly courageous, but I wonder if he has a clear vision of Green Source's future technological path and market planning? The new energy sector is a turbulent landscape, no less turbulent than the stock market." She was testing Lin Feng's control over Lu Yuan, testing his true investment intentions, and assessing whether he was worthy of the Qin family's deeper engagement. Under the blue ocean, true treasures often lie. Risks and opportunities always coexist. Lin Feng met her gaze, his deep eyes unflinching. "Dr. Chen is an expert on technical approaches. As for the market and the storms..." His lips curled up ever so slightly. "Ms. Qin, do you think someone who can snatch 20 million in profits in the stock market in an instant would be afraid of storms?" Confidence. Confidence bordering on arrogance. But this confidence, coming from his mouth, coupled with the 20 million profit figure on the screen that hadn't yet been closed and still exuded an astonishing sense of oppression, seemed incredibly solid and irrefutable. Qin Shi was slightly startled, then a flicker of admiration flashed across her eyes. She admired the sharpness backed by strength. Just as she was about to speak, Lin Feng's phone suddenly vibrated. 3 words were jumping on the screen: Chen Jiangwo. Lin Feng gestured to Qin Shi to wait, answered the call, and turned on the hands-free mode. This action itself carried an invisible declaration. "Mr. Lin. Mr. Lin. We did it. We did it." Chen Jiangwo's voice, nearly crackling with excitement, instantly exploded into the quiet VIP area. Trembling with ecstasy, it was incredibly penetrating. Solid-state electrolyte. Data just came out of the lab. Energy density is stabilized at 98% of the theoretical value. Cycle life exceeds 3,000 cycles. "Mr. Lin. We did it. We've broken through the biggest technical bottleneck for mass production." Boom. This news was like dropping another bombshell in the VIP area. The elites who had just recovered from the turbulent waves of the stock market were stunned again. Green Source New Energy? That half-dead little company that relied on empty promises to raise funds? A breakthrough in solid-state battery technology. And a crucial one at that. Energy density 98% of theoretical value. 3,000 cycle life. What does this mean? It means a super product that will revolutionize the existing power battery landscape is about to be released. It means that 50 million yuan investment could instantly swell to 5 billion, 50 billion. Everyone's gaze towards Lin Feng completely changed. If their previous awe stemmed from his unpredictable control over the stock market, now it was mingled with a deep sense of shock and a kind of fervor, like facing the miraculous power of turning stone into gold. Having just raked in 20 million in the financial markets, he now received news of explosive returns from his industrial investments. This wasn't just luck. This was a divine vision. Xinshi's calm eyes were now filled with a truly turbulent wave. She understood the value of this technological breakthrough far better than anyone else. The Qin Group's new energy vehicle division was struggling with a bottleneck in battery technology. If Liyuan's technology was real, her heartbeat suddenly accelerated, and for the first time, she looked at Lin Feng with an unprecedented eagerness. Got it, Dr. Chen. Compared to the excitement on the other end of the phone and in the surrounding environment, Lin Feng's voice was calm, as if he was listening to the weather forecast. The data has been sealed, and I will notify you of the next step. Also, he paused slightly, his eyes sweeping over Xinshi vaguely, prepare a technical briefing with high specifications. There may be important potential partners who need to understand it soon. Yes. Yes. Mr. Lin. I understand. I'll do it right away. Chen Jiangwo responded hurriedly, the excitement in his voice almost breaking through the receiver. Lin Feng hung up the phone, and an eerie silence fell around him. The only sound was the faint hissing of the air conditioner vents and countless extremely complicated gazes focused on him. It seems, Xinshi broke the silence. Her voice remained clear, but less reserved and more solemn. Mr. Lin not only has a keen eye, but also incredible luck. The Qin family misjudged Liyuan's move. She frankly admitted her mistake, her demeanor also remarkable. I wonder if the potential partner Mr. Lin mentioned just now. Lin Feng didn't answer directly, but instead looked at the account manager next to him, who had already been petrified and sweat dripping down his forehead, closed the position. Oh. Yes. Yes. Mr. Lin. The account manager, waking from a dream, tapped away on the keyboard with trembling fingers, quickly executing the order to close the position. The breathtaking profit figure of 20 million on the screen instantly transformed into real, available funds in the account. Put the money in the account, Lin Feng said calmly, then looked back at Xinshi, as if he had just dealt with a trivial matter. Miss Qin, are you interested in new energy? It's not interest, Xinshi straightened her back slightly, the aura of the daughter of the richest man emanating naturally, carrying an unquestionable weight. It's the Qin Group, and they need the most advanced battery technology. Mr. Lin holds 40% of Green Source's shares and possesses such amazing insight. She considered her words carefully. We may have great potential for cooperation. I wonder if Mr. Lin is free tonight. I'm hosting a banquet at the Hentaying Club, and I'd like to have an in-depth discussion with Mr. Lin about the future of new energy. Hentaying Club. Bincheng's most mysterious and highest entry private club, bar none. Those who weren't core members of the top circles didn't even know which way the door opened. Xinshi's move was tantamount to officially opening the door to Bincheng's most core circle to Lin Feng. A suppressed gasp echoed in the VIP area. Everyone's eyes were fixed on Lin Feng, awaiting his response. This wasn't just an invitation, it was a recognition of his status. Lin Feng's gaze lingered for a moment on Xinshi's beautiful and serious face. In his mind, the system's cold prompt sounded again. Ding, famous Riverside, mission progress updated, reputation plus 150 stock market precision sniper plus 100 green source technology breakthrough draws attention plus 80 Xinshi's public invitation equals 33500. His reputation was skyrocketing. He was only one step away from completing the mission. Xinshi's invitation was undoubtedly the key to reaching 500 points. Okay. Lin Feng finally spoke, his voice steady and calm, time and place. Xinshi's eyes flashed with a subtle light, 8 o'clock in the evening, Hentaying Club, Lanyue Hall. I look forward to seeing you, Mr. Lin. Okay. Lin Feng nodded, saying nothing more, and stood up. Almost as if by reflex, the account manager quickly packed up his belongings with the utmost respect, following closely behind him, bending even lower than before. Under the gazes of countless complicated people, Lin Feng calmly walked towards the VIP area exit. The heavy soundproof door slid open silently, and his slender figure disappeared in the bright light outside. It wasn't until he left for half a minute that the oppressive atmosphere in the VIP area suddenly exploded. Oh my God! 20 million! Green Source's technological breakthrough. The eldest daughter of the Qin family has personally invited me. Who the hell is this Lin Feng? Quick! Investigate. Use all your connections to find out. When did such a great god appear in Binchang? Xin Yuan is in big trouble this time. Someone is ripping off leaks right on their doorstep, and there's nothing they can do about it. Green Source. Green Source is about to take off. We must find a way to get on board. Amidst the noisy discussions, Xinsher sat alone in the booth, her fingertips gently stroking the rim of the warm bone china cup, but her gaze was cast in the direction where Lin Feng disappeared. Deep in her calm eyes, unprecedented waves surged. Precise hunting in the financial market, turning everything into gold through industrial investment, swift and decisive measures in the face of provocation, and calmness in the face of the Qin family's olive branch. This man named Lin Feng was like a meteorite that suddenly crashed into the deep pool of Bincheng, stirring up far more than just ripples. She pulled out her phone and dialed an encrypted number. Her voice had returned to its usual coldness, yet it carried a hint of unquestionable determination. Uncle Zhang, use your highest authority. I want all the information on Lin Feng, from birth to present, no matter how big or small. Also, notify everyone that tonight's reception at the Moonlan Hall must be prepared to the highest standards. Also, have all the uncles in charge of the new energy sector at home be present. After hanging up the phone, Xinsher picked up the slightly cold coffee, took a sip, and cast his eyes again on the glaring cliff-like negative line of Xingyao technology on the screen, and on the trading software next to it, Lin Feng's account balance, which had been closed long ago but still exuded a huge deterrent. The sky in Bincheng seems to be really changing. And Xinsher, must be the first person to see the direction of the wind and grab that wind firmly. At the same time, outside the trading center building, in an inconspicuous black car. After being rudely invited out by security, Suya didn't leave. She sat in the car, her soul broken. Her hand still clutched the cold, $1 million check, her nails practically digging into the paper. Humiliation, resentment gnawed at her heart like a venomous snake. She saw with her own eyes the black Rolls-Royce Phantom that Lin Feng drove away slowly. The car windows were closed, and she couldn't even see the man's profile. Lin Feng. Lin Feng. She murmured the name, her tears long gone, leaving only deep resentment. You think you can get rid of me like this? You're dreaming. What I, Suya, can't have, no one else can have. She whipped out her phone, her fingers white from the strain, and pulled out a number marked Wang Xiao. It was another wealthy second-generation kid she'd met at a high-end cocktail party before she met Wan Hao. His family also had some influence, and it was said he had some murky connections in the underworld. The call was connected, and a lazy, somewhat frivolous male voice came out, "Hey, Miss Su? Why did you think of calling me? Did that kid Wan Hao dump you?" Master Wang. Suya's voice was filled with tears, full of grievance and weakness. I was bullied. Not only did he humiliate me, he also made me lose everything. Oh? Who is so bold? How dare you bully my friend Wang Peng? The male voice on the other end of the phone was a little interested. His name is Lin Feng. A bastard who suddenly became rich. Suya gritted her teeth and said the name. He is in Bincheng now. He drives a Rolls-Royce and lives in the Cloud-Top Palace. Mr. Wang, he is very rich, but he has no foundation. I know a lot about him. As long as you help me vent this anger, whatever you want. I can do it. Her voice was very low, full of hints. There was silence for a few seconds on the other end of the line, followed by a low, playful laugh. Lin Feng? Cloud-Top Palace? Interesting. Okay, Miss Su, I'll do you a favor. Let's meet at night tonight to discuss. Let's see how powerful this upstart is, daring to touch someone I, Wang Peng, have set my sights on. The phone call was hung up. Suya held the phone, and a twisted look of satisfaction finally appeared on her face. Lin Feng, you are unkind, don't blame me for being unjust. The water in Bincheng is deep. Do you have money? I want to see if your money can buy your life. She looked at the trading center building, a symbol of wealth and power, with eyes as vicious as a snake. A storm was brewing silently. Lin Feng already held the ticket to Bincheng's elite social scene, but he wasn't the only one coveting it. And the venomous snake in the shadows quietly bared its fangs. Chapter 9 Cloudtop Undercurrent. Moonlan Hall. It's more like a crystal palace suspended in the clouds than a banquet hall. The vast dome, constructed from a special glass material, offers a glimpse of the vast galaxy, seemingly within reach. Underfoot, the transparent, high-strength glass floor reveals the dazzling lights of Bincheng below, like flowing molten gold, outlining the city's magnificent skyline. The air is filled with a delicate, top-quality incense, a blend of cedar and cold spring water, silently proclaiming the uniqueness of this place. The moment Lin Feng stepped into the hall, several gazes focused on him like searchlights. These gazes came from just a handful of people in the room, yet they represented the highest levels of power and wealth in Bincheng and even East China. They sat or stood, their postures seemingly relaxed, but the stern aura of someone long in high positions made the entire space seem particularly solemn. Qinshi stood beside the main seat, wearing a moon-white, modified cheongsam with dark cloud embroidery, which perfectly set off her cool and elegant temperament. Seeing Lin Feng, a subtle light flashed in her eyes, and she took 2 steps forward to greet him. "Mr. Lin, welcome." "Ms. Qin." Lin Feng nodded slightly, his eyes calmly sweeping over the people in the hall. There were 3 men and 2 women. An old man with gray hair and a gaunt face sat at the head of the table, his eyes sharp as an eagle, and he exuded a sense of authority without even getting angry. He was none other than Qin Zhengfeng, the helmsman of the Qin Group. To his left was a graceful and well-maintained middle-aged beauty, whose eyebrows bore a resemblance to Qin Shi. To his right were 2 middle-aged men with powerful auras. One had a shrewd look, revealing the sharpness of a businessman. The other was a bit more composed, with the rigor of a technical expert. There was also a young woman in a Chanel suit, delicately made up, whose eyes flickered between Qin Shi and Lin Feng, with undisguised scrutiny and a hint of barely perceptible jealousy. Qin Shi was about to introduce him when Qin Zhengfeng, who was sitting in the main seat, spoke slowly. His voice was not loud, but it had an unquestionable penetrating power that instantly suppressed all the subtle sounds in the hall. "Lin Feng?" His gaze was like substance, falling on Lin Feng with scrutiny and evaluation, as if he wanted to penetrate the skin and see the essence underneath. "Mr. Qin." Lin Feng responded neither humbly nor arrogantly, without any extra movements. He just stood there calmly, allowing the extremely oppressive gaze to scrutinize him. "Sit down." Qin Zhengfeng uttered only one word in a commanding tone. Lin Feng followed Qin Shi's instructions and sat down at the guest of honor seat, his movements calm and without any restraint or flattery. "I heard from Shi that you accurately shorted Xingyao Technology, which is managed by Xin Yuan Capital, in the stock market in just 3 minutes. Qin Zhengfeng said straight to the point, his eyes sharp as a knife. 10 times leverage, and you made 20 million? As soon as these words were spoken, the gazes of the other people in the hall instantly became more intense, especially the middle-aged man with shrewd eyes and the young woman with exquisite makeup. "Luck." Lin Feng picked up the tea served by the waiter, took a sip, and spoke in a calm tone, as if he was talking about the weather. "Luck?" The middle-aged man on Qin Zhengfeng's left, Qin Hongyu, the vice president of Qin Group in charge of investment business, couldn't help but sneer, with obvious doubt. Xingyao Technology's performance that day was perfect within half an hour of opening. Countless technical indicators pointed to a strong rise. Mr. Lin's word luck is too much of an understatement, right? Or does Mr. Lin have some unknown information channels? He deliberately emphasized the word unknown, his eyes full of inquiry and suspicion. "Second uncle." Qin Shi frowned slightly and was about to speak. Lin Feng had already put down his teacup and turned his gaze towards Qin Hongyu, a faint smile on his lips. "Vice President Qin, what kind of information channel do you think can accurately predict the dealer's shipment to the second?" Qin Hongyu was choked and his face darkened slightly. "All right, Hongyu," Qin Zhengfeng, who was sitting at the main seat, said calmly, stopping the argument, but his gaze remained fixed on Lin Feng. "The stock market is treacherous and unpredictable, and personal tactics are beyond the reach of outsiders. What I'm more concerned about," he suddenly changed the subject, like a sword unsheathed, pointing directly to the core issue, "is Lu Yuan New Energy. That nerd Shin Jiangwo announced this afternoon that their solid-state electrolyte has achieved a breakthrough, with an energy density of 98% and a cycle life of 3,000 times. Mr. Lin, you invested 50 million, representing a 40% stake. Is this news true?" This question, like a boulder dropped into a calm lake, instantly captured the attention of everyone in the room. Even the previously silent and composed technical expert, Qin Group's chief technology officer Zhao Buiyuan, suddenly raised his head and stared intently at Lin Feng. If this technology were true, it could revolutionize the entire new energy industry. Its value far surpassed the 20 million yuan reported on the stock market. Qin Shi's heart was also slightly lifted. Although she chose to invite Lin Feng, the authenticity and maturity of this technological breakthrough were also key points that she needed to confirm. Everyone's eyes were focused on Lin Feng, waiting for his answer. The air in the hall seemed to freeze. Lin Feng met Qin Zhengfeng's sharp gaze, his face still expressionless. He spoke calmly, "The data is stored in the Green Source Laboratories' encrypted server, and is supervised by my people. If Mr. Qin has any doubts," he paused, his eyes sweeping over Zhao Buiyuan, "you can send Director Zhao to lead the team to verify it." However, he changed the subject with a hint of unquestionable firmness. "Before the technical verification, I would like to ask Mr. Qin and everyone to look at something." He took out his mobile phone and quickly operated a few times on the screen with his fingertips. With a soft ding-dong sound, the huge projection screen in front of Qin Zhengfeng lit up instantly. On the screen, a screenshot of an encrypted email appeared. The sender was from an unfamiliar overseas address, but the recipient was Qin Honyu's private email address. The email was written in encrypted code, but the translation was clearly marked below. Target: Green Source New Energy's core solid-state battery experimental data. Reward: $20 million. Operation codename: Shadow. Boom. The entire Moon Lawn Hall seemed to be thrown into a vacuum. Dead silence. Absolute dead silence. The doubt and hint of arrogance on Qin Honyu's face froze instantly, then turned into disbelief and horror, followed by a huge panic. His face turned from red to white, and then from white to blue in just a second. His lips trembled, and his fingers unconsciously gripped the armrests of the chair, his knuckles turning white from the force. This is impossible. It's fake. This is fake. Qin Hongyu stood up suddenly, his voice shrill and distorted with extreme shock, anger, and fear. His fingers were shaking as he pointed at the projection screen. "Lin Feng. What do you mean by this? It's a frame-up. It must be a frame-up." He looked at Qin Zhengfeng in frustration. "Dad. Don't believe him. This is his conspiracy. He wants to sow discord." The moment the email's contents were projected onto the screen, Qin Zhengfeng's expression darkened, like the leaden clouds before a storm. He didn't look at the distraught Qin Hongyu. His hawk-like eyes were fixed on the projected screenshot, a raging rage and a hint of icy disappointment swirling in his depths. Qin Shi was also stunned. She had never expected Lin Feng to drop such a bombshell in such a thunderous manner in such a situation. And it was directed at her second uncle, Qin Hongyu. Her eyes flickered between the projection and Lin Feng's calm face, a turbulent wave in her heart. How had he obtained such an encrypted email? This method was simply appalling. Even more terrifying than his precise sniping in the stock market. The graceful and beautiful woman, Qin Shi's mother Lu Yunwei, also put away her gentleness at this moment. Her eyes became as sharp as a knife and she looked coldly at the distraught Qin Hongyu. Technical expert Zhao Buiyuan was shocked and terrified, looking at Qin Hongyu with anger. If the core data was truly stolen, it would be a devastating blow to Qin's entire new energy strategy. The young woman with exquisite makeup, Qin Shi's cousin Qin Yue, was also stunned at the moment. The look she gave Lin Feng was full of fear and a hint of twisted pleasure. Falsification? Lin Feng's voice broke the suffocating silence. He continued to sit there, his posture relaxed, as if he had just presented an ordinary document. The email server is located in an encrypted node in the Caribbean, which is indeed difficult to track. However, he changed the subject, his gaze like an icy probe, piercing Qin Hongyu. Last Wednesday at 3 p.m., Vice President Qin met with a foreign individual using the alias Johnson in the top suite of the Haiyan private club for over 2 hours. Do you need me to provide the club's surveillance footage and information on the true identity of Johnson Viper, a senior member of the international corporate espionage organization Dark Web Snake? Every word was like a heavy hammer, hitting Qin Hongyu's heart hard. His body shook violently, his face instantly turning pale, beads of sweat dripping down his forehead. He opened his mouth, a hoarse sound emanating from his throat, but no words came out. Lin Feng not only knew the email, but also the time and place of the secret meeting, the other party's alias, and even his true identity. This was beyond the scope of a simple investigation. This was simply omniscience. Fear, like an icy poisonous snake, instantly wrapped around Qin Hongyu's heart, almost suffocating him. Enough! Qin Zhengfeng slammed his hand on the table, making a dull thud. He suddenly stood up, and a terrifying pressure from his longtime superior instantly spread out, causing the temperature in the entire hall to drop sharply. He stared at the pale Qin Hongyu, his eyes filled with pain, anger, and cold determination. Evil creature. Get out. Now. Right now. Without my permission, you are not allowed to step out of Nanshan Villa. Dad. Qin Hongyu wanted to argue. Get out. Qin Jingfeng's voice was like the cold ice of the underworld, carrying with it unquestionable wrath of thunder. Qin Hongyu shuddered, his last bit of strength drained from him. Under his father's gaze, which threatened to tear him apart, he collapsed completely, like a lost dog, as two black-suited bodyguards appeared at the door and escorted him out. His back was a scene of dejection and despair. The hall fell into a dead silence once again, the atmosphere oppressive and suffocating. Qin Jingfeng's chest heaved violently, clearly furious. Lu Yunwei gently held her husband's hand, silently soothing him. Zhao Boyuan and Qin Yue dared not breathe. Only Lin Feng was still sitting there calmly, as if the thrilling family scandal just now had nothing to do with him. Qin Shi took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing the turmoil in her heart. She looked at Lin Feng with a complex gaze. There was shock, fear, gratitude, and even more trepidation and concern. She finally understood the true meaning of Lin Feng's words, beneath the blue sea lie treasures, but also storms. He had not only brought revolutionary technology, but also, in this earth-shattering way, eliminated a huge internal hidden danger for the Qin family. This welcome gift was truly enormous. It was so important that the entire Qin family owed him a huge favor. Mr. Lin, Qin Zhengfeng slowly sat back in the main seat, his voice carrying a hint of fatigue, yet unusually solemn. He looked at Lin Feng with eyes that no longer contained any scrutiny, only solemnity and a barely perceptible awe. The Qin family owes you an explanation, and a huge favor. I will personally handle Hongyu's affairs and give you, and Levaiyuan, a satisfactory answer. Levaiyuan's technology is something the Qin family is determined to acquire. The terms of cooperation are set by Mr. Lin. As long as they are within a reasonable range, the Qin family will not hesitate. This is almost the highest promise that the head of the Qin family can make. It means that the Qin family will tie Lin Feng to the chariot at any cost. Lin Feng nodded slightly, not surprised by the result. He was about to speak when the system prompt sounded in his mind. Ding, famous in Binjiang, mission completed. Reputation plus 200 exposing the Qin family's internal spy caused a huge stir plus 100 gaining Qin Jingfeng's public commitment and respect equals 63500. Exceeded target. Task rewards are distributed. 1. Random rare skill extraction in progress. Congratulations to the host for obtaining Crisis Warning Basic. Crisis Warning Primary generates a vague intuitive sense of a major crisis, physical or commercial, about to befall the host or a designated target, providing a 5-30-second advance warning. Cooldown, 24 hours. 2. The Binjiang Chamber of Commerce's Purple Gold Member Qualification Card has been issued to the system space. 3. Free attribute point plus 1. Please assign it as soon as possible. New quest triggered, Giant Crocodile's Fangs. Mission: disrupt Xinyuan Capital's retaliatory actions against the host and inflict severe damage. The degree of damage must meet the system's criteria. Quest reward: skill upgrade point x1, Quantum Computing Laboratory construction blueprint incomplete, attribute points plus 2. Crisis warning? Retaliation from Xinyuan Capital? Lin Feng sneered inwardly. As expected, if you beat the dog, the owner will jump out. Just at this moment. Buzz buzz. Lin Feng's phone vibrated rapidly. 2 words flashed on the screen: Zhang Long. Longwei Security's bodyguard. Lin Feng frowned slightly as his newly acquired Crisis Warning Basic passive ability triggered. A faint yet distinct chill, like an icy needle, instantly pierced the back of his neck. The target was Yunding Palace. Almost at the same time, he answered the phone. Zhang Long's voice, with an unprecedented solemnity and a hint of metallic coldness, came through the receiver, making the entire Lan Yu Hall seem to feel a sense of solemnity and murderousness. Mr. Lin. The Yunding Palace was forcibly invaded. They were well prepared, well equipped, and well trained. We repelled the first wave, but they have backup. Their target is clear: the penthouse. The Green Source Technology Core data backup hard drive you left in the safe is their primary target. Also, Zhang Long paused, his voice filled with cold anger. The leader of the enemy said they came to say hello to you on behalf of Miss Suya. Suya. This name was like a cold bolt of lightning, splitting the atmosphere in the Lan Yu Hall that had just calmed down a little. Qin Shi's expression suddenly changed. Qin Jingfeng's eyes flashed with coldness. Lu Yunwei, Zhao Boyuan, and the others were even more horrified. Breaking into Yunding Palace? Well equipped? Their clear target: Lu Yuan's core data and Lin Feng himself? And, surprisingly, it involved Suya, Lin Feng's ex-girlfriend, who was sent away with $1 million. This has gone beyond the scope of commercial competition. It's a naked, insane armed attack. It's a violation of the bottom line of security in Beijing's top circles. Lin Feng gripped the phone, his knuckles turning slightly white from the strain. For the first time, his unparalleled, handsome face lost its usual calm, replaced by an icy chill. Deep within his dark pupils, it felt as if a storm was silently gathering and compressing, brewing a devastating thunderbolt. He slowly stood up, his movements not swift, yet carrying with him a terrifying pressure that froze the entire space. He didn't look at anyone, only at the phone. His voice was as calm as the frozen Siberian soil, and every word was icy. Zhanglong, guard the hard drive. Leave the people alive. Especially, the one who said hello on behalf of Suya. I'll be there in a minute. After saying that, he hung up the phone and glanced at Qin Zhengfeng, who had a serious expression on his face, and Qinshi, who had shock, anger, and worry in her eyes. Mr. Qin, Miss Qin, it seems that tonight's banquet has to end early. Lin Feng's voice was still calm, but the murderous intent that was surging beneath the calmness and was enough to freeze the soul made all the experienced bosses present feel a palpitation. Xin Yuan? Suya? Lin Feng's lips curled up in an extremely cold arc, like the scythe raised by the god of death. Very good. It's a good time to settle all the old and new accounts together. He said no more, turned around, and strode out of the hall. The hem of his black suit cut a cold arc, and his back stood tall like a peerless warrior unsheathed, carrying with it a resolute momentum to slash through all obstacles and crush all enemies. Qinshi watched his back disappear through the heavy hall door, her heart beating uncontrollably. She suddenly looked at her father. Dad. Yunding Palace. Qin Zhengfeng's face turned ashen, his eyes gleaming coldly. Xin Yuan, how dare you? Do you really think my Qin family is just a decoration? He suddenly grabbed the intercom on the table and shouted like the clanging of metal, Qin Wei. Call up the shadow guards. Immediately seal off all entrances and exits of Yunding Palace. Target, all armed intruders. Remember, Mr. Lin must be captured alive. Especially the leader. Capture him alive. Also, find out. Where is Suya now? Dig deep into the ground and dig her out. The order was issued, carrying with it the immense rage of the Qin family's leader. Under the tranquil night of Binchang, a storm ignited by Suya's resentment and driven by Xin Yuan capital's greed, brazenly collided with the iceberg Lin Feng and the completely enraged Qin family behemoth. A three-way collision is bound to result in a river of blood. Lin Feng's cold words, like a final judgment, echoed in Qin Shi's ears. It's a good time to settle all the old and new accounts together. Chapter 10 Blood in Fire Cloudtop. The weightlessness brought by the elevator car's rapid descent felt like an invisible hand gripping my heart. The cold metal wall quickly passed by my eyes, a blurry reflection. Lin Feng leaned against the cold wall, his face expressionless. Only in those deep eyes, a frozen murderous intent spread silently like a tangible cold current. Bite. With a slight sound, the elevator paused briefly on an intermediate floor. As the heavy metal door slid open a crack, two pitch-black muzzles, equipped with silencers, shot in like the tongues of venomous snakes, carrying a deadly chill. Crisis warning primary passive trigger. Buzz. A cold, stinging sensation, like a steel needle, pierced Lin Feng's temple precisely, pointing directly to the door. Time seemed stretched. The flames from the guns flashed before my eyes in slow motion. Two scorching bullets tore through the air, whistling with death as they spiraled into the elevator car. Lin Feng's body reacted almost instinctively the moment he felt the warning sting. He didn't retreat, but instead lunged forward like a cheetah, gathering all its strength. He almost slid onto the icy ground. Puff! Puff! The two bullets grazed the back of his head and spine, and pierced into the compartment wall behind him, making a dull metallic impact sound and leaving two hideous dents. At the moment when Lin Feng's body slid out of the elevator doorframe, his right leg curled up on the ground swung like a scorpion's tail, and with the explosive force of his whole body, it swept fiercely on the ankle of the gunman on the left side outside the door. Snap! The teeth-grinding sound of bones cracking could be clearly heard. Ah! The gunman on the left let out a short howl, lost his balance instantly, and fell forward. Lin Feng's movements didn't falter. Using the reaction force of his leg sweep, his body suddenly sprang up like a spring. Before the gunman's horrified gaze could focus, Lin Feng swooped down like a ghost. His left hand quickly grasped the man's wrist, his 5 fingers twisting like steel pliers. Crack! Broken wrist bones. Ah! Just as the shrill scream came out, Lin Feng's right elbow followed closely and hit his Adam's apple fiercely. After a dull impact, the scream stopped abruptly. The gunman's eyes bulged out, blood foamed from his mouth, and his body collapsed limply. Lin Feng snatched the submachine gun from the opponent's hand. The touch of the cold metal made his eyes even colder. He didn't even glance at the two enemies on the ground who had instantly lost their fighting ability. Like a predatory beast, he pounced on the gunman on his left who had just been knocked down by him and was struggling to get up. The heavy butt of the submachine gun hit the opponent's neck with a whistling sound. Puff! Amid the dull sound of bones cracking, the gunman didn't even groan. His body twitched violently a few times and then he became completely motionless. The entire process took place in a flash. From the elevator doors opening to the two gunmen being killed, it took only 2 or 3 seconds. Lin Feng's movements were swift, precise, and ruthless, without a single unnecessary flourish. Each strike was aimed squarely at the vital point, with the brutal efficiency of a return from the battlefield. He grabbed the submachine gun he'd seized and quickly checked the magazine. It was half full. A cold, murderous intent enveloped him like a physical armor. He leaned against the corner of the wall outside the elevator door, his crisis alert, vigilantly scanning his surroundings like an invisible radar. Rapid footsteps echoed from further down the hallway. It was clear the previous movement had alerted other enemies. At this moment, Zhang Long's voice, suppressed but still calm, came from the micro-communicator on his ear. "Mr. Lin. The enemy's firepower is too strong. They have heavy weapons. We are pinned down in the study. The hard drive is safe for now. But the enemy is storming. They used directional blasting. The corridor wall has been blown open. We can't hold on any longer." Directional blasting? Lin Feng's pupils suddenly contracted. This was no longer an ordinary armed attack, this was a forced demolition. "Hold on." Lin Feng's voice was as cold as iron. "I'll be there soon." He no longer hesitated, and rushed out from behind the cover like an arrow from a bow. The submachine gun in his hand spewed out deadly flames. Dud-did-day. Dud-did-day. Accurate bursts of fire. The two gunmen who had just appeared at the end of the corridor fell down. Lin Feng's figure was as fast as a ghost under the dim emergency lights, sometimes tumbling, sometimes stopping suddenly, the weapon in his hand like the scythe of the Grim Reaper. Every brief pause was accompanied by the enemy's screams and collapse. Bullets whizzed past him, hitting the walls and marble floor, splashing strings of sparks and gravel dust. Like a lightning that tore through the darkness, he charged towards the duplex study on the top floor, paving the way with blood. Top floor duplex, study area. The place had become a brutal battlefield. Priceless mahogany bookcases were riddled with bullet holes, and precious ancient books and artworks were reduced to shattered fragments. The air was thick with smoke, the smell of blood, and the dust from the blasted walls. Zhang Long leaned against the wreckage of a massive, overturned mahogany desk, serving as his final cover. His left arm drooped limply, blood soaking through his black combat uniform and dripping from his fingertips. A noticeable bullet hole pierced his right shoulder, blood staining half his body. His face was pale, his lips chapped from blood loss, but his eyes remained sharp as an eagle's. The muzzle of the assault rifle in his hand burned hot, and each short burst of fire accurately suppressed the approaching enemy. Behind him, 2 other Dragon Guard members were equally wounded. One had been shot in the abdomen, his face pale as he was tightly wrapped in a tactical bandage. The other had suffered a bruise in his right leg from the blast, making movement difficult. Yet, they stubbornly held the last narrow doorway leading from the study to the inner core area where the safe was located. Boom! Another dull explosion. This time, it exploded directly at the load-bearing wall on the other side of the study leading to the corridor. Brick and concrete fragments flew like a rainstorm. The powerful shockwave shattered the already shaky bunker even further. Ahem! Zhang Long coughed violently from the dust, his vision blackening. Through the thick smoke and dust, he saw at least 7 or 8 well-equipped figures in black combat uniforms and night vision goggles. Like jackals smelling blood, they swarmed in from the gaping hole created by the explosion. The leader was an exceptionally large figure with a sinister grin on his face. He held a light machine gun, the black muzzle pointed directly at their hiding area. "Hand over the hard drive. I'll leave you with your whole body." The burly leader's voice was hoarse and cruel, with a sense of confidence and victory. Zhang Long gritted his teeth, a look of determination flashing in his eyes. He suddenly raised his assault rifle, ready for a final stand. The other 2 team members also struggled to raise their weapons. Just at this moment. Da-da-da-da-da. A burst of extremely violent submachine gun fire, like the roar of the god of death, suddenly rang out from the main entrance of the study leading to the corridor. The sound was so dense and violent that it instantly drowned out all the noise of the battlefield. The incoming militants were caught off guard. The two at the end of the group didn't even have time to scream before they were torn to pieces by the metal storm that attacked from behind. A mist of blood and shredded flesh exploded in an instant. Behind. Be careful behind. The burly leader turned around in horror. Amidst the thick smoke and dust, a figure, like a demon from hell, charged through the main gate. He was covered in blood so thick it was hard to tell if it was the enemy's or his own. His black suit was already tattered, but his eyes, as cold as ice for 1,000 years, burned with a rage that burned everything. It was Lin Feng. The muzzle of the submachine gun in his hand sprayed long tongues of fire, and the bullets poured out like water. Precise, efficient, and ruthless. He made no tactical evasive maneuvers, just facing the flying bullets, crushing forward like a bulldozer. Puff, puff, puff. The sound of bullets piercing flesh was incessant. The unsuspecting militants fell like wheat being cut down. Some tried to turn around and fight back, but as soon as they raised their guns, they were shot in the head by faster bullets. Stop him. Stop him quickly. The burly leader was terrified. He fired at Lin Feng frantically and retreated in horror. However, Lin Feng was too fast. He emptied the magazine of his submachine gun and threw it away without stopping. He rolled like a cheetah, avoiding a string of deadly machine gun bullets and instantly closing in on an enemy who was trying to reload. With his left hand, he yanked the tactical dagger from the opponent's waist with lightning speed, and a cold light flashed. Swish! The sharp blade precisely slashed across the opponent's carotid artery, and boiling blood gushed out like a fountain. Without even glancing at the fallen enemy, Lin Feng snatched the assault rifle from his hand and fired again. His movements were smooth and flowing, like a killing machine. The remaining militants in the study completely collapsed. They had never seen such a terrifying presence before. This wasn't a human at all. It was a devil. A killer. Fear instantly crushed their resolve, and some began to desperately flee towards the blasted hole in the wall. Want to run? Lin Feng's voice was as cold as if it came from the netherworld. The assault rifle in his hand seemed to have eyes, and his precise bursts of fire harvested every back that tried to turn around. Da! 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 Amidst the dull sound of gunfire, the fleeing enemies fell to the ground one after another as if they were hit by an invisible hammer. In a flash, of the 7 or 8 militants who had rushed in, only the burly leader holding the light machine gun remained. He was locked in place by Lin Feng's tangible murderous intent. His entire body stiffened, and his hand gripping the machine gun trembled uncontrollably. He looked at the corpses scattered on the ground and Lin Feng, who seemed to be walking out of a sea of blood, and the overwhelming fear almost suffocated him. You, don't come over here. He roared fiercely but weakly, pointing the gun at Lin Feng randomly. Lin Feng approached him step by step, his steps steady and steady, each step like stepping on the opponent's heart. He ignored the black muzzle of the gun, and his cold gaze was like a scalpel, cutting into the burly leader's face. Say hello to Suya? How much did she give you to buy my life? I don't know what you are talking about. The burly leader's eyes flickered and cold sweat covered his forehead. Don't know? Lin Feng's mouth curled up with a cruel arc, and he kept walking. Stop. If you come any closer, I'll shoot. The burly leader nervously pulled the trigger. Just when his nerves were stretched to the limit and his finger was about to snap. Whoosh! An inaudible sound of breaking through the air. The burly leader felt a sudden numbness in his wrist, as if stung by a scorpion. The intense pain made him involuntarily loosen his grip on the gun. The light machine gun fell to the ground with a clang. He looked down in horror, only to see a small, delicate dart with a red tassel on its end stuck in his right wrist. As thin as a willow leaf, its blade shone a cold blue light under the emergency lighting. Immediately afterwards, several ghostly figures silently slid in from the blasted hole in the wall. They wore tight-fitting black combat uniforms, their faces covered by black masks devoid of any markings, revealing only a pair of cold, sharp, emotionless eyes. With swift, silent movements, they instantly occupied several key strategic positions within the study, their weapons locked onto the only enemy still standing, the burly leader. Their presence carried a suffocating sense of oppression born of sheer strength and icy discipline. Qin family shadow guard. Here we are. The burly leader looked at these killers who seemed to have walked out of the shadows, then looked at the strange dart on his wrist, and finally looked at Lin Feng, who was approaching step by step like a demon. The huge fear finally completely destroyed his will. "Don't kill me. I'm telling you. It's Xin Yuan. It's Xin Yuan's Vice President Luo. He gave me $2 million. He told me to take people to steal the hard drive. And he even said he wanted to kill you." He screamed in despair, his body shaking like a sieve. "Suya! It was that woman Suya. She found one of our peripheral members and pulled the strings. She said you knew too much about her and that you had to die. She also said that after the deed was done, she just wanted to see you die with her own eyes. She doesn't want the technology in the hard drive, it'll all belong to us. She's waiting in Wang Peng's car downstairs. Wang Peng is Xin Yuan Vice President Luo's nephew." Finally vomited it out. Lin Feng stopped in front of the burly leader and looked down at him with eyes that were ice cold without a trace of warmth. Just at this moment, "Mr. Lin." Zhang Long forced himself to stand up, his voice tinged with anxiety and weakness. "The safe shows signs of being tampered with. They might have used a high-frequency decoder. The hard drive is still there, but I don't know if the data has been copied." Lin Feng turned his head abruptly and looked at the door leading to the core area deep in the study. His eyes instantly became extremely sharp. Almost at the same time as Zhang Long finished speaking. Boom! A roar, 10 times more terrifying than any previous explosion, suddenly erupted from beneath the building. Like the roar of an ancient beast, the entire Yunding Tiangong building shook violently. The ceiling chandelier swung wildly, and cracks on the walls spread like spiderwebs. A massive shockwave, swirling with smoke and dust, surged upward from below. "What's going on?" Qin Shi's shocked and angry voice came through the communicator, accompanied by strong interference noise. It was obvious that the explosion below had seriously affected the communication. A shadow guard quickly approached the edge of the blown hole in the wall, glanced down, and then reported in a cold, calm voice, "Miss, there's been a violent explosion in the underground parking lot on the second floor. Preliminary diagnosis, a car bomb. The target is suspected to be Wang Peng's vehicle. The impact area is extremely large." "Wang Peng's car? The car with Suya in it?" Lin Feng's eyes narrowed. "Suya? Was she trying to destroy the body? Or was she being silenced? NE. Take people down immediately. Control the scene. Search for survivors. Especially Suya. If she's dead, we must see her alive." Qin Shi's cold voice came intermittently from the communicator with an unquestionable command. "Yes." The leading shadow guard responded and waved his hand. Several black shadows quickly disappeared from the blown hole in the wall as if blending into the night. The study was a mess, thick with smoke. Lin Feng stood there, body scattered and blood flowing at his feet. His face was stained with the blood of the enemy, but his eyes were as cold as a polar glacier. Zhang Long, supported by his teammates, struggled to stand. "Mr. Lin." Zhang Long's voice was hoarse and full of guilt. "We failed in our duty." Lin Feng withdrew his gaze from the direction of the explosion below and fell on Zhang Long's pale face, then swept over the team members beside him who were also scarred but still had their backs straight. "You did a great job." His voice, though still cold, warmed for the first time. "Securing the hard drive is the most important thing. Go tend to the wound." He walked up to the burly leader, whose wrist was nailed by a dart and who was lying on the ground with a pale face, and slowly squatted down. The burly leader was so frightened that he almost fainted as he watched Lin Feng's blood-stained, devil-like face approaching. Lin Feng extended his hand, but did not touch him. He locked his eyes with a cold gaze. "Vice President Luo? Suya? Wang Peng? Very good." He stood up and spoke into the communicator. His voice was terrifyingly calm, yet contained a chill that could freeze the soul. It reached the ears of Qin Shi and all the shadow guards clearly. "Miss Qin, please send this guest to a quiet place. I will personally entertain him. Also, Xin Yuan Capital, and that Vice President Luo. It's dawn, time to go bankrupt." Chapter 11: Dawn of Reckoning. As the burly leader was dragged away like a dead dog by 2 shadow guards, his crotch soaked, his throat rasping with gasps, his will to resist completely gone. The study was thick with the combined odors of gunpowder, blood, and wall dust, as if he had just experienced a miniature hell. Under the pale light of the emergency lights, the scene was devastated. Lin Feng stood in the shambles, oblivious to the chaos around him. He walked directly to the solid alloy door on the inner side of the study, the core area where the safe was located. There were several fresh cut marks on the door, deep into the metal. It was obvious that the other party had used some powerful demolition equipment, but ultimately failed. The high-frequency decoder left traces. Time wasn't enough, so the core lock wasn't breached. Zhang Long, supported by a team member, approached. His voice was weak but clear. He pointed to a small, inconspicuous black box embedded in the wall next to the door lock. The passive defense electromagnetic pulse interference was triggered, and the decoder should have burned out instantly. The hard drive is physically secure, and the data theoretically hasn't been copied, but a deep scan is needed to confirm whether there are any signs of logical infiltration. Do it, Lin Feng said succinctly. Zhang Long immediately signaled the less injured team member next to him to do it. Xinshi's voice came through the communicator with a hint of solemnity. Mr. Lin, the preliminary investigation of the explosion site on the second underground floor has been completed. The power was very large, and the target vehicle was completely disintegrated. Technicians are cleaning up, and currently, no signs of survivors have been found. Wang Ping and Suya are likely dead on the spot. The explosive is a military-grade plastic explosive, detonated remotely. The dust settled. Suya, the woman who had ignited the fuse of all the madness and destruction of the night, along with Wang Peng, the man she had clung to, vanished with a resounding bang, reduced to a wisp of smoke and a streak of wreckage beneath the night sky of Binchang. Her resentment, greed, and unwillingness ultimately resulted in such a hasty and complete end. Lin Feng was silent for a few seconds. There was no pleasure or regret, only a cold, natural selection indifference. She had chosen this path, and the outcome was already predetermined. Xin Yuan's work, he asked. The method is professional, and they are undoubtedly silencing the witness. Xinshi's voice was cold. Wang Peng is Luo Yongjian's nephew, and Suya is the last witness to have contact with Luo Yongjian. Luo Yongjian seems to be a venomous snake, and he is cruel to his own people. Then let him and his snake nest disappear together. Lin Feng's tone was as calm as if he was describing tomorrow's weather. He turned away from the ruins, his gaze fixed on the window. A faint pale dawn had appeared on the horizon, piercing the thick darkness. Binchang, this vast wealth machine, was about to awaken. Ms. Qin, Lin Feng's voice came through the communicator, clear and cold, let the market begin. Binchang International Financial Trading Center, top VIP area. The atmosphere here was completely different from when Lin Feng left the previous night. The suppressed shock and awe had been replaced by a tense and frenzied anticipation of impending disaster. On the massive curved screen, the movement of individual stocks was no longer visible, but rather the entire market, several key sectors, and, specifically magnified in the center, the charts of Xin Yuan Capital Holdings XYKG and several of its affiliated core-listed companies. News of last night's brief but brutal armed conflict at Yunding Palace, followed by the earth-shattering explosion in the underground parking lot, swept through Binchang's most elite circles like a hurricane. Although the details were strictly kept secret, the core information that Xin Yuan Capital Vice President Luo Yongjian ordered the armed attack on Lin Feng, intending to seize Lu Yuan's core data and kill and silence him, exploded like a drop of water in boiling oil, instantly detonating. The Qin Group's unprecedentedly tough stance, which came without warning, sounded the clarion call for the impending financial stranglehold. Xinsher sat in a private booth, surrounded by the Qin Group's top financial trading team. She had changed into a sharp, silver-gray business suit. A sleepless night hadn't left much of a mark on her face. Instead, her calm eyes seemed even sharper and more compelling with their focus and determination. The communicator in front of her was in a multi-party encrypted conference. Mr. Qin, all accounts have funds in place, the target pool has been locked, and the short-selling tools are ready. The public opinion team reports that anonymous reports regarding Xin Yuan Capital's illegal fundraising, financial fraud, and collusion with foreign capital to short-sell high-quality domestic assets have been accurately delivered to major financial media outlets and regulatory agencies via 12 different channels, 5 minutes before the market opened. The technical team has confirmed that all abnormal transaction records and evidence chains of funds flow of Xin Yuan Capital and its affiliated companies over the past 3 months have been packaged and encrypted and can be detonated at any time. Within half an hour of the market opening, the 3 international rating agencies we work with will simultaneously downgrade the ratings of XYKG and its affiliates to junk status. The report has been sent. Cold yet efficient instructions were confirmed and fed back one after another. This wasn't a battle, it was a meticulously planned, multi-dimensional, simultaneous war of annihilation. There was only one goal: to uproot Xinyuan Capital and crush it to dust in the shortest possible time. The opening bell rang like a death knell. Action. Xinsher opened her red lips and uttered two cold words. Moment. The air on the top floor of the trading center seemed to be on fire. Countless fingers turned into afterimages on the keyboard. Orders poured into the market like a torrent. On the screen, the candlestick chart representing Xinyuan Capital Holdings XYKG was hit by an unprecedented surge of sell orders during the opening call auction, driving the opening price down by 8%. Panic spreads like a plague. The market opened with a sharp drop. Then, as if responding to some invisible command, the share prices of Xinyuan Capital's affiliated listed companies Yuanyang Tongda, which specializes in port logistics, Jinsher Mining, which handles mineral resources, and the two trust companies that provided them with massive financing guarantees all plummeted like dominoes. 5%. 7%. 10%. Limit down. Another limit down. The company codes representing these companies on the screen were instantly drowned in a dazzling sea of green. Selling orders surged like a flood, while buying orders were as thin as a cicada's wing, instantly swallowed up. Panic selling was completely triggered. What's going on? The Xinyuan Group has collapsed collectively. Quick! Throw it quickly. Oh my god. It's hit the limit down. My position. Bad news. Big bad news. The trading floor erupted in chaos. Ordinary retail investors and small and medium-sized institutions were completely bewildered, and panic spread like wildfire. Only a few sharp-nosed speculators, observing the Qin Group's almost open declaration of war and the sudden onslaught of devastating revelations about Xinyuan Capital, felt a chill run down their spines. They unhesitatingly joined the sell-off, even engaging in reverse short selling to add insult to injury. Meanwhile, within 10 minutes of the opening bell, the doors of the Bincheng Banking and Insurance Regulatory Bureau and the Bincheng Regulatory Bureau of the China Securities Regulatory Commission were swarmed by reporters. Detailed and damning reports of Xinyuan Capital's financial fraud, illegal guarantees, market manipulation, and even suspected money laundering were submitted like snowflakes. The regulatory authorities' phones were instantly flooded with calls. Xinyuan Capital Vice President Luo Yangjian's office and residence have been taken under control by the Economic Investigation Department. 3 subsidiaries of Xinyuan were jointly sealed off by the tax authorities and the Industry and Commerce Bureau for suspected illegal operations. Several banks have announced the suspension of credit to all Xinyuan Group companies and have initiated early loan collection procedures. Explosive official news, like a death spell, spread rapidly through the media and internal channels. Each piece of news was like a heavy hammer, hitting the already collapsed Xinyuan Group stock price, further plunging it into the abyss. Panic erupted into a desperate stampede. Xinyuan Capital Holdings XYKG experienced 2 circuit breakers within half an hour of opening. Its stock price plummeted 8% from the opening bell, plummeting to 35%. Its market capitalization evaporated by nearly half. And this was just the beginning. The stock prices of its affiliated companies were even more devastating, with many stocks halved. This is a financial torture. All round, no blind spots, fast, accurate, and ruthless. Hentang Palace, top-floor duplex. After urgent repairs and cleaning, the huge floor-to-ceiling windows were now clear again. The golden light of dawn streamed in unimpeded, casting a cold, hard sheen on the traces of last night's fierce battle, the bullet holes in the walls, the scratches on the floor, the lingering smell of gunpowder. Lin Feng changed into a simple black cashmere sweater and stood by the floor-to-ceiling window, overlooking the city gradually awakening below. A massive financial crisis was raging in a core area of the city, but here, there was only a dead silence. The tablet in front of him clearly displayed the horrific, precipitous trend of Xinyuan Group stock, as well as a figure in his account that was swelling at an alarming rate. This was the profit he had made from the precise short selling he had initiated, following Qin's lead, far greater than the profits from last night's stock market sniping. Zhang Long's arm was bandaged, his face still pale, but he looked much better. He stood quietly a few steps behind Lin Feng. The other 2 injured team members had been sent to a top private hospital controlled by the Qin family. Mr. Lin, the hard drive deep scan is complete. Zhang Long's voice broke the silence. Confirmed there are no signs of logical infiltration, the data is safe. The passive defense electromagnetic pulse completely burned the intruder's decoder core components, the physical isolation is effective. Yeah. Lin Feng's gaze was still outside the window, as if he had already anticipated the result. Just then, the doorbell rang gently, the voice soft and restrained. Zhang Long immediately glanced warily at the security screen at the entrance. Qin Shi stood alone on the screen, flanked by two waiters carrying delicate, insulated food containers. No one else was there. She had traded in the cheongsam she wore at the banquet last night and the business suit she'd worn this morning for a soft, off-white cashmere coat. Her long hair fell naturally, and a hint of weariness graced her face, a perfectly balanced expression of weariness that only added to her beauty. She was a stark contrast to the Qin family's eldest daughter, the mastermind of the previous night and the powerful figure of the morning. Lin Feng nodded slightly. Zhang Long pressed the button to open the door. The heavy alloy door slid open silently. Qin Shi walked in alone. Two waiters placed the food boxes at the entrance and respectfully withdrew. She took off her coat, revealing a soft turtleneck sweater in the same color underneath, which made her figure even more slender. "Mr. Lin, excuse me." Qin Shi's voice held a hint of the early morning hoarseness. Her gaze swept across the still uncleared mess in the living room and Lin Feng's tall yet distant figure, her eyes complex. "My father asked me to bring over some porridge and side dishes, prepared by the Qin family's private chef. I hope they'll suit Mr. Lin's taste. Also," she paused, her tone becoming more serious, Xinyuan capital's Luo Yongjian was apprehended by police at the airport half an hour ago while attempting to flee the country. The Xinyuan group is finished. If nothing unexpected happens, XYKG will trigger a delisting warning before today's market close. An armed attack against Lin Feng unfolded and concluded in less than 12 hours. The instigators, Su Yat and Wang Peng, were utterly annihilated, while the mastermind, Luo Yongjian, was imprisoned. His vast capital empire, crumbled and obliterated by the precise targeting of the financial markets and the iron fist of regulation, was completely annihilated. This swift and terrifying efficiency silenced the entire Bincheng elite. "Thank you for your hard work, Mr. Qin." Lin Feng turned around, his eyes fell on the food box that Qin Shi brought, and then looked into her slightly tired but still clear eyes. "Miss Qin has also worked hard. Compared to the adventure Mr. Lin went through last night, this little bit of hardship is nothing." Qin Shi shook her head slightly, walked to the huge floor-to-ceiling window, stood side by side with Lin Feng, and looked out at the city below bathed in the morning light. Her gaze fell on the direction of the riverside in the distance, where the magnificent headquarters building of the Qin Group was located. Director Zhao Buiyuan has personally led the core team to verify the technical briefing of Lu Yuan, and the initial feedback is very shocking. There was a hint of uncontrollable excitement in her voice. "My father means that Qin is willing to take over Mr. Lin's subsequent investment share in Lu Yuan with the utmost sincerity, and open up the supply chain and sales channels of all new energy vehicle series under Qin to ensure that Lu Yuan technology can be put into mass production as quickly as possible. The share ratio in specific terms will be determined by Mr. Lin. This is almost handing over half of the Qin's new energy empire, just to bind Lin Feng and Lu Yuan, the super battleship that is about to set sail." Lin Feng didn't respond immediately. His gaze was far-reaching, as if penetrating the city before him and looking into the more distant future. In his mind, the system's cold reminder sounded on time. Ding, crocodile's fangs, mission accomplished. Xinyuan capital suffered a devastating blow, its core figure, Luo Yongjian, was arrested, and the capital empire collapsed. Damage severity determined, S level. Task rewards are distributed. 1. Skill upgrade point X1 can be used to upgrade the host's existing skills. 2. The incomplete blueprints for the quantum computing laboratory have been distributed to the system space. 3. Free attribute points +2. Please assign them as soon as possible. New mission triggered, Throne of Technology. Mission, starting with Green Source New Energy, build the core of a technology group with a valuation exceeding 100 billion yuan within 1 year. Must master at least one disruptive core technology. Mission reward, completed quantum computing laboratory blueprint, primary human potential development potion recipe, attribute points +5. Quantum computing? Human potential development? The system's tentacles have already extended to more cutting-edge and incredible areas. Lin Feng withdrew his gaze and looked at Qin Shi beside him. The golden light of the morning sun outlined her delicate profile and also illuminated the eagerness and anticipation for the future in her eyes. "Shares," Lin Feng finally spoke, his voice calm but full of unquestionable power. "I will retain 30%. The decision-making power of Lu Yuan must be in my hands." Qin Shi's heart trembled. 30%. This was 10% less than Lin Feng's previous 40%. Did this mean that Qin's would hold absolute control? A huge surprise instantly washed over her. But she immediately forced herself to calm down. There was no way Lin Feng would give in so easily. Sure enough, Lin Feng's next words made her pupils shrink suddenly. Qin is responsible for funding, production, and distribution. Liyuan is responsible for R&D and core technology. At the same time, Lin Feng's eyes were as sharp as a knife. I need Qin's resources to build a laboratory for me in the suburbs of Binchang within 3 months. I will give you the drawings and requirements later. A laboratory? Qin Shi's mind raced. Was it for the subsequent development of solid-state batteries? Or did he have something even more astonishing? Besides, Lin Feng's voice interrupted her thoughts. Liyuan is just the starting point. What Qin gets will far exceed your imagination. His words were plain, but with a majestic demeanor that overlooked the future. Qin Shi took a deep breath, suppressing the turmoil in her heart. She didn't ask about the specific purpose of the laboratory, but met Lin Feng's gaze and nodded solemnly. Qin, we will do our best. The sun leaped completely above the horizon, tinting the entire coastal city in a brilliant golden hue. The smoke and blood of last night, the brutal stranglehold of the financial markets, seemed to be quietly washed away by the warm and vibrant morning light. Lin Feng looked at the awakening city under his feet, which was full of infinite possibilities and cruel competition, and a faint arc appeared at the corner of his mouth. The game of the trillionaire has quietly opened a new chapter. The throne of technology is beginning to rise in the morning light. And Binchang, and indeed the entire world, will usher in unprecedented upheaval under his will. Let's eat together? Lin Feng's eyes fell on the exquisite food box, and he made a plain invitation that represented a new beginning. Qin Shi was slightly startled, then smiled, and her cold eyes softened a lot in the morning light. Good. Chapter 12 Blueprint and Cornerstone. The warm congee and side dishes from the Qin mansion's private kitchen soothed the stomach and dispelled the last chill brought by the smoke of war. When the exquisite bone china dishes were silently removed, and only Lin Feng and Qin Shi were left in the study, the air was no longer filled with blood and tension, but with a solemnity and anticipation of a new chapter. What are the specific requirements for the laboratory? Qin Shi said straight to the point, her gaze fixed on Lin Feng. The morning light filtered through the huge French windows, casting a crisscross of light and dark on his sharply defined profile, making him appear even more profound and unfathomable. Lin Feng didn't respond immediately. With a flicker of his mind, the quantum computing laboratory construction blueprint incomplete from the system, like an invisible stream of data, instantly projected into the air before them. The pale blue three-dimensional structure slowly spun, its lines precise and complex, imbued with a technological beauty that transcended its time. A hazy halo enveloped the core area, clearly the missing portion. Even though Qin Shi was accustomed to seeing the Qin Group's cutting-edge R&D centers, her pupils couldn't help but shrink slightly at this moment. The structural layout, protection levels, energy supply requirements, and especially the stringent standards for extreme environments, ultra-low temperatures and electromagnetic shielding shown in the blueprints completely exceeded her understanding of a battery R&D laboratory. This looked more like some kind of national flagship facility conducting cutting-edge basic physics research. Location: in the outer buffer zone of Tsuaping Mountain Nature Reserve, in the far suburbs of Binchang. I'll give you the exact coordinates later. Lin Feng's voice was calm. He tapped his fingertips in the air, and a zoomed-in blueprint revealed detailed requirements for geological stability, electromagnetic cleanliness, groundwater sources, and even the surrounding geomagnetic field. Site area: Phase 1 core area, no less than 300 mu, with space reserved for Phase 2 expansion. Main structure: 7 underground floors, 3 above-ground floors, utilizing military-grade composite armor and an active electromagnetic shielding matrix. Energy: requires an independent micronuclear fusion power station or an equivalent geothermal superconducting array. Each request was like a cold bullet, precisely striking the boundaries of Qin Shi's cognition. Micronuclear fusion? Geothermal superconducting array? This wasn't just a question of money. It was a chasm of technological and resource barriers. Mr. Lin, Qin Shi took a deep breath, suppressing the turmoil in his heart. His tone was extremely serious. With the Qin family's current resources and influence, it is impossible to complete such a laboratory in 3 months. Micronuclear fusion technology alone is under strict national strategic control and is completely inaccessible to the public. The geothermal superconducting array also requires. I'll solve the energy problem, Lin Feng interrupted her, his tone filled with unquestionable certainty. With a flick of his wrist, a diamond-shaped crystal, barely the size of a fingernail and radiating a deep, dark blue luster, appeared in his palm. Nebulae seemed to circulate within the crystal, emitting faint but extremely stable energy fluctuations. This is the prototype. It's a psionic crystal core derived from Green Source's solid-state battery technology. The energy contained in a single standard crystal core is equivalent to the heat released by the complete combustion of 10 tons of standard coal. The output is extremely stable and pollution-free, with a half-life of over 1,000 years. A psionic crystal core? Xinshi's breath instantly stopped. She stared intently at the tiny crystal in Lin Feng's palm, emitting a dreamy blue light. The overwhelming shock left her speechless. Solid-state battery technology had only just achieved a breakthrough, and he had already developed this almost sci-fi, miniature, high-density energy source? This wasn't just about disrupting the battery industry, it was about upending the entire energy landscape. Using this as the core, combined with a specially designed geothermal amplification matrix and a superconducting energy storage and transmission system, it will be sufficient to meet the energy needs of the first phase of the laboratory. Lin Feng put away the crystal core, as if he was just displaying an ordinary item. What Qin needs to do is complete the construction of the main building, basic protection, environmental control system, and peripheral security according to the requirements of the drawings. My people will be responsible for the construction and debugging of the energy core matrix. It took Xinshi a full 10 seconds to digest this information, enough to drive the world's energy giants crazy. She looked at Lin Feng with an extremely complex expression. Awe, shock, and an unprecedented, intense desire to explore the unknown power intertwined. She finally understood the weight of Lin Feng's words. What the Qin family obtains will far exceed imagination. Okay. Xinshi said firmly, without any hesitation. Qin will mobilize all available resources to ensure the completion of the main project within 3 months. I will personally supervise the drawings and ensure they are accurate to the last detail. Yes. Lin Feng nodded, his gaze returning to the spinning blueprint, settling on the hazy glow of the core area. As for the missing part, a deep light flashed in his eyes. We need something to complete it. What is it? Xinshi asked immediately. A material. Lin Feng's voice deepened. A room temperature superconductor with a special quantum topological structure. Codename, Stardust. Room temperature superconductors? Xinshi's heart tightened once again. This was also the holy grail problem that had plagued the physics community for decades. Its significance was no less than that of controlled nuclear fusion. Could it be that the true goal of this laboratory was? A guess so bold that it made her soul tremble came to her mind, but she suppressed it and did not ask it out loud. Stardust. Xinshi chewed on the name, frowning. I've never heard of it. There's almost no relevant research progress in top international journals. Does Mr. Lin have any clues? The clue lies in one person. Lin Feng's gaze seemed to penetrate the wall and look into the unknown distance, a madman who has been exiled by the mainstream academic community. Binchang, southern suburbs. This place is a stark contrast to the bustling city center and the neatly planned high-tech zone. Low, dilapidated houses, haphazard workshops, mountains of industrial waste, and ditches emitting a pungent smell defined the landscape. The air is thick with the pungent aroma of rusted metal, low-quality motor oil, and chemical waste. A low-profile black Audi A8L slowly pulled into this forgotten corner, its presence incongruous and drawing a mix of indifferent and wary glances. Inside the car, Lin Feng closed his eyes, his intermediate business acumen, like an invisible radar, passively scanning the surroundings. Chaos, disorder, a feeble struggle, suppressed talent, a myriad of scents flooded his mind. Mr. Lin, the Xinfa scrap metal recycling station is just up ahead, said Zhang Long, who was driving. The bandage on his arm had been removed, and his movements were still sharp, though there was a subtle hint of solemnity between his brows. According to the clues we found, Dr. Xia Qingyi has been renting a house behind the recycling station since returning to China. However, he paused, his tone somewhat complicated, her condition may not be very good. Lin Feng opened his eyes and gazed through the car window onto a low courtyard surrounded by rusted iron sheets and a jumble of junk. Several red brick bungalows stood, their windows shattered, barely covered with plastic sheeting and cardboard. A corner of the courtyard was filled with a variety of oddly shaped metal components and electronic waste, like a bizarre postmodern art installation. A young woman in oil-stained dark blue work clothes, her hair casually tied up, her face streaked with black dust, squatted over a disassembled, rusted large industrial motor. She clutched a multimeter and soldering iron, her expression focused as if she were handling a rare treasure. Scattered around her were a few odd, homemade devices, their dimly lit indicators flickering. Xia Qingyi. This name was once closely associated with Genius Girl and Materials Supernova. At the age of 23, she earned a dual doctorate in materials science and condensed matter physics from MIT. Her papers on special quantum states induced by non-classical symmetry breaking caused a sensation, and she was considered a potential Nobel Prize contender. However, 3 years ago, she suddenly published 3 groundbreaking papers in the top journal Nature Materials. Their core argument directly pointed to the feasibility of a topological path to room temperature superconductors and boldly predicted a stardust structural model based on a composite of specific rare earth elements and carbon-based materials. A single stone stirred up 1,000 ripples. However, instead of praise, what followed was a barrage of skepticism, ridicule, and even attacks from the mainstream academic community. Her theory was too advanced, and the experimental data was difficult to perfectly replicate under the conditions at the time. Furthermore, it affected the interests of some traditional superconducting materials giants. Soon, she was accused of academic fraud, sensationalism, and scientific paranoia. Collaborators cut ties, funding was frozen, and the laboratory was closed. Xia Qingyi, arrogant and refusing to admit her mistake, returned to China in anger and disappeared from the academic world, becoming a madwoman and a laughingstock. Lin Feng pushed the door open and got out. The distinct smell of rust and engine oil, like scrap metal, hit him in the face. He ignored the curious and wary glances from those around him and walked straight towards the woman squatting in front of the motor. Xia Qingyi seemed completely immersed in the world in her hands, and was completely unaware of Lin Feng's approach. It was not until Lin Feng's shadow covered the light in front of her that she raised her head with some impatience. It was a face largely obscured by grease, yet its once beautiful features could still be seen. Most striking were her eyes, large and bright, with pupils a rare light amber. At this moment, they were clearly irritated and distant at being disturbed, like a vigilant wildcat. "No take. I'm busy today." Her voice was a little hoarse, with the fatigue of staying up late for a long time, and her tone was stiff. After she finished speaking, she lowered her head and continued to fiddle with the complicated cables in the motor. "I don't accept junk." Lin Feng's voice was calm, but his eyes were sharp as a knife, as if he wanted to penetrate the grease and resistance on her surface and see straight into her core. "I'm looking for Dr. Xia Qingyi." "Doctor?" Xia Qingyi's movements paused abruptly, nearly burning her hand with the soldering iron. She raised her head again, her light amber pupils suddenly constricting as she stared at Lin Feng intently, wary, mocking, and a hint of pained sharpness swirling within them. "There's no doctor here. Only Xia Qingyi, the junk fixer. You've come to the wrong place." Her tone was icy, filled with a hostile, distant air. "Really?" Lin Feng remained unmoved, his gaze sweeping over the homemade instruments scattered around Xia Qingyi. One, roughly the size of a palm, was crudely welded from discarded circuit boards and pieces of unknown metal. At its core, several rice-sized crystals, shimmering with a strange dark blue hue, were held in place by a special bracket. They emitted an extremely weak, yet remarkably stable, magnetic field. The intensity of this magnetic field far exceeded that of ordinary magnets, even hinting at the characteristics of a superconductor. Intermediate business sense passive trigger. Target, Xia Qingyi status, extremely alert, talented, severely depressed by reality. Related item, unknown crystal status, extremely weak room temperature Meissner effect. Abnormal energy field stability. Assessment, potential theoretical genius, practical prodigy, strong will risk paranoid personality, extreme distrust of the outside world value, priceless may hold key clues to stardust. Lin Feng understood. As expected, even though the tiger was trapped in the shallows, its claws were still there. It seems Dr. Xia has done a great job repairing these junk pieces. Lin Feng's gaze fell on the crystals that shone with a dark blue sheen, and he hinted, at least, being able to make a few pieces of junk produce such a stable abnormal magnetic field, this skill is no less than publishing in nature. Xia Qingyi's expression changed instantly. Like a cat whose tail was stepped on, she stood up suddenly and subconsciously blocked the device with her body. Intense hostility and a hint of subtle panic erupted from her light amber pupils. "Who the hell are you? What do you want? I don't have what you want here. Get out." Her reaction was intense, but it just confirmed Lin Feng's judgment. Lin Feng ignored her scolding and took a step forward instead. The invisible sense of oppression made Xia Qingyi involuntarily take a half step back, with her back pressed against the cold motor casing. "I'm the one who can turn those theories you've thrown into the wastepaper heap into reality." Lin Feng's voice was low, but it carried a power that penetrated the soul. "I'm also the one who can provide you with the world's most advanced laboratory, allowing you to touch stardust with your own hands." The word stardust was like a spell, instantly hitting Xia Qingyi. Her entire body trembled violently, her light amber pupils dilating sharply, filled with disbelief, absurdity, and a hint of a long-buried, yet unextinguished, passion. She stared at Lin Feng intently, her lips trembling slightly as she tried to speak, but no sound came out. For the past 3 years, this name, along with her dreams and pride, had been buried in the mire of reality and the world's ridicule. To have it mentioned so calmly and confidently at this moment was like a soul-shaking earthquake. What nonsense are you talking about? Xia Qingyi's voice trembled slightly as she forced herself to hold on to her last bit of stubbornness. What stardust? I don't know. You know. Lin Feng's eyes were as sharp as an eagle's, leaving her no room for evasion. Not only do you know, you're also trying. Using these scraps, he gestured to the crude homemade instruments on the ground, using your theories, which everyone denies, you forged a path through despair. His gaze fell on the dark blue crystal again. Although it's faint, the direction is right. Unfortunately, relying on yourself and these scraps, even if you were given 100 years, you wouldn't be able to touch the edge of stardust. Every word was like an icy hammer, hammering down Xia Qingyi's defenses. The fortress she had built with numbness and paranoia over the past 3 years was shattered to the ground. Her pride in her persistence became a futile struggle in the other person's mouth. Her deepest secrets were seen through by the other person at a glance. The immense humiliation, unwillingness, and the forcibly awakened, almost frantic desire for truth, all surged fiercely in her chest. Her eyes instantly turned red, not out of weakness, but out of anger and a feeling of powerlessness from being completely seen through. What do you want? She almost roared, her voice cracking. Come with me, Lin Feng said succinctly, his tone unyielding. In 3 months, a laboratory built just for you will be completed. There, you'll have all the resources and equipment you need, as well as undisturbed freedom. He paused, his gaze fixed on Xia Qingyi's as if it were real. The price is that your knowledge, your talent, and the rest of your life will all belong to me. Domineering. Absolutely domineering. No room for negotiation, no room for negotiation. Xia Qingyi was stunned. The rest of her life? Belonging to him? This enigmatic man who had suddenly intruded into her shabby world? She looked at Lin Feng's youthful, yet undeniable face, then glanced down at her own grease-stained hands and the worthless junk around her. 3 years of accumulated fatigue, grievance, and despair washed over her like a tide. Leaving this oil-smelling garbage dump? Going to a place where she could truly realize her dreams? This temptation was too great. It was enough to make her temporarily forget the arrogance and unknown risks in the other person's words. How can I believe you? Her voice was dry and hoarse, with a last trace of struggle. Lin Feng didn't answer, but took out his mobile phone, operated it a few times, and then handed it to Xia Qingyi. On the screen was a newly signed, legally binding electronic contract. Party A, Lin Feng. Party B, Xia Qingyi. Core terms: Party A promised to provide Party B with a top-tier laboratory and unlimited R&D funding within 3 months that met Party B's research requirements. Party B, in turn, would unconditionally transfer all intellectual property, patents, and subsequent research to Party A and pledge lifelong service to a research institution designated by Party A. At the end of the contract, where Party A would sign, was Lin Feng's name, written in a flamboyant style. In the picture section of the contract appendix, there was a high-definition image of the psionic crystal core with a deep blue luster, and a line of small print next to it that contained breathtaking energy density data. Xia Qingyi's gaze was fixed on the image and data of the crystal core. The last trace of hesitation in her light amber eyes gave way to a completely ignited passion. As a top materials physicist, she knew better than anyone what that string of numbers meant. It was the key to changing the world's energy landscape. And this man actually possessed it. And was willing to use it as the energy core of his laboratory? Would someone who can come up with such a thing lie to her, a mad woman who has nothing? Pen. Xia Qingyi suddenly raised her head, her eyes burning with a fire of determination, the mad light of a gambler risking everything, a scientist embracing the unknown. I sign. Lin Feng's lips curled up slightly as he handed over a specially made electronic pen. Xia Qingyi didn't hesitate at all. Her fingers trembled slightly with excitement, but she signed her name with unwavering determination. Her handwriting was sloppy, but it carried a sense of desperation. The electronic prompt tone indicating that the contract came into effect sounded softly. Lin Feng put his phone away and looked at the young woman in front of him. Although she was still wearing oil-stained work clothes, her eyes looked like she had been reborn. It was as if he saw the most perfect and toughest cornerstone embedded in the throne of technology that was rising from the ground in his heart. Pack up. Lin Feng turned and walked towards the waiting Audi. Take anything valuable with you. From today on, you say goodbye to this junk. Xia Qingyi stood there, gazing at Lin Feng's tall figure, then looking down at her signature. Then, she surveyed the dilapidated courtyard where she had been trapped for 3 years. A strong sense of unreality washed over her. She bent down suddenly, carefully cradling the homemade device containing the dark blue crystal in her arms, as if she were holding the whole world. Goodbye? Yes, it's time to say goodbye. She took one last look at the scattered parts and rusted motor, her eyes complex, a mixture of nostalgia and determination. Then, holding her baby, she straightened her back like a soldier about to go to the battlefield and strode towards the black car that symbolized a new destiny. The car door closed, the engine roared, and it drove away from this forgotten corner, carrying the materials science cornerstone of Binqing's future, towards a future defined by Lin Feng's will, full of infinite possibilities and unknown storms. Lin Feng sat in the car, his gaze fixed on the rapidly passing cityscape outside the window. In his mind, the incomplete core area of the quantum computing blueprint seemed to flicker slightly with Xia Qingyi's arrival. The cornerstone of the technological throne had been laid. And tomorrow would be the moment when Green Source New Energy would roar to the world for the first time. Chapter 13 Output Stability. Beneath the dome of Binchang International Convention and Exhibition Center, undercurrents are surging. The vast circular venue was packed, the air thick with the distinct aroma of premium perfume, cigars, and cash. Representatives from global auto giants, heads of top investment institutions, editors-in-chief of international tech media, and top figures from Binchang's political and business circles gathered. Everyone's eyes were fixed on the central stage, shrouded by a massive black curtain, like pilgrims awaiting divine revelation. This was GreenSource New Energy's first global technology conference, with a single theme, the age of psionic energy. Backstage, the atmosphere was completely different. Mr. Lin, last 5 minutes. The technical assistant's voice trembled slightly, not from nervousness, but from uncontrollable excitement. A huge floor-to-ceiling monitor showed the packed venue, with countless cameras like black eyes focused on the stage about to be unveiled. Lin Feng stood before a massive floor-length mirror, letting Qin Shi adjust the collar of his custom-made suit. The pure black fabric gleamed with the distinctive sheen of premium cashmere, and the cut perfectly fitted his tall figure. Every line exuded restrained dignity and strength. In the mirror, his face was calm, his eyes deep, as if the clamor outside, enough to make anyone's heart race, were but a gentle breeze across the mountains. Qin Shi's fingers deftly fastened a platinum, diamond-encrusted brooch, its cool touch lingering on the side of Lin Feng's neck. She glanced up slightly, her reflection in the mirror revealing her current self, a silver gray, off-the-shoulder gown that perfectly outlined her shoulders, neck, and slender waist. Her long hair was pulled into an elegant French bun, revealing her smooth forehead and swan-like neck. Her makeup was exquisite, her aura fully on display, like an ice queen in control. Only in the depths of her eyes, as she gazed at Lin Feng in the mirror, did a subtle softness and a lingering trace of emotion betray the lingering effects of last night's storm. Last night. After experiencing the baptism of blood and fire, the top-floor duplex of Hentang Palace was filled with another kind of scorching breath for the first time. Outside the window, the ever-present lights of Binchang shone, while inside, a battlefield crisscrossed with sweat, panting, and ultimate strength. The expensive carpet was strewn with torn silver-gray suit jackets and black stockings, while the air was thick with the aroma of premium red wine, cedar perfume, and steaming passion. Qin Shi was like a crabapple tree swept by a storm, pinned to the cold floor-to-ceiling glass. Outside, the abyssal city skyline shone, while inside, her own image was reflected, her hair disheveled, her expensive dress pushed up to her waist, revealing her smooth back and curvaceous curves. A large, bony hand, imbued with terrifying strength, gripped her slender waist tightly, while another roughly kneaded the soft, plump flesh pressed against the cold glass, leaving alluring red marks. She was forced to tilt her head high, her swan-like neck tensed in a fragile curve. Her red lips parted, a broken moan escaping her, her eyes blurry and unfocused. Her coldness and pride were completely crushed, leaving only the trembling and sinking of primal power. Look at me. Lin Feng's deep, raspy voice from behind her was like an electric current, piercing her eardrums with an irresistible dominance. His hot, solid chest pressed against her back, causing her body to tremble violently, her toes curling as if she were about to melt against the cold glass. She was forced to open her hazy eyes and meet the abyss like black eyes in the glass, burning with aggressive flames. That look was one of domination, of conquest, of undisguised possessiveness. It declared her belonging more directly than any words could. Qin Shi's soul trembled under that gaze, and a current of intense shame and immense excitement instantly coursed through her body. She let out a scream that was almost like a sob, her body moving violently and uncontrollably, completely collapsing in that burning embrace. At this moment, the lingering touch on her fingertips seemed to still carry the burning memory of last night. Xinshe took a deep breath, suppressing the throbbing in her heart and smoothing out the last wrinkles. Her voice returned to its usual clearness, but only the two of them could hear the subtlety in it. "Are you ready, Mr. Lin?" Lin Feng grasped her hand, which had rested on his collar, and gently stroked the inside of her delicate wrist with his thumb, a silent yet possessive gesture. "Let's begin." He released her hand, turned, and cast his gaze toward the passage leading to the stage, like a king about to embark on a road of conquest. Xinshe watched his back, feeling the lingering numbness on her wrist, her red lips curled into a faint curve. This man, last night's climax, had completely torn her apart, possessed her, and branded her with his own mark. Now, he would lead her to conquer the eyes of the entire world. Dangerous, powerful, and addictive. In the center of the stage, a huge black curtain slowly rose. There were no dazzling lights, no rousing music. Just a pure white spotlight, focused on a seemingly unremarkable cylindrical metal device in the center of the stage. Roughly the size of a household refrigerator, it was matte black, with clean, flowing lines and no unnecessary logos. The only eye-catching feature was a fist-sized, diamond-shaped crystal core emitting a deep, dark blue luster, embedded in the center of the device. It was the prototype of the psionic crystal core. "Everyone!" Lin Feng's voice, transmitted through the hidden top-level sound system to every corner of the venue, was calm, clear, and had a strange penetrating power, instantly suppressing all whispers. "Welcome to the future." He walked over to the device, his fingers gently brushing across the surface of the dark blue crystal core. Beneath the cold touch lay a surging, world-changing force. The energy constraints that have plagued humanity for centuries lie at their core in two key areas: density and pollution. His voice was low, but it struck like a hammer, hammering down on everyone's heart. Fossil energy has low density and high pollution. Nuclear fission carries a huge risk of contamination, and controlled nuclear fusion has a high barrier to entry, making distant water difficult to quench immediate thirst. And this, Lin Feng's palm covered the crystal core, is a psionic crystal core. It is derived from the breakthrough technology of green-source solid-state batteries. The energy density of a single standard crystal core is equivalent to the heat released by the complete combustion of 10 tons of standard coal. Boom! Like thunderclaps from a clear sky. The entire venue erupted in shock. Countless people leaped from their seats. 10 tons of standard coal? The size of a fist? How is this even possible? Questioning, shocked, and incredulous gazes flooded the stage like a tide. Lin Feng ignored the commotion in the audience and continued calmly, "The output is stable, with no harmful radiation or emissions. The half-life is over 1,000 years. He paused, his eyes sweeping across the shocked faces in the audience. This means that a standard crystal core is enough to support the energy needs of an average family for over 50 years. And its raw materials are elements that are not rare on Blue Star. Dead silence. Absolute dead silence. The clamor of the moment seemed to be instantly silenced by an invisible hand. Everyone was stunned by this groundbreaking data, unable to think straight. 50 years for a family? Pollution-free? 1,000-year half-life? If this were true, the entire world's energy landscape would be completely rewritten. Oil, coal, natural gas, the black gold that had dominated human industrial civilization for centuries would be reduced to history's dust overnight. Theory. It's just theory. An elderly European man with white hair and gold-rimmed glasses stood up excitedly from the audience. He was the chief technology officer of Titan Energy, the world's largest traditional energy giant. "Mr. Lin, how do you guarantee the physical stability of such a revolutionary energy density? How do you verify its safety? How can you prove this isn't just another cold fusion farce?" The sharp questioning represents the voice of everyone. Lin Feng's lips curled up in a barely perceptible arc, as if he had already expected this. "Proof?" He waved his hand gently. The huge background screen behind the stage instantly lit up. The picture was precisely divided into 3 parts. Part 1, an extremely harsh laboratory environment. High temperatures, extreme cold, vacuum, strong radiation, violent vibrations, all kinds of extreme tests are put to the test one after another, yet the energy reading curve of the psionic crystal core locked in the center of the screen remains as stable as a rock. Part 2, a miniature model city. A standard psionic crystal core was connected to the city's power grid, instantly lighting up the entire model city. The meter displaying the pollution index nearby always pointed to a reassuring 0. Part 3, the most astonishing. A close-up of the chassis of a sleek, futuristic, all-black sports car. In the center, a precision-engineered engine, slightly larger than a fist, churns away. At the engine's core, a miniature psionic crystal core emits a soft blue glow. The engine's power output curve soars wildly, far exceeding any existing supercar engine. This isn't theory. Lin Feng's voice was like a final judgment. This is reality. The Green Source Heart of Psionic Energy engine prototype has completed 100,000 kilometers of road testing in extreme environments with 0 failures and 0 degradation. He pointed to the third part of the screen and said, Liu Yuan's first concept supercar, the Star Dome, powered by the Heart of Psionic Energy engine, will be on display outside the venue in 10 minutes. Boom! If the previous data was a thunderclap, then the preview of the actual vehicle was a bombshell. Even the most skeptical CTO of Titan Energy was left speechless. Theory can be questioned, but the actual dynamic demonstration of a real vehicle equipped with a disruptive energy core is irrefutable proof. Energy is just the cornerstone. Lin Feng's voice sounded again, pulling everyone's thoughts back from the energy storm. Only on the cornerstone can we build a real future. He cast his eyes towards the entrance to the backstage passage. The passage door slid open silently. Xia Qingyi came out. She had changed out of her greasy work clothes for a tailored white lab coat. Her long hair was neatly tied back, revealing a smooth forehead and her signature light amber eyes. The grease had washed off her face, revealing a clear, yet slightly pale complexion. In her hands, she held a transparent, custom-made container emitting a faint chill. Within, a fingernail-sized piece of dark silver metal, forming a strange, twisted grid structure, quietly hovered in the center. Her appearance once again caused a small commotion. Many people recognized that academic lunatic from 3 years ago, and their faces showed a look of surprise and doubt. What was she doing here? Dr. Xia Qingyi, Lin Feng's voice carried a formal tone. She is the chief materials scientist and head of the quantum laboratory at Green Source Technology Group. She will reveal to us where the future of psionic drive will lead. Xia Qingyi walked over to Lin Feng and stood shoulder to shoulder with him. Facing the countless scrutinizing, suspicious, and even malicious gazes from the audience, she subconsciously tensed her body. A subtle flicker of nervousness flashed in her light amber eyes, but more so, a long-suppressed, fervent desire to prove herself. She took a deep breath, forcing herself to ignore the gazes, carefully placed the container on the display stand, and connected the preset circuits. It's called Stardust. Xia Qingyi's voice rang through the microphone, a hint of hoarseness and magnetism, yet remarkably clear. A room temperature superconductor based on a specific quantum topological structure. Room temperature superconductor? The nerves in the conference hall, freshly shaken by the psionic crystal core, were once again gripped with a fierce tension. If the psionic crystal core is a game changer for energy, then room temperature superconductors are a game changer for the laws of physics. It's science fiction coming true. Grandstanding. Someone in the audience immediately sneered. Dr. Xia, isn't the lesson from 3 years ago enough? Xia Qingyi's body trembled slightly, and her face turned even paler, but she didn't flinch. Instead, she raised her head abruptly, and a startlingly sharp light burst out from her light amber pupils. Shut up. Open your eyes and watch. She slammed a button on the display. Buzz. The dark silver stardust flake within the container was instantly activated. A visible, extremely subtle yet incredibly stable, pale blue magnetic field halo spread from the surface of the flake like ripples. Then, Xia Qingyi picked up a specially crafted miniature electromagnet and brought it close to the flake. An incredible scene happened. No matter how she moved the electromagnet, the powerful magnetic force seemed to be completely blocked by an invisible barrier. The iron filings beneath the electromagnet remained motionless. And on the precise magnetic field detector inside the container, the value representing the magnetic field lines formed a perfect, smooth zero area around the stardust flake. The Meissner effect. And it's a perfect Meissner effect at room temperature. This is beyond the common sense of physics. You could hear a pin drop in the entire venue. Everyone stared intently at the suspended sheet and the glaring zero on the instrument. The old man with gold-rimmed glasses had his glasses slipped to the tip of his nose, completely unaware the man who had just sneered had his mouth wide open enough to fit an egg. Xia Qingyi looked at the shocked, speechless faces in the audience. The grievances, anger, and unwillingness that had been pent up in her chest for 3 years finally found an outlet like a volcano. She suddenly raised her voice, with a kind of almost cathartic pride and madness that belonged to a genius. See? This is stardust. This is the future. Zero resistance. Zero energy consumption. Zero loss. It will make existing superconducting technology a thing of the past. It will allow quantum computers to move beyond liquid nitrogen tanks. It will allow maglev trains to fly into the homes of ordinary people. It will revolutionize energy transmission, medical imaging, particle acceleration. It will change the entire world. Her words were like a violent storm, shattering everyone's cognitive barriers. If the psionic core is the source of power, then stardust is the key to unleashing this power to its fullest potential, even transcending the limits of physics. The combination of the two, what a terrifying future would that be? And all of this, Lin Feng's voice sounded at the right time, as if putting the final stamp on this technological storm, will all start based on the quantum lighthouse laboratory we are building. He waved his arm and pointed to the huge screen behind the stage. The screen instantly switched to a scene on the outskirts of Tsuaping Mountain, where massive construction machinery was transforming the land day and night. A three-dimensional dynamic rendering rose from the ground, a futuristic, silver-gray building, like a dormant behemoth, its main structure taking shape, its subterranean depths unfathomable, its surface lines razor-sharp. The renderings were accompanied by astonishing specifications: military-grade composite armor, an active electromagnetic shielding matrix, a geothermal superconducting energy array based on psionic crystal cores. Quantum Lighthouse. A super laboratory with psionic energy as its heart, stardust as its veins, and its goal is to reach the pinnacle of quantum computing. The picture freezes on the oppressive futuristic building. Lin Feng stood in the center of the stage. To his left stood Qinshi, the ice queen who controlled capital and the market, and to his right stood Xiaoqingyi, the mad genius who held the key to future technology. He calmly scanned the audience, who were stunned into numbness, and his voice echoed clearly throughout the venue. The era of psionic energy begins with green source. And the light of the quantum lighthouse will illuminate the next 100 years of humanity. Now, he leaned slightly to the side, looking towards the passageway leading out of the venue, his lips curled up in a controlled arc. Please move outside the venue, witness the roar of starry sky, and feel the power of psionic energy. As soon as the words fell, the huge side door of the conference hall opened with a bang. Dazzling sunlight poured in, accompanied by a deep, rich roar, like the awakening of an ancient beast, rending the air within the venue from afar. That sound, filled with an overwhelming sense of power, heralded the arrival of a brand new era. The entire venue erupted in excitement. Everyone, disregarding their image, stood up and rushed to the door like a tide. They wanted to witness with their own eyes how the subversive force roared in the real world. Chapter 14: Undercurrents Under the Lighthouse. The roar of Stardome was like a real sound wave, echoing for a long time in the sky outside the Bincheng Convention and Exhibition Center. The pure black supercar, veins of dark blue energy coursing through its body, became a sight-shattering afterimage on the custom-built test track. Its 0-100 km/h acceleration shattered the limits of common sense, and the frenzied pushback felt enough to make the audience's heart stop even through the screen. Wherever it passed, besides a low, air-tearing roar, there was no trace of exhaust, only a faint scent of ozone, as if emanating from the starry sky. This is power. This is the future. This is an absolute declaration that crushes all old rules. The crowd outside went completely wild. Cheers, screams, and speechless gasps merged into a frenzied sea. Countless cameras frantically chased the black lightning, attempting to capture this groundbreaking moment forever. On global stock markets, the share prices of traditional energy giants and traditional automakers plummeted, like glass shattered by an invisible hammer. Meanwhile, Green Source New Energy and its related concept stocks soared like rockets. The psionic age has arrived in the most violent and unquestionable manner. The top-floor duplex of Hentaying Palace. Outside the huge floor-to-ceiling windows, the lights of Bincheng shone like a flowing galaxy. Inside, however, there was complete silence, a stark contrast to the clamor of the daytime press conference. Lin Feng leaned lazily on the large leather sofa, his upper body naked, his solid muscle lines looked like sculptures in the dim light. He held a burning Cuban cigar between his fingertips, smoke curling up. Qinshi was only wearing a loose white silk shirt, which barely covered the base of her thighs. She curled up beside him, her head resting on his legs, her eyes closed, and seemed to be asleep. The cold moonlight outlined her tired but satisfied sleeping face, and her long eyelashes cast a faint shadow under her eyelids. The collar of the silk shirt was open, revealing the delicate collarbone and the vague ambiguous red mark underneath, silently telling the fierce battle on the night before the press conference and another celebration party that lasted until late at night after the press conference. The air was filled with the rich, woody aroma of cigars, the lingering aroma of premium red wine, and the languid aftermath of passion. Several documents lay scattered across the coffee table. On top was the Qin Group's overnight progress report on the first phase of the Quantum Lighthouse project, along with an assessment of the site selection for the first batch of mass-produced psionic crystal cores. Qin let out an unconscious hum, shifting slightly. Her silk shirt slipped off, revealing her round, white shoulders and half of her smooth back. She seemed choked by the smell of the cigar, her brow furrowed slightly, her long eyelashes fluttering a few times, and she slowly opened her eyes. Her cold, clear eyes, at first misty, quickly regained clarity, meeting Lin Feng's deep, abyssal gaze. Their eyes met. No words were spoken, but a silent understanding flowed through them. Qin pushed herself up, the hem of her silk shirt sliding to her thighs, revealing more delicate skin. Unfazed, she casually picked up the report from the coffee table. Her voice, slightly hoarse from sleep, remained clear and coherent. The main structure of the first phase of the lighthouse is 35% complete. The 7th underground level has been excavated to the planned depth, and the base of the active electromagnetic shielding matrix is being poured. Time is a bit tight, so I've had the engineering department work in 3 shifts, with no downtime. Regarding materials, she traced a line with her fingertips. We're encountering some scramble to source the several special rare earth elements and ultra-high purity carbon-based materials requested by Dr. Xia. 2 international mining giants are raising their prices, and another has the faint shadow of the Rothschild family behind it. A clown. Lin Feng blew out a puff of smoke, his eyes icy in the haze. Tell those 2 who raised the price that their contracts are void and they're permanently blacklisted. As for the Rothschilds, a cruel smile curved his lips. Have the shadow guards investigate those shady mines in Africa, compile the evidence, and send it anonymously to the International Anti-Money Laundering Organization and their biggest competitor. Qin's eyes flashed with understanding, and she nodded. Conventional business tactics were limited against this century-old capital giant. Only drastic measures could be used, striking directly at its most vulnerable point. Understood. I'll handle this. She put down the progress report and picked up another. We've initially identified 3 locations for the mass production base: Bincheng High-Tech Zone, the Yangtze River Delta Intelligent Industrial Park, and the Shenzhen Special Economic Zone. Each has its advantages and disadvantages. The Qin Group prefers Bincheng, as it offers greater control and security, but also carries the highest costs. Bincheng, Lin Feng said without hesitation. Cost isn't an issue. Safety and efficiency come first. His eyes swept over the option for the Shenzhen Special Zone on the document, a subtle chill passing through them. Shenzhen was the Yi family's stronghold. Yilan, the woman who had unabashedly displayed jealousy and hostility towards Xia Qingyi at the Lanyue Hall dinner, was one of the core figures of this generation of the Yi family. Founded in electronics and precision manufacturing, the Yi family had ambitious plans for the new energy sector and would not easily relinquish their stake in the lucrative Luyuan project. Placing a psionic crystal core mass production base right under the Yi family's noses would be like sending a fat sheep into the clutches of a tiger. Okay. Qin agreed. She obviously understood Lin Feng's considerations. She put down the documents and leaned forward slightly. Her soft chest accidentally rubbed against Lin Feng's arm, bringing a warm touch. She picked up the crystal decanter beside her and poured a small half-glass of the remaining top-grade red wine for Lin Feng and herself. The press conference was a success, but the undercurrent has become more urgent. She shook the deep red liquid in the glass and looked at Lin Feng through the wall of the glass. Although Xin Yuan has collapsed, Luo Yongjian is just a pawn on the table. There are bigger fish under the water of Bincheng. The Zhao family, the Li family, the Yi family. They will not sit idly by and watch the Qin family and you monopolize the future. She was referring to Bincheng's 4 true families, the Qin, Zhao, Li, and Yi. The Qin family, founded in real estate, finance, and heavy industry, holds the strongest foundation. The Zhao family controls the logistics lifeline of Bincheng and the surrounding ports. The Li family, with decades of experience in the energy and chemical industries, holds deep roots, and the Yi family, the youngest and most formidable, has emerged from behind in the electronics industry, demonstrating its prowess. The emergence of Green Source and Quantum Lighthouse has seriously threatened the Li family's foundation in the energy sector and the Yi family's influence in technology. Let them move. Lin Feng took a sip of red wine. The mellow liquid slid into his throat, bringing a hint of warmth. However, his eyes became increasingly cold and sharp. It's a good opportunity to see whether their net is stronger or my knife is faster. At this moment, the screen of Lin Feng's mobile phone placed on the armrest of the sofa lit up silently. An encrypted message from Zhang Long. Mr. Lin, a small-scale conflict has just occurred at the Tsuaping Mountain construction site. A group of thugs disguised as environmentalists breached the perimeter and attempted to sabotage the foundation work, but were repelled by shadow guards and dragon guards. 3 were apprehended, while the remainder fled. Preliminary interrogation has revealed that the local Blackwater gang is responsible, but the Li family may be behind this. Furthermore, Dr. Xia's laboratory security system intercepted an extremely covert targeted network penetration attack 10 minutes ago. The attack's source path traversed 17 encrypted gateways, ultimately tracing its origin overseas. However, the methods used closely matched the usual patterns employed by the Yi Group's cybersecurity department. Li family? Yi family? The action is faster and more despicable than expected. One uses low-level thugs to sabotage infrastructure, while the other tries to steal core secrets through hacking. Lin Feng's eyes darkened instantly, like the sea before a storm, brewing earth-shattering thunder. Qinsher had clearly seen the message. She set down her wineglass and sat up straight, the collar of her silk shirt opening wider with the movement. But now, she no longer exuded a lazy allure, but instead a cold, murderous aura that belonged to the heir of the Qin family. Li family? Yi Lan? She uttered the 2 names with a piercing chill. It seems they feel the Qin family has been silent for too long, and it's time to overreach. If you reach out your claws, Lin Feng's voice was terrifyingly calm, I'll chop them off. He picked up his phone and dialed directly to an encrypted channel. Zhang Long, pry open those 3 tongues. I want the definitive evidence linking all of the Blackwater gang's branches, warehouses, and financial transactions with the Li family. Deliver it to Mr. Qin's desk before dawn. Yi Group's cybersecurity department, all personnel above the supervisory level, including the chief technology officer. I want irrefutable evidence of any violations, commercial espionage, or abuse of their positions for personal profit over the past 3 years. Send this anonymously to the Shenzhen Municipal Commission for Discipline Inspection, the China Securities Regulatory Commission, and the Yi family's sworn enemy, the Wang Group. 2 cold and calm yes came from the other end of the phone. Lin Feng hung up the phone and looked at Qinsher. Will you handle the Li family? Of course. Qinsher's eyes flashed coldly as she picked up her phone. A nouveau riche who built his fortune by evading taxes and exploiting workers really thinks he can clean up his act by donning the family cloak? The Li family's several special warehouses at the port, as well as the evidence of their beloved son laundering money in overseas casinos, should have been exposed long ago. The 2 orders, like 2 precise scalpels, pierced the vital points of the Li and Yi families. Using the most legal and honorable means, they would bring ruin to their opponents, leaving them beyond redemption. After dealing with these, Lin Feng's anger subsided slightly, but his gaze remained sullen. He gazed out the window at the brightly lit Bincheng, a city teeming with life, yet beneath its bustling splendor lay a turbulent undercurrent. The Li and Yi families were merely pawns in the open. The true master might lie even deeper in the shadows. The quantum lighthouse's brilliance was too dazzling, and those coveting it were far beyond Bincheng's local tyrants. Oh, right, Qinsher said, seeming to recall something. She put down her phone and looked at Lin Feng with a questioning look. Dr. Xia, she's been locked up in the makeshift lab for almost 3 days. She's barely touched the food they sent her, and only had a few boxes of high-concentration energy drinks delivered. Do you want to go check it out? Her tone was subtle. Qinsher always maintained a cautious distance from the brilliant yet eccentric female scientist. She could sense Xia Qingyi's almost devout, fanatical reliance on Lin Feng, and this instinctively made her concerned. Lin Feng snuffed out his cigar and stood up. His muscular upper body shone like a cold sculpture in the moonlight. Time to go check it out. He walked to the cloakroom, casually picked up a black velvet nightgown and put it on. That crazy woman, don't let her really kill herself. Temporary laboratory on the top floor of the Green Source Technology Group headquarters building. The atmosphere here was a stark contrast to the languid charm of the Cloud-Top Palace. It was filled with a cold metallic feel, the hum of high-frequency equipment, and an air of near-obsessive focus. On the massive lab tables, various sophisticated instruments flashed red and green indicators, their complex circuits like a tangle of nerves. The air was thick with ozone, solder, and a strange, metallic smell, like earth after rain. Xia Qingyi wore a wrinkled white lab coat, her hair casually tied back with a pencil, a few strands tumbling down and clinging to her sweat-soaked forehead. Her face was almost transparently pale, her eye sockets sunken, and heavy dark circles like smoky makeup. But her eyes were startlingly bright, their light amber pupils burning with an almost frenzied fire as she stared intently at a complex multi-dimensional magnetic field confinement device before her. At the core of the device, a few rice-sized, dark blue stardust crystals hovered in a complex force field, slowly rotating. A dense stream of real-time data streamed across the nearby holographic screen like a waterfall. No, still no. Xia Qingyi muttered to herself, her voice hoarse and dry, with an almost desperate anxiety. The topological structure is still not stable enough. The quantum coherence begins to decay exponentially in the 7th minute. Threshold. Where is the damn threshold? She suddenly grabbed an empty can of energy drink next to her and squeezed it hard, making a harsh noise. At this moment, the heavy alloy door of the laboratory slid open silently. Lin Feng appeared at the door, his robe casually tied at the waist, his bare feet stepping silently on the cold metal floor. Behind him followed a worried-looking lab assistant. Xia Qingyi was completely oblivious to the entrance, her mind completely absorbed in the despairing sea of data before her. She scratched her hair in frustration, her pencil falling, her hair tangled and tangled, adding to her disarray and frenzy. She spun around, attempting to operate another instrument, but her footsteps stumbled, her vision went black, and she fell uncontrollably to the side. The expected pain of hitting the cold ground did not come. A strong arm firmly embraced her slender waist, pulling her into a solid and warm embrace. A familiar scent of cigar tobacco and male hormones instantly enveloped her. Xia Qingyi's whole body stiffened and she suddenly raised her head. Lin Feng's angular face, which now held a hint of displeasure, was clearly reflected in her light amber pupils. Mr. Lin, Mr. Lin? Xia Qingyi's voice trembled with disbelief, like a frightened animal. She subconsciously tried to break free, but found her body limp and powerless. 3 days and 3 nights of sleepless, intense work had already drained her of her strength. Her cheeks instantly flushed an unnatural red, whether from weakness or something else. You want to boil yourself into lamp oil and burn it for yourselves? Lin Feng's voice was low and filled with an undeniable coldness. He tightened his grip on her waist slightly, practically half embracing her. He walked over to a relatively clean lab table nearby and pressed her onto it without a second thought. I'm almost there. Just one step closer. The stability threshold of stardust. The key to quantum decoherence. Xia Qingyi explained incoherently, her eyes still fixed on the magnetic field confinement device, full of unwillingness and stubbornness. Almost? Lin Feng leaned over, his hands on the table on either side of her body, trapping her between him and the cold lab table. His face was close to hers, so close that she could clearly feel his warm breath brushing against her sweaty forehead and see the undeniable strength in his deep eyes. If it were any closer, you would have been in the ICU. His gaze swept over her pale, haggard face and bloodshot eyes. My chief scientist is not disposable fuel. Xia Qingyi was enveloped by his powerful aura, her breath choking. The close proximity and oppressive feeling of masculinity made her heartbeat suddenly accelerate, and her mind went blank. 3 days of accumulated fatigue, grievance, and anxiety, as well as the complex and hidden awe and dependence on this man that was like a god in her heart, burst out at this moment like a flood. I just wanted to. Her voice took on a nasal cadence, her eyes instantly reddening, a layer of mist forming in her light amber pupils. I wanted to complete the blueprint as soon as possible. I wanted to prove I'm not crazy. She choked out the last few words. The humiliation and doubt she had endured for 3 years erupted in this moment. Lin Feng looked at the woman before him, stripped of all her thorns, as fragile as glass that would shatter at the slightest touch. A subtle wave of emotion flashed through the depths of his eyes. He reached out, not to comfort her, but with an almost brutal force, lifting her chin, forcing her tearful yet stubborn eyes to look directly at him. You don't need to prove anything to anyone. His voice was deep and powerful, like a rock, hammering into Xia Qingyi's turbulent heart. I said, the rest of your life belongs to me. Your value is defined by me. Your stardust, if I say it's real, it's real. His thumb, with its thin calluses, roughly rubbed across her cheek, where it was stained with sweat or tears. The movement wasn't gentle, but it carried an irresistible sense of possession. Now, your mission is to complete my blueprint alive and intact. Xia Qingyi stared at him blankly, her light amber pupils reflecting Lin Feng's powerful, focused face. Those overbearing, almost unreasonable words, those rough fingers with a strangely soothing power, like an electric current, they instantly pierced through all her defenses. The grievance, the resentment, the stubbornness, all the intense emotions melted away like ice and snow, leaving only a strange sense of complete control and an indescribable throbbing. Her tense body slowly relaxed, and she even unconsciously leaned slightly against his solid chest, like a kitten seeking shelter. Be obedient. Lin Feng released her chin, stood up, and said in an unquestionable tone, "Go and rest. Get 8 hours of sleep. The lab is closed, and no one is allowed to disturb it." He glanced at the assistant who was silent beside him. "Take her to the lounge and watch her sleep." "Yes, Mr. Lin," the assistant responded quickly. Xia Qingyi was carefully helped to her feet by her assistant, her steps unsteady. She took a few steps and couldn't help but glance back at Lin Feng. The mad fire in her light amber eyes had temporarily extinguished, replaced by an almost docile dependence and a subtle hint of confusion after being tamed. Lin Feng didn't look at her, his gaze had already returned to the magnetic field confinement device and the cascading data stream. He walked over to the control console, his slender fingers rapidly tapping away at the intricate keyboard. His movements were fluid and precise, as if he had already mastered everything there. The data stream scrolling on the screen began to change as he entered the parameters for a new, more radical topological model. Threshold? He stared at the screen, a cold smile on his face. Then pushed the limit a little higher. The laboratory door slowly closed, escorting Xia Qingyi away. Lin Feng was left alone inside, along with the hum of the instruments. Outside the enormous floor-to-ceiling windows, the lights of Bincheng still shone brightly, but beneath the soon-to-rise quantum beacon, a war, invisible and yet even more sinister, had just begun. The minions of the Li family, the hidden arrows of the Yi family, and the evil spirits hidden in the depths. Lin Feng's gaze penetrated the glass and headed towards the distant Suaping mountain. His eyes were as cold as ice that had lasted for thousands of years. "Come on," he whispered to himself, as if declaring war on the darkness. "Let's see whether your net is strong or my lighthouse is bright enough." Chapter 15: Blood Debt and Nightingale. In the northern suburbs of Bincheng, there is the Li family South Private Estate Qian Villa. The night was as dark as ink, heavy, dark clouds hanging low in the sky, shrouding the vast manor nestled against the mountainside in a deadening silence, as if a storm were about to break out. The courtyard, once ablaze with light, was now lit only by a few dim floor lamps, like the eyes of a dying beast. The air was filled with the earthy smell of rain-soaked grass and a faint, suppressed sense of panic. In the main building of the manor, in the huge study. Waste. A bunch of waste. Li Zhaoquan, the head of the Li family, threw his purple clay teapot onto the precious Persian carpet like an enraged lion, sending scalding tea and broken porcelain shards splattering everywhere. His well-maintained face, now over 60 years old, was twisted with muscles, his eyes red and bloodshot. The Blackwater gang? Those idiots have even spoken their names. Now everyone in Bincheng knows it's my Li family who's behind this. That old dog from the Qin family. And that bastard named Lin. They're going to destroy my Li family. In front of him, several of his closest associates remained silent, terrified. During the day, as if by appointment, major Bincheng media outlets reported extensively on the Blackwater gang's years of crimes and the irrefutable evidence of their financial dealings with the Li family and their special operations at the port. Immediately afterwards, a joint inspection team from the tax, industry and commerce, customs, and even environmental protection departments descended upon several key Li family warehouses at Bincheng port, unearthing irrefutable evidence of smuggling, tax evasion, pollution emissions, and illegal storage of hazardous materials. Even more devastating, the details of how Li Zhaoquan's son, Li Xiaofeng, laundered funds through offshore companies controlled by the Li family, and the amounts involved, were anonymously exposed to international financial regulators. The Li family's ties to Bincheng port were suddenly shattered. "Dad, what should we do now?" Li Jinyu, Li Zhaoquan's only son and the future heir of the Li family, said with a sullen face, suppressing his fear. "Several warehouses at the port have been sealed off. The losses are secondary. The key is the cooperation we just agreed on with the Yi family. I'm afraid." "The Yi family?" Li Zhaoquan's voice suddenly rose, like a cat whose tail had been stepped on, with a ferocious and desperate look. "That bitch Yilan. Is she cleaner than anyone else? She thinks the dirty deeds done by the Yi Network Security Department can be concealed from the world? If the Lin family can find out about my Li family, will they let her Yi family go?" He took a few deep breaths, and a fierce light flashed in his eyes. "Since they won't let us live, then let's die together." He suddenly grabbed the encrypted satellite phone on the desk and dialed a number known only to him. When the call was connected, Li Zhaoquan's voice was like a cold wind blowing from the netherworld. "The plan is advanced. Target, Suaping Mountain construction site. And that bitch scientist surnamed Lin. I'm going to turn that place into a sea of fire. I want to let the Lin know that if you mess with my Li family, you'll pay the price in blood. Money? Double it. I'll double it again. I want results. Now. Right now. The phone call was hung up. Li Xiaoquan collapsed back into the large mahogany chair, his chest heaving violently, his eyes gleaming with madness and despair. The study was completely silent, save for the faint, approaching rumble of thunder outside the window. Suwaping Mountain, Quantum Lighthouse, construction site. It rained heavily. Bean-sized raindrops pounded furiously against the makeshift sheds and the steel hulls of construction machinery, creating a deafening roar. High-voltage searchlights outside the construction site cast pale beams of light through the rain, barely breaking through the darkness to illuminate the muddy ground and the main structure of the project, which stood like the skeleton of a giant beast. A fierce wind, carrying icy raindrops, whipped against the cordon, making a rustling sound. In the core area of the construction site, inside a makeshift command cabin constructed of high-strength alloy, a massive surveillance screen displayed real-time footage from key locations across the site. Rain formed a blurry curtain in front of the camera, reducing visibility to a minimum. Mr. Lin, the outer security team reports that an abnormal heat source signal was found 3 kilometers southwest. There are a lot of them. They are approaching at high speed. A member of the Longway security team, wearing a black combat uniform and soaked all over, rushed into the cabin, his voice hurried. Lin Feng stood before the screen, his back to the hatch, his figure erect as a pine tree. He wore simple black tactical trousers and a raincoat. He carried no umbrella, letting the icy rain run down his hair, outlining his hardened profile. Beside him, Qin Shi, also dressed in a sharp black waterproof combat uniform, her long hair tied back. Her beautiful face was expressionless, a cold, murderous expression evident only. Zhang Long's arm bandage had been removed, replaced by a nondescript black wristband. His eyes were sharp as an eagle's. Here it comes. Lin Feng's voice was calm, as if he had expected it. Crisis warning primary, passive trigger. An extremely intense, icy, stinging sensation, mixed with the aura of blood and destruction, like countless steel needles, fiercely pierces the back of Lin Feng's head. Target directly southwest. Danger level fatal. Activate the level 1 defense plan. Lin Feng's voice came clearly into the communicator without turning around. All non-combatants, enter the underground bunker. Dragon guards, hold the outer defense line and hold them off. Shadow guards, he turned his gaze to the shadow guard captain, who stood like a statue in the shadows in the corner. Target, enemy command nodes and heavy firepower points. Clear them. Yes. Zhang Long and the shadow guard captain responded at the same time, turned around and rushed out of the cabin, their figures instantly disappearing in the violent rain. Lin Feng and Qin Shi were the only 2 people left in the quarantine facility. The thunder of rain pounded against the metal walls like the clamor of war drums. On the surveillance screen, red dots representing high-speed heat sources swarmed like bloodthirsty wolves, swooping down from the southwest. The Li family, they're desperate. Qin Shi's voice was filled with cold, murderous intent. She walked to the weapons rack, picked up a loaded MP5 submachine gun, and skillfully checked the safety. It seems that Li Xiaoquan intends to use the entire Li family as a scout for the Yi family. Stone? Lin Feng's mouth curled up with a cruel arc, then grinded into powder. He swept his eyes across several specially marked locations on the screen. Those were temporary defense nodes buried in the construction site, developed based on the prototype technology of the psionic crystal core high-energy particle barrier generators. Just at this moment. Boom! 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 A series of muffled explosions pierced the rain, echoing from the southwest. Then, dense, popping bean-like gunfire and short, painful screams followed. The image of a peripheral security post on the screen instantly turned to snowflakes. The battle broke out. The raging rainy night was instantly ripped apart by gunfire. Pale searchlight beams swung wildly in the mud, capturing ghostly, intertwined shadows. Dragon Guard security personnel, clad in black combat uniforms, relied on makeshift bunkers and fortifications, suppressing the enemies rushing out of the rain with precise bursts of fire. The enemy was clearly well prepared, numerous and well equipped, even employing individual rocket launchers and heavy machine guns. The ferocious firepower instantly suppressed the outer defenses, and Dragon Guard members continued to fall from the wounds. The defense line is under too much pressure. The enemy's firepower is too strong. Requesting support. A rapid roar from the outer commander came from the communicator. Lin Feng's eyes were icy, and his fingers tapped rapidly on the console. On the screen, several blue dots representing defense nodes lit up instantly. Buzz. A low, almost inaudible, yet soul-shaking humming sound suddenly spread from the core area of the construction site. Its coverage instantly enveloped the outer area of intense fighting. A miracle happened. The whistling heavy machine gun bullets and rockets, powerful enough to rip apart steel plates, collided like an invisible, twisted wall about 10 meters in front of the Dragon Guard's bunker. The bullets were instantly crushed, deformed, and deflected, losing their kinetic energy and falling powerlessly into the mud like raindrops. The rockets even exploded mid-air, turning into dazzling balls of fire, but they were unable to shake the invisible barrier in the slightest. High-energy particle barrier. The first practical application of psionic technology in the field of defense. The battlefield suddenly came to a strange standstill. The attacking force's firepower seemed to be strangled, and it stopped abruptly. Everyone was stunned by the scene that surpassed their comprehension. Even the Dragon Guard members stared in disbelief at the air in front of them, distorted by the invisible force field. What the hell is this? The enemy's terrified curses came from the communicator. Now! Counterattack! Lin Feng's cold voice was like the order of the god of death. After a brief moment of shock, the Dragon Guards erupted in a thunderous roar. Without suppressive fire, they leaped from cover like tigers unleashed, their precise bursts of fire instantly decimating the chaotic enemies outside their defenses. At the same time, like a ghost blending into the night, the Shadow Guard took action. They didn't charge head-on, but instead, like mercury pouring down the earth, silently infiltrating the flanks and rear of the battlefield. Sharp tactical daggers flashed a deadly cold light in the rainy night, precisely severing the throats of isolated enemies. Custom-made silenced pistols emitted a dull puff-puff, each shot taking out a heavy firepower specialist or suspected commander. Their movements were swift, efficient, and ruthless, like the most sophisticated killing machines. The battlefield situation reversed instantly. The attackers fell like wheat being cut down, the command system was precisely decapitated by the Shadow Guards, and the main firepower points were eliminated. Fear spread like a plague. Retreat! Retreat quickly! The enemy commander's desperate roar came from the communicator. However, it was too late. A ghostly black figure scurried at high speed along the edge of the chaotic battlefield, its sight set squarely on the command cabin at the heart of the construction site. His speed was astonishing, treading through the mud as if it were flat ground, deftly avoiding all searchlights and the chaotic battlefield. Like a deadly serpent, she advanced silently. Inside the quarantine center, Lin Feng's gaze suddenly became as sharp as a knife. Crisis warning, another crazy stabbing. Target the quarantine center itself. Danger level highest level. Be careful. Lin Feng shouted suddenly, and pounced on Qinshi like a cheetah, knocking her to the ground. Almost at the same time. Crash! The thick alloy observation window glass of the command cabin shattered with a clang. Not by a bullet, but by a thin, yet deadly, gleaming metal thread, instantly slicing through it like tofu. A ghostly black figure slid lightly into the cabin through the gap in the window like a weightless feather. The newcomer was wrapped in a form-fitting black nightgown, outlining her incredibly sleek and explosive female curves. Her face was covered by a pure black mask, devoid of any facial features, revealing only a pair of eyes like the purest ice blue gemstones, reflecting an inorganic, absolute zero chill under the dim light. Her movements were unwavering. The moment she landed, she tapped her toes and launched herself like an arrow from a bow. In her hands, two slender, blue-hued spikes pierced Lin Feng's back and Qinshi's throat with a shrill, air-tearing scream. The speed, the angle, the ferocity, the breathtaking ferocity. A critical moment. Lin Feng had just completed half of his dodging movement while holding Qinshi and rolling. Qinshi didn't even have time to react. The cold, deadly edge was already approaching her body. Crisis warning, the tingling sensation reaches its peak. Lin Feng's eyes flashed with cold light. At an impossible angle, he twisted his body, protecting Qinshi beneath him, and his right leg swung back like a steel whip. His target wasn't the other person, but an inconspicuous red button on the control panel. Bang! The button was kicked accurately. Buzz! A blinding red light instantly lit up inside the quarantine center. An invisible, powerful repulsive force field suddenly erupted from the control console. This was the quarantine center's last resort of passive defense, an emergency electromagnetic pulse interference field. The tip of the black-clad woman's thorn, less than an inch from Lin Feng's back and a millimeter from Qinshi's throat, suddenly stopped. It was as if it had hit an invisible wall. For the first time, a hint of obvious surprise flashed across her icy blue eyes. There was an extremely brief delay in her movement. It's this 0.1 second delay. Lin Feng, like a spring filled with power, rolled sideways while holding Qinshi. At the same time, his left hand shot out like lightning, not to attack, but to precisely grab the woman's wrist, which was slightly stiff due to the interference of the force field. It felt cold and slippery to the touch, yet it held a terrifying explosive force. It was like catching a venomous snake. The woman's eyes suddenly lit up with an icy blue light. She twisted her wrist with incredible flexibility, trying to break free. At the same time, the spikes on her other hand, like a venomous snake spitting its tongue, pierced the left arm joint where Lin Feng had grasped her wrist. Lin Feng snorted coldly, without dodging or evading, and suddenly exerted force with the 5 fingers of his left hand like a pair of steel pliers. Snap! The sound of bone cracking rang out clearly, making one's teeth ache. Ugh! The woman let out a suppressed groan, and her ice blue pupils suddenly contracted due to the severe pain. The thorns piercing Lin Feng's arm instantly deformed. Lin Feng seized the opportunity at this moment and rammed his right knee into the opponent's soft abdomen like a battering ram. Bang! A dull crash echoed. The woman, as if struck by a speeding truck, arched her body and flew backward, slamming hard against the alloy wall of the cabin with a loud bang. Blood seemed to be seeping from beneath her mask. She struggled to get up, but Lin Feng was even faster. He approached like a ghost, his heavy tactical boots carrying a tremendous force, slamming down hard on her wrist holding the spike. Snap! Another crisp sound. The wrist bone shattered. Ah! The woman finally couldn't help but let out a short cry of pain, and the spike in her hand flew out. Lin Feng showed no mercy. His large hand gripped her neck like an iron hoop, pressing her tightly against the cold wall. With his other hand, he quickly removed the pure black mask from her face. Beneath the mask lay a remarkably youthful face, even imbued with a touch of classical oriental grace. Her skin was nearly translucent white, her features delicate as a doll's, though now distorted by the intense pain and suffocation. Most striking was the tiny, lifelike blue tattoo of a nightingale beneath her left eye. Her icy blue pupils stared intently at Lin Feng, filled with unbelievable horror, deep resentment, and a hint of deep-seated fear. Nightingale? Lin Feng's icy voice sounded like a blast from hell, and the hand that was strangling her neck slowly tightened. A top assassin from Ouroboros? Can the Li family afford you? The woman Nightingale's breath was strangled, her face quickly turned from pale to blue, and her ice blue pupils began to dilate, but the resentment in her eyes did not diminish in the slightest. Lin Feng watched her dying struggle without a flicker in his eyes. Just as he was about to crush her throat completely. Buzz! An extremely weak, yet extremely pure spiritual wave, like an ice-cold needle, suddenly pierced Lin Feng's brow. The target was directly at the core of his consciousness. Mental attack? Lin Feng frowned slightly, and the hand holding Nightingale paused for a moment. The intensity of this mental attack was like a gentle breeze to him, but its purity and unique frequency surprised him. Nightingale seized this thousandth of a second to breathe, her body flexing and twisting like a boneless snake, and with incredible flexibility, she slipped out of Lin Feng's iron-like grip. At the same time, her only remaining left hand swept across her waist, and she slammed a small, inconspicuous black ball onto the ground. Puff! Dazzling light and thick smoke erupted instantly, filling the entire quarantine center. Cough, cough. Qinshi coughed violently due to being choked by the smoke. In the bright light and thick smoke, Nightingale's figure was like a ghost blending into the smoke, instantly rushing towards the broken window. Want to leave? Lin Feng's eyes flashed with cold light. Ignoring the bright light, his body shot out like a cannonball. With his right hand, the fingers were like a knife, and with a sharp whistling sound that tore through the air, he fiercely stabbed at the back of the vague figure in the smoke. Swish! The fingertips felt the fabric tearing and the flesh being pierced. Ugh! A muffled groan of pain came from the smoke. Nightingale's figure trembled violently, but her speed did not slow down at all. Like a wounded nightbird, she forced her way through the thick smoke and disappeared in the violent rain outside the window. Lin Feng didn't pursue. He stood in front of the broken window, the cold rain soaking his face. He slowly raised his right hand, his fingertips stained with a few drops of warm, sapphire-like blood. Under the rain, it exuded a strange, cold aura. Nightingale. Lin Feng looked at the blue on his fingertips that was quickly diluted by the rain, his eyes as cold as 10,000 years of black ice, and Ouroboros. He turned around and looked at Qinshi, who was still in shock and struggling to stand up. Are you okay? It's okay. Qinshi shook her head, her face pale, but her eyes were still sharp. She looked at the blue bloodstains left on Lin Feng's fingertips, her pupils shrinking slightly, her blood. Not human. Lin Feng's voice was solemn. He walked to the control panel and pulled up the surveillance footage from inside the quarantine center. The footage replayed to the moment Nightingale launched her mental attack. Lin Feng froze the frame and zoomed in. Deep within Nightingale's icy blue pupils, just before the attack, a subtle, faint blue light, like a stream of data, flashed by. Genetic modification? Or? Xinshi's voice was cold. Whatever it is, Lin Feng's gaze pierced through the rain, heading in the direction Nightingale disappeared. The Li family cannot bear this blood debt. Ouroboros. I will visit him personally. At this moment, the cold voice of the Shadow Guard captain came from the communicator. Mr. Lin, the outer battle is over. We have a total of 47 invading enemies, 39 of whom have been killed and 8 captured. We have confirmed that they have Li family assassins. The enemy commander has been eliminated. Our losses: 3 Dragon Guards killed, 7 seriously injured, 1 Shadow Guard slightly injured. The cold numbers represented the loss of 3 lives. The air inside the quarantine center froze instantly. Lin Feng slowly closed his eyes, and when he opened them again, there was only the cold murderous intent that wanted to burn everything in his eyes. Send the prisoners to the Qin family dungeon. The families of our fallen brothers will receive the highest level of compensation. Their blood will not be shed in vain. Notify Dr. Xia, Lin Feng said with unquestionable determination. The lighthouse's defense system needs to be upgraded in advance. Use stardust. He walked to the broken window and let the cold rain wash over his face. Outside, the smoke of battle was being extinguished by the heavy rain, but the smell of blood in the air became even stronger. The Li family, Lin Feng's voice was like a cold wind from the underworld, clearly transmitted into the communicator and also into the ears of Qinshi behind him. Before dawn, I wanted to be removed from Bincheng. Blood debt must be repaid with blood. The killer with blue blood, codenamed Nightingale, and the Ouroboros behind her would become the next targets on Lin Feng's list. Under the light of the quantum lighthouse, the hunt in the shadows had just begun. Chapter 16: The dust settles and new ripples. The darkness before dawn was washed away by a heavy rain, but it could not wash away the smoke and blood in the air of Bincheng. As the first ray of pale morning light struggled to pierce the leaden clouds, illuminating the muddy, devastated battlefield of the Tsuaping mountain construction site, the night's brutal offensive and defensive battle had already concluded. Rainwater washed away dark red bloodstains, stained the muddy ground, and along with the collapsed sheds, twisted metal fragments, and scattered bullet casings, silently spoke of the cruelty. The Dragon Guards silently but efficiently cleared the battlefield, collecting the remains of their fallen comrades, their movements tinged with suppressed grief and deep-seated anger. The Shadow Guards, like true shadows, moved through the ruins, searching for any valuable clues, especially any trace of the killer codenamed Nightingale, whose blood flowed blue. Inside the command cabin, the broken observation window had been temporarily sealed, and the pungent smell of gunpowder mixed with the scent of rain lingered. Lin Feng stood at the control console. The screen was no longer showing the construction site surveillance, but instead a scrolling feed of information from the Bincheng Port Authority, the stock exchange, and major news media outlets. Qinshi stood beside him. A sleepless night brought a hint of fatigue to her beautiful face, but her cold eyes were as sharp as ever as she gave cold and precise instructions into the encrypted communicator. Close all short positions in all Li family-listed companies. Inform the media matrix we control that the detailed evidence of the Li family's port smuggling, tax evasion, money laundering, and collusion with gangs to sabotage a major national scientific research project Quantum Lighthouse can be officially released. Focus on Li Zhaoquan and his son. Contact our people at the Economic Investigation Bureau and the Discipline Inspection Commission and have them take immediate action to arrest Li Zhaoquan and his core members on charges of endangering national security and damaging major scientific research infrastructure. All Li family assets will be frozen immediately. Every time an instruction was given, the information flow on the screen was like a lake with a huge rock thrown into it, causing huge waves. The official website of Bincheng Port Authority issued an emergency announcement. The licenses of several port operating companies controlled by the Li family, including Ocean Tongda and Hangfa Logistics, have been permanently revoked, and the relevant responsible persons have been put under investigation. Bincheng Stock Exchange, several listed companies controlled by the Li family, including Jinshi Mining and Zhaoquan Industrial, have been ordered to suspend trading due to suspected serious violations of laws and regulations. The resumption date is yet to be determined. The headlines of major news websites exploded instantly. Bincheng shocks. Li Zhaoquan, patriarch of the Li family, arrested for organized crime, smuggling, and money laundering. The Quantum Lighthouse construction site was attacked by armed forces last night, suspected to be orchestrated by the Li family. Officials have classified this as a serious threat to national security. The energy giant fell. The Li family empire collapsed overnight. The sky in Bincheng has completely changed. The Li family, once entrenched in Bincheng for decades and deeply rooted, collapsed like a dangerous building after a precise explosion. With the Qin family, armed with the ironclad evidence provided by Lin Feng and the serious crime of endangering national security committed by the armed attack last night, it collapsed with a bang. It was so fast that no one was prepared. It was completely uprooted, leaving no room for recovery. The Li family is finished. Xinsher put down the communicator, her voice filled with a hint of tiredness, a sense of relief, and a touch of awe at Lin Feng's ruthless methods. This man, if he didn't move, was fine. But when he did, it was like a thunderbolt, sweeping away the enemy. Lin Feng's gaze shifted from the K-line chart on the screen, showing the Li family's stock plummeting to nothing, to Xinsher's slightly pale face. The blood of the Li family is a tribute to the fallen souls. But the blood debts of Nightingale and Ouroboros have only just begun to be settled. His fingertips seemed to still feel the touch of that cold blue blood, and his eyes were as deep as a cold pond. Nightingale. Ouroboros. Xinsher frowned. This organization is extremely secretive, and the international intelligence community knows very little about it. They only serve the highest-ranking clients, and their actions are always successful. The price the Li family paid to hire them must be unimaginable. Moreover, that Nightingale. She thought of those icy blue, inhuman eyes and that strange blue blood, and a chill ran down her spine. She doesn't look human. Whatever it is, Lin Feng's voice was firm. Anyone who touches my things will die. He looked at the Shadow Guard captain, who had been standing silently in the corner. Yi, give Nightingale's bloodstains, tissue fragments, and the crushed thorn to Dr. Xia. Have her use all the lab's resources to analyze her origins for me. Also, activate the highest-level intelligence network and conduct a global search for all information on Ouroboros. Focus on identifying the recipient of Li Zhaoquan's final satellite call. Yes. Yi bowed and accepted the order, his figure silently blending into the shadow of the corner. After dealing with these, Lin Feng cast his gaze out the window. The rain gradually subsided, and the sky brightened. The Tsuwaping mountain construction site revealed a huge and ferocious outline in the morning light. Last night's blood and fire seemed just an insignificant scar on its rise. Construction on the lighthouse cannot stop. Lin Feng's voice was filled with unquestionable determination. Last night's events served as both a warning and a spur. As for Xia Qingyi, we must expedite the upgrade plan for Stardust's stability threshold and defense system. Understood. Xinsher nodded. I will mobilize Qin's most elite engineering security forces to ensure that the construction site is foolproof. As for Dr. Xia. She paused, remembering the scene where Lin Feng forcefully took that crazy woman away from the laboratory last night. Her eyes moved slightly. She seems to listen to you very much. Lin Feng didn't respond, only gazing intently toward the center of Bincheng. The Li family's fall will soon fill the vacuum left behind. The Zhao family controls the port, and the Yi family is deeply involved in technology. They won't sit idly by and watch the Qin family dominate. Especially Yilan. His mind flashed to the woman at the Moonlight Hall dinner, her eyes filled with jealousy and ambition. Her desire for Stardust won't cease just because of a failed cyber attack. Yilan. Xinsher's eyes flashed with a hint of coldness. She's like a venomous snake hiding in the shadows. However, her biggest weakness is her arrogance and her desire to prove herself as good as her brother, known as the Yi family's unicorn son. Arrogant? Lin Feng's lips curled up in a cold arc, then let her be destroyed by her arrogance. Keep a close eye on her. Whether the Yi family wants to jump into the Li family's trap or not is not up to her. 3 days later. The aftermath of the Li family's collapse was still rippling through Bincheng, but the attention of the top circles had quietly shifted to another focus: the top floor of the Green Source Technology Group headquarters building. A closed-door meeting of extremely high standards, attended only by a very small number of core figures, is being held. A handful of people sat around a large, circular conference table. Lin Feng sat at the head of the table, his demeanor as calm as a deep abyss. To his left sat Xinsher, dressed in a sharp navy suit and exuding a powerful presence. To his right sat Xia Qingyi, dressed in a brand new, well-tailored white lab coat. Though her face remained somewhat pale, her pale amber eyes shone with a startling brilliance, bordering on a paranoid focus. Before her lay a custom-made metal suitcase, emitting a faint chill. On the desk, several beautifully bound reports were casually spread out, with breathtaking titles printed on them: Feasibility Report on the First Phase of Mass Production of Stardust Room Temperature Superconducting Materials, Preliminary Experimental Results of Quantum Bit Coherence Based on Stardust, and Optimization Plan for the Industrial Production Process of Phantom Energy Crystal Core. 3 days of extreme laboratory testing data. Xia Qingyi's voice was hoarse and magnetic, and she spoke very quickly, full of unquestionable confidence. Stardust's quantum topological stability threshold has successfully exceeded the theoretical critical point under the 7th generation confinement model. Although it's still far from perfect, it's sufficient to support the first phase of mass production. The coherence time of the quantum bit on the Stardust carrier is stable at over 0.1 seconds. This far exceeds the performance of existing superconducting quantum bits in liquid helium environments. She flung open the suitcase, and a chill instantly filled the air. Inside, neatly arranged, were 20 fingernail-sized, dark silver flakes in a strange, twisted grid-like structure. They were the Stardust samples. This is the first batch of samples for the first phase of mass production. Xia Qingyi swept her eyes over everyone present, with a kind of genius pride. It can be mass-produced. It can be applied. It can change the world. Qinsher picked up a report and quickly scanned the data, her cold eyes filled with shock. As the future head of the Qin Corporation, she knew better than anyone what this data meant. This meant that Lu Yuan, or Lin Feng, had grasped the key to the next era of technology. Qins will prioritize the site selection and construction of the mass production base, Qinsher said, putting down the report. It will be located in the Binchang High-Tech Zone, ensuring absolute safety and efficiency. I've personally reviewed the procurement list for all core equipment and raw materials. We will mobilize all of Qin's resources to ensure they arrive on time, with the highest quality and quantity. Lin Feng's eyes fell on Xia Qingyi's face, and he said with scrutiny, the core process of mass production has been kept confidential at the highest level. Except for the core team you personally designated, no one is allowed to access the complete process. Including, he paused, you. Xia Qingyi was slightly startled, and then a more intense light burst out in her eyes. She nodded vigorously. I understand. I will decompose and encrypt the process, and the core parameters will only exist here. She pointed to her head with a fanaticism that was almost like a martyr. Very good. Lin Feng nodded in satisfaction. The news of mass production of Stardust is temporarily blocked. Miss Qin, please speed up the mass production of the psionic crystal core. The commissioning of the first batch of crystal core production lines is nearing completion, and trial production is expected to begin next week, Qinsher responded immediately. Relevant safety standards and energy output specifications. Representatives from the International Atomic Energy Agency IAEA have arrived in Binchang and requested a safety assessment and standards setting for non-nuclear high-density energy. IAEA? Lin Feng raised his eyebrows slightly. They're quick. Tell them that the standards are set by Green Source. They only have the right to cooperate. Let Dr. Xia take some time to deal with it and stun them with data. Upon hearing this, Xia Qingyi's light amber eyes flashed with excitement and mischievousness, and she nodded vigorously, no problem. I guarantee they will be speechless. The meeting concluded in an atmosphere of efficiency and power. Xia Qingyi, clutching her precious suitcase like a rare treasure, hurried back to the lab to continue her frantic research. Qinsher, on the other hand, began arranging a mass production base and dealing with the IAEA. Lin Feng walked alone to the huge French window, overlooking the city below, which had just undergone tremendous changes and was about to face an even more severe storm. The demise of the Li family only cleared one obstacle. The Yi family, the Zhao family, and the international forces hidden deeper within, as well as the mysterious organization Ouroboros, were all watching covetously. At this moment, the private cell phone in his pocket vibrated, and a text message came from an encrypted number. Target, Su Wan. Identity, Senior Advisor to the International Energy Agency IEA, Chief Liaison Officer for the Nuclear Fusion Project. Itinerary, arrives in Bin tomorrow, nominally to participate in the IAEA's assessment of the psionic crystal core, actual purpose unknown. Background, her father, Su Zhangnan, is the former Minister of Energy of Longhua and currently Chief Advisor of Longhua Nuclear Industry Group. Suspected of close ties to the Yi family. Attached, photo.jpg. Lin Feng clicked on the attached photo. The photo showed a woman whose temperament was completely different from Qinsher and Xia Qingyi. She was about 27 or 28, dressed in a well-tailored off-white business suit. She stood tall and gracefully. Her long, dark hair was meticulously tied back, revealing a smooth, full forehead and a face steeped in the beauty of a classical Oriental style. Her features were delicate, and her eyebrows held a scholarly gentleness. But deep within her still, watery eyes, a penetrating wisdom and unquestionable resolve shone. Most striking was the subtle, all-seeing smile that curled at the corner of her lips. Su Wan. A woman with the halo of an international organization, a deep background, unknown purpose, and possibly related to the Yi family. Lin Feng looked at the face in the photo that was both gentle and intelligent, his eyes deep. Just as one huge wave subsided in the deep waters of Bincheng, new ripples began to appear. And does this woman named Su Wan hold an olive branch, or does she hide a knife? Under the light of the quantum lighthouse, a new chess game is quietly unfolding. Chapter 17: Diplomats and Equations. Bintan International Airport, VIP Channel. The afternoon sun filters through the vast floor-to-ceiling glass walls, casting long shadows across the ground. Compared to the bustle of the ordinary corridors, this place feels quiet and isolated, the air filled with a subtle blend of premium fragrances and disinfectant. Lin Feng leaned against a sleek alloy pillar near the exit of the passage. His posture seemed casual, but like a well-sheathed sword, he exuded a restrained and dangerous aura. He wore a perfectly tailored dark gray cashmere suit, no tie, and his collar was casually open by one button, revealing his well-defined collarbone. There were no attendants around him, only Qin stood quietly half a step to his side. She had changed out of the gorgeous dress she wore at the press conference for a light brown Chanel tweed suit. She looked elegant and capable, her long hair loosely tied up, a few strands of hair dangling over her ears, adding a touch of languid charm. However, the gentleness and satisfaction deep in her eyes, after being completely conquered, was clearly perceived by only Lin Feng. The presence of the two people itself is an invisible barrier, causing the occasional airport staff and a few VIPs passing by to subconsciously avoid them and not dare to approach easily. The IAEA people are more anxious than expected. Qin lowered her voice, with a subtle hint of teasing. That Dr. Adler, he dropped his luggage at the hotel and went straight to the lab without even a sip of water. It seems the psionic crystal core scared them quite a bit. Scared? Lin Feng raised the corner of his mouth slightly. They are afraid of losing the opportunity to make rules. The vested interests of the old energy era, facing the subversive new king, must either surrender or be crushed. His eyes looked into the depths of the passage, like a hunter waiting for prey to appear. Just then, clear and regular footsteps were heard from the end of the passage. A figure appeared at the intersection of light and shadow. A clean cut-off white Max Mara double-breasted trench coat accentuates her tall and elegant figure. A matching turtleneck cashmere sweater accentuates her slender neck. Her long, jet-black hair is meticulously pulled back in a low bun, revealing a smooth, full forehead and a face imbued with classical Oriental beauty. Her features are as delicate as a meticulous brushwork, her brows like distant mountains, her eyes like autumn water, calm and profound, as if gazing through everything. Her nose is straight, her lips a natural light pink, the corners of her lips slightly raised, and she wears a gentle, seemingly natural yet perfectly balanced smile, bringing a spring breeze to the eyes. She walks with a leisurely demeanor, dragging a discreet Rimowa carry-on suitcase. She shows no sign of fatigue from the long flight, instead exuding an inner confidence and strength. Su Wan, Senior Advisor to the International Energy Agency IEA and Chief Liaison Officer for Nuclear Fusion Projects. Her appearance instantly captured the attention of everyone in the passage. Her unique aura, a fusion of Eastern classical beauty and Western elite temperament, was like a magnet. Her gaze swept calmly across the passage. When she caught sight of Lin Feng and Qin standing by the pillar, a subtle flicker of light seemed to flicker in the depths of her calm, watery eyes, like a deep pool into which a stone has been dropped, then instantly returned to calm. The smile on her lips deepened slightly, her gentle demeanor still intact, but with a newfound understanding of the world. Mr. Lin, Miss Qin. Su Wan stopped in front of the two of them. Her voice was like a clear spring hitting jade, with a unique and comfortable rhythm. Her standard Mandarin had no accent. I'm sorry to bother you two to come and pick me up in person. Wan is unworthy of the honor. She nodded slightly, her movements elegant and natural, without the slightest affectation. Advisor Su, you have come all the way here, and I am honored to have you here. Lin Feng extended his hand, his tone calm, without much emotion. His hands were slender and strong, with distinct joints. Su Wan's gaze lingered on Lin Feng's hand for a split second before she extended her well-maintained, fair, slender hand and gently shook his. Her fingertips felt cool and delicate, with a jade-like warmth. They parted as soon as they touched, courteous yet maintaining a perfectly balanced distance. "Mr. Lin, you're so polite," she said, turning to Qin Shi with a gentle smile. "Ms. Qin, nice to see you again. You're even more charming than before." "Consultant Su, you're so kind," Qin Shi replied with a smile, but beneath the gentle smile, her eyes held a familiar scrutiny and a subtle hint of vigilance. This woman, like a bottomless spring, seemed gentle and harmless, yet her depths were difficult to discern. Her vague connection to the Yi family, in particular, made Qin Shi instinctively defensive. After a brief greeting, Su Wan's gaze naturally turned toward the window, as if drawn to the towering skyline of Binchang. "Binchang has changed so much," she sighed softly, her tone tinged with nostalgia. "The last time I was here was 5 years ago, accompanying my father to an energy summit. Back then, there were no plans for a quantum lighthouse or the world-changing psychic energy. Her words were gentle, but she got to the point precisely. She pointed out her identity and background, Father Su Zhangnan, and her attention to Green Source's core projects, subtly revealing her control over information. "Times are changing," Lin Feng said succinctly, his eyes still fixed on Su Wan's gentle profile, with a scrutinizing look. "Some changes are subversive. Disruption means opportunities, but also challenges." Su Wan turned her head and met Lin Feng's deep gaze. His eyes were as clear as autumn water, as if they could reflect people's hearts. "One of the responsibilities of the IEA is to seek a balance in change and ensure the safety and inclusiveness of new technologies. This is also the purpose of my trip." She stated her position frankly, with neither humility nor arrogance. "Balance?" Lin Feng raised his eyebrows slightly, his tone carrying a barely perceptible edge. "In the face of absolute power, the old balance often means shackles. Power needs to be guided, not out of control." Su Wan's voice was still gentle, but with an unquestionable firmness, like a flexible vine. Out of control power often ends up hurting the person who holds the power. She hinted at something, her eyes swept over Lin Feng, and seemed to penetrate him, looking at the power behind him that was enough to subvert the world. Their gazes met in mid-air, a calm undercurrent stirring beneath. One asserted forcefully, the other deftly maneuvered. One was like a sword unsheathed, its edge exposed; the other, like a deep, still pool, tolerant yet concealed power. Contrasting auras collided, and a silent exchange began. Qin Shi stood aside, observing quietly. She could sense Lin Feng's unusual, probing interest in Su Wan, which made her heart tighten slightly. But at the same time, she also keenly detected the implicit warning in Su Wan's words about losing control of power, as well as her seemingly gentle but actually watertight defensive posture. This woman was far more than she appeared. "Consultant Su, you've had a hard journey. Let's go to the hotel and rest for a while." Qin Shi spoke at the right time, breaking the brief silence. "The dinner has been arranged to welcome Consultant Su. Thank you for your trouble, Miss Qin." Su Wan retracted her gaze and gave Qin Shi a gentle smile, as if the silent confrontation just now had never happened. The guest should follow the host's wishes. Lin Feng said nothing more, but leaned slightly aside to signal. Su Wan, dragging her suitcase, walked leisurely beside him. Qin Shi lagged behind, her gaze silently flickering between their backs. One gentle and intellectual, the other profound and deep. The sunlight stretched their shadows, interweaving them together in a strange harmony. New pieces have entered the game. This game is becoming more and more interesting. Green Source Technology Group headquarters, temporary laboratory on the top floor. The air here is always filled with ozone, solder, and a strange metallic smell. On the huge laboratory table, the instrument indicator lights flashed frantically, and the holographic screen cascaded across a dazzling stream of data. Xia Qingyi wore a wrinkled white lab coat, her hair tucked up with a pencil, a few strands clinging to her pale cheeks with sweat. Her eyes were sunken, dark circles thick, but her light amber pupils burned with a frenzied intensity as she stared intently at the slowly spinning stardust crystals at the core of the magnetic field confinement device. Threshold, stability, quantum decoherence, damn, just that little bit. She scratched her hair in annoyance, not even noticing that her pencil had fallen to the ground. At this moment, the heavy alloy door of the laboratory slid open silently. Lin Feng, Qin Shi, and Su Wan, who had just arrived, appeared at the door. Xia Qingyi was completely oblivious, her entire mind immersed in the despairing sea of data before her. She turned abruptly to operate another instrument, but her steps stumbled again. The expected fall did not happen. A strong arm once again firmly wrapped around her waist, and the familiar scent with a faint smell of cigar tobacco instantly enveloped her. Xia Qingyi froze, her head abruptly raised, meeting Lin Feng's eyes, deep as the abyss, now tinged with displeasure. Her cheeks flushed red like a cooked shrimp, and she struggled to stand upright, but her whole body remained limp. Mr. Lin, Mr. Lin. Her voice was dry, filled with embarrassment and a hint of barely perceptible dependence. It seems the lesson from last time wasn't profound enough. Lin Feng's voice was low and undeniably cold. He practically half carried her and placed her on the lab table nearby. His movements were forceful and natural, as if it was a matter of course. This scene fell clearly into the eyes of Suwon, who was standing at the door. For the first time, a hint of surprise crossed her still, watery eyes. She watched Lin Feng's almost rough yet absolutely controlling attitude towards Xia Qingyi, watched Xia Qingyi's initial embarrassment turn into a nearly docile dependence, and watched the unique tacit understanding and bond between the two that allowed no outsiders to interfere. This completely overturned her initial impression of Lin Feng, a cold, calculating, profit-driven tech upstart. The scene before her revealed a complex and contradictory side to this man, absolute dominance and a desire for control, yet he also seemed to have an almost overbearing protectiveness towards certain people, such as this seemingly crazed female scientist. Qinsher stood quietly by, her eyes complex. She had long been accustomed to Lin Feng's special care for Xia Qingyi, and had even experienced the feeling of being completely controlled the previous night. But seeing it unfold in front of Suwon, an outsider, she felt a subtle sourness and wariness in her heart. Dr. Xia, this is Suwon, a consultant from the International Energy Agency IEA. Qinsher broke the silence and introduced, Consultant Su would like to know about the research and development progress of psionic crystal core and stardust. Only then did Xia Qingyi notice Suwon at the door. She sloppily wiped the sweat from her face and looked at Suwon. Her light amber pupils instantly filled with wariness and distance, like a young animal guarding its food. Progress? It's in the report. Check it out. Don't interrupt my experiment, she said bluntly and unceremoniously. Suwon didn't show any displeasure at Xia Qingyi's harsh attitude. Instead, the gentle smile on her lips deepened slightly. She took a few steps forward, her gaze passing Xia Qingyi, landing precisely on the magnetic field confinement device and the cascading data stream beside it. Dr. Xia is trying to stabilize the quantum coherence threshold of the stardust topological structure under a strong magnetic field? Suwon's voice was like a clear spring, with a strange penetrating power, which instantly attracted Xia Qingyi's attention. Xia Qingyi turned her head abruptly, a sharp light flashing in her light amber pupils, filled with scrutiny and a hint of disbelief. You understand? Suwon smiled slightly and did not answer directly. Instead, she pointed to a violently fluctuating curve on the holographic screen, 7th minute, exponential decay. The problem lies in the local stress distortion caused by the non-uniformity of the confining magnetic field, which destroys the topological symmetry. Her words were precise and professional, like the sharpest scalpel, instantly hitting the pain point that Xia Qingyi had been thinking about for days and nights but had not been able to completely solve. Xia Qingyi froze in place, as if struck by lightning. She stared at Suwon, then at the curve on the screen, her pale amber pupils shrinking dramatically. This woman, seemingly gentle and intellectual, like a pampered diplomat, had seen through the core dilemma of her experiment at a glance? And she expressed it so precisely. This was more than just understanding. You, who are you? Xia Qingyi's voice trembled slightly. It was no longer a voice of vigilance, but a mixture of shock and excitement of meeting someone of the same kind. Suwon didn't answer Xia Qingyi's question. Instead, she turned her gaze to Lin Feng. Her calm eyes, like water, shone with a penetrating wisdom. The smile on her lips remained gentle, but it held an invisible power. Mr. Lin, the quantum decoherence problem of your stardust material stems from the resonance detuning between the constraining environment and the quantum topology of the material itself. It's like... She paused, as if searching for a more appropriate metaphor. No matter how powerful an engine is, if there's even a slight phase difference in the transmission system, the final output power will be greatly reduced, and even lead to catastrophic consequences. She cleverly compared the profound quantum physics problem to Lin Feng's most familiar field, engines. Not only did she pinpoint the core of the problem, but she also hinted at the potential hidden dangers of combining stardust with psionics. This wasn't just professional expertise, it was a comprehensive, dimensional attack. Lin Feng's eyes instantly became incredibly sharp, their gaze fixed on Suwon's gentle face like a physical object. This woman was far more thorny than he had anticipated. Not only did she possess a profound professional background, but she also possessed keen insight and superb expressive skills, able to get to the heart of the matter while chatting and laughing, even subtly threatening. Resonance detuning. Lin Feng repeated the word in a low voice with a hint of danger. Advisor Su seems to have some experience in tuning the transmission system? I know a thing or two. Suwan met Lin Feng's scrutinizing gaze calmly, her smile still gentle and her eyes clear. After all, it's my duty to ensure that the new engine can safely and stably drive the world. I wonder if Mr. Lin would be willing to share some non-core data with the IEA's expert team to assist in analysis and jointly find a way to tune it? This is crucial for the future global promotion of psionic energy and stardust. She extended an olive branch, but also made a request. Her demeanor remained elegant and composed, but the weight of her words was immense. She cleverly exploited Xia Qingyi's experimental difficulties as a cue, and under the guise of assisting with resolving technical bottlenecks, she demanded access to Lu Yuan's core data. This was both a test and a form of pressure. The air in the laboratory froze instantly. Xia Qingyi looked at Su Wan, then at Lin Feng, her light amber pupils filled with confusion and anxiety. Xin Shiai stared at Su Wan with cold eyes and vigilance. Lin Feng and Su Wan's eyes met silently in the air. A strong and domineering one that cannot be questioned. One is as gentle as water, but with a sharp tongue hidden in cotton. A silent war for the right to formulate future rules and the dominance of core technologies has quietly begun in this laboratory full of metal and technology. Data? Lin Feng spoke slowly, breaking the silence. His gaze shifted from Su Wan's face to the spinning stardust crystal in the magnetic field confinement device in front of Xia Qingyi. A cold, confident smile curved his lips. Green Source's technology doesn't need outsiders to tell us what to do. Resonance detuning? He took a step forward, approaching the core of the magnetic field that was flashing with a faint blue light. His slender fingers quickly tapped on the console, inputting a long string of parameter instructions that were so complicated that it made one's scalp tingle. His movements were as smooth as flowing water, as if he had already understood all the mysteries. Then use a stronger magnetic field to flatten it. As his last command came down. Buzz. The magnetic field confinement device emitted an unprecedented, deep, heart-pounding hum. The stardust crystals in the core region instantly erupted with a dazzling, dark blue light. The surrounding space seemed to be slightly distorted. On the holographic screen, the curve representing quantum coherence decay, under the astonished gaze of Su Wan and Xia Qingyi, was actually forcibly straightened. Although it still fluctuated at the microscopic level, the overall trend had become more stable than ever. Lin Feng turned around, his eyes like a cold blade, once again locking onto Su Wan's bright eyes filled with shock. Rules are written by power. Green Source's engine does not require tuning. It just needs to crush all obstacles. Chapter 18, The Blade at the Summit. Beneath the dome of Binchang International Convention Center, undercurrents surge. A massive crystal chandelier illuminated the circular conference room below like daylight, yet the invisible smoke of war hung heavy in the air. The Future Energy Security and Innovation Summit, spearheaded by the IEA and attended by energy departments and leading research institutions from various countries, was underway. Around the vast circular conference table sat well-dressed politicians, sharp-eyed scientists, and business elites representing major energy giants. Everyone's gaze, consciously or unconsciously, was fixed on the young figure at the head of the table. Lin Feng. He remained in his dark gray cashmere suit, casually open at the collar, leaning back in the wide chair with a relaxed posture, as if the scrutinizing, probing, and even veiledly hostile gazes around him were but a gentle breeze across the mountains. Beside him, Qin Shi, dressed in a champagne-colored Dior couture suit, exuded an air of elegance and poise, like an ice queen guarding a king. Xia Qingyi, wearing a brand-new lab coat, sat slightly back, her light amber eyes fixed on the tablet before her, her fingers mindlessly swiping complex formulas across the screen, as if nothing else mattered to her. Su Wan sat on Lin Feng's other side, her off-white Max Mara trenchcoat draped over the back of her chair, wearing only a well-tailored white silk shirt. Her long hair was loosely tied up, revealing her elegant neck. Her signature gentle smile played on her lips, and her calm gaze scanned the room, like a chess player with a comprehensive understanding. The meeting had already reached its core topic: safety standards and a global governance framework for high-density non-nuclear energy. The IAEA's chief representative, Dr. Adler, a serious-looking, white-haired German physicist, was explaining a draft document drafted by the IAEA, which was carefully worded but shrouded in mystery. In summary, as an unprecedented high-density energy carrier, the psionic crystal core, with its potential risk of loss of control, energy leakage threshold, and the environmental impact of long-term decay products, must be included in the strictest and most authoritative international regulatory framework. Dr. Adler pushed his gold-rimmed glasses, his tone full of unquestionable authority. We recommend that the IAEA take the lead in establishing a special psionics safety oversight committee. All production, transportation, storage, and use of psionic crystal cores must be reported to the committee and subject to regular inspections and safety assessments by the committee. Core technical parameters must also. Core technical parameters? A voice with obvious sarcasm suddenly sounded, interrupting Dr. Adler's statement. Everyone's attention instantly focused on the source of the voice, Lin Feng. He didn't even change his posture. He simply raised his eyelids slightly, his gaze like an icy blade piercing directly at Dr. Adler. Does Dr. Adler mean that Green Source needs to submit the formula and production process of the psionic crystal core to the IAEA for review, just like an elementary school student submits homework? The venue was instantly filled with dead silence. You could hear a pin drop. Dr. Adler's face froze, and then a trace of anger surged up. Mr. Lin, please be careful with your words. This is for global energy security and the common interests of mankind. The IAEA has the most authoritative technical experts and the most complete safety assessment system. Only authority? Lin Feng's lips curled up in a cold arc, and he interrupted again without any hesitation. The IAEA's authority is based on the framework of nuclear fission and nuclear fusion. Psionics is a completely new dimension. He leaned forward slightly, and an invisible sense of oppression instantly spread. You can't even understand its basic physical mechanism. How can you assess its safety? With your outdated standards that can't even handle controlled nuclear fusion? The sharp questioning was like a slap in the face, harshly slapping Dr. Adler and the IAEA delegation. A suppressed gasp echoed throughout the conference hall. This young man was so arrogant. He actually dared to question the IAEA's authority in public. Dr. Adler was so angry that his face turned pale, and he pointed at Lin Feng with trembling fingers. Mr. Lin, you are flouting international rules. This is extremely dangerous technological isolationism. Without the endorsement of the IAEA, psionics will never be recognized by the international market. Never. International market? Lin Feng chuckled, looking down on the world with indifference. Green Source's products don't need anyone's endorsement. Rules are written by force. Safety standards? He swept his eyes across the room with absolute confidence that he was in control of everything. Green Source's standards are the only standards. Any country, organization, or company that wants to use psychic energy must abide by Green Source's rules. Domineering. Absolutely domineering. No room for maneuver. The conference hall erupted in excitement. Representatives from various countries were discussing the situation. Some were angry, some were shocked, and some had a strange glint in their eyes. Xinsher looked at the man's profile beside her, who seemed to be in control of everything. An indescribable throbbing flashed through her cold eyes. Xiaoqing raised her head from her formal exercises, her light amber pupils gleaming with a light that was almost worshipful. This was the king she was loyal to. Suwan's gentle smile remained, though a faint trace of worry flickered across her eyes. Lin Feng's assertiveness, while temporarily suppressing the IAEA's aggressiveness, also put Green Source squarely at odds with international norms. This was by no means a long-term solution. Mr. Lin, you are wrong. A clear but obviously provocative voice sounded, breaking the brief chaos in the meeting hall. Everyone looked in the direction of the voice. The speaker sat at the Yi Group's table. A handsome young man in his early 30s, wearing gold-rimmed glasses, he had a refined demeanor, yet his eyes were sharp as an eagle, revealing an elitist arrogance and calculation. He was the most outstanding unicorn child of this generation in the Yi family, Yi Lan's older brother, and the chief technology officer of the Yi Group Yiming. Technology knows no borders, but security has its limits. Yiming adjusted his glasses, a formal smile on his face, but his gaze was fixed on Lin Feng like a venomous snake. Mr. Lin's technology is indeed amazing, but rejecting international supervision is tantamount to holding the key to world destruction in private hands. This is not only irresponsible to the international community, but also a potential threat to all of humanity. He cleverly avoided the technical debate and directly raised the issue to the level of moral high ground and human safety. His words portrayed Lin Feng as a dangerous individual who was only interested in profit and had no regard for human safety. His intentions were extremely sinister. Many representatives in the conference hall, especially those from the traditional energy giants, nodded in agreement, looking at Lin Feng with eyes full of accusations and vigilance. Threat? Lin Feng's gaze finally turned to Yiming, as if he was looking at a noisy ant. Mr. Yi seems to have forgotten, just 3 days ago, who instructed the hackers to try to steal Green Source's core secrets? Who is supporting the Lee family behind the scenes in trying to destroy the quantum lighthouse with an armed attack? His voice was not loud, but like a sledgehammer, hitting Yiming's face hard. The smile on Yiming's face froze instantly, and a hint of imperceptible panic flashed in his eyes. He didn't expect Lin Feng to be so direct and blunt in such an occasion. You're slandering me. Yiming forced himself to remain calm and refuted sharply, the Yi group has always been law-abiding. What has the Li family's affairs got to do with my Yi family? Really? Lin Feng's lips curled up in a cold arc, like the smile of death. He raised his hand and lightly snapped his fingers. Buzz. The huge holographic projection screen in the center of the venue switched instantly. On the screen, there were several clear screenshots of emails and communication records. The sender was Yiming's private encrypted email account, and the recipient was the overseas account of Li Xiaoquan's arrested son, Li Xiaofeng. The content directly pointed to instructions for creating chaos at the Quantum Lighthouse construction site and the flow of funds. There were also communication records between the head of the Yi Group's cybersecurity department and the overseas hacker group Dark Web Snake, clearly showing the instructions for launching a cyber attack on Xia Qingyi's laboratory. The evidence was irrefutable. The venue was instantly in an uproar. No. This is forgery. It's slander. Yiming's face turned pale, and he screamed hysterically like a stripped clown, completely losing his previous elite demeanor. Slander? Lin Feng's voice was as cold as ice. Mr. Yi, why don't you ask your sister, Ms. Yilan, if she still has chat records on her office computer in Shenzhen City about communicating with the Ouroboros organization and hiring Nightingale to assassinate me? Boom! It was like dropping a bomb in the venue. Ouroboros. That mysterious and terrifying assassin organization. Assassinating Lin Feng? Everyone's eyes instantly turned to the Yi Group's seat, searching for Yilan. However, Yilan's seat was empty. She hadn't even attended the summit. Yiming was struck by lightning, his entire body trembling violently. His face turned from pale to blue. His finger, pointing at Lin Feng, trembled violently, his lips quivering, yet he couldn't utter a single word. A tremendous fear instantly gripped him. Not only did Lin Feng possess evidence of his collusion with the Li family, but he even knew that Yilan had hired Ouroboros to assassinate him? How could this be possible? The conference hall was in complete chaos. Reporters' cameras were frantically focused on the pale-faced Yiming and the steady Lin Feng. The IAEA delegation was also stunned, having never expected the summit to devolve into such heated commercial and criminal accusations. Just at this moment. Buzz. The encrypted communicator in front of Lin Feng vibrated slightly. He glanced down at the screen, which contained only a short message from Ming Yi. Target locked. Suwan, real name Su Wanqing. Senior Agent of the Dragon Shadow Special Operations Division of the Dragon State Ministry of State Security. Mission: assess the impact of psionic energy and stardust technologies on national security and the international strategic landscape, and ensure national control of the technology if necessary. Suwan? Ministry of State Security? Dragon Shadow Agents? Lin Feng's gaze instantly became incredibly profound, like the boundless universe. He slowly raised his head, his gaze passing over the chaotic meeting room, landing precisely on Suwan's face beside him. Suwan seemed to sense this gaze, too. She tilted her head slightly, meeting Lin Feng's all-seeing eyes. The gentle smile on her lips remained, but deep within those calm, clear eyes, a hint of helplessness at being seen through and a hint of indescribable honesty flashed across her. She didn't dodge or argue, but simply gazed back at Lin Feng calmly with those clear eyes, as if silently saying, you know. At the summit, a storm against the Yi family is brewing. The silent battle between Lin Feng and Suwan over loyalty, position, and the future has just begun. With her secret agent's identity exposed, how will Suwan cope? And how will she face the man who has seen through her disguise and wields the power to change the world? Lin Feng looked at Suwan's clear eyes, which were filled with helplessness and honesty. The corners of his mouth slowly curled up in a meaningful arc. He was not angry, nor did he question. He just uttered two words in a low and clear voice that only the two of them could hear. Interesting. Chapter 19: Dragon Shadow and the Return. Ministry of State Security, Bincheng Base, 7th underground floor. There were no windows, only cold alloy walls and a perpetually cold, white LED light. The air was filled with disinfectant and the faint hum of electronic equipment, so quiet you could hear your heartbeat. The heavy blast-proof door slid open silently, revealing a minimalist interior, a long alloy table, a few chairs, and a massive screen on the wall displaying a complex stream of surveillance data. Lin Feng sat alone at one end of a long table, his posture relaxed, his fingertips tapping unconsciously on the cold surface. Before him sat a cup of steaming tea, brewed by Su Wanqing, or rather, Su Wan herself, with expert skill and a refreshing aroma. He gazed calmly across from him. Su Wanqing traded her elegant off-white trench coat and skirt for a tailored dark blue uniform, unmarked but accentuating her tall figure. Her long, dark hair remained meticulously tied back, revealing a smooth forehead and a face that, while gentle and intellectual, now held a stern power. She sat across from Lin Feng, her calm, clear eyes shed their diplomatic smile, leaving behind the clarity, honesty, and subtle weariness of a dragon shadow agent. Mr. Lin, Su Wanqing's voice was remarkably clear in the silence, still carrying that unique rhythmic quality, but less deliberately gentle and more straightforward and serious. I am a senior agent of the Dragon Shadow Special Operations Division of the Dragon State Security Department, codenamed Jingjia. This mission, under the highest directive, is to assess the potential impact of psionic crystal core and stardust technologies on national security and the international strategic landscape. If necessary, we will ensure that control of these core technologies remains with the state, preventing them from flowing into uncontrollable channels or being acquired by hostile forces. She concealed nothing and made no unnecessary excuses. Once her identity was revealed, she laid her cards on the table in the most direct way possible. This frankness only served to highlight her professionalism and confidence. Lin Feng picked up the teacup, took a sip, and his gaze fell on Su Wanqing's clear eyes. When necessary? Including forced takeover, or even clearing obstacles. His voice was calm, but with an invisible pressure. Su Wanqing met his gaze without dodging. Dragon Shadow's code of conduct always prioritizes national interests and people's safety. Any unstable factors that may pose a major threat to national security are within the scope of assessment when necessary, but her answer was flawless. She acknowledged this possibility, but also cleverly attributed the decision-making power to the assessment results and highest priority, and did not point the finger directly at Lin Feng. Unstable factors? Lin Feng's lips curled up slightly. For example, a private enterprise with disruptive technology that is not directly controlled by the state apparatus? Technology itself has no position, but those who master it do. Su Wanqing's voice remained calm, yet it carried a penetrating power. Mr. Lin's power is enough to change the world. However, great power often comes with great temptations and risks. The country needs to ensure that this power is on the right track. The right track? Lin Feng put down his teacup, his eyes burning. Who defines it? You? It's based on the law, the will of the state, and the common interests of hundreds of millions of people, Su Wanqing replied firmly. Not the will of any individual or single capitalist. This is the cornerstone of order and the fundamental guarantee against uncontrolled power and disaster. Their gazes met silently in the air. One represented the control of individual will and absolute power, the other the ironclad principles of national order and collective security. These two contrasting philosophies, like ice and fire, clashed fiercely in the silent underground space. So, Lin Feng leaned forward slightly, an invisible sense of oppression spreading over him. What are the results of the assessment? Am I that unstable factor that needs to be eliminated? The air froze instantly. Su Wanqing fell silent. She stared into Lin Feng's eyes, deep as the abyss, seemingly capable of swallowing all light. From his dominance at the summit to his unwavering composure in the face of the state apparatus, this man displayed strength, intelligence, and a self-assured confidence that bordered on arrogance, far exceeding her initial assessment. He wasn't a simple businessman or scientist, but rather a self-forged, unparalleled, and fierce weapon. To forcibly control or eliminate him? The cost would be incalculable, and could even backfire. It seemed like a long time had passed, yet it also seemed like only a moment. Su Wanqing shook her head slowly and very slightly. This movement seemed to exhaust all her strength, causing her straight back to relax slightly. No. Her voice was filled with unprecedented honesty and a hint of relief. At least, before the top management re-examines and makes a final decision, my personal assessment is, Mr. Lin Feng is not an enemy. She paused slightly, her gaze becoming clearer and more resolute. On the contrary. After witnessing your actions against Ouroboros, crushing the Li family, and suppressing the IAEA's unreasonable demands, I believe you are, by far, the most crucial figure in ensuring the safety, controllability, and ultimate service to the national interest of psionic and stardust technologies. An unexpected turn of events. This wasn't just a confession of identity, it was also a confirmation of her position and initial trust. On behalf of Dragon Shadow, she sent a signal of cooperation to Lin Feng. The sharp light in Lin Feng's eyes subsided slightly, but his scrutiny remained the same. Cooperation? In what way? Information sharing, resource support, and crisis coordination, Su Wanqing said succinctly. Dragon Shadow possesses a global intelligence network and powerful operational capabilities. We can provide you with precise intelligence on Ouroboros, the remnants of the Yi family, and other potentially hostile forces. At the same time, we offer national-level support in technical security, the protection of key personnel, and even the acquisition of certain special resources. In exchange, she looked directly at Lin Feng, we require your commitment that the core technologies of psionic energy and stardust will prioritize national strategic needs, and their dissemination and application will be subject to necessary oversight and security review by relevant national departments. Maintain close communication and coordination with Dragon Shadow on major decisions concerning national security. The conditions are clear and the requirements are explicit. This not only gives Lin Feng a great deal of autonomy and substantial support, but also draws a red line for national interests. Lin Feng didn't answer immediately. He leaned back in his chair, his gaze fixed on the constantly refreshing stream of data on the wall screen, as if weighing his options. The underground space fell silent again, with only the faint hum of the operating instruments. After a long moment, Lin Feng slowly spoke, his voice low and clear. The Yi family must be completely wiped out. Ouroboros, especially that nightingale, must die. His words were filled with cold murderous intent, leaving no room for doubt. Yi Ming, a core member of the Yi family, has been apprehended by the National Security Department at the summit. The relevant chain of evidence is complete, and he will be severely punished by law. As for Yi Lan, Su Wanqing's eyes flashed with a cold light. Her transaction record with Ouroboros is confirmed, and she has been placed on the highest level wanted list. As for Ouroboros and Nightingale. She paused, her tone filled with murderous intent. Dragon Shadow will mobilize all its forces to cooperate with your actions to uproot them and reduce them to ashes. This is the will of the nation. Very good. Lin Feng nodded, satisfied with the answer. Regulation and review, he said, his gaze fixed on Su Wanqing again. Green Source's technological development has its own pace and goals. The country needs results, not processes. As long as the results align with national interests, I will control the process. Necessary communication is acceptable, but directives are unacceptable. He reiterated his bottom line of non-interference. Su Wanqing looked at Lin Feng's unquestionable eyes, was silent for a few seconds, and finally nodded slowly, okay. But major breakthroughs and application directions must be reported in advance. This was the maximum concession she could muster. Facing someone like Lin Feng, forceful control would only trigger a catastrophic backlash. Win-win cooperation, granting him sufficient space and respect while ensuring national interests, was the only viable path forward. Deal, Lin Feng uttered, bringing this underground meeting to a close. A subtle yet solid alliance, forged from both power and national will, quietly took shape. On the coastal highway from Bincheng to Tsuwaping Mountain. The black Rolls-Royce Phantom drove smoothly, like a ghost gliding through the night. Outside the car window, the city lights gradually faded, replaced by the deep night and the vague outlines of distant mountains. Inside the car, the atmosphere was somewhat subtle. Lin Feng closed his eyes, resting. Qinshi sat beside him, occasionally glancing at Su Wanqing in the passenger seat. Her cold eyes held a hint of scrutiny and a lingering sense of wariness. Xiaoqingyi sat on the other side, clutching her tablet. Her fingers rapidly swiped across the formula on the screen, her brow furrowed, as if she were still troubled by a problem, oblivious to the subtle atmosphere in the car. Su Wanqing sat upright, her gaze calmly watching the darkness pass by outside the window. Her dark blue uniform accentuated the soft yet resolute lines of her profile. The confrontation at the summit, the showdown at the underground base, the shifting of identities, the sheer volume of information this day would have been enough to wear anyone down. Yet, she sat quietly, like a rock weathering a storm, still standing firm. Advisor Su, Qinshi's voice broke the silence, with a hint of formal distance, regarding the Ministry of State Security, regarding the follow-up coordination matters. Miss Qin, just call me Wanqing. Su Wanqing turned her head and gave Qinshi a gentle smile, her eyes clear, as if the tension in the underground base had never happened. For the subsequent specific docking, a specialist from Dragon Shadow will contact the security departments of Qin Group and Green Source Technology. My mission has come to an end for the time being. Her tone was calm and natural, with a sense of relief after the dust settled. Qianshi nodded slightly, but didn't respond. She looked at the familiar, gentle smile on Su Wanqing's face, and then recalled her sharpness and decisiveness as a dragon shadow agent. Her assessment of this woman became even more complicated. It was dangerous, but she had no choice but to cooperate. Mr. Lin, Su Wanqing said, turning her gaze towards Lin Feng, who was resting with his eyes closed. Her tone was filled with a subtle solemnity. We have preliminary results regarding the intelligence analysis of Nightingale, Ouroboros, and Dragon Shadow. Lin Feng slowly opened his eyes and his deep gaze fell on Su Wanqing's face. Ouroboros is a highly specialized and mysterious international assassin and intelligence organization with a long history. The number of its core members is unknown, but each one is considered top tier in the industry. They serve the most prestigious clients, accepting only money and specific tokens, regardless of their position. Nightingale is one of their most active and successful ace assassins in recent years, codenamed Blue Blood. Su Wanqing's voice was clear and calm. The results of her blood sample analysis are very special. She paused, as if trying to organize her words. Her genetic sequence shows numerous traces of unnatural, artificial editing, particularly in the mitochondrial DNA and telomerase-related genes, exhibiting characteristics of genetic engineering at least 50 years ahead of its time. Her blood contains an unknown, highly active blue energy factor, which is initially suspected to be related to her powerful physical strength, nerve reaction speed, and mental attack capabilities. This genetic modification technology far exceeds the capabilities of any currently disclosed country or organization. Dragon Shadow experts believe that she may come from an ancient organization hidden in the shadows of history, possessing lost technology, or perhaps, from the future. The future? Xia Qingyi suddenly raised her head from the formula, and a terrifying light burst out from her light amber pupils. Space-time theory? Quantum backtracking effect? Or? She instantly fell into crazy academic speculation. Qianshi was also shocked. From the future? This was unbelievable. Lin Feng's eyes remained calm, as if he wasn't surprised by this conclusion. He simply asked calmly, "What about tracking?" Her anti-tracking capabilities are exceptional, and she seems to possess some kind of space disturbance technology. Su Wanqing's brow furrowed slightly, revealing her confusion for the first time. The last time we caught a faint signal from her was in the Siberian wilderness near the Arctic Circle, and then she vanished completely. Dragon Shadow deployed the most advanced satellite and ground-based monitoring networks, but found nothing. It's like she's vanished from the face of the earth. Disappeared? A genetically modified killer with blue blood, suspected to be from the future? Lin Feng's gaze grew even darker. This Ouroboros organization, and the secrets behind it, were far more complex than imagined. Just then, Lin Feng's phone vibrated. He glanced at the screen and saw an encrypted file from Qianshi, titled Quantum Lighthouse Phase 1 Completion and Opening Ceremony and Stardust Mass Production Launch Plan. Lin Feng turned the phone screen towards Su Wanqing. In 3 days, the Quantum Lighthouse will be completed. His voice was filled with unquestionable power. Stardust will officially enter mass production. This is an invitation. Agent Su, are you interested in witnessing the lighting of the New Era Lighthouse as a representative of your country? Su Wanqing gazed at the massive building on the screen, which, in the renderings, resembled a dormant, silver-gray behemoth about to awaken. Her eyes instantly shone brightly. The Quantum Lighthouse had been completed. Stardust had begun mass production. This would be a pivotal moment in the history of human technology. And she, as a Dragon Shadow agent, would participate in this event as a witness to the nation's will. It's my honor. Su Wanqing's voice was filled with a hint of uncontrollable excitement, and she nodded solemnly. As the car entered the Tsuaping mountain area, the outline of a massive silver-gray building loomed in the night, nestled in the distant valley, like a dormant steel behemoth. The reserved space at the top of the tower seemed to be waiting for the moment of ignition. A new era will officially dawn at dawn 3 days from now, illuminated by the light of the Quantum Lighthouse. And the open and covert struggles surrounding this light will enter a new, even more turbulent dimension. Lin Feng's gaze pierced the night, resting on the giant tower about to awaken. Like a king, he surveyed the future opened by his will. Chapter 20, The Eve of the Lighthouse. On the top of Tsuaping Mountain, the night breeze is cool. The Rolls-Royce Phantom stopped silently in front of Guanyuntai Villa. This luxurious residence, nestled on a hillside overlooking Binqing's nightscape, was ablaze with lights, like a pearl on a mountaintop. The butler had been waiting, respectfully opening the car door. Agent Su, I'll have to inconvenience you into staying in the guest room tonight. Lin Feng was the first to get out of the car. His voice was flat, emotionless. The inconvenience he mentioned was naturally referring to the guest room in this top-tier mansion worth hundreds of millions. Su Wanqing followed closely behind, her gentle, intellectual smile restored, as if the underground base's prestige was merely an illusion. "You're too polite, Mr. Lin. The environment here is far superior to our safe house." She spoke sincerely, her gaze sweeping across the meticulously tended courtyard and the dazzling city lights in the distance. Qinshi and Xia Qingyi also got out of the car. Qinshi, still aloof, nodded slightly to Su Wanqing before heading straight for the main building, apparently to deal with the Quantum Lighthouse Phase 1 completion and opening ceremony and Stardust mass production launch plan on Lin Feng's phone. Xia Qingyi, on the other hand, cradled her tablet, mumbling to herself, completely lost in her own world of formulas. She nearly bumped into the porch column, but was gently caught by the quick-eyed butler. Lin Feng didn't stop and strode into the villa. Su Wanqing lagged behind half a step, but her eyes were involuntarily attracted by the scene on the side of the hall. It was a vast open-plan study and workspace, an entire wall transformed into a state-of-the-art electronic sand table, currently displaying a real-time holographic display of the Quantum Lighthouse construction site deep in the valley. The tower's main structure was nearly complete, its silver-gray metal frame gleaming coldly under the searchlights, while a large port reserved for it at the top flashed with indicator lights. Dozens of high-definition screens, surrounding the sand table, streamed a deluge of data, material stresses, energy flow, environmental parameters, security deployments. The sheer volume was dazzling. Several technicians wearing Green Source Technology uniforms were busy debugging the sand table. When they saw Lin Feng come in, they immediately saluted respectfully, "Mr. Lin." Lin Feng simply waved his hand casually, his gaze lingering for a moment on the soon-to-be-realized landmark building on the sand table. His gaze didn't resemble that of someone looking at a massive project costing hundreds of billions of dollars, but more like he was looking at a nearly completed toy. Su Wanqing felt a shudder in her heart. Was this the everyday perspective of a billionaire? This behemoth, powerful enough to transform a nation's energy landscape and technological progress, seemed to him like a mere pawn in a vast commercial landscape. "Mr. Lin," Su Wanqing gathered her thoughts and walked to Lin Feng's side, keeping a comfortable distance. "Regarding the intelligence on Nightingale and Ouroboros, I will compile a more detailed assessment report for you as soon as possible. Also, Dragon Shadow Headquarters has approved my preliminary report and in principle agreed to the cooperation framework we have reached. The follow-up liaison specialist will arrive in Bincheng tomorrow morning to report to you." Very efficient. Lin Feng walked to the bar and poured himself a glass of ice water. His tone was neither praise nor criticism. "Your people just have to follow my rules." Of course, Su Wanqing nodded. They will strictly abide by Green Source Technology's safety regulations and will only be responsible for information transmission and necessary coordination. They will not interfere with your company's normal operations. She emphasized the words necessary and coordination, keeping a low profile. Facing someone like Lin Feng, who has a strong desire for control, the basis for cooperation is clear boundaries. At this time, Qinshi came over with a tablet computer, and her cold voice broke the atmosphere in the work area. "Boss, there are a few key points in the ceremony plan that need your confirmation." She handed the tablet directly to Lin Feng. The screen displayed the core process of the press conference. Qinshi's eyes swept over Su Wanqing with a subtle scrutiny, as if assessing whether this new national representative would bring any changes. "Speak." Lin Feng didn't pick up the tablet, but just looked at Qinshi. First, the invitation list. In addition to the country's top scientific research institutions, energy giants, financial capital representatives, and leaders of relevant ministries and commissions, 17 top international media and 6 overseas consortiums with special backgrounds have applied to attend. The Security Department recommends that some overseas applicants undergo stricter background checks. Qinshi spoke quickly and clearly. "Have Agent Su's people cooperate with the screening," Lin Feng ordered directly. "The list she has is more complete than ours." He looked at Su Wanqing with a hint of amusement in his eyes. "Agent Su, is this all right?" Su Wanqing smiled. "It's my duty. I'll have the specialists work seamlessly with Ms. Qin's security team to ensure the safety of the guests." A complex expression flashed across Qinshi's eyes, but she nodded and operated on the tablet. Second, the core link, the first public demonstration of Stardust. Dr. Xia insisted on operating it personally, but the safety risks. "Let her go." Lin Feng interrupted her, his tone unquestionable. "Qingyi is the mother of Stardust, no one is more suitable than her." The security level is raised to the highest level. Agent Su, your people will be responsible for peripheral alert and monitoring of abnormal energy fluctuations, especially for that kind of space disturbance. He deliberately emphasized the last four words. Obviously, he did not take the possible threat of Nightingale lightly. Su Wanqing's expression grew serious. Understood. I'll arrange for Dragon Shadow's top field stabilization team and energy detectors to be deployed. Third, Qinshi took a deep breath, as if weighing her words. Arrangements for the dinner after the ceremony. You previously requested a low-key dinner, but based on the current specifications and the number of guests, I'm afraid we'll do it to the highest standards. Lin Feng put down his water glass, his tone calm, yet with a sense of self-righteous arrogance. The mountaintop helipad is open, allowing private jets to land. Have Michelle's team from France fly in the ingredients for the dinner. For the wine, use the 1982 Romani Conti and 50-year-old Matai from my cellar. Tell the butler that there's no upper limit to the budget. I want everyone to remember that the era of green source begins with this beacon. Qinshi. Su Wanqing. Unlimited budget. Drinking 1982 Conti like water. Private jets allowed to land directly on the mountaintop. How can this be considered low-key? This is clearly a blatant display of the trillionaire's pomp and confidence, slamming everyone in the face. The corners of Qinshi's mouth twitched slightly, and she quickly wrote on the tablet, "Yes, boss." She was used to Lin Feng's simple and crude way of solving problems with money ability. Su Wanqing was secretly stunned. She had witnessed the ostentatious displays of many top tycoons and politicians, but seeing someone like Lin Feng, who treated his astronomical wealth as nothing, simply to demonstrate a new era, still left her with a strong shock. Was this the daily grind of his super-rich system? Sure enough, a bit wild. Also, Lin Feng added, his gaze casting towards the giant steel tower looming in the valley outside the window, I want the lighthouse to be visible to the entire city of Bincheng the moment it lights up. Tell the technical department to connect the backup power source and adjust the brightness to the theoretical maximum. Money is not a problem. Understood. Qinshi agreed. She knew that her boss wanted more than just lighting a beacon. He wanted to announce the dawn of a new era in the most dazzling and undeniable way. The work area was bustling with activity once again. Qinshi delivered instructions with swift resolution, while the technicians frantically worked on the sand table and screens. Xiaoqing had also come over at some point, pointing at the tower structure on the sand table, spouting technical terms rapidly, prompting the nearby engineers to nod and take notes. Su Wanqing stood quietly behind Lin Feng, like a perfect shadow. She took in everything before her. Lin Feng, in control of the situation, his words followed through. Qinshi, efficient and meticulous. Xiaoqing, a pure genius, immersed in research and the vast machinery swirling around this soon-to-be-lit lighthouse. This is Lin Feng's daily urban life. Money, power, cutting-edge technology, national will, and surging threats, all these elements intertwine, gyrating with near unbridled abandon within his vast, trillion-dollar empire. And she, the Dragon Shadow agent codenamed Jingja, has quietly become a special cog in this vast machine. She gazed deep into the valley, where the outline of the quantum lighthouse grew clearer in the night. 3 days from now, that beam of light would pierce the darkness, illuminating even more eyes hidden in the shadows. A new chapter, accompanied by the roar of engines, private jets, the aroma of fine wine, premium wines, and the cutting edge of technology Stardust Light, was about to unfold wildly atop this bustling city. Chapter 21 Stardust Age? As the night deepens, the Guanyantai Villa on Suaping Mountain is brightly lit, like a sleepless command center. The atmosphere in front of the study's enormous electronic sandbox was solemn. A holographic model of a quantum lighthouse hovered, its structure clearly visible, its top port flashing a dangerous red light. "Boss, here's the problem," said a technical supervisor with graying hair and thick glasses, pointing to several subtle energy fluctuation anomalies around the tower's top interface. Sweat dripped from his forehead. The theoretical model is perfect, and the physical installation is exactly as Dr. Xia designed. But every time we conduct the final coupling test, subtle ripples appear in the quantum field near the interface, causing the energy transfer efficiency to drop by 3.7%. While this doesn't affect basic lighting, it can't reach the theoretical peak, let alone support the stable output required for mass production of stardust. Xiaoqing stood aside, her light amber pupils fixed on the abnormally fluctuating data streams. Her face was tense, her fingers unconsciously calculating frantically on the tablet, and she muttered to herself, "Field interference, boundary conditions, something's wrong. Could it be that the Planck-scale quantum tunneling effect has been locally amplified? A stronger confinement field is needed." Qinshi frowned, her cold voice carrying a hint of pressure. there are less than 60 hours left until the ceremony begins. The world's top energy experts, representatives from various countries, and financial giants are already on their way to Binchang. If the lighthouse cannot reach its optimal condition, the effect of Stardust's mass production demonstration will be greatly reduced, and the maturity of the technology may even be questioned. She looked at Lin Feng, waiting for a decision. Su Wanqing stood quietly on the periphery. As a dragon shadow agent, she was more like a keen observer at this moment. She noticed that Lin Feng's face was free of any anxiety, only a deep, calm. This calmness, in turn, made her feel an invisible pressure. Lin Feng didn't look at the sandbox or the anxious technical director. His gaze fell on Xia Qingyi, who was lost in her calculations. Qingyi, his voice was low, but it clearly penetrated the tense atmosphere. What do you need? Xia Qingyi suddenly looked up, her eyes bright with astonishing brightness, with the paranoid glint peculiar to a genius, a stronger confinement field. We need a superconducting material that can temporarily freeze quantum fluctuations at the Planck scale. The blue crystal superconductor type 2 currently stored in the laboratory is not pure enough. I need a rhenium-osmium superconducting isomer with a purity of 99.9999%, at least 100 grams. Moreover, the transformation and installation of the force field generator must be completed within 36 hours. She spoke very quickly, and the material names and precision requirements she reported made the technicians present gasp. Rhenium-osmium superconducting isomers? 6/9's purity? 100 grams? The technical director's face paled. Boss Lin, this material has only appeared in theoretical literature. The world's known rhenium and osmium deposits are extremely rare, and the isomer purification process is even more. Even if there is a process, it wouldn't be possible in 36 hours. Qin Shi's face darkened. This request was almost too harsh. It wasn't just a matter of money, it was a double dilemma of time and resources. At this moment, Lin Feng moved. Without hesitation, he pulled out his cell phone. It was a seemingly ordinary custom-made model, but the way he dialed the number was filled with unquestionable determination. The call was connected almost instantly. Lin Feng didn't even exchange pleasantries, but directly gave the order, his voice calm but penetrating. I'm Lin Feng. Target, 100 grams of 99.9999% pure rhenium-osmium superconducting isomers. Time limit, deliver to the Guanyantai on Suaping Mountain within 24 hours. Use the deep blue channel, regardless of the cost. Confirm. For short sentences, no explanation, only a clear goal and absolute command. A single, unmistakable, confirmed, executed seemed to come from the other end of the line, and the call ended. The entire study fell into deathly silence. The technical director was stunned, as if he had heard a fairy tale. A hint of understanding flashed across Qin Shi's eyes, and then he returned to his calmness, only loosening his clenched fingers slightly. Xia Qingyi cheered and immediately buried her head in her calculations and transformation diagram design, as if Lin Feng had just said go to the convenience store downstairs to buy a bottle of water. Su Wanqing's pupils constricted sharply. 24 hours. 6/9's purity. Rhenium-osmium isomers. As a senior agent of Dragon Shadow, she knew the difficulty of acquiring such a strategically rare material, let alone achieving such a terrifying purity requirement in such a short period of time. Deep blue channel? What level of resource network was this? Just to what extent did this man control wealth and hidden power? Lin Feng put away his phone, as if he had just dealt with a trivial matter. He looked at the technical director. The materials will arrive within 24 hours. Qingyi, how long will it take for the renovation plan to be completed? Xia Qingyi didn't even raise her head, her fingers moving like shadows. 12 hours. Once the materials arrive, we'll install and debug them immediately. 12 hours is more than enough. Okay. Lin Feng nodded and turned his gaze to Qin Shi. The ceremony process remains unchanged. Let's put the lighthouse lighting peak demonstration segment at the end as the finale. Understood. Qin Shi responded immediately, feeling relieved. The boss's wealth and unfathomable network of resources had once again shattered the seemingly impossible obstacle. Lin Feng looked at Su Wanqing again, his eyes meaningful. Agent Su, in 24 hours, a special cargo plane will land on the mountaintop helipad. I'll leave the security and confidentiality to your people. I don't want any accidents to interfere with the receipt of the materials. Su Wanqing straightened her back instantly, a gleam in her eyes, and the sharpness of Jingja emerged again. Mr. Lin, don't worry, Dragon Shadow will ensure that the goods arrive safely, secretly, and on time. Not even a fly can get close to the tarmac. She knew that this was not only a security mission, but also a direct test of her and Dragon Shadow's abilities by Lin Feng. A technical crisis that could have upended the entire ceremony was forcibly accelerated by a single phone call from Lin Feng, and resolved with an almost overbearing approach. This is the daily life of a billionaire, crushing all obstacles with resources and efficiency unimaginable to the average person. The crisis was temporarily resolved, but the bustle in the villa did not stop. Lin Feng went alone to the panoramic terrace on the top floor of the villa. The view from here was excellent, overlooking the dazzling night view of the entire Binchang. He could also clearly see the Quantum Lighthouse deep in the valley, lying dormant like a silver giant under the searchlight. The night breeze carried a cool mountain breeze. Lin Feng held a glass of amber whiskey, the ice clinking gently against the glass's walls, making a crisp sound. Behind him, in the shadows of the terrace entrance, Su Wanqing appeared silently, having changed out of her uniform for a well-tailored dark gray casual outfit, looking less sharp and more intellectual. Mr. Lin. Su Wanqing walked to his side, keeping a step away, and handed over a thin encrypted electronic tablet. This is the latest intelligence summary sent by Dragon Shadow headquarters regarding Ouroboros and active individuals who may pose a threat to the ritual. Lin Feng took the electronic board and swiped his finger across the screen, a stream of information scrolling rapidly. His gaze lingered on a few of the messages for a moment, his eyes slightly cold. He then turned off the screen and casually placed the electronic board on the crystal coffee table next to him. Any clues about Yi Lan's location? He asked, taking a sip of wine. The last reliable trace was on the edge of Southeast Asia's Golden Triangle, after which the signal disappeared. She's extremely vigilant and seems to have special anti-reconnaissance methods. Nightingale's whereabouts are even more uncertain after the Arctic Circle, there's no trace of her. Su Wanqing reported truthfully, her tone solemn. However, Dragon Shadow has already targeted several offshore companies and dark web nodes that may have financial transactions or information transfers with Ouroboros, and is intensifying its infiltration efforts. During the ceremony, we will activate the highest level of information monitoring and physical defenses. Lin Feng remained silent, his gaze fixed on the distant lighthouse. The lighthouse's lighting, coupled with the mass production of stardust, will attract even more snakes, insects, rats, and ants. Agent Su, Dragon Shadow's net needs to be cast wider. I understand, Su Wanqing replied. She followed Lin Feng's gaze, looking at the giant steel tower that was about to change the world, her heart also filled with turmoil. In 3 days, this place would be the focus of the world's attention, the center of the storm. Try this. Lin Feng suddenly handed the wine glass in his hand to Su Wanqing. Su Wanqing was slightly startled. The traces of his lips were still on the rim of the glass. This gesture carried a casualness beyond business, perhaps even a hint of tentative intimacy. She raised her eyes to look at Lin Feng. His profile, beneath the neon lights of the city and the soft glow of the terrace, was cold and hard, his eyes deep and unfathomable. There was no deliberate ambiguity, only the naturalness of someone in a higher position sharing a certain experience. Su Wanqing took the glass without hesitation and took a graceful sip. Instantly, a complex and powerful flavor exploded in her mouth: the smoky peat, the salty freshness of the deep sea, the sweetness of ripe fruit, and the spice and heaviness of the oak barrels. The layered flavors were powerful, yet settled into a strangely balanced and lingering finish. Ardbeg Trey Bon 19 years, Batch 3. Lin Feng's voice was filled with a subtle admiration. Storm Harbor from Islay, quite strong. Su Wanqing felt the wild and deep aftertaste of the storm in her mouth and nodded slightly. It's a very unique experience. Like experiencing a storm at sea and finally returning to a calm harbor. She handed the wineglass back to Lin Feng naturally. Lin Feng took the wineglass, his fingertips inadvertently brushing against the back of Su Wanqing's hand, bringing a slight coolness to the touch. Their eyes met briefly in mid-air, and the atmosphere on the terrace took on an inexplicable subtlety. The barriers of status and differences in perspective seemed to temporarily dissolve slightly in the face of this shared glass of liquor and their common goal of storm. Su Wanqing, Lin Feng called her full name for the first time, his voice deep. The true beginning will come after the lighthouse is lit. I'm looking forward to seeing whether the order you represent and the power I control can find a balance under this newborn stardust. His words are both a reminder and an implicit invitation. Su Wanqing met his gaze, her bright eyes clear and firm. Mr. Lin, I will use my own eyes to witness the birth of this balance point. For the country, and for a controllable future. She responded to the invitation cleverly and reiterated the bottom line. Lin Feng's lips curled up slightly, and without saying anything, he simply drank the amber-colored liquor in the cup, which was like a liquid storm. His gaze once again turned to the valley, to the silent steel behemoth. Below the mountain, the lights of Binqing's home still shone brightly, and traffic was a constant stream. Countless people were immersed in their daily urban lives, unaware that a storm of wealth, technology, and undercurrents was quietly converging around Suwaping Mountain. There are still 48 hours until the quantum lighthouse is lit and the Stardust era begins. Chapter 22: Daily Life and Undercurrents on the Eve of the Lighthouse. The morning at Guanyantai Villa on Suwaping Mountain was shrouded in a thin layer of mist, the air carrying a unique mountain crispness. Outside the large floor-to-ceiling windows, the city awakened in the morning light, and the outline of the quantum lighthouse, deep in the valley, was already clearly visible. Lin Feng, dressed in a silk nightgown, stood on the curved balcony of the master bedroom, overlooking the infinity pool nestled like a mirror in the courtyard below. Inside, a nimble figure cut through the azure water, her movements smooth and powerful, with minimal splash. It was Qin Shi. She wore a simple black racing swimsuit, a perfect blend of cool elegance and explosive power. Clearly, she was training for a morning swim. It was her way of maintaining absolute alertness and physical fitness. "Boss, breakfast is ready." The butler appeared silently behind him, his voice respectful. Lin Feng hummed, his gaze fixed on the poolside. Xiao Qingyi sat cross-legged on a lounge chair, wrapped in a large white towel, her hair still dripping with water. She didn't enter the water, but instead cradled her tablet, the screen lit, her fingers rapidly tapping away on the virtual keyboard. A piece of toast, freshly delivered by the butler and smeared with premium caviar, clung to her lips. The genius girl's daily routine was to immerse herself in her own world, anytime, anywhere. "Qingyi, dry your hair." Lin Feng's voice was not loud, but it left no room for doubt. "Well, right away, this parameter, almost there." Xiao Qingyi responded vaguely without raising her head, her fingers moving faster. Lin Feng shook his head and turned to the dining room. Breakfast was already laid out on the enormous dining table: sea urchin sashimi from Hokkaido, scrambled eggs with premium black truffles from Perigord, France, freshly baked crispy croissants, and a cup of rich, fragrant geisha coffee. Simple, yet exuding the ultimate in luxury and sophistication. Su Wanqing was already seated at the dining table. She had changed into a sophisticated off-white casual suit, her long hair draped softly over her shoulders. She lacked the sharpness of a uniform, imbued with the gentle sophistication of an urban elite. Before her lay a balanced salad and whole wheat bread, sipping soy milk. Seeing Lin Feng enter, she naturally put down her cup and offered a polite smile. "Mr. Lin, good morning." "Good morning." Lin Feng sat down at the main seat, and the butler immediately poured him coffee. "Any news on the materials?" "Just received the encrypted confirmation." Su Wanqing nodded, her voice steady. "The deep blue channel is incredibly efficient. The 100 grams of rhenium-osmium superconducting isomer is on its way and is expected to arrive at the mountaintop helipad at 3 p.m. The Dragon Shadow security team is in place, fully monitoring and clearing the flight path and landing area." "Very good." Lin Feng picked up his silver knife and fork and gracefully cut into the truffle scrambled eggs. To him, solving a technical problem that could potentially overturn a ritual seemed no different from enjoying breakfast. Both were just daily routines. Qin Shi walked in wrapped in a bathrobe, her hair still dripping with water, her cool face slightly flushed from the exercise. She nodded slightly to Lin Feng and Su Wanqing, then sat down at her seat, picked up a glass of iced American coffee, and opened the tablet at hand. The screen was filled with a dense map of the ceremony process and security deployment. "Boss, at 9 o'clock this morning, President Chen of the Bincheng Chamber of Commerce has a golf date. He wants to discuss cooperation on a piece of land in the Binjiang New District." Qin Shi reported while quickly browsing the information. At 10:30, the Asia-Pacific president of the French luxury group LVMH is visiting, hoping to become one of Stardust's first high-end material partners. At 2 o'clock this afternoon, the liaison specialist from Dragon Shadow will arrive with a detailed intelligence briefing. Also, she paused and looked at Lin Feng. "The shipyard has informed us that the blue fantasy yacht you previously ordered has completed final commissioning and is ready for delivery. I've putted my golf game off. I don't have time to swing with the old man," Lin Feng said without even raising his head. "The LVMH people asked the marketing director to receive them. The conditions are as we agreed before. There's no room for negotiation. As for the yacht, have them drive it to Bincheng Port. After the ceremony, they'll take you out to sea to relax for 2 days." He made the arrangements casually, his tone as calm as if he was dealing with a supermarket shopping list. Yes. Sure quickly recorded it. Su Wanqing quietly ate her salad, but she was once again struck by Lin Feng's daily arrogance. A prime plot of land in the Binjiang New District? A top luxury group's unsolicited partnership? A custom-built superyacht worth hundreds of millions? To him, these seemed like ordinary items on his schedule, easily crossed off or rescheduled. She could even imagine the expression on LVMH's arrogant president's face when he learned he could only meet with the marketing director. Agent Su, Lin Feng suddenly looked at her. After the afternoon briefing, accompany me somewhere. Su Wanqing was stunned for a moment, then nodded, okay, Mr. Lin. She didn't ask any more questions. Her agent qualities made her accustomed to obedience. Breakfast took place in a quiet and efficient atmosphere. Xia Qingyi finally rushed in, her hair half dried, and grabbed a croissant and started chewing, her eyes still glued to her tablet. Sure quickly finished her breakfast and stood up to deal with the mountain of emails and phone calls. The morning sun streamed in through the huge floor-to-ceiling windows, creating a play of light and shadow within the villa. Lin Feng sat on the large, comfortable sofa in the living room, before him a large electronic screen. His fingers were casually sketching something on it, the lines sharp as if he were designing a building or installation. Su Wanqing sat on a single sofa not far away, seemingly flipping through a financial magazine, but from the corner of her eye she keenly observed everything around her, including Lin Feng's focused yet casual state. The phone rang. It was Shure's inside line. Boss, the security team reports that a suspicious drone signal has been detected outside the villa and has been driven away by the countermeasures system. Preliminary analysis suggests it's most likely commercial espionage targeting Lighthouse or Stardust technology. Lin Feng's fingers didn't even pause on the screen, and his voice was calm. Increase low altitude alert. Next time you spot something, shoot it down directly, and hand over the wreckage to Agent Su's people to investigate the source. I understand. Sure hung up the phone decisively. Su Wanqing understood. Beneath the tranquility of daily life, undercurrents never ceased to surge. Corporate espionage was merely the appetizer, perhaps a more dangerous enemy lay lurking in the deeper shadows. 3 o'clock in the afternoon, on the helipad at the top of the mountain. The roar of engines approached as a pitch-black, unmarked, medium-sized transport plane landed precisely on the runway. The hatch opened, and a temperature-controlled, sealed box crafted from a special alloy was escorted out by 4 sharp-eyed, plainclothes Dragon Shadow agents. Su Wanqing personally checked the complex biometric code in quantum key. After confirming they were correct, the box was quickly transferred to a waiting bulletproof SUV. The entire process was efficient and silent, taking no more than 5 minutes. The plane immediately took off and disappeared into the clouds. The items have been safely stored, and Dr. Xia's team has begun to take over. Su Wanqing reported to Lin Feng through encrypted communication. Okay. Prepare the car and go out. Lin Feng's voice came. The black Rolls-Royce Cullinan drove away from Tsuaping Mountain and merged into the bustling traffic of Binchang. Su Wanqing sat in the passenger seat, watching the skyscrapers and luxury flagship stores pass by outside the window, wondering about the destination. Lin Feng closed his eyes and didn't explain. The car finally stopped on a tree-lined, quiet street amidst the bustle. It felt less like a commercial center and more like a hub for high-end, custom-made services. Lin Feng led Su Wanqing into a shop that was understated on the outside but overflowing with luxury and artistry on the inside. The air was filled with the scent of fine leather, cigars, and a unique fragrance. Mr. Lin, your order is ready. A well-dressed, elegant middle-aged man came forward with a warm but not overly flattering smile. He was the owner of this top-notch custom-made shop. The clerk brought out 2 exquisite boxes. Opening the first, he found a men's tuxedo. The deep midnight blue velvet shimmered subtly under the light, its collar and cuffs embellished with incredibly fine, almost imperceptible silver-gray patterns. The tailoring was so perfect it felt like a second skin. While devoid of ostentatious ornamentation, it exuded an unparalleled sense of dignity and strength. The second box opened, and Su Wanqing's gaze narrowed slightly. Inside was a long evening gown. The color was a mysterious and elegant silver gray, like a galaxy under moonlight. The fabric was a blend of some kind of premium silk and rare metallic threads, a delicate sheen that shone with the angle it was held. The design was simple and elegant, with flowing lines, embellished only by delicate stardust-shaped diamonds at the shoulder straps and waistline. It was neither overly ostentatious nor a perfect fit for the Stardust theme. Try it. Lin Feng gestured to Su Wanqing. Su Wanqing was a little surprised. Mr. Lin, your attendance at the ceremonial dinner represents Dragon Shadow and is also a symbol of the nation's will. Lin Feng's tone was calm, but with an air of imperviousness. You can't go in uniform. Su Wanqing gazed at the long dress, which seemed woven from starlight, and a ripple of emotion welled up in her heart. As a secret agent, she was accustomed to hiding in the shadows or wearing clothing that made it easy to move. Such a formal, such beautiful dress was unfamiliar territory to her. But Lin Feng's words highlighted her new identity, a representative of the country. She was silent for a moment, took the dress handed to her by the clerk, and walked into the fitting room. When the fitting room door opened again, even the owner of the bespoke shop, accustomed to seeing all sorts of beauties, was met with a flicker of astonishment. The silver gray dress perfectly flattered Su Wanqing's tall, upright figure, outlining her smooth, powerful curves. The mysterious sheen accentuated her snow-white skin, and her gentle, intellectual demeanor blended strangely with the technologically futuristic aesthetic of the dress. The stardust diamonds adorning her shoulders and waist were the finishing touch, shrouding her in a subtle yet radiant aura. Lin Feng's gaze stayed on her for a few seconds, and a glimmer seemed to flash in his deep eyes, and then he regained his composure. Okay. These two words were the highest affirmation. Su Wanqing stared at herself in the mirror, momentarily lost in thought. The figure in the mirror was both familiar and unfamiliar. She was no longer the Jingjia lurking in the shadows, but now Su Wanqing, about to step into the spotlight, representing her country and witnessing the dawn of a new era. This dress was the embodiment of her changing identity. This is the set, Lin Feng said to the boss, and then added, pair it with a set of suitable jewelry to make it simple and elegant. Okay, Mr. Lin. We just have a new batch of top-quality aquamarines and diamonds, which are very suitable for Miss Su's temperament. The boss responded quickly. Su Wanqing returned to the fitting room and changed back into casual clothes, but her heart lingered. This seemingly simple clothing purchase was part of Lin Feng's daily routine in building his vast empire. He used the finest materials to package the most essential people and events, showcasing his unparalleled strength and style. And she, unknowingly, had become a part of this daily landscape, about to be grandly unveiled. The Cullinan drove back to Tsuaping Mountain. The setting sun stained the mountains and the silver gray tower with a golden glow. Inside the villa, the sounds of Xia Qingyi's modified force field generator, Qin Shi's phone calls, and the approaching footsteps of the Dragon Shadow specialist intertwined. The 48 hours before the quantum lighthouse was lit passed by minute in the seemingly ordinary yet extraordinary daily life of the urban super-rich. Beneath the calm sea, undercurrents gathered within the luxurious daily life, the wheel of time quietly turned. Chapter 23. The next morning. As night falls, the master bedroom of the Guanyantai Villa in Tsuaping Mountain. Outside the enormous floor-to-ceiling windows, the lights of Bincheng's myriad homes spread like a galaxy. Deep in the valley, the silhouette of the quantum lighthouse stood silently in the night, like a dormant beast, awaiting its awakening in 3 days. The main lights were off, only a few ambient lights cast a soft, ambiguous glow. The air lingered with the cedar and amber notes of a premium-scented candle. The bathroom door slid open, letting out steam, mingled with the refreshing scent of shower gel. Su Wanqing wore a silky, deep purple robe, loosely belted, emphasizing her tall, powerful waistline. Her long, wet, black hair cascaded over her shoulders. Her face, stripped of all pretense, held a hint of post-bath laziness and the faint weariness of a burden lifted from her shoulders. Her bright, clear eyes shone through the dim light, their sharpness shed, leaving only the softness of a woman. Lin Feng leaned against the white headboard, turning on only the single reading light. The warm yellow light outlined his hard profile and sturdy chest. He held no book. His deep gaze pierced the glass, resting on the silent tower in the distance, as if silently inspecting the boundaries of his empire. Su Wanqing walked to the bedside, silent. The coolness of her body, the sweet scent of fresh water and a bath after showering, created a subtle allure in the warm room. She leaned over and gently plucked the non-existent book from Lin Feng's hand, her gesture carrying a rare, intimate touch. Lin Feng finally withdrew his gaze from the window, settling on the woman's face, so close. Those clear eyes met his in the dim light, open and calm, yet deep within them lurked a subtle temptation and an invitation? Was it a relationship that needed to be strengthened for the mission? Or was it simply the attraction between a man and a woman after shedding their disguises? He didn't move, but his eyes became deeper, and an invisible aura spread out, carrying a sense of scrutiny. Su Wanqing met his gaze, unflinching. She extended her cool fingertips and gently brushed across his slightly furrowed brow. The gentle touch was soothing, as if tracing his inner blueprint for control. Her fingertips slid slowly down the straight bridge of his nose, finally resting on his lips. This action went beyond the agent's assessment of the target and also transcended the boundaries between collaborators. It was light and slow, yet it carried a silent and straightforward aggression. Lin Feng's eyes darkened, and he finally made a move. He suddenly raised his hand and grasped Su Wanqing's slender yet powerful wrist, his grip unwavering and undeniable. His other hand clasped her lithe waist, instantly closing the distance between them. Their warm breaths intertwined, sharing the same cedar and amber base, yet each possessed a unique blend of their own. Lin Feng exuded a cool woody aroma and potent male hormones, while Su Wanqing exuded a refreshing bath fragrance tinged with a faint, dangerous aura, typical of the awakening of insects. There were no unnecessary words. Lin Feng lowered his head, his kiss unmistakably forceful, capturing her lips with precision. It wasn't a gentle, lingering embrace, but more like a silent conquest and confirmation. His kiss was predatory, deep and domineering, as if he wanted to explore every secret deep within her soul, including the fragile trust and partnership that had just been established. Su Wanqing's body tensed for a moment, the instinctive reaction of an agent facing a surprise attack, but then relaxed, even with a hint of acceptance. She closed her eyes, her slender fingers weaving into Lin Feng's thick black hair, responding to his aggressiveness. Her kissing technique had a practiced rawness, yet it also revealed a keen learning ability and a unique rhythm all her own, finding a delicate balance between passivity and urgency. Lips and teeth mingled, breaths blended. The air seemed to heat up. The city lights outside the window faded into a hazy background, and the silent beacon in the valley faded from view. In this private world, identities, positions, and missions blurred, leaving only two equally powerful and complex souls, driven by desire, engaged in a silent struggle and fusion. Lin Feng's palms roamed across her silky nightgown, tracing the tight, explosive back, feeling the power contained within that body. Under his forceful demands, Su Wanqing let out a suppressed, sexy moan, her body trembling slightly, a contradictory beauty of being conquered yet willing to sink. This intimacy, like a sudden storm, was intense yet fleeting. It stemmed from a primal attraction, mingled with the temptations of power struggles, and also carried a hint of a shared search for solace before the storm. It wasn't overly sentimental, but it was intense and profound enough to leave a clear mark on each other's souls. When the storm subsided, Lin Feng still held Su Wanqing in his arms, his chin resting on the top of her head. His breathing gradually steadied, but his gaze once again fixed on the outline of the lighthouse outside the window, which would soon change the world. Su Wanqing leaned against his solid chest, listening to his steady, powerful heartbeat. Fatigue washed over her like a tide, and her tense nerves found a strange relaxation at that moment. She closed her eyes, as if a heavy burden had been lifted from her shoulders, and as if she were drawing on the unfathomable strength of the man beside her. In the master bedroom, only the mingled sounds of their breathing and the eternal whisper of the city outside the window remained. Beneath the tranquility of daily life, undercurrents and desires intertwined, pointing towards the beacon that was about to be lit. The next morning, sunlight streamed through the gauze curtains into the master bedroom. Lin Feng had risen from the large bed, standing in front of the floor-to-ceiling window in his nightgown, his back erect. Su Wanqing had also woken up and was sitting on the edge of the bed, neatly pulling her long hair back, her appearance now meticulous. The laziness and fragility on her face had vanished, replaced by a mask of gentleness and intelligence. However, a hint of indescribable complexity seemed to linger deep in her eyes. "Agent Su," Lin Feng said, his voice low and deep from the morning, without turning around. "The materials have arrived. How's the progress with Xia Qingyi?" Su Wanqing fastened the last button of her uniform, her voice returning to its usual clarity and composure. "Dr. Xia's team worked through the night, and the force field generator modification is 98% complete. Final coupling testing will begin as soon as the materials arrive. We expect all debugging to be complete by 5 p.m. "Yeah," Lin Feng responded, as if nothing happened last night. Su Wanqing stood up and walked towards the door, her steps still as sharp as a secret agent's. Before opening the door, she paused slightly, without turning back, and said softly, "Mr. Lin, today is going to be a long day." Lin Feng finally turned around, his deep gaze fixed on her straightened back, and a faint, elusive arc appeared at the corner of his mouth. "Every day. Go." The door closed gently. Silence returned to the master bedroom. After a brief moment of intimacy and rest, the daily routine of the urban super-rich was once again filled with the vastness of their career and the impending storm. Last night's encounter was like a stone dropped into a deep pond. After the ripples, the surface remained deep and calm, but the stone had ultimately sunk to the bottom. A new chapter continued to unfold, amidst the ticking countdown of the quantum lighthouse. Chapter 24 24 Hours. Only 24 hours remain until the quantum lighthouse is lit and the Stardust era begins. The atmosphere at Guanyantai Villa on Suaping Mountain was like clockwork wound tight by an invisible hand. The air was filled with the unique aroma of caffeine, intense computing, and premium cigars. Underground laboratory temporarily modified force field generator work area. Xia Qingyi, like a tireless precision gyroscope, weaved among the complex instruments and equipment. Her hair was casually tied into a messy bun, her face stained with a hint of motor oil, but her light amber eyes were startlingly bright as she stared intently at the cascading stream of data on the screen. The coupling degree is 99.8%. The energy ripple attenuation coefficient is as expected. The Planck scale field is stable. She slammed the console and jumped up excitedly. It's done. The peak is lit, absolutely no problem. The engineers, their eyes red with anxiety, erupted in suppressed cheers. The priceless 100 grams of rhenium-osmium superconducting isomer was firmly embedded in the modified force field core, emitting a faint blue glow like a tamed star. Xinsher received the news first, and a relieved smile appeared on his cold face. He quickly updated the confirmation information of technical barrier breakthrough to the main control process. Top floor study. On the giant electronic sandbox, the red warning sign atop the quantum lighthouse model had disappeared, replaced by a steady green operating status. The data streams on the dozens of nearby screens also became smooth and orderly. Lin Feng stood in front of the sand table, listening to Su Wanqing's report. She changed into her dark blue uniform, meticulously dressed, and spoke in a clear and calm voice. Mr. Lin, the additional field stabilization team and energy detection arrays dispatched by Dragon Shadow headquarters have been deployed, covering the core area of the lighthouse and a 5-kilometer radius around it. They are primarily monitoring for spatial disturbances and abnormal mental energy fluctuations. The entire Binchang region has entered a level 1 alert state. All entry points are undergoing enhanced inspections, with a focus on suspicious individuals and capital flows associated with the Yi family and Ouroboros. Also, Su Wanqing paused, pulling up a coded intelligence projection. We've detected that several offshore companies with potential financial ties to Ouroboros have made unusually large, dispersed fund movements over the past 48 hours, with the ultimate destination unknown. The target is unclear, but the timing is highly sensitive. Smoke bomb. Lin Feng's voice was emotionless, but his eyes were sharp as a knife. Nightingale or the organization behind her will not give up easily. Keep an eye on the money, but keep an eye on the people even more. At the ceremony site, any unidentified personnel who approach the core area will be killed without mercy. The last 4 words carried a cold and iron-blooded meaning. Understood. Su Wanqing accepted the order solemnly. She felt Lin Feng's absolute will to achieve his goal at any cost. Mountaintop helipad. The roar of engines echoed, shattering the tranquility of the mountains. Private jets, adorned with various insignias, landed with precision under guidance, like giant steel birds returning to their nests. Those who stepped off the planes were all giants whose mere stomping of their feet could shake up their respective fields. Academicians from the country's top scientific research institutes, the helmsmen of energy oligarchs, capital tycoons who control huge financial empires, senior representatives of ministries and commissions who are dressed in casual clothes but have a calm aura, and those entourage with sharp eyes and low-key actions, who are obviously intelligence personnel from various countries. Xinsher led a capable team to the makeshift reception center next to the helipad, directing the VIP reception, vehicle dispatch, and security check procedures with a cool and competent manner. She wore a perfectly tailored black suit and exuded a powerful aura, no less powerful than any other tycoon, perfectly fulfilling the role of chief steward of the Lin Feng Empire. Su Wanqing, hidden a little further away, scanned every arriving VIP and their entourage with a hawk-like gaze. Through encrypted headsets, she maintained real-time communication with Dragon Shadow agents scattered across the country, ensuring the absolute security of national interests and core technologies. She spotted several familiar faces well known in the international intelligence community, and her gaze grew even more solemn. The main building of the villa has a living room. Lin Feng didn't personally go to the tarmac to greet them. He sat on the large sofa in the main seat, relaxed yet imbued with an invisible sense of authority. In front of him sat the first group of arrivals, the most prominent and influential figures. The butler presented them with a batch of 1982 Romani Conti, its rich aroma filling the air. Mr. Lin, the quantum lighthouse is a national treasure. An old academician with white hair and a vigorous spirit sighed, looking at Lin Feng with eyes full of amazement and expectation. Mass production of Stardust is an epoch-making breakthrough. I am fortunate to be able to witness this in my lifetime. Mr. Chen, you're too kind. Lin Feng raised his glass in greeting, his attitude humble but with an undeniable sense of distance. Technology benefits mankind. Lu Yuan is just one step ahead. Mr. Lin, a tycoon who controlled a massive energy conglomerate, put down his glass, a smile on his face, a glint in his eyes. Stardust's energy conversion efficiency and cleanliness are truly astounding. I wonder if Green Source has a clear prospective partner for business cooperation? We at Universal Energy are very sincere. Resources, channels, and funding are not a problem. Yes, Mr. Lin, another financial tycoon, immediately chimed in. Technology implementation requires massive capital support. We at Dingxing Capital are willing to take the lead and establish a 100 billion yuan special fund for Luoyuan. The atmosphere in the reception room appeared harmonious, with drinks and conversation flowing, but beneath the surface lay a turbulent undercurrent. Behind every smile lay a desire for enormous profits and a temptation. Lin Feng sat at the eye of a storm, calmly handling the olive branches and hidden threats from all sides. He spoke few words, but each one carried weight. He neither made an outright promise nor an outright rejection, firmly controlling the rhythm and initiative of the negotiations. The specific cooperation framework, Lin Feng took a sip of wine and swept his deep eyes over the crowd, will be announced at the strategic launch conference after the ceremony. You all have come from afar, please enjoy the night scenery and fine wine of Bincheng tonight. He brought up the topic with ease and raised his glass. The night deepens. The hilltop villas were ablaze with lights, reminiscent of a city that never sleeps. The invited VIPs were accommodated in a cluster of top-tier resort villas nestled on the mountainside, enjoying a French feast flown in by Michelle's team and the treasures of Lin Feng wine cellar. Melodic jazz music drifted in the night breeze, creating a luxurious social atmosphere. However, in the temporary command center outside the Quantum Lighthouse construction site, the atmosphere was completely different. Su Wanqing stood before a massive wall of surveillance screens, her dark blue uniform looking particularly solemn under the cold light. Hundreds of surveillance footage flashed across the screens, the brightly lit main ceremony venue, the core control area within the tower, commanding heights above the surrounding mountains and forests, drone surveillance footage hovering overhead, along with a dense, pulsating array of energy readings, biosignal scans, and communication spectrum analysis. Jingjia, the energy field in Area A is stable. Rock, there are no abnormalities at the commanding heights of Area B. Peregrine Falcon, the low-altitude monitoring network has no blind spots. In the encrypted channel, code names came one after another, calmly and efficiently. Maintain highest alert. Target Nightingale and its signature spatial disturbance and psychic attack signals are designated as top priority surveillance targets. Any clues detected, no need for permission, level 1 clearance. Su Wanqing's voice, clear and cold, reached every agent through the headset. Her gaze, like the most sophisticated radar, scanned every corner of the screen, not missing a single abnormal fluctuation. Lin Feng stood on the edge of the villa's rooftop terrace, a glass of whiskey in hand. He looked down at the glitz and glamour of gourmet food, fine wine, and false smiles below. But his gaze pierced through it all, locked firmly on the silent steel tower deep in the valley, like a silver-gray behemoth under the searchlight. Tomorrow. When the first rays of dawn pierce the darkness, a quantum light ignited by stardust will tear apart the curtain of the old era. The feast of wealth, the game of power, the glory of technology, the murderous intent in the dark, all will be exposed in this beam of light. Mr. Lin, Su Wanqing's voice came through the encrypted communication, with a hint of imperceptible fatigue, but also with an incomparable determination. Everything is normal in the periphery. The final comprehensive security check of the core area will be carried out in 2 hours. Lin Feng looked at the reserved interface on the top of the tower, and a light that could change the world seemed to have ignited in his eyes. Got it. His low voice dissipated in the night wind. Let everyone get ready. The final countdown ticked away. The night in Bincheng was bustling as always, yet beneath the calm, a dark undercurrent was surging, hinting at a storm brewing. Chapter 25, Light and Dark Thorn. The darkness before dawn was as deep as solidified ink. In the Tsuaping Pass, the silver-gray steel behemoth the Quantum Lighthouse stood silently beneath the beams of countless searchlights. The massive port reserved at the top of the tower resembled the beast's pupil, waiting to be illuminated. Beneath the lighthouse, a massive viewing platform had already been constructed. Streamlined and paved with a dark gray, non-slip material, it extended toward the lighthouse's base. Already, the platform was bustling with activity. The invited magnates, no matter how powerful they usually were, now subdued their charisma. With expressions of wonder, solemnity, and barely concealed greed on their faces, They took their seats according to strictly designated areas, guided by staff in green source technology uniforms. Low voices merged into a humming background, as everyone's attention was focused on the towering tower in front of the platform and the circular core operating area in front of it, protected by high-strength bulletproof glass and a force field barrier. Inside the operating area, Xiaoqing, clad in a custom-made silver-gray lab coat, wore an expression of unprecedented focus and solemnity. Her light amber pupils reflected the complex data stream cascading down the floating console before her. Her slender fingers moved so quickly across the virtual keyboard that only shadows remained as she conducted a final system self-check. Xinshe, dressed in a sharp black suit, stood at the edge of the operating area, like the most loyal of guards. Her cold gaze swept across the area, ensuring absolute safety and order in the core area. Reports from various security nodes continuously streamed into her communication headset. Su Wanqing was hidden in a makeshift, unassuming command post at the side of the viewing platform. She had changed into a well-tailored, unmarked dark gray suit. Her long hair was tied up, revealing her smooth forehead. Her gentle, intellectual demeanor was replaced by the calm, sharp demeanor of a commander. In front of her were several high-definition screens, displaying the following in real time. Core energy readings, climbing steadily, like the heartbeat of a sleeping beast. Spatial disturbance monitoring, there is only faint background noise on the spectrum graph, and the iconic abnormal signal of Nightingale has not yet been captured. Biological signal scanning, dense dots of light move across the platform, representing each guest and their entourage, with identification codes and risk levels marked next to them. Low-altitude defense network status, dozens of micro-drones, like invisible sentinels, weave an impenetrable defense network at low altitude, and the status is all green. Thermal imaging of the outer forest, except for the preset Dragon Shadow Secret Sentry, there was silence. Her fingers tapped rapidly on the encrypted communication panel, and commands were issued silently, coordinating this invisible dragnet. Attention all units, 5 minutes until the ceremony begins. Su Wanqing's calm voice echoed through the encrypted channel, filling the headsets of all Dragon Shadow agents and Green Source security personnel. Repeat, 5 minutes until the ceremony begins. Maintain highest alert level. Target Nightingale, highest priority. Any anomalies will be handled with level 1 authority. The air seemed frozen. The noisy chatter on the platform gradually died down, leaving only the rustling of the mountain breeze through the trees and the faint sound of the morning bells from the distant city. Everyone's heart seemed to be beating in sync with the invisible countdown. Lin Feng appeared at the front of the viewing platform. He didn't head toward the core operations area, but instead stood alone at the edge of the platform, just a few steps from the towering tower base. He wore a tailored dark gray suit, devoid of unnecessary adornment, which perfectly accentuated his upright posture and commanding aura. With his back to the crowd, he faced the silent steel tower, like a king inspecting a behemoth about to awaken. The morning light was dim, and the horizon was a pale. The first ray of golden sunlight pierced the clouds and cast a cold light on the silver-gray tower of the lighthouse. Time's up. Xiaoqing's clear and firm voice was clearly transmitted throughout the platform through the public address system and also reached Su Wanqing's earphones. In the core operating area, Xiaoqing took a deep breath, her eyes instantly sharpening like the most precise lasers. With both hands, she slammed down the physical button in the center of the console, which glowed with a faint blue light. Quantum Lighthouse, Level 1 Energy Matrix, activate. Stardust Force Field Constraint Core, coupling. Energy Channel, connected. Tower Top Receiving Array, activate. Following her clear and rapid series of commands, a low humming echoed across the Earth. From the base of the massive quantum lighthouse, layers of faint blue energy lines lit up like blood vessels, rapidly spreading upward along the tower's complex energy channels. The light wasn't blinding, yet it contained a heart-pounding, overwhelming energy, as if a sleeping dragon had opened its eyes. At the massive connection reserved for the tower's top, dazzling energy rays began to converge and compress, forming an increasingly bright, incandescent white ball of light. Inside the ball, it seemed as if countless stars were being born, annihilated, and circulating, emitting a soul-shaking low-frequency hum. On the platform, all the audience held their breath, their eyes wide, their faces filled with shock. The energy contained in that ball of light far exceeded their imagination. It was a force that could change the course of human civilization. The lighthouse core, the energy peak is stable. The force field is perfectly contained. Xiaoqing's voice was filled with excitement. Quantum light, ignite. She slammed the last command into the virtual console. Boom! There was no deafening explosion, only a deep, distant resonance that seemed to come from the depths of the universe. The blazing white ball of light at the top of the tower, compressed to the extreme, suddenly exploded. A pillar of light, radiant beyond words, like a sort of divine retribution, ripped through the last vestiges of darkness before dawn and pierced the heavens. The light wasn't simply white, its core was a pure, soul-searing white, while its edges shone with faint blue, deep purple, and even a barely perceptible golden halo. It was immensely thick, carrying an overwhelming momentum that instantly pierced the low-hanging clouds, painting the sky a magnificent and solemn spectacle. At that moment, no matter where you were in Binchang, a megacity of tens of millions, anyone looking up could clearly see the quantum light emanating from the sweeping pass, piercing the heavens and earth. Like a giant sword piercing the heavens, it heralded the arrival of a brand new era. Countless citizens took to the streets and balconies, exclaiming in amazement. Success! Oh my God! Is this the power of Stardust? A new era. It has truly begun. After a brief silence on the viewing platform, thunderous applause and uncontrollable exclamations erupted. The tycoons stood up one after another, their faces filled with excitement, awe, and naked desire for the endless wealth and power represented by the beam of light. Lin Feng stood at the edge of the platform, his back still facing the crowd. The blazing beam of light illuminated his towering figure, as if cloaking him in a divine aura. A faint, yet commanding, smile curved the corners of his mouth. Su Wanqing's tense nerves didn't relax at all despite the magnificent sight. Her eyes were like the most precise probes, fixed on the surveillance screen. Core area energy reading, stable at the theoretical peak, perfect. Spatial disturbance monitoring, still calm. But Su Wanqing's heart suddenly sank. Too quiet. Nightingale couldn't give up. Biosignal scan, amidst thunderous applause and the brief chaos of the crowd rising to their feet, a dot of light representing the waiter instantly broke through the outer security perimeter with incredible speed and a bizarre trajectory, moving rapidly towards the core operating area. Its speed far exceeded human limits, and its trajectory was erratic, like a ghost. The risk level instantly soared to a glaring blood red. Mental attack barrier warning, high-intensity abnormal mental fluctuations detected. Pointing to core operating area. The shrill electronic alarm sounded in Su Wanqing's command point. Here we come. Target, Xia Qingyi. Alert! Peregrine, the target has broken into Area A3. Abnormal speed. Abnormal trajectory. Mental attack has locked onto the core operating area. Level 1 threat. Su Wanqing's stern shout instantly drowned out the noise on the platform and pierced the eardrums of all agents through the encrypted channel. Almost at the same time as the alarm sounded, the figure in the waitress's uniform, Nightingale, appeared as if teleporting less than 10 meters from the bulletproof glass barrier of the core operating area. Her movements were so swift that they surpassed the limits of retinal capture. She held no weapon, but her icy blue eyes were fixed on the defenseless Xia Qingyi, who was immersed in the joy of success in the operating area. The corners of Nightingale's mouth curved into a cruel, icy arc. Her mental attack, invisible and intangible, was more deadly than the sharpest knife. It was a terrifying force capable of instantly destroying brain nerves and obliterating consciousness. She intended to strangle this mother of Stardust the moment a new era began. Qingyi! Get down! Xinsher let out a heart-wrenching scream and her body rushed forward at an astonishing speed, but she was too far away. Su Wanqing's pupils shrank suddenly, and her finger had already pressed the red button on the command panel that represented highest authority kill. But the mental attack was even faster. The invisible ripples of death were already spreading. A critical moment. Lin Feng, who had been facing away from the crowd, as if admiring his own masterpiece, moved. He didn't look back, didn't even move. Just as the mental attack was about to reach the bulletproof glass barrier, he casually raised his right hand, pointed it in the direction of Nightingale, and made a hollow fist. No light, no sound. But an invisible, terrifying pressure, as if from the prehistoric universe, descended instantly. Like an invisible giant hand, it precisely strangled that piece of space. For the first time, disbelief and horror flashed across Nightingale's icy blue eyes. She felt her concentrated mental attack collide with an invisible yet indestructible wall of size, instantly crushed and annihilated. Her rapidly moving body felt like it was mired in the viscous mire of deep space. Every cell wailed, pinned to the spot by an irresistible force. She couldn't move. Time seems to freeze at this moment. On the platform, the audience, stunned by the sudden change, only saw the waiter standing strangely stiffly not far from the core area, with a distorted posture and a horrified expression on his face. In the operating area, Xia Qingyi was knocked to the ground by Qinshi, still in shock. Su Wanqing's finger pressing on the red button hovered in mid-air, her eyes filled with extreme shock. Lin Feng turned around slowly. His gaze, as if piercing frozen space, settled precisely on the imprisoned nightingale. Its expression was calm and composed, like a god from high above, looking down upon an ant vainly attempting to shake the sacred mountain. There was no anger, no murderous intent, only pure, soul-chilling indifference. "I've been waiting for you for a long time." Lin Feng's voice was not loud, but it clearly penetrated the solidified air, like an icy hammer, hitting everyone's heart. Ms. Blue Blood. On the day of enlightenment, the dark thorn strikes. The blazing quantum beam of light still pierced the heavens and earth, heralding the dawn of a new era. Beneath the beam, a silent, yet even more thrilling, battle had just begun. Chapter 26, Divine Punishment, Embers. In the frozen space and time, only the quantum beam of light that pierced heaven and earth roared silently, casting a cold yet sacred glow. On the viewing platform, deathly silence fell. All eyes were focused on the waiter nightingale who seemed pinned to the air. The horror on her face solidified into a twisted terror. Her body maintained a sprinting posture, but like an insect trapped in amber, not even her eyes could move. Lin Feng's slow turn broke the suffocating silence. His footsteps were remarkably clear on the platform, where a pin drop could be heard, and each step seemed to tread upon everyone's heart. He approached the nightingale, imprisoned by an invisible force, with a calm demeanor, as if strolling in his own garden. The invisible pressure, like a tangible tide, piled up layer upon layer as Lin Feng approached. Nightingale's icy blue pupils constricted sharply, reflecting Lin Feng's calm, unruffled face, a look of indifference more despairing than death itself. She struggled, mobilizing the strange blue blood energy within her body, attempting to induce spatial disturbances and escape this terrifying confinement. However, her strength, like an ant trying to shake Mount Tai, was thwarted by Lin Feng's invisible grip. She couldn't even stir a ripple. Blue blood? Lin Feng stopped 3 steps away from Nightingale, his eyes sweeping over the faint blue veins under her skin due to her struggle, and his voice was filled with a hint of playful inquiry. Technology from the future? Or some rat hole hidden in the dust of history? His words were plain, but like the sharpest scalpel, pointing directly to the deepest secrets of Nightingale. A gurgling sound emanated from Nightingale's throat, a muffled cry of extreme fear and oppression. Her pride in genetic modification, her assassination techniques that transcended her time, her psychic attacks that could instantly cause brain death in ordinary people, all became ridiculous toys before this man. Lin Feng stopped looking at her, as if she were just an insignificant piece of trophy. He tilted his head slightly, and his voice pierced the still air. "Agent Su." Su Wanqing emerged from the command post at the rear like a cheetah. Her eyes were sharp as a knife, her movements swift and silent. Unbeknownst to her, she had a pair of specially crafted shackles in her hands, gleaming with a cold metallic sheen and intricately woven with energy circuits. They were the magic shackles designed by Dragon Shadow specifically for those with high-risk abilities. Target secured. Dragon Shadow takes over. Su Wanqing's voice was as cold as steel, carrying unquestionable authority. Without hesitation, she precisely secured the shackles around Nightingale's wrists and ankles. The moment the shackles snapped shut, a gentle humming sound emanated, and a faint blue light flowed through the circuit, instantly suppressing all abnormal energy fluctuations within Nightingale's body. Even the last glimmer of unwillingness in her eyes completely dimmed, leaving only the pure, powerless fear and weakness of being deprived of power. Only then did Lin Feng's invisible restraints on Nightingale recede like the tide. Nightingale's body suddenly went limp, as if every bone had been pulled out, and she collapsed straight to the ground, held on either side by 2 Dragon Shadow agents who had appeared behind Su Wanqing like shadows. She didn't even have the strength to stand. Her head drooped limply, her golden hair obscuring her face. Only a slight tremor in her body gave her life. The once top assassin, now like a snake with its fangs plucked out, was left helpless and vulnerable. On the platform, the trembling giants witnessed everything that unfolded in a flash, their emotions shifting from utter shock to sheer terror, and finally to a moment of utter silence. They gazed at Lin Feng's tall, impassive figure, watching him casually crush a horrific killer threatening national security like a fly. A chill ran from their feet to their very heads. This wasn't just a crushing defeat of wealth and technology, it was an absolute supremacy of the very plane of life. Was this man a god? A demon? Lin Feng's gaze swept across the entire audience, his calm expression carrying a tremendous weight, causing everyone who made eye contact with him to subconsciously lower their heads, not daring to look directly at him. A little incident. Lin Feng's voice was not loud, but it reached everyone's ears clearly, with a natural indifference. I'm sorry to have startled you all. The ceremony continues. As he finished speaking, Xia Qingyi stood up in the core operating area, supported by Qin Shi. Her face was still a little pale, but her eyes were remarkably determined. She took a deep breath, stood back in front of the floating console, and her fingers danced across the virtual keyboard again. Stardust Core, stable energy output. Quantum Lighthouse, full power. Stardust particles, begin injecting into the mass production channel. Xia Qingyi's voice rang out again, clear and powerful, as if the assassination attempt had never occurred. Light flickered from the console, and a low, whirring sound of machinery emanated from deep within the lighthouse's base. A silver gray beam, even more condensed than the previous one, like a stream of liquid stars, gushed out from a special pipe on the side of the tower, pouring into a pre-laid energy transmission channel leading to the massive production plant in the distance. Stardust mass production officially begins. Applause erupted again. This time, there was less awe and more awe, even a subtle tremor. The Titans gazed at the flowing stardust light, at the man at the platform, who controlled everything. Any covetousness and petty thoughts fueled by wealth and status were completely crushed. They realized with unwavering clarity that, in front of this man, their vaunted capital and power seemed as fragile as paper. Cooperation was the only option, and the greatest fortune. Lin Feng ignored the commotion on the platform. He turned around, his gaze fixed on the distant mountain ranges, as if penetrating space and landing on a dark corner. Yilan, he whispered to himself, his voice as cold as the Siberian wind, it's your turn. In the far suburbs of Binchang, there is an underground air raid shelter of a chemical factory that has been abandoned for many years. The air was stagnant, filled with the smell of rust and damp mold. The dim emergency lights cast a flickering halo, illuminating a huddled figure in the corner. Yilan was wearing a grimy tracksuit, its original color long gone. Her hair was greasy and tangled, and her face was stained with dust and dried blood. She hugged her knees, her body trembling uncontrollably, her eyes empty and hopeless, like a frightened bird. At the shelter's sole entrance, the heavy iron door creaked with a piercing sound as it was pushed open from the outside. A man in a gray windbreaker and a baseball cap, his face indistinct, walked in, carrying a plastic bag containing several cold, hard-steamed buns and a bottle of mineral water. Yilan raised her head suddenly like a frightened rabbit, and a glimmer of hope instantly burst out in her eyes. How is it? Have you contacted Nightingale? Did she succeed? Is Lin Feng dead? Is our Yi family? Her voice was hoarse and anxious, with a morbid fanaticism. The man in the windbreaker said nothing, simply throwing the plastic bag onto the cold concrete floor in front of her with a dull thud. Then, he pulled out an old tablet computer, the screen lit up, and he pulled up a video and placed it in front of Yilan. The picture is exactly that Suaping mountain viewing platform. That quantum beam of light that penetrates the sky and the earth. The Nightingale who was imprisoned by Lin Feng like a divine punishment and instantly deprived of all ability to resist. That miserable figure being dragged away by the Dragon Shadow agent like a dead dog. Finally, freeze the magnificent scene of stardust particles pouring into the mass production channel like a liquid galaxy. No. Impossible. Yilan stared at the screen, her pupils dilated to the limit, her lips trembling as she let out a discordant sob. Nightingale. How could she? How could she? Lin Feng. He's a monster. A monster. She clutched her head, screaming piercingly, her nails digging into her scalp, blood seeping out. The man in the windbreaker watched her collapse indifferently, his voice hoarse and low, like sandpaper scraping against the ground. Nightingale has been arrested. Ouroboros has determined the mission has failed and the risk is too high, and has immediately terminated all cooperation with the Yi family. You have been abandoned. He paused, his tone calm. Yiming has confessed everything in the interrogation room of the Ministry of State Security, including your transaction records with Ouroboros and all the Yi family's illegal accounts over the years. The chain of evidence is complete, enough to kill you 100 times. No. Yilan pounced on the man in the windbreaker like a cat whose tail was stepped on, looking crazy. You lied to me. You must be sent by Lin Feng. How much money did he give you? I'll give you double. No. 10 times. Let me go. Please let me go. I can't die. I'm the eldest daughter of the Yi family. She burst into tears and spoke incoherently. The arrogance and calculations of the past were gone, leaving only the humblest instinct to survive. The man in the windbreaker easily dodged her grasp, his eyes cold as if he were looking at a dead man. Money? Ha! He let out a short, sarcastic chuckle. Jingja of Dragon Shadow has personally led a team to block all land, sea, and air routes into Binchang. You're wanted at the highest level. All surveillance cameras in the city are scanning your face. Where can you escape? The Yi family is completely finished. You are the last remnant of the Yi family. Your only fate is to be crushed in prison or in this gutter. He no longer looked at Yilan, who was lying on the ground like a pile of mud and incontinent, and turned to walk towards the iron gate. Since you've already paid, this is my last bit of mercy. The man in the windbreaker's voice disappeared outside the iron gate, leaving only his cold words echoing in the air raid shelter. Enjoy your last moments of freedom. The heavy iron door closed again, blocking out the last ray of light. Darkness completely engulfed the air raid shelter like a tide. No, don't go, please, save me. Yilan let out a desperate and shrill cry in the darkness, like the last cry of a wounded beast, echoing in the empty underground space, and finally being completely swallowed up by the boundless darkness and deathly silence. The glory of the Yi family, once a powerful and prominent family in Binchang, now only leaves the desperate wails of a mad woman in this dark corner, waiting for the inevitable judgment and destruction. At the other end of Binchang, on the top of Tsuwaping Mountain, the light of the Quantum Lighthouse remained dazzling, a timeless landmark marking a new era. Amidst the glittering lights of the luxurious resort villas nestled on the mountainside, melodious music revived, signaling the start of a prestigious gala celebrating the dawn of a new era. Lin Feng stood on the rooftop terrace of his villa, overlooking the bustling night scene below and the pillar of light that pierced the sky and earth. The evening breeze ruffled his black hair, and his deep gaze remained calm. Su Wanqing walked silently to his side, wearing a silver-gray evening gown that looked like a galaxy draped over her body. Against the backdrop of the lighthouse, she was breathtakingly beautiful. She held a glass of red wine in her hand. Nightingale has been escorted to Dragon Shadow's highest-level interrogation center, where top interrogation experts and biological scientists are on standby, she reported softly. Yi Lan's location is locked in the abandoned chemical plant area in the west of the city. Dragon Shadow is closing in. Also, Su Wanqing paused, looking at Lin Feng's perfect profile. The dinner has already begun. Representatives from various countries and Shable giants are waiting to have a drink with you to celebrate the arrival of a new era. Lin Feng accepted the wineglass from Su Wanqing. The deep red liquid in the glass shone like flowing gemstones under the lighthouse's glare. He raised his glass slightly, facing the dazzling beam of light, the city beneath his feet that would soon be transformed by him, and the woman beside him, whose identity was complex but who had quietly become part of his world. A new era? Lin Feng's lips curled up with a hint of control, his voice low and powerful. This has just begun. He drank the red wine in the glass in one gulp. The light of the lighthouse pierces the long night, like the gaze of a god. The will of the gods has just placed a piece on the chessboard of this city that truly changes the situation. Chapter 27, Under the Stardust, A New Undercurrent. Stardust dinner on the hillside of Tsuwaping Mountain. The vast, semi-open banquet hall resembled a dazzling crystal palace suspended in the mountains. Beyond its transparent glass curtain wall, a magnificent nightscape of Binchang, like a galaxy of stars, unfolded, along with a quantum beam of light that pierced heaven and earth, eternal and inextinguishable. Its light, gently filtering through specially crafted filter glass, streamed across the mirror like marble floor and the guests' elegant attire, seemingly coating the entire space with a layer of flowing stardust. The air was filled with the bubbling of premium champagne, the rich aroma of black truffles and foie gras flown in from France, the rich smoke of cigars, and the subtle, silent collision of money and power. Elegantly dressed people, clinking glasses. Global tycoons, crystal glasses in hand, with impeccable smiles on their faces, probed and flattered each other, exchanging business cards and cryptic promises. This dinner was a celebration of a new era, but also a silent battlefield for the division of future interests. Lin Feng is undoubtedly the absolute center of this battlefield. He made no effort to mingle with the crowd, simply standing casually at the edge of the curved observation deck, offering the best view, a nearly untouched glass of premium champagne in hand. His dark gray, handmade suit shone with a restrained luster under the stardust light, framing his towering figure like a mountain. An invisible gravitational field formed around him, drawing the self-proclaimed distinguished guests closer like planets, cautiously approaching, greeting them, paying them respects. Under his calm gaze, they discreetly maintained a measured distance, daring not to overstep the bounds. The crushing victory at the summit and the divine punishment at the lighthouse had solidified his unshakable authority. Su Wanqing stood a step away from Lin Feng. Her silver-gray dress, woven like a galaxy, perfectly accentuated her gentle, intellectual, and powerful temperament. The stardust diamonds on her shoulders and waist shone brightly in the light, perfectly complementing the national will she represented. Wearing the perfect, gentle smile befitting advisor Sue, she spoke appropriately with several high-ranking officials from ministries and foreign envoys, her eyes clear and her words flawless. However, her seemingly casual stance subtly shielded Lin Feng from a safer angle. Her peripheral vision, like the most sophisticated radar, silently scanned every corner of the banquet hall, sensing no unusual movement. Qin Shi moved through the crowd like the most precise clock. She had changed into a sharply tailored black off-the-shoulder gown, her cool aura complementing the dress perfectly, like a black rose blooming in the night. In her hand, she held not champagne but a tablet flashing with encrypted messages. She spoke rapidly and quietly with several energy oligarchs and financial tycoons, concisely finalizing preliminary cooperation agreements. Simultaneously, she received and issued instructions via an encrypted headset, coordinating every detail of the dinner's procedures and perimeter security. She was an extension of Lin Feng's will, the core cog in the efficient operation of the Green Source Empire. Xia Qingyi was surrounded by a group of white-haired, eager-eyed senior academicians. She had traded her lab coat for a slightly oversized white cocktail dress. Her hair was still a bit disheveled, and her expression showed a hint of awkwardness, unaccustomed to such an occasion. But her pale amber eyes lit up strikingly as she discussed the details of Stardust technology. She spoke rapidly, brimming with pure enthusiasm. The senior academicians listened with rapt attention, exclaiming and questioning like a group of eager students. She was the mother of Stardust, the purest light of technology at this feast. "Mr. Lin, congratulations," a booming voice rang out. A tall, imposing domestic energy tycoon approached, a glass in hand, flanked by several key aides. He was Wang Jinshan, the helmsman of Universal Energy. "The lighting of the lighthouse and the mass production of Stardust will benefit the present and future generations. Green source technology is truly a pillar of our nation." He beamed, his words sincere and undisguised in his praise. Lin Feng nodded slightly and clinked glasses with him. "Mr. Wang, you are too kind. The implementation of technology cannot be achieved without the support of all parties." His attitude was neither humble nor arrogant. "Ha, Mr. Lin is too modest." Wang Jinshan laughed, then lowered his voice with a hint of eagerness. "Regarding the cooperation framework mentioned earlier, we at Huanyu are definitely the most sincere and capable partner. We can provide the best solutions for the energy transmission artery in the northwest and the giant energy storage base in the east. As long as Liuan nods, resources, channels, and funds will be in place immediately." The assistant behind him immediately handed over a hardcover letter of intent for cooperation. Almost simultaneously, another group approached. Leading the group was the financial tycoon, Mr. Liu of Dingsheng Capital, accompanied by several blonde, blue-eyed representatives from international investment banks. "Mr. Lin, congratulations." Chairman Liu said with a broad smile, "A new era requires new capital. We at Dingsheng have joined forces with top international partners such as Goldman Sachs, Morgan, and UBS, and are willing to tailor a Stardust Future Fund worth hundreds of billions of yuan for Liuan, providing global capital operations and risk hedging. Technology plus capital is the key to success." Another equally exquisite financial proposal was also handed over. The two groups, representing the country's top industrialists and the international capitalists, exchanged silent glances, sparks flying. They all knew that whoever could first board the soon-to-be-launched Green Source Stardust giant would hold the commanding position in the future. Lin Feng's eyes casually swept over the two plans without reaching out to take them. He took a sip of the champagne, his voice calm, yet with a sense of control. "The specific details of the cooperation will be announced at the Green Source Global Strategy Conference in 3 days. Green Source has only 2 criteria for selecting partners: capability and loyalty. If you are sincere," he said, his deep gaze swept over Wang Jinshan and Director Liu, as if he could see through people's hearts, "in 3 days, we will see the truth at the venue." With just 2 sentences, he casually rejected the olive branches offered by the two bosses, but left a clear space for competition. Wang Jinshan and Director Liu's smiles faltered slightly, then returned to normal, echoing each other, their hearts growing even more daunted. This man not only wielded absolute power, but also mastered the art of manipulating people in the business world. He could be stubborn, yet he couldn't let go. In this delicate balance, a middle-aged man in a waiter's uniform, with an ordinary face, lowered his head, holding a silver tray filled with champagne, and seemingly casually approached Lin Feng from the edge of the crowd. His movements were standard, his breathing was steady, and his heart rate was not abnormal at all. However, when he was less than 5 meters away from Lin Feng, target locked. Waiter in Area C, third from the left. Abnormal biological signal fluctuations. The predicted movement trajectory points to the core target. Xingzhe. Su Wanqing's encrypted command was like an ice cone, instantly piercing Qin Shi's earphones. Qin Shi's pupils suddenly constricted. She was talking to another guest with her back to the direction she was facing, but her body reacted faster than her mind. Without the slightest hesitation, she twisted her high heels against the ground, her body spun like a cheetah, and the tablet in her hand was like the strongest shield. With a sharp whistle that tore through the air, she smashed it fiercely towards the waiter's temple with unparalleled precision. At the same time, her cold voice shouted over the encrypted channel, "Control!" Lightning flash. The waiter clearly hadn't anticipated such a swift, precise attack. A flicker of surprise flashed across his eyes, and the hand holding the silver tray instinctively tried to block. His knuckles instantly grew abnormally thick, and an unnatural metallic sheen shone beneath his skin. This was no ordinary waiter. However, he was fast, but Qin Shi was even faster. Bang! A dull crash. The heavy tablet slammed into the side of his head like a hammer. A tremendous force erupted instantly. The waiter didn't even have time to utter a grunt before his body was sent flying like a torn sack, knocking over the champagne tower nearby. The expensive glasses shattered and the wine splattered everywhere. He fell to the ground, twitching a few times before he fell completely motionless. His disguise shattered, revealing the microalloy skeleton and energy amplification device implanted beneath his arm's skin. The whole process took less than 2 seconds. The music in the banquet hall suddenly stopped, and the guests were shocked by this sudden change. They retreated with horror on their faces. "Protect Mr. Lin!" Qin Shi shouted sharply, her figure already blocking Lin Feng's way, her eyes scanning the entire room with sharp, knife-like eyes. Several Green Source security personnel hidden among the guests instantly rushed out, restrained the unconscious attacker, and quickly dragged him away from the scene. A team of well-trained waiters immediately stepped forward to clean up the mess and comfort the guests. Lin Feng stood there, motionless. He didn't even stir the champagne glass in his hand. He watched everything unfold calmly, as if he were watching a play that had nothing to do with him. As if the fatal attack was just a trivial incident at the banquet. Su Wanqing quickly walked over to Qin Shi and exchanged a few words in a low voice, her eyes solemn. She looked at Lin Feng, her voice slightly strained. "Preliminary assessment suggests this is a secondary assassin of Ouroboros, codenamed Grey Rat. He specializes in disguise and close-range attacks. His target is clear." Lin Feng gently swirled the champagne in his glass, watching the golden bubbles rise and burst. A cold smile played at the corner of his mouth. As soon as the nightingale shut down, the Grey Rat couldn't wait to jump out. It seems the Ouroboros' rat nest is deeper and more restless than we imagined. He looked at Su Wanqing with a deep gaze. "Agent Su, it's time to tighten this net. Especially those rats hiding behind the mask of loyalty." His gaze swept meaningfully over the stunned giants in the banquet hall, their expressions varying. Beneath the tranquil dinner, undercurrents never ceased to surge. Stardust's light illuminates the future, and will surely illuminate even more demons and monsters lurking in the shadows. Su Wanqing met his gaze and nodded heavily, understood. Dragon Shadow's net has begun to tighten. Any claws that dare to stretch out will be cut off at the root. The melodious music resumed, waiters came and went with new drinks, and the guests, with forced composure, resumed their conversation. The dinner seemed to have returned to its former splendor. Lin Feng raised his glass to the eternally shining quantum light column outside the window, and also to the city beneath his feet where desires and undercurrents intertwined. "New era?" His deep voice, with the composure of someone controlling a storm, could only be heard clearly by Su Wanqing beside him. "It's just a new, more cunning group of rats. Just run them over." He drank the champagne in his glass in one gulp. Beneath the stardust, a new hunt has begun. Chapter 28: Deep Web Dark Gold. The Grey Mouse interlude at the Stardust banquet was like a pebble dropped into a lake, its ripples quickly obscured by the clatter of glitz and glamour. The melodious music and the clinking of crystal glasses once again became the dominant theme, and the panic on the guests' faces gave way to deeper awe and more eager flattery. However, beneath the surface, the invisible net of prey was quietly tightening. Su Wanqing didn't linger in the banquet hall for long. She gave Lin Feng a slight nod and quietly faded into the background. She changed out of her galaxy-like evening gown and donned her dark blue uniform again. Xingzhe instantly transformed from a gorgeous ornament back into a sharp blade. She quickly walked towards the makeshift Dragon Shadow command post set up outside the banquet hall. The atmosphere within the node was solemn and austere. On the massive screen, a digital map of Binchang was divided into countless grids. Green dots representing Dragon Shadow agents and green source security were densely packed like stars, rapidly moving along preset trajectories. Data streams from windows representing communications monitoring, transportation hubs, and border crossings were frantically refreshing. Gray Rat's identity has been confirmed. His real name is Karl Lehmann, a former East German agent who was absorbed and transformed by Ouroboros 6 years ago. The alloy skeleton and micro-energy amplifier implanted in his body are standard equipment of Ouroboros. The technological source is unknown, but his energy characteristics are slightly similar to the blue energy factor of Nightingale. A technical agent reported quickly. Through the tracing of his communication remnants and biological signals, combined with cross-analysis of sporadic data streams before Nightingale's arrest, we captured an extremely covert encrypted signal relay node located in the underground fiber optic cable hub in Binchang's Old Town. Another agent pointed to a flashing red dot on the map. Where does the signal ultimately flow? Su Wanqing's voice was as cold as iron, and her sharp eyes swept across the screen. Where does it lead to? International Financial Center, Zurich, Switzerland. The signal finally converged into an encrypted virtual server cluster codenamed Dark Gold Pool. This cluster is suspected to be one of the core hubs used by Ouroboros for money laundering, mission settlement, and intelligence transfer. The technical agent's voice was tinged with excitement. Zurich, Switzerland. Dark Gold Pool. One of the financial lifelines of Ouroboros. This is far more valuable than catching a secondary killer. Immediately upgrade the intelligence level to top secret. Report to headquarters, initiate international cooperation procedures, and request Swiss cooperation in monitoring the Dark Gold Pool nodes. Su Wanqing made a quick decision. Also, notify Mr. Qin of Green Source. We need the top hacking resources of her financial risk control team, in conjunction with Dragon Shadow's deep web tracking team. We must lock down the signal source and attempt to reverse penetrate the Dark Gold Pool to obtain transaction records and target lists. Yes. The order was immediately passed down. At this moment, a call from a special frequency band rang out on Su Wanqing's encrypted communicator. She fixed her eyes and answered it. Jingja, it's me, Albatross. A voice, altered, deep and slightly raspy, came from Dragon Shadow's ace agent responsible for tracking global financial intelligence. The clue to the Dark Gold Pool is crucial. But we just intercepted another related intelligence. Karl Lehmann, Gray Squirrel, his immigration identity and cover company are linked to an offshore fund called Ocean Ventures. Within 72 hours before the lighthouse ceremony, this fund received an anonymous investment of $50 million from the Cayman Islands. And one of the public partners of Ocean Ventures, Albatross paused, his voice tinged with cold amusement, is Colin Strickland. Colin Strike. This name, like a cold bullet, instantly pierced Su Wanqing's thoughts. At the dinner, that man, dressed in a sophisticated British three-piece suit, with meticulously coiffed silver-gray hair, possessed the elegance of a veteran aristocrat, yet his gaze was as sharp as a hawk. He was the head of the Strickland International Consortium, a behemoth active in Europe's energy, military, and financial sectors. He was also one of the most enthusiastic congratulatory figures at the dinner, expressing his intention to collaborate with Lin Foam. Is it him? A business magnate, seemingly seeking cooperation and a shared future, secretly employs a network of offshore companies and anonymous capital injections to hire assassins from Ouroboros to assassinate Lin Foam at the Stardust dinner? What is their motive? Is it simply to eliminate a powerful competitor? Or is there a deeper, more ulterior motive? What is the relationship between the Strike Group and Ouroboros? Can the chain of evidence point directly to Strike himself? Su Wanqing's voice was so cold that it could freeze. The flow of funds is very hidden. It has been laundered through at least 7 layers of offshore companies and cryptocurrencies. Currently, it can only be traced back to the level of Ocean Venture Capital, which points to indirect evidence that Strike is a partner. Direct evidence requires breaking into the Dark Gold Pool or obtaining the internal data of Strike's core financial team. Albatross replied. That's enough. Su Wanqing's eyes flashed coldly. The abnormal flow of funds at Ocean Ventures and the connection between its partners and the Ouroboros killer are the breakthrough point. Immediately initiate the highest level of financial surveillance and itinerary tracking on Colin Strike and his core team. I want to know his hotel room number, every phone call, every meeting, and every suspicious flow of funds. Nail him down. After hanging up, Su Wanqing immediately connected to Qin Shi's encrypted channel and succinctly synchronized the information about Ocean Venture Capital and Colin Strike. She knew that in the field of business intelligence and financial sniping, the Green Source Risk Control team controlled by Cheen was also a formidable force. Penthouse Skyline Hotel, top floor presidential suite. Thick velvet curtains blocked out the starlight and city lights outside, leaving only a few wall lamps within the suite emitting a dim glow. The air was filled with the aroma of expensive cigar smoke and aged whiskey. Colin Strike stood before the huge French windows, his back to the room. He was still dressed in his impeccable English suit, but his tie was loosened, his silver gray hair a little disheveled, and he had lost the composure he had at the dinner party. He held a glass of amber liquid in his hand, but he took a long, unsipped sip. Carl missed, a hoarse voice boomed from the shadows in the corner of the room. There sat a man in a black turtleneck, his face hidden in the dim light. Codenamed Shadow, he was Strike's most trusted scavenger and intelligence officer. That woman next to Lin Feng knocked him unconscious with a tablet. Trash. Shadow's voice was filled with undisguised contempt and a hint of solemnity. It wasn't Carl who was useless. Colin's voice was low, filled with suppressed anger and a subtle hint of fear. It was Lin Feng and the people around him. They were so terrifying. At that moment, Carl didn't even have time to use his weapon. That woman surnamed Cheen, her reaction speed and strength are nothing like a normal person. And that Su Wanqing, the way she looks at people is like a knife. He turned around abruptly, his eyes bloodshot. Shadow, are there any anomalies with the dark gold pool? Is it possible that the capital chain can be traced back? There are currently no abnormalities reported. The dark gold pool's firewall is top-notch, using a rudimentary form of quantum encryption technology. But Shadow hesitated. Dragon Shadow is no pushover, and with Green Source's unfathomable technology team, the longer we delay, the greater the risk. Lin Feng is no ordinary businessman, he's vindictive. Carl is in Dragon Shadow's hands, and with their methods, it's only a matter of time before they pry him open. Once they find out about Ocean Venture Capital. So what if they find out? Colin gulped down his drink, a stern expression flashing across his face. The funds have been laundered through 7 layers of laundering, ultimately tracing back to a shell fund in the Cayman Islands. What does that have to do with my Strike consortium? At most, it's a case of management negligence, allowing a partner's fund to be illegally exploited. At worst, we can just throw Sino-Ocean Ventures and that unlucky partner out like pawns. He spoke firmly, but his slightly trembling fingers betrayed his inner unease. He had underestimated Lin Feng's strength, and even more so, the formidable people around him. The problem now, Shadow pointed out calmly, is that the assassination attempt failed, and Lin Feng will inevitably be alerted. What should we do with our subsequent plans? We must obtain the original data of Stardust's core technology. The gentlemen behind the consortium are running out of patience. Stand by the plan. Colin tugged at his tie irritably. If Plan A fails, let's use Plan B. That female doctor surnamed Xia is the only way out. She's young, naive, and obsessed with technology. That's her biggest weakness. Arrange for our people to contact her under the guise of academic exchange, something she can't refuse. As long as we can open a gap. I'm afraid there's no chance. Shadow interrupted him coldly and pushed a tablet in his hand towards Colin. On the screen was the headline announcement that Green Source Technology had just released on its official platform and in major global financial media. The Green Source Technology Global Strategy Conference and the establishment ceremony of the Stardust Technology Sharing Alliance will be held at 10 a.m. tomorrow, 24 hours later at the Bincheng International Convention Center. Below the announcement was the list of the first core members confirmed to join the Stardust Technology Sharing Alliance. The first name on the list was, remarkably, Dragon Energy Group. Following closely behind were several well-established and powerful domestic energy and heavy industry giants. And the Striker Consortium wasn't even on the list. Colin Strike's face turned pale in an instant. Strategic Conference. Technology Sharing Alliance. Lin Feng had no intention of simply negotiating cooperation with these international giants. He directly leveraged the will of the nation and quickly built a Stardust ecosystem backed by national power and dominated by domestic core enterprises. This effectively closed the door to the possibility of international capital getting involved in core technologies through conventional commercial channels. How dare he? Colin's voice was hoarse with disbelief. Isn't he afraid of the backlash from international capital? Without our funds and market. He has the backing of the nation and the monopoly of Stardust, a technological nuclear bomb. What is he afraid of? Shadow's words were like a cold needle, piercing Colin's last illusions. From the very beginning, Lin Feng never treated us as equals. In his eyes, we are probably just obstacles that need to be cleared, or fat sheep to be slaughtered. Colin slumped down on the leather sofa, the crystal glass in his hand slid onto the carpet with a dull thud. His carefully planned assassination had failed, and his highly anticipated business negotiations were completely blocked. The immense frustration and fear of Lin Feng's unfathomable methods coiled around his heart like a cold, venomous snake. At this moment, the suite's encrypted satellite phone rang shrilly. Shadow glanced at the number, his expression changed slightly, and he handed the phone to Colin. Colin took a deep breath and answered the call calmly, "Sir." On the other end of the line came a voice that was multiply encrypted and cold, devoid of any human emotion. It only said one sentence. "Strike, you disappoint me. The Deep Blue Matrix's patience is limited. Get the Stardust Core, or you and your consortium will disappear together." Click. The call was hung up, leaving only a busy tone. Colin Strike gripped the cold receiver, his entire body icy cold, as if he'd fallen into an icy cave. Deep Blue Matrix, the ultimate, ghostly controller hidden behind the consortium. Their punishment was even more terrifying than Lin Feng's. Outside the window, the city lights shone brightly, the stardust beams gleaming eternally. But for Colin Strike, the night in Coast City was a despairing darkness. He had provoked a monster he shouldn't have provoked, and the death curse behind him had quietly fallen. The Bincheng International Conference Center, silhouetted against the stardust glow, resembles a dormant steel behemoth. Within 24 hours, a strategic storm that will determine the future will violently sweep through its heartland. Within the deep web, the dark gold and deep blue forces will inevitably make their final struggle. Chapter 29 Matrix, Turbulence. Bincheng International Convention Center, under the dome. Time, 10 a.m. sharp. The main venue, capable of accommodating thousands, was packed. The air was thick with a near-frozen tension and anticipation. There were no lengthy warm-ups, no false greetings. When Lin Feng appeared at the center of the podium, the entire venue instantly fell into absolute silence, as if even breathing were suppressed by an invisible force. He remained clad in a perfectly tailored dark gray suit, his figure erect as a pine tree, standing before a vast, slowly illuminating holographic screen. In its center, a projection of a quantum lighthouse pierced the heavens and earth. Its body flowed with faint blue energy veins, its summit radiating like an eternally burning star. Against the backdrop, a vast and profound cosmic map unfolded, countless stars swirling in the darkness, symbolizing humanity's ultimate desire for endless energy. Lin Feng's gaze swept calmly across the audience. In the front row sat the ministerial leaders and the helmsmen of core state-owned enterprises, representing the nation's will. Their gazes were steady and powerful. Behind them sat the international tycoons and capital giants. Colin Strike sat among them, his silver gray hair meticulously combed and his face immaculately dressed in the smile of an elite. However, the fierceness and anxiety deep within his eyes, carefully concealed, escaped Lin Feng's gaze. Further back, a sea of media reporters, cameras already trained on the stage, awaited the moment that would surely go down in history. Everyone. Lin Feng's voice, carried through the top-tier sound system to every corner of the venue, wasn't loud, but it carried a soul-piercing magnetism that instantly captured everyone's attention. Welcome to witness the true beginning of the Stardust era. There was no opening remarks, no recollection of past glories. He simply raised his hand and pointed at the magnificent light curtain behind him. Green Source Technology, effective immediately, officially establishes the Stardust Technology Sharing Alliance. On the screen, the lighthouse's radiance suddenly blazed brightly. Surrounding the lighthouse, several gigantic logos lit up like stars. Longwei National Energy Group. Longwei Nuclear Industry Group. Longwei Shipbuilding Industry Group. Longwei Aerospace Science and Technology Group. A series of names representing the country's industrial backbone, energy lifeline, and strategic heavy weapons sparkled on the light curtain, surrounding the quantum lighthouse like stars surrounding the moon. Boom! The venue exploded instantly. Instead of applause, there were countless gasps and uncontrollable gasps. Everyone was stunned by this earth-shattering list. Lin Feng had not chosen any international giant, but had directly tied the nation's most core strategic forces to the Stardust Chariot. This was more than just a commercial alliance, it placed Stardust technology directly under the highest level of national will, protecting and promoting it. This meant that core technology would become a national treasure, and no outside force could dare to meddle. The smile on Colin Strike's face froze completely, his knuckles turning white from the force of his grip on the armrest. His last fantasy was ruthlessly shattered. Lin Feng declared with his actions, "I set the rules. You follow or be eliminated." Lin Feng's voice continued, like a cold hammer of judgment. Alliance members will receive exclusive licensing and application expansion rights for Stardust technology in various strategic areas. Green Source Technology will be responsible for providing core technical support and iterative upgrades. Within the alliance, technology is shared, risks are shared, and benefits are shared. Outside the alliance, Lin Feng's voice paused slightly, his gaze like a concrete icicle sweeping across the pale-faced international giants in the audience. Green Source will seek global business cooperation with a fair, open, yet absolutely dominant attitude. The scope of cooperation is limited to market development and equipment supply at the application level. Core technologies will not be open, authorized, or traded. The three no's principle. Decisive and unequivocal. No room for compromise. The conference hall was utterly silent. The faces of the international giants, especially those in the energy and heavy industry sectors, were livid. This meant they had completely lost the possibility of acquiring core technology through capital or market access. They could only become downstream suppliers or regional distributors for Green Source technology. Lin Feng had, in the most brutal way, chopped off the most core and delicious portion of the enormous profit pie. Now, let's announce the open application areas and cooperation framework for the first phase of Stardust. Lin Feng ignored the dead silence and oppression in the audience, as if he was just following a preset procedure. The screen switched, showing a clear chart. Area 1, construction of a state grid-level clean energy base core partner, China National Energy Group. Area 2, miniaturization and safety constraints of next-generation nuclear fusion reactors core partner, China Nuclear Industry Group. Area 3, new energy propulsion systems for ultra-large ocean-going vessels core partner, China Shipbuilding Industry Corporation. Area 4, deep space exploration and long-term energy supply for space stations core partner, China Aerospace Science and Technology Corporation. Area 5, construction of a civilian new energy vehicle ultra-fast charging network open to global cooperation and bidding. Sector 6, energy-saving transformation in specific high-energy consuming industrial sectors open to regional cooperation. Each of these sectors represents $1 trillion market potential. The first four strategic sectors, firmly controlled by the alliance's core members, in particular, have the international giants in the audience envious, yet helpless. While the civilian and industrial sectors, open to bidding, are enormous, their profit margins and technological barriers clearly cannot compare to the core sectors. The selection of the first batch of global partners will be jointly handled by Green Source Technology and the Stardust Alliance Board of Directors. The standards will be open and transparent. Lin Feng's voice was calm, yet it carried an unquestionable sense of control. We welcome capable, reputable companies willing to abide by the new rules to join the future led by Stardust. He raised his hand slightly, signaling the end of his speech. There was no sentimentality, no vision, only cold rules and a clear path. However, the moment he finished speaking, all electronic screens in the venue, including the huge light screen on the rostrum, as well as the tablet and mobile phone screens in the hands of reporters and guests below the stage, were instantly covered in a dazzling dark blue. On the deep blue background, there was no text, only a symbol composed of countless complex geometric lines that constantly flowed, rotated, deconstructed, and reassembled. It was like a living, cold, and profound matrix. An invisible, heart-pounding sense of oppression, accompanied by an eerie, low-frequency humming sound that seemed to come from the depths of the universe, instantly engulfed the entire venue. What's going on? Hacking? My equipment is out of control. Screams erupted. The venue descended into chaos. Security personnel immediately went on alert. On the podium, Lin Feng's eyes suddenly became extremely sharp. He instantly glanced towards the technical control area below. The Green Source technical director in charge of venue security and electronic systems was pale, his fingers frantically tapping on the keyboard, but to no avail. Boss! All the equipment has been hijacked by an unknown signal source. The firewall was penetrated instantly. The signal source cannot be traced. It seems like it's everywhere. Qinshi's cold voice, with a rare hint of horror, came through the encrypted headset. At this moment, Su Wanqing appeared beside Lin Feng like a ghost. Her face was terrifyingly solemn, and her voice was so low that only Lin Feng could hear it clearly. Deep blue matrix. It's their signature intrusion signal. The Dragon Shadow Deep Network Monitoring System just captured a powerful quantum data torrent that far exceeds our cognition. It passed through unknown nodes and instantly paralyzed all electronic equipment in the venue. The target may be Before she could finish her words, a line of cold English text composed of pure energy suddenly appeared in the center of the flowing matrix symbols on the huge dark blue screen of the podium. Strickland, you failed. Asset liquidation initiated. Strike, you have failed. Asset liquidation has begun. The moment the words appeared, Colin Strike's position in the audience. The encrypted satellite phone he carried with him, as well as the laptop screen in front of him, which he used to record the meeting, simultaneously lit up with a dazzling deep blue matrix light. Then, a dazzling cascade of codes and trading instructions flashed across the computer screen like a waterfall. From the satellite phone, a cold, distorted electronic voice boomed. The volume was low, but loud enough for the people several rows around to hear clearly. Strike International Consortium, core account permissions are being deprived. Global stock, bond, and futures positions, forced liquidation instructions sent. Offshore asset pool, transfer agreement signed, new beneficiary confirmed, deep blue matrix. Physical asset freezing orders have been sent simultaneously to major jurisdictions around the world. No. Stop. Colin Strike leaped to his feet, letting out a heart-wrenching, desperate roar. He frantically tried to press the computer to turn off the phone, but the deep blue light, like a leech, held everything in check. He could only watch helplessly as the numbers on the screen, representing his life's work, shrank at an astronomical rate, returning to zero. He watched as instructions for the forced transfer and freezing of his assets were generated and sent one after another. Just a dozen seconds. The numbers on the screen completely returned to zero, turning a glaring blood red. The electronic voice on the satellite phone announced indifferently. Liquidation completed. The ownership of the Stryker International Consortium has been transferred. Colin Stryker's personal credit is bankrupt, and a global wanted order is being generated. You are nothing. Plop. Colin Strike seemed as if every bone in his body had been drained out of him. His face was ashen, and he slumped stiffly against his expensive chair. His eyes were hollow, his body convulsing violently, and foam formed at the corners of his mouth. He was finished. The business empire he had painstakingly built crumbled like a sandcastle under the cold electronic command of the deep blue matrix. He had fallen from the clouds, plummeting into an abyss of eternal damnation. The conference hall was filled with an eerie silence. Everyone was stunned by the terrifying scene unfolding before their eyes, a scene straight out of a science fiction movie. A silent invasion, a cold reckoning, the instantaneous fall of a business giant. This was more terrifying than any assassination by gunfire. Is this the power of the deep blue matrix? Is this the fate of opposing Lin Feng? The matrix symbol on the deep blue screen slowly faded, and the cold text vanished along with it. All the hijacked electronic devices instantly returned to normal, as if everything that had just happened was just a nightmare. But Colin Strike, slumped in his seat like a dead dog, and his computer screen, which had turned completely red, silently told the horrific reality of what had just happened. Lin Feng stood on the podium, completely motionless from beginning to end. His face held no trace of shock or fear, only a deep, icy coldness and a dark fire burning deep within his eyes that seemed capable of consuming everything. Deep blue matrix. Lin Feng's deep voice broke the dead silence. Every word seemed to carry a tremendous force, hitting everyone's heart. Very good. He slowly raised his head, his gaze seemingly traversing the conference hall and radiating into the endless void. That look was no longer the indifference one would show toward a business rival, but rather the cold, raging, and overwhelming fighting spirit of a king ignited by an offense. Since you can't wait to jump out, Lin Feng's voice was not loud, but it carried a turbulent momentum that swept across the world and was clearly transmitted to every corner of the venue. Then use your ashes to pave a new roadbed for my Stardust Road. Inside the conference hall, you could hear a pin drop. Only Lin Feng's oracular voice echoed, announcing a global war between technology and the Dark Empire, a war far beyond the realm of commerce. Provoked by the deep blue matrix, this trillionaire had brazenly ignited it. Chapter 30, Creation, Cornerstone. The conference hall was dead silent. The collapsed Colin Strike, like a hollowed-out shell, twitched in his expensive chair. The foam at the corners of his mouth and the completely reddened computer screen silently signaled the cold and cruel reckoning of the deep blue matrix. The air was filled with shock, fear, and a sense of helplessness in the face of an unknown force. Everyone's eyes were focused on Lin Feng in the center of the rostrum. He ignored Strike's heart-wrenching plight, nor the complex expressions from the audience. His gaze seemed to pierce the dome of the conference center, radiating into the void of a higher dimension. Deep within those abyssal eyes, there was no longer a simple coldness or anger, but an absolute silence like the moment before the cosmic singularity erupted. A vast will, beyond human comprehension, was awakening. Deep blue matrix. Lin Feng's voice echoed again, this time no longer a mere announcement, but a call to some dormant being. His voice wasn't loud, but it carried a strange resonance, clearly imprinted in everyone's consciousness. Activate the Genesis Protocol. Objective: cleanse the filth and mark the source. There were no keystrokes, no voice commands. The moment his thoughts fell. Buzz. A silent, yet soul-shaking, powerful wave suddenly spread out from Lin Feng. This wave wasn't physical energy, but rather an absolute crushing force at the information level. It instantly swept across the entire venue, across Binchang, and even penetrated the barriers of physical space. All the electronic devices in the venue, newly recovered from the hijacking the screens on the podium, the reporters' cameras, the guests' phones instantly lit up again. But this time, it was no longer the cold, deep blue matrix, but a pure, abysmal blue background that seemed to hold infinite possibilities. Above this azure, a golden symbol, composed of countless flowing, complex geometric structures gleaming with stardust light, slowly spun and unfolded. It was even more ancient than the deep blue matrix symbol, more grandiose, and even more imbued with a creative power. The mark of creation. As it appeared, all the abnormal data streams, backdoor programs, and tracking trojans left behind by the deep blue matrix invasion within the venue, like a virus encountering its nemesis, they were instantly and mercilessly washed away, annihilated, and purified by the golden data stream. Even the lingering, heart-pounding sense of quantum invasion oppression in the air was completely dispelled by this even more powerful and profound force. Everyone in the conference hall felt refreshed, as if an invisible burden had been lifted. In the technical control area, Green Source's technical director stared in amazement as the system on his screen instantly returned to normal, even experiencing an inexplicable surge in operating efficiency. But this is just the beginning. Somewhere in Binchang, deep inside an underground fiber optic cable hub disguised as an ordinary data center, a quantum signal relay node that the deep blue matrix had just used to invade the venue and liquidate Strike was now flashing a faint blue light. Suddenly, buzz. An irresistible torrent of golden data descended like a divine punishment. It instantly submerged the entire node. The quantum encryption core within the node was crushed like a fragile eggshell. All the stored data, including the iconic code fragments of the Deep Blue Matrix, the Stryker Consortium's transaction instructions, and even several encrypted coordinates pointing to other dark gold pool nodes, was instantly grabbed, analyzed, and copied as if by an invisible giant hand. Deep inside the supercomputing center of a top private bank in Zurich, Switzerland, the virtual server cluster codenamed Dark Gold Pool was like a deep-sea behemoth, swallowing and spewing massive amounts of encrypted funds. Suddenly, sizzle! A piercing alarm blared in the core computer room. All screens were instantly blanketed in a deep, dark blue, swirling with the golden Genesis mark. The bank's vaunted firewall, incorporating a rudimentary form of quantum encryption, proved utterly useless before this force. Countless golden data chains materialized, like the most sophisticated nets, instantly locking onto the core database of the Dark Gold Pool. Vast amounts of transaction records, anonymous account information, credentials linking to Ouroboros, even the recent massive flows of funds to specific offshore accounts part of the proceeds from the liquidation of Strike, like a floodgate unleashed, they flowed uncontrollably along preset, absolutely secure encrypted channels, madly rushing towards an unknown destination that exuded the aura of Genesis. The Genesis protocol is being executed. Deep Blue Matrix Intrusion Node Lighthouse 7 has been cleared, data capture completion rate 100%. The core database of the Dark Gold Pool is locked. Key information is being copied and transferred. Transfer completed. Deep Blue Matrix liquidates the Stryker Consortium's funds, tracking their flow, locking in the final receiving accounts, the Cayman Islands Kraken Fund, the Liechtenstein's Black Forest Trust, marked complete. A series of cold, efficient, inhuman information flows silently through the depths of Lin Feng's consciousness like a waterfall. His vision seems to be fragmented into countless pieces, reflecting the crushing operation of the Genesis protocol in every corner of the world in real time. In the conference hall, only a dozen seconds passed. On the huge screen on the rostrum, the golden creation mark slowly faded. On the dark blue background, a shocking message began to scroll through line after line with incredible clarity. Node coordinates: Binchang West District Cable Hub B7 cleared. Intrusion residual code fragment partial display, Deep Blue Matrix core identification code. Flow of funds from the liquidation of the Stryker Consortium. Recipient 1, Cayman Islands, Kraken Fund account ending in. Recipient 2, Liechtenstein, Black Forest Trust account ending in. Dark Gold Pool associated Ouroboros mission record partial. Mission codename, Thunder Target, Linfeng, location, Summit Site. Mission codename, Ashes Target, Xiaoqingi, location, Quantum Lighthouse Ceremony. Mission codename. Deep Blue Matrix known node markers fuzzy areas, North America 3, Western Europe 2, East Asia 1 inactive. Wow! The venue was completely blown away. This time, it was truly boiling. Reporters frantically snapped their cameras, capturing this miraculous counterattack. The giants' faces paled, sweat dripping from their faces. How could this be a counterattack? This was clearly a divine display of power. Linfeng not only instantly eliminated the intrusion of the Deep Blue Matrix, but also uprooted the opponent's core nodes, even exposing their recent dirty deals and some of their past secrets, making them public. This method, this efficiency, this control, it was beyond their comprehension. The quantum invasion and financial control that the Deep Blue Matrix is proud of are like child's tricks in front of Linfeng's power called creation and are vulnerable. Agent Su. Linfeng's voice returned to calm, as if the earth-shattering counterattack just now was just a casual brushing away of dust. He looked at Su Wanqing, who was also shocked to the point of being beside him. Su Wanqing snapped back to her senses, her eyes filled with unprecedented awe and an indescribable excitement. She immediately understood Linfeng's intention. Mr. Lin. Dragon Shadow, act immediately. Coordinates, accounts, mission records, all this information will serve as irrefutable evidence in the national, global pursuit of Deep Blue Matrix and Ouroboros. Not a single cent of those funds will escape. Her voice was filled with decisiveness and murderous intent. Qin Shi. Linfeng turned his gaze to the audience. Qin Shi appeared at the side of the podium, a hint of enthusiasm on her cool face. On the tablet in her hand, the encrypted channel representing the Green Source Financial Risk Control Team was fully activated. Mark the accounts on the list as hostile assets. Linfeng's instructions were concise and clear. Activate the financial barrier. Yes. Boss. Qin Shi's eyes were as sharp as knives. Global simultaneous operation. Freeze. Retrieve. Confiscate. Not a penny will be left for those rats in the gutter. Leviathan's terrifying financial power that is enough to pry open the global capital market, combined with the precise coordinates locked by the Genesis Protocol and the endorsement of national will, is about to set off a financial storm that sweeps the world. Linfeng's gaze finally swept across the international giants who were silent in the audience, especially those representatives who had secret connections with the Siren Fund and Black Forest Trust. His eyes were as cold as ice for thousands of years. You all saw it. Linfeng's voice was not loud, but it struck everyone's heart like a heavy hammer. The rules of the new era will be written by me. Cooperation is welcome. Betrayal will cost you utter destruction. The cornerstone of the Stardust Alliance is strength, loyalty, and unshakable order. This is my order. He said no more and turned, leaving the audience with a back figure as tall as a mountain, seemingly able to support the entire sky of the new era. The moment he left, the golden creation mark flickered one last time on the screen before disappearing completely, as if a god had withdrawn its gaze. But everyone knew that the power represented by that mark, the system known as Genesis, had already arrived. Like the most solid foundation, it would support the future path paved with stardust by Linfeng. Any demons and monsters that dared to challenge this order, whether with the fangs of the Ouroboros or the tentacles of the Deep Blue Matrix, would be completely crushed by the might of Genesis, reduced to mere dust on the road. Inside the venue, the applause faltered for a moment before erupting like a tsunami. This time, there was no more fear, no more doubt, only pure awe and submission. They were witnessing the true power of the Shinhouse system, the arrival of an irresistible order in a new era. Chapter 31 Cornerstone Daily. The clamor at the Binchang International Convention Center gradually subsided, but the aftermath of the Stardust Storm was only just beginning to sweep across the metropolis. Colin Strike's collapse was like the end of a farce, leaving behind not a fear of the Deep Blue Matrix whose existence was strictly limited to a very small area, but a deeper awe of Linfeng's swift tactics and the sheer strength of Green Source technology. The public release of partial evidence obtained through special technical means pointing to collusion between the strike group and Ouroboros, along with the subsequent national investigation warrant and Interpol Red Notice targeting Strike and his core financial team, was enough to silence any ulterior motive. Linfeng didn't linger at the conference. To him, the strategic conference's objectives had already been exceeded, the Stardust Alliance had been established, the national will had been endorsed, the core interests had been defined, and Strike, the chicken, had been used as a warning to all potential monkeys. The remaining business details and cooperation negotiations were the battlefield Qin Shi and her team would face. The black Rolls-Royce Cullinan smoothly drove away from the conference center and merged into the afternoon traffic of Binchang. Outside the car window, the glass curtain walls of skyscrapers reflected the sunlight, the streets were bustling, and the city's pulse beat strongly, as if the meeting that would determine the future energy landscape had never happened. Inside the car, the atmosphere was not relaxed. Lin Feng closed his eyes, his fingertips tapping unconsciously on the leather armrest. In the passenger seat, Su Wanqing had changed out of her uniform, now wearing an off-white commuter suit. She looked gentle and capable, but her eyes still held the sharpness of a secret agent. The encrypted tablet in her hand was rapidly refreshing information. Boss, several core project leaders of the Stryker Consortium in the Asia-Pacific region have contacted President Qin, expressing their willingness to cooperate with the investigation and seek compliant ways of cooperation. Things are in turmoil at the European headquarters, with the stock price plummeting. The board of directors is urgently reorganizing. Qin Shi's voice came from the back seat, as she was rapidly processing a flood of information. Also, Chairman Li from the State Energy Group and President Wang from the Nuclear Engineering Group have both sent messages, hoping to quickly arrange time to refine technical integration and project implementation within the alliance. Yes. Lin Feng responded without opening his eyes. Have Qin's risk control and legal teams cooperate with Dragon Shadow and relevant departments to wipe out all of Strike's assets in Binchang and even in the country. Freeze what should be frozen and confiscate what should be confiscated. As for those who want to turn to the light, let Qin Shi evaluate them according to the new rules. If there is value, we can negotiate, but the conditions will be increased by 20% as a risk premium. Understood. Qin Shi quickly noted it down, a cold smile curling up at the corner of his mouth. Beating a fallen dog while still squeezing out every last bit of value, that was the boss's style. Mr. Lin, Su Wanqing turned her head, her tone solemn. Dragon Shadow's pursuit of the accounts connected to the Stryker Group and Irabaros went smoothly. However, the several offshore accounts to which the funds ultimately flowed have extremely strong firewalls maintained by a team of top-tier encryption experts. Reverse penetration is extremely difficult and will take time. Nightingale is in the highest level interrogation center and has an extremely strong will. Conventional methods have had little effect. Experts recommend some special measures. Special measures? Lin Feng finally opened his eyes, his deep gaze falling on Su Wanqing's face. The experts from Dragon Shadow can't deal with a prisoner? Su Wanqing met his gaze and said frankly, her genetic modification is very special. She has a strong tolerance to pain, drugs, and even some mental interference. Moreover, she seems to have received strict anti-interrogation training, and her psychological defenses are like a fortress. Experts are worried that excessive stimulation may cause irreversible brain damage, making her intelligence value lost. Lin Feng was silent for a few seconds, his fingertips pausing their tapping. Transfer her to Vaiyuan's silent lab, he said flatly. Let Qingyi's team take over. Using the highest precision neural signal scanners and biofield simulators, combined with the data from the blue energy factor in her blood, we'll attempt to construct a model of her mental fluctuations. I need to read the data within without damaging the hardware. Su Wanqing felt a shiver in her heart. The Silent Laboratory was one of GreenSource's most core and highly classified biotechnology research facilities, equipped with equipment far superior to that of Dragon Shadow's interrogation center. Asking that mad scientist Xia Qingyi to use her research spirit to crack the mind of a killer. This method was cold and efficient, and only Lin Feng could have come up with it. Yes, I will immediately coordinate the transfer procedures and safe handover. Su Wanqing did not hesitate. As we entered the Tsuaping mountain area, the fresh mountain air poured into the car. Looking out over the valley, the beam of the quantum lighthouse continued to shine eternally, becoming Binchang's most magnificent landmark. Also, Lin Feng changed the subject, his tone more relaxed. Tonight, we'll have the chef team from the Michelin 3-star restaurant Hentang come to Guanyantai. The ingredients will be Hokkaido sea urchin, French blue lobster, and Alba white truffles that were airlifted in today. Let's open 2 bottles of Romanée Conti's La Tach 90th anniversary. Let's celebrate. Qin Shi and Su Wanqing exchanged a glance, each catching a hint of a helpless smile. The boss's daily life seamlessly shifted between the awe-inspiring intensity of crushing powerful enemies and the ultimate in luxurious indulgence. The trillionaire's celebration was so plain and unpretentious. Okay, boss. Qin Shi agreed and started contacting the housekeeper to make arrangements. At Guanyantai Villa, night falls. The vast terrace was meticulously decorated. Soft lighting, melodious jazz music, and the air was filled with the alluring aroma of premium ingredients. A long dining table, covered with a snow-white linen tablecloth, sat in the perfect spot for the view. Silverware and crystal glasses gleamed in the light. Lin Feng changed into comfortable dark cashmere home clothes and sat relaxedly at the main table. Xia Qingyi, having washed off her fatigue from the lab, donned a sweatshirt printed with a cartoon rocket pattern. She stared intently at the blue lobster the chef was grilling, her nostrils flaring like a small animal waiting to be fed. Xinshi, dressed in a simple black fitted dress, exuded a rare sense of relaxation amidst her coolness as she sipped her decanted red wine. Su Wanqing, also out of her professional attire, wore a soft off-white sweater and trousers, sitting gently to the side. The butlers and waiters served silently and efficiently, presenting each dish like a work of art. The Hokkaido sea urchin sashimi was so sweet it seemed to melt on the tongue, the aroma of white truffles permeated the palate with its domineering aroma, and the firm, chewy texture of the blue lobster, paired with a specially crafted sauce, left a lasting impression. The tannins of the 1990 latach had long since softened, revealing a complex and majestic layering that perfectly complemented the food. Qingyi, I want to see the final version of the stability report of the force field generator tomorrow morning. Lin Feng cut a piece of lobster meat and said casually. Got it, boss. The data has been sorted out, all we need are a few charts. Xia Qingyi responded vaguely with food in her mouth, her eyes still fixed on the next dish. Xinshi, let the group's real estate department contact the land in the Binhai New area where Strike plans to build its headquarters and get it at the lowest price. The location is good and can be converted into the Stardust Alliance's Asia-Pacific R&D center. Lin Feng took a sip of wine. We're already in talks. The other party is eager to sell and cut their losses, so the price can be pushed down very low. Xinshi nodded, a gleam in his eyes. Agent Su, Lin Feng said casually, looking at Su Wanqing, after Nightingale is transferred, have Qingyi's team give you daily progress reports. I need to know everything she has in her head about Ouroboros contact information, bases, and that blue energy in her blood. Okay, Mr. Lin, Su Wanqing nodded. This kind of daily routine, surrounded by top-notch food and fine wine, while discussing how to crack the brain of a top killer, was something she could only experience here. The evening breeze rustled gently, bringing with it the freshness of mountain vegetation. Outside the window, the lights of Bincheng's myriad homes shone like a galaxy, the beam of light from the quantum lighthouse the most dazzling of them all. The atmosphere on the terrace was relaxed and comfortable, as if the day's stormy waves had never occurred. Boss, this wine is really delicious. Xia Qingyi finally finished a lobster claw, licked her lips in satisfaction, and stared at the ruby-like liquid in the glass with her light amber eyes. Drink more if you like. There's more in the wine cellar. Lin Feng rarely smiled. Mr. Lin, Su Wanqing raised her wine glass, her eyes clear, I toast to the light of Stardust, and also to this hard-earned peaceful night. Her words were full of meaning, both a celebration of success and a sober recognition of the potential storm. Xinshi also raised his glass silently. Lin Feng looked at the three women around him with very different temperaments but equally outstanding, and looked at the daily life in front of him that was built by top wealth, top technology, and powerful strength, which was as solid as a rock and full of fireworks, and raised his glass. To the future. His voice was deep and powerful. And to those dust particles that will soon become the cornerstone. The crystal glasses clinked gently, making a crisp and pleasant sound. The city below the mountain remains bustling, with new business ventures, technological breakthroughs, and even shadowy ambitions constantly thriving. But atop the peak of Tsuaping Mountain, at Guanyin Terrace, at a table laden with exquisite food and wine, Lin Feng controls his empire, enjoying the uniquely wealthy life he has forged with his own hands. In this seemingly peaceful routine, the foundations of the Stardust Road are being laid, piece by piece. And any attempt to shake these foundations will be ruthlessly swept into the corners of history. Chapter 32, Under the Foundation Stone, Hidden Fragrance. On Tsuaping Mountain in the early morning, the mist still lingered, the air carrying the sweet scent of dew. The beam of light from the quantum lighthouse shone through the mist, like a hazy sword of light piercing the sky and earth. Lin Feng, dressed in loose-fitting morning exercise clothes, stood by the heated outdoor pool on the villa's rooftop, overlooking the mirror-like water below. Xinshi continued her relentless morning swim routine, her movements smooth and powerful, with minimal splash. Xia Qingyi sat cross-legged on a poolside lounge chair, wrapped in a large bath towel, her hair still dripping wet, her eyes glued to her tablet, her fingers dancing across the virtual keyboard, a piece of toast smeared with premium beluga caviar in her mouth, a special treat from her butler for her overworked brain. Boss, good morning, Su Wanqing's voice came from behind. She had changed into a sharp sports outfit, her long hair tied in a high ponytail, looking less gentle and more heroic. In her hand, she held an encrypted electronic board. Nightingale was safely transferred to the Silence Lab at 3 a.m. last night. Dr. Xia's team has begun preliminary neural signal scanning and biofield modeling. The progress is somewhat surprising. She handed the board to Lin Feng. The screen displayed preliminary scan data. The area representing Nightingale's mental activity was unusually active, yet not chaotic. Instead, it displayed a highly structured, even icy, rhythmic wave pattern. Most strikingly, when the scanner simulated the input of micropulses from the stardust energy field at a specific frequency, a deeply buried region within her brain produced an extremely weak, yet unmistakable, resonance signal. Her mental activity has been highly programmed, with powerful mechanisms to resist interference and intrusion, Su Wanqing explained. But Dr. Xia discovered that the blue energy factor in her blood seems to have some, as yet unrecognized underlying connection with the stardust force field. This connection could be the key to breaking through her psychological defenses, but it could also present some unknown risk. Lin Feng gazed at the faint resonance signal, his eyes penetrating. Tell Qingyi to prioritize analyzing this correlation. I need to know, is this blue energy the technological source of Ouroboros, or some variant of stardust, or perhaps even its nemesis? He keenly sensed a hint of something unusual. Could the blood of a top-tier assassin resonate with the world-changing stardust? The secrets hidden behind this could be far more valuable than Ouroboros itself. I understand. Su Wanqing nodded solemnly. She was well aware of the importance of this discovery. Breakfast was still the most luxurious and simple of the best. At the table, Lin Feng leisurely enjoyed his black truffle scrambled eggs while listening to Qin Shi's morning report. Boss strikes 3 core assets in Binchang, including the land in the Binhai area, have been preliminarily frozen and appraised. The real estate department's preliminary offer is 40% below the market price. While the other party's attorney is reluctant, they're eager to distance themselves from the matter and will likely accept, Qin Shi said clearly. Also, Mr. Liu from Dingxing Capital and Mr. Wang from Universal Energy have both sent invitations to a private dinner. They'd like to have a deeper discussion on the open sector cooperation mentioned at the strategic conference. The venue has been chosen to be Bincheng's most upscale private club. The dinner has been postponed. Lin Feng said without looking up. Let the marketing director take the team to discuss it. Tell them that Lu Yuan only looks at the plan and the strength, not the favors at the wine table. He paused. Accompany me somewhere this afternoon. Yes. Qin Shi quickly recorded it. Where are you going? Xia Qingyi finally raised her head from the tablet, her light amber eyes filled with curiosity. Yuzhang Pavilion. Lin Feng uttered 3 words. Yuzhang, nestled deep in Bincheng's Antique Street, is a top-tier private collection house, unassuming from the outside but a world of its own. There's no sign, just a heavy rosewood door. Inside, a completely different world awaits. The light is soft, and the air is filled with the faint scent of sandalwood and aged paper. On the antique shelves, porcelain pieces are as smooth as jade, bronzes bear the weight of time, and scrolls of calligraphy and painting exude the fragrance of ink, each one priceless. The owner's surname was Chen. He was an elderly man in a gray double-breasted jacket, with gray hair and a vigorous spirit. He had an elegant and calm demeanor. Seeing Lin Feng come in, a knowing smile flashed across his eyes. He wasn't overly enthusiastic, but simply bowed slightly. Mr. Lin, you're here. The food is ready in the quiet room. A hint of doubt flashed across Qin Shi's eyes. The owner rarely showed any particular interest in antique collecting, and Liuan hadn't expanded into related businesses. Su Wanqing, on the other hand, maintained her professional observation, quickly scanning the museum's furnishings and security measures. Lin Feng nodded slightly and followed Boss Chen through several hallways to a quieter, more simply furnished room. On the redwood table in the center of the room sat an open, long, red sandalwood box. Inside the wooden box, covered with dark blue velvet, a sword lay quietly on top. The sword was over 3 feet long, its scabbard a simple, deep, dark purple, neither metal nor wood, its material unknown. Its surface bore no markings, save for the gentle patina of time. The hilt was wrapped in dark gold thread, its guard simple and flowing, possessing a restrained edge. Bostian carefully held up the sword, not unsheathing it. He simply held it before Lin Feng with both hands. Mr. Lin, please take a look. This is the nameless sword. As you requested, the dating test used the most advanced isotope and microtrace analysis, which points to the early Warring States period. However, the material, forgive my limited vision, I have never seen it before. It is not any known metal alloy, nor is it jade. Its toughness and sharpness are far beyond imagination. Lin Feng didn't take it immediately. His eyes fell on the scabbard, and a subtle light flashed in the depths of his eyes. After a moment, he reached out and grasped the hilt. The moment his fingertips touched the golden hilt of the sword, buzz! An extremely faint, almost imperceptible vibration instantly traveled along his arm. At the same time, an indescribable sense of desolation and solemnity, as if emanating from the ancient past, and an indescribable sense of order struck his senses like an electric current. This feeling. Lin Feng's pupils shrank slightly. This aura was definitely not something an ordinary antique could possess. This nameless sword definitely contains secrets beyond the cognition of the times. And at the moment of touching it just now, the silent system deep in his consciousness seemed to fluctuate extremely slightly, as if a stone had been thrown into a deep pool. Boss? Qinsher keenly noticed the sudden change in Lin Feng's aura. It's okay. Lin Feng instantly regained his composure. His fingers slowly brushed over the scabbard, feeling the unique material and the warm touch. Mr. Chen, I want this sword. Name your price. A hint of understanding flashed across Boss Chen's eyes, and then he hesitated. Mr. Lin, this sword is extraordinary. According to industry regulations, I shouldn't make an offer, but since you asked. He quoted a number that would make ordinary wealthy people dumbfounded. Lin Feng didn't even raise his eyelids. Qinsher, transfer the money. Yes. Qinsher agreed immediately, as if it was just an ordinary purchase order. The transaction was complete. Boss Chen personally closed the rosewood box and handed it to Lin Feng, saying meaningfully, Mr. Lin has a keen eye. This sword has been silent for 1,000 years, and now it has found a wise master. Perhaps, it is also God's will. Lin Feng took the wooden box. It felt heavy in his hand, as if he had taken over a piece of dusty history and some unknown cause and effect. Maybe, he replied calmly. Leaving Yuzhong Pavilion, the Cullinan merged into the traffic. Lin Feng placed the rosewood box beside him, his fingers unconsciously stroking the lid. Boss, this sword. Qinsher couldn't help but ask. Spending such a huge amount of money on an ancient sword of unknown purpose was unlike the boss' usual pragmatic style. Put it on display. Lin Feng said concisely. Qinsher and Su Wanqing exchanged a glance, each seeing confusion in the other's eyes. But since the boss didn't say anything, they didn't ask. The car did not go directly back to Cuiping Mountain, but drove to the top floor of a skyscraper in the core area of Bincheng CBD, the headquarters of Qin Group. The huge office on the top floor offered an excellent view, overlooking most of Bincheng. Lin Feng casually placed the rosewood box on the huge desk, then walked to the floor-to-ceiling window and cast his gaze towards the eternally shining quantum lighthouse in the distance. Qinsher had the top team at the Green Source Materials Lab establish a top-secret project team codenamed Purple Sky. Lin Feng, his back to the two of them, spoke calmly yet with undeniable power. Goal: reverse engineer the material composition of the nameless scabbard. I want to know its molecular structure, physical properties, energy conductivity, everything. Also, he turned, his eyes sharp, we must mobilize all resources to secretly collect all scraps of information related to this material worldwide, even if it's just a legend. Dates, locations, legends, no clues can be missed. Qinsher and Su Wanqing were shocked at the same time. Reverse engineering? Secret collection? Top secret project? The boss didn't buy this sword for a collection. He must have discovered something. The material of that scabbard, could it be related to stardust? Or is it related to the blue energy factor in Nightingale's blood? Yes. Boss. Qinsher immediately responded solemnly. Su Wanqing also immediately said, Dragon Shadow's intelligence network can assist in global information collection and ensure confidentiality. Lin Feng's gaze shifted once again to the rosewood box on the table. The scabbard's deep purple shimmered under the office light. An unnamed ancient sword from the Warring States period, a mysterious material hidden for millennia, was discovered almost intuitively by a billionaire in this age of glittering stars. Beneath the foundation stone, a faint fragrance floats in the air. The light of stardust illuminates the path to the future, and scattered along this path, ancient fragments buried by time, may also be quietly awakening, waiting to be given new meaning. New puzzles, accompanied by new powers, are quietly unfolding in the heart of this bustling city. Chapter 33 Expansion, Hidden Fragrance. Bincheng CBD, the top floor of Qin Group headquarters. From the enormous floor-to-ceiling windows, the city skyline is unobstructed, the beam of light from the quantum lighthouse the most dazzling finishing touch to this picture. Inside the office, on the massive mahogany desk, besides the usual computer and documents, stands the rosewood box from Yazan, its rustic simplicity creating a subtle contrast with the modern surroundings. Lin Feng sat in a large leather chair, his posture relaxed, his fingertips tapping lightly on the smooth tabletop. Qin stood in front of the desk, wearing a sharply tailored black business suit. A hint of subtle excitement lingered on his cool face as he quickly reported. "Boss, Strike's Asia-Pacific division has completely collapsed. We've secured that prime land in the Binhai New area for 40% of the market price. The legal department is going through the final procedures, and the transfer will be completed within 3 days." Her eyes gleamed with the sharpness of a capital hunter. "Also, we're taking advantage of their weakness. Through an offshore shell company, we've acquired some of their equity in 2 high-quality ports in Southeast Asia at a low price. We're also in talks with several of their high-end hotel brands in Europe, and the price is very attractive." "Well done." Lin Feng's lips curled up with satisfaction. "Let the corresponding business departments of the group take over the port and hotel and integrate them into Qin's global asset portfolio. As for that piece of land," he glanced out the window, "we need to revise the plan. I want to build a Stardust Life Science Center that integrates cutting-edge medical care, biotechnology research and development, and high-end healthcare. I'll have the design department find the best team in the world, with an unlimited budget. It wants to become a new landmark in Bincheng." "Got it." Qin quickly noted, inwardly admiring his boss's skill. Swallowing up a rival's assets and then erecting a monument on the original site to represent his new business direction, this wasn't just a commercial victory, it was a stark declaration. Also, Lin Feng leaned forward slightly, with an oppressive feeling of control. "Don't Mr. Liu and Mr. Wang want to have in-depth discussions? Tell them that the threshold for open field cooperation bidding is to add one more requirement. They must commit to investing 15% of their profits from their business in China into the Stardust Life Science Center's Joint Research and Development Fund over the next 5 years. If you're willing, submit a proposal. If not, the door is over there." Qinshi's eyes flashed. "Yes, boss. This condition, they will feel painful, but no one dares to refuse. This is a conspiracy to force them to cut flesh and blood to contribute to the boss's new business." There was a knock on the door, and Su Wanqing walked in. She had changed into a cream-colored Chanel dress, standing tall and straight, her demeanor gentle and intellectual, yet capable. She held a tablet in her hand. "Mr. Lin, I'm looking for a preliminary assessment report on establishing a private, high-end medical institution, as well as a contact list for the world's top medical equipment and expert teams." Lin Feng gestured for her to put it down, but his gaze lingered on her for a few seconds. The dress perfectly outlined her slender yet powerful waist and perky hips, and she walked with a well-trained rhythmic beauty. "Sit," he gestured to the sofa next to him. Su Wanqing sat down as she was told, legs elegantly folded together and placed at an angle, placing the tablet on the coffee table. "The evaluation shows that, relying on the potential of Stardust in regulating bioenergy fields and cell activity, there is an extremely huge market prospect and profit margin in creating a private medical and healthcare brand for the top wealthy circles that integrates cutting-edge technology and luxurious services. The information of several top specialists and bioscientists in the world who have been preliminarily screened is included, including their quotes and special requirements." She stopped there. "Some top talents have eccentric tempers and diverse requirements." Lin Feng casually flipped through the information on his tablet, his eyes deep. His ambition to establish the Stardust Life Science Center was far more than just about making money. Controlling the high-end field of life science meant controlling another path to the pinnacle of power, and also meant absolute protection for those around him. "You'll be in charge of this matter, Agent Su." Lin Feng put down his tablet and looked at her with a burning gaze. "Establish a Stardust Life project team independent of Liuyuan and Qin's, and you'll be the CEO. Funding, resources, and authority will all be given the green light. I want to see the first flagship center completed in Bincheng within a year, and the global core city layout completed within 3 years." Su Wanqing was shocked. Asking her, a secret agent, to become CEO? What a leap! But she met Lin Feng's gaze and instantly understood his deeper intentions. With Dragon Shadow's background and resources, she could handle the most thorny issues of confidentiality, security, and special channels. Furthermore, she represented the will of the nation. Having her in charge of this strategic life science project would minimize risk and secure high-level support. This was both a promotion and a way to tie her more deeply into his core business. "Yes, Mr. Lin. I will live up to your trust." Su Wanqing straightened her back, her eyes determined. She accepted this challenge. Very good. Lin Feng stood up, walked around the huge desk, and approached Su Wanqing. His tall figure brought an invisible sense of oppression, mixed with the cool woody fragrance on his body, forming a strong masculine aura. He reached out, and with his fingertips, he gently lifted Su Wanqing's chin, forcing her to look up at him. Seeing this, Qinshi bowed slightly tactfully and said, "Boss, I'll go and deal with the land transfer first." After that, he quietly and quickly left the office and closed the heavy door. There were only 2 people left in the office. The sunlight shone through the French windows onto Su Wanqing's fair face, and she could see the flames dancing in Lin Feng's deep eyes. A new official, Lin Feng's voice was low and magnetic, his fingers slowly stroking her smooth jawline with a hint of intimacy, needs a little special motivation. His eyes swept over the exquisite curves wrapped in her dress aggressively. Su Wanqing's heartbeat accelerated uncontrollably. As a secret agent, she was supposed to remain calm and distanced. But before this man, under those eyes that seemed to control everything, her pride in maintaining composure began to crumble. She could feel the warmth and strength of his fingertips, a force that refused to be rejected. "Mr. Lin." Her voice trembled slightly, and her bright eyes were filled with nervousness and a secret expectation of being conquered. Lin Feng leaned over, his hot breath spraying on her ears, his voice full of temptation. "Your physical report, when was your last physical examination?" Su Wanqing was slightly startled. "Half a year ago, there was a regular meeting within Dragon Shadow." "Not enough." Lin Feng interrupted her, slid his fingers down, and gently pressed on her carotid artery, feeling the accelerated pulsation. "As the helmsman of Stardust Life, you need the most comprehensive and top-level health assessment. I have made an appointment for you with Hentai's exclusive medical team tonight for a full-body in-depth examination." His words were full of puns, and his fingers suggestively stroked the skin below her collarbone. Su Wanqing's breath instantly caught in her throat. A thorough, full-body checkup? In a place as private and luxurious as Hentai? She instantly understood Lin Feng's intentions. This wasn't just a physical exam, this was a complete, unconditional possession and marking. She felt a tingling sensation spread from the place where he touched her, and an unfamiliar warmth surged deep within her body. She stared at Lin Feng's handsome, aggressive face, so close to her, and saw the undisguised possessiveness in his eyes. Her Jingzhe will to resist quickly melted away. "Okay." She heard her own barely audible voice, filled with a hint of resigned obedience and a faint desire. She knew that this day was destined to come from the moment she stepped into this office, no, from the moment she stepped into Lin Feng's world. Lin Feng looked at her blushing cheeks and slightly trembling body with satisfaction, and the corner of his mouth curled up into a devilish arc that showed he was in control of everything. He said nothing more, leaned over, and domineeringly grabbed her red lips. "MMM." Su Wanqing let out a suppressed moan, her body tensing for a moment before softening again. His kiss was like conquering a city, forceful and fiery, with an unquestionable sense of possession. She responded awkwardly, her agent's composure replaced by a surge of passion. Her arms unconsciously slithered up Lin Feng's broad back, feeling the explosive power beneath those solid muscles through his shirt. Lin Feng's palm slid down her smooth back, feeling the tight, elastic texture through the thin fabric of her dress. His kisses trailed down, leaving a burning mark on her fair neck. His other hand reached under the hem of her dress and caressed her powerful thigh, clad in stockings. Inside the office, the sun shone brightly, and outside the window was a bustling cityscape. And in this room, symbolizing the pinnacle of power, a passionate drama of conquest and submission, mingled with lust and the exchange of power, unfolded with heavy breathing and suppressed moans. Lin Feng, in the most direct way, injected motivation into the helm of his new venture. After a long time, the office returned to calm, and the air was filled with the ambiguous atmosphere after passion and the faint aroma of cigars Lin Feng had the habit of lighting one afterwards. Su Wanqing's cheeks were flushed, her hair slightly disheveled, and her dress wrinkled. She lowered her head, awkwardly buttoning her shirt, a hazy glint still in her eyes. Lin Feng, already dressed, stood refreshed in front of the French window, overlooking the city below, a top-grade Havana cigar between his fingers. 7 o'clock in the evening, the top-floor suite of Hentai, don't be late. Lin Feng's voice was lotsy and unquestionable afterward. Understood, Mr. Lin. Su Wanqing's voice was a little hoarse, with a subtle hint of tenderness. She straightened her appearance, regaining her gentle and intellectual demeanor, but her eyes flickered with a touch of refined elegance. She picked up her tablet and left the office with a slightly unsteady but still upright gait. Lin Feng exhaled a puff of smoke, his gaze settling on the rosewood box on the table. Business expansion, a beautiful woman in his arms, this was the daily life of this multi-billionaire. The light of stardust illuminated the path ahead, and the taste of power and desire, like the most mellow wine, was worth savoring. As for the secrets within the box, he had the time and resources to uncover them, no rush. For now, the right thing to do was to enjoy the unbridled urban life forged by wealth and power. Chapter 34 Cloudtop Gene Lock. At the top of Binchang, the penthouse suite of Hentang Private Medical Club. This place, rather than a medical facility, resembles a crystal palace suspended in the clouds. Beyond the 360-degree floor-to-ceiling glass curtain wall, a dazzling expanse of the city's galaxy and eternally shimmering quantum beams of light unfold. The spacious interior features minimalist, luxurious decor, and the air is filled with a soothing fragrance of premium cedar and white musk. Soft lighting shimmers like moonlight, and in the central area, several futuristic, streamlined silver medical devices silently operate, emitting a faint blue glow. Su Wanqing stood before a vast French window, clad only in a loose, pure white silk bathrobe, its belt tied loosely, revealing her delicate collarbone and a sliver of fair chest skin. She had just enjoyed a top-notch spa treatment, and now, completely relaxed, her skin radiating a healthy glow, yet deep within her eyes, a hint of nervousness, a sense of the unknown, and a faint anticipation. As she gazed out at the magnificent nightscape, her fingers unconsciously tightened the waistband of her bathrobe. Steady footsteps echoed behind him. Lin Feng entered, also dressed in a comfortable dark silk robe, holding a glass of amber whiskey. His tall figure carried an invisible sense of oppression, and his gaze rested on Su Wanqing's back, as if it were a physical object, admiring the delicate curves faintly visible beneath her robe and her unique aura, a blend of strength and flexibility. "Are you ready?" Lin Feng's low voice broke the silence in the room. Su Wanqing turned around, the hem of her bathrobe swaying slightly as she moved, revealing her slender yet powerful ankles. She took a deep breath, met Lin Feng's penetrating gaze, and nodded, yes. There was a subtle tremor in her voice. She knew that the upcoming examination would be more than just physical. Lin Feng walked up to her, close enough to feel each other's body heat and breath. His cool, woody scent blended with the rich aroma of whiskey, creating a powerful, masculine surge. He reached out, his fingertips gently brushing Su Wanqing's damp hair. His gesture was tender and intimate, yet he untied the belt of her bathrobe without letting anyone refuse. The silky robe slipped silently to the sides, like peeling the most precious gift. Su Wanqing's body was instantly exposed to the warm air and the man's scorching gaze. She possessed a perfect physique, shaped by years of secret agent training, tight, smooth lines, without a trace of excess fat, muscles possessing astonishing explosive power, and skin like fine white porcelain, shimmering delicately in the soft light. At this moment, this powerful figure trembled slightly, and her cheeks flushed a charming blush. She subconsciously crossed her arms to hide, but Lin Feng raised a hand to stop her. "Don't move." His voice held the magnetism of a command, his gaze like the most sophisticated scanner, recklessly roaming over every inch of her skin with pure admiration and naked possessiveness. "Beautiful," he murmured in admiration, his fingertips sliding down her slender neck, brushing across her delicate collarbone, and lingering on the soft edge of her plump, perky flesh, feeling its amazing elasticity and warmth. Su Wanqing's body tensed instantly, and she let out a suppressed moan. The will of the Jingxia spirit retreated step by step before the most primitive throbbing of her body. She closed her eyes, her long eyelashes trembling like butterfly wings. She gave up resistance and allowed the calloused fingers to ignite the flames in her most sensitive areas. Lin Feng didn't intrude further. Instead, he took her hand and led her to the central, eggshell-shaped, silver medical pod in the center of the room. "Lie down. Deep scan, full-body genetic mapping." His orders were clear and concise. Su Wanqing followed instructions and lay down inside the cabin. The walls felt cool to the touch, and the interior, ergonomically designed, was incredibly comfortable. A faint blue light illuminated, softly enveloping her entire body. Subtle scanning rays, like countless gentle hands, began to penetrate beneath the surface of her skin, scanning muscle density, bone strength, nerve response speed, extracting the tiniest biological samples, creating the most thorough genetic map ever created. Lin Feng stood outside the cabin, his gaze through the observation window at the woman lying quietly within. His eyes were deep and complex. The thrill of conquest? Yes. Obsession with this perfect body? Yes. But deeper than that, there was an absolute desire for control. He wanted to know everything about her, from her anatomy to her genetic code. This wasn't just about possession, it was about completely bringing this woman of unique status and exceptional abilities under his control, leaving no room for error. Her loyalty, her strength, her body, even her genes, they would become one of the most core assets of his vast empire. The scan lasted about an hour. As the hatch slid silently open, Su Wanqing sat up and slipped her bathrobe back on, obscuring the exhilarating view. Her eyes were hazy, the relief from the long, deep scan intertwined with the strange feeling of being thoroughly observed. Lin Feng handed her a glass of warm water and then picked up the tablet connected to the medical system. The screen displayed a preliminary 3D model of Su Wanqing's entire body and a dense stream of physiological data. His eyes quickly locked onto a specific area on the genetic map, where traces of extremely tiny, unnatural base pair modifications were visible. Traces of gene editing. Lin Feng muttered to himself, his eyes sharp, the work of Dragon Shadow? To enhance your physical fitness and nerve reactions? He looked at Su Wanqing. Su Wanqing held the water cup and nodded, yes. The potential seedlings discovered during the agent screening will undergo limited, safe, and controllable genetic optimization. The main purpose is to enhance metabolic capacity, muscle explosiveness, nerve conduction speed, and partial drug resistance. The technology of Dragon Shadow is very mature, and the side effects are within a controllable range. She admitted frankly that this was no secret in the world she belonged to. Mature? Lin Feng's lips curled up meaningfully, his fingers moving quickly on the tablet, pulling up another set of data. It was the preliminary analysis of the blue energy factor in Nightingale's blood by the Silent Laboratory. Take a look at this. He turned the tablet towards Su Wanqing. Two complex genetic maps were displayed side by side on the screen, highlighted for comparison. Su Wanqing's optimized gene region was marked green, while Nightingale's core coding region for the blue energy factor was marked in a faint blue. Su Wanqing took a closer look, her pupils suddenly constricting. Despite the vast differences in some extremely subtle underlying genetic structures involved in energy metabolism and synaptic signaling, the two actually shared an eerie, almost homologous structural similarity. It was like branches of the same technological tree branching out in different directions, with vastly different forms yet connected by their roots. How is this possible? Su Wanqing's voice was filled with disbelief and horror. Nightingale's genetic modification technology was clearly far superior to Dragon Shadow's, fraught with uncertainty and danger. But how could there be a fundamental similarity between the two? It seems that the source of Dragon Shadow's mature technology is not simple. Lin Feng's voice was filled with cold insight. Or, the technology of Ouroboros has had an unknown intersection with some of your Dragon Shadow's early secret projects? His gaze was like a searchlight, staring directly into Su Wanqing's eyes with scrutiny and inquiry. Su Wanqing's heart was in turmoil. Lin Feng's speculation touched upon something she had never considered, and certainly never dared to imagine. If there was something wrong with the source of Dragon Shadow's genetic optimization technology, or even a connection to Ouroboros, the implications behind this would be terrifying beyond imagination. I don't know. She shook her head subconsciously, her face pale. The core project files of Dragon Shadow are beyond my reach. But I can be sure that Dragon Shadow will never cooperate with Ouroboros. Whether it is true or not, we'll know after checking it out. Lin Feng put down the tablet, his eyes deep. This may be the first internal issue you need to solve after taking charge of Stardust Life. He casually threw a huge mystery that could shake the foundation to Su Wanqing. It was both a test and a way to drag her deeper into his core vortex. He walked up to Su Wanqing and lifted her chin again, forcing her to look at him. This time, his eyes held a commanding presence and unquestionable possession. Your physical report is perfect, and your genes are interesting. His thumb caressed her lips. But remember, from now on, your body, your genes, and everything about you belong to me. Do you understand? His words were like a brand, a declaration of absolute sovereignty. Su Wanqing gazed into his bottomless eyes, feeling the power from his fingertips. The slight doubt in her heart, fueled by her shared genetic heritage, was instantly overwhelmed by a stronger, completely conquered sense of belonging. She had no secrets in front of him, and no escape route. I understand, Mr. Lin. Her voice was hoarse with obedience, but her eyes were extremely firm. Everything I have belongs to you. She took the initiative to stand on tiptoe and offered her red lips. Lin Feng accepted her surrender with satisfaction, deepening the kiss. His hand slipped into her bathrobe, cupping her soft yet powerful waist and pressing her tightly against him. Outside the window, the beam of light from the quantum lighthouse shone eternally, like a divine scepter, overlooking the city of desire. And in the luxurious abode of Hentang, a multi-trillionaire was using the most primitive methods to genetically imprint his newly acquired asset, declaring absolute ownership. New games, new puzzles, new conquests, all quietly unfolded in this night of intertwined stardust and desire. Chapter 35, Auction House and Sovereignty. The Peninsula Benton Hotel, top floor auction room. There was no ordinary auction house bustle, only low conversations, the clink of crystal glasses, and the air thick with the luxurious aroma of premium cigars and champagne. The lights were deliberately dimmed, focusing on the central auction table. Below, dozens of small round tables covered with snow-white tablecloths were scattered around, occupied by the wealthiest individuals, collectors, and celebrities from Binchang and even the nation. The men, dressed in suits and ties, exuded a calm demeanor. The women, adorned with jewels, displayed an elegant demeanor. Lin Feng sat at the main table, which had the best view. He was still wearing his signature dark gray handmade suit, his posture relaxed, his fingertips unconsciously tapping a rhythm on the table. Next to him, on his left and right, sat Qin Shi and Su Wanqing. Qin Shi, dressed in a sharply tailored black off-the-shoulder gown, resembled a black rose blooming in the night. Her cool demeanor blended perfectly with her powerful presence. Her sharp gaze swept the room, sensing no suspicious movements. She represented Lin Feng's commercial ambitions and was the precise cog in the wheel that powered the empire. Su Wanqing, on the other hand, became the focus of the entire audience. She wore an ice blue, floor-length dress that Lin Feng had personally selected. The silky satin fabric, like flowing moonlight, perfectly outlined her tall, straight, yet feminine curves. The dress was embroidered with faint stardust patterns in fine silver thread, which complemented the top-grade aquamarine diamonds adorning her shoulders and earlobes. Her long, black hair was elegantly tied up, revealing her smooth forehead and swan-like neck. Her gentle, intellectual face now held a quiet confidence, her eyes clear and resolute, as if brimming with starlight. She was no longer the Jingzhe hidden in the shadows, but the Su Wanqing who had been brought to the forefront by Lin Feng in the most dazzling way, representing his personal will and taste. Lin Feng's hand naturally rested on the back of Su Wanqing's hand, which rested on her knee. It was a gesture full of possessiveness and a declaration of sovereignty. Su Wanqing's fingers curled slightly, then relaxed, allowing his warm palm to cover them. She could feel the gazes from all directions, some in amazement, some inquiring, and some deeply hidden jealousy. She knew that from the moment she stepped into this auction room, her name Su Wanqing would be closely tied to Lin Feng, becoming one of the most glamorous symbols of his vast empire. She tilted her head slightly, giving Lin Feng a gentle and appropriate smile, her eyes filled with absolute trust and belonging. This gesture silently announced her position to everyone. On the auction table, priceless treasures were presented one after another, a large blue and white jar from the Ming dynasty, with bright colors and a majestic shape, an imperial green jadeite ring from the Qing dynasty, full of water, and lush green Picasso sketches from the blue period, with melancholy and powerful brushstrokes. Every bid was accompanied by the raising of signs and the auctioneer's infectious voice. The numbers climbed steadily, and the atmosphere was warm. Lin Feng would occasionally glance up at the exhibits, but most of the time, his gaze was indifferent, as if he were detached from the matter. That was until the auctioneer carefully brought out a rosewood tray covered with crimson velvet. "Dear distinguished guests, this next lot is truly the highlight of this auction," the auctioneer's voice was filled with excitement. A large bronze round tripod with Taotai patterns, from the late Western Zhou dynasty. The velvet is removed. A large bronze cauldron, roughly half a meter tall and imposing in its ancient form, appeared before the audience. Its body was covered in intricate and ferocious Taotai patterns, stained with rust from thousands of years, yet revealing its rich history and mystery. Within its belly, faint lines of fine bronze inscriptions could be seen, telling of ancient glory and rituals. A suppressed exclamation rang out in the venue. A Western Zhou dynasty artifact of this quality and size is rarely seen in the world. The starting price is 80 million renminbi, the auctioneer announced loudly. The bidding instantly became fierce. 85 million. 90 million. 100 million. 120 million. The numbers soared like a rocket, and several veteran collectors were obviously determined to get one. Lin Feng's gaze was finally drawn to the large tripod. His eyes were focused, and his finger tapping stopped. Qin Shi keenly noticed the boss's interest and asked in a low voice, "Boss?" Lin Feng didn't answer immediately. His gaze, like the most sophisticated scanner, slowly scanned every pattern on the tripod, especially the blurred gold inscriptions on its belly. After a moment, a faint, elusive smile curved the corners of his mouth. "Interesting," he muttered to himself, then nodded slightly to Qin Shi. Qin Shi understood what he meant, and when the bidding reached 180 million and the atmosphere in the venue eased a little, she elegantly raised the number plate in her hand. "VIP number 3, bid 200 million. The auctioneer's voice was filled with excitement. Wow! There was an uproar in the room. he directly raised the price by 20 million. What a bold move! The faces of the previous bidders changed slightly. One of the gray-haired old collectors hesitated for a moment, then gritted his teeth and raised his bid again, 205 million. VIP number 3, 220 million. Sheensher raised the sign again, his voice cold and clear, without any ripples. 225 million. Another middle-aged tycoon followed up, sweat already on his forehead. VIP number 3, 250 million. Sheensher's voice remained calm, as if it was just an ordinary number. Dead silence. 250 million. This price far exceeded most people's expectations. The old collector dejectedly put down his number plate, and the middle-aged tycoon shook his head grimly. Everyone looked at the young man at the head table, who looked nonchalant, as if he had simply bought a small item. The auctioneer's voice trembled with excitement. 250 million. First time. 250 million. Second time. Any other VIPs bidding? He swept his eyes across the room, but no one responded. 250 million. Third time. Deal. Congratulations to VIP number 3. The hammer falls with a crisp sound. Polite applause erupted from the audience, but mixed reactions prevailed. Some marveled at Lin Feng's arrogance, some expressed envy, and some harbored a hidden fear. This young, multi-billionaire not only dominated the technology sector, but also displayed overwhelming strength and unpredictable intentions in the world of collecting. The auctioneer personally came to the main table with the transaction confirmation letter, and said respectfully, "Mr. Lin, congratulations. This national treasure has finally found its master." Lin Feng casually signed his name, his gaze once again fixed on the bronze tripod, carefully protected by the staff, as if confirming something. After signing, he said to the auctioneer calmly, "Send it to Guanyantai," as if simply ordering a courier delivery. The auctioneer nodded repeatedly and retreated. The auction continued, but the focus was clearly no longer on the stage. Many people were whispering about Lin Feng and the radiant Su Wanqing beside him. Lin Feng, however, paid no attention to the subsequent lots. He raised the champagne beside him and brought it to Su Wanqing's ear, his hot breath spraying against her sensitive earlobe. "Do you like it?" he asked in a low voice, with a hint of affection. Su Wanqing's body trembled slightly, and her cheeks flushed, making her look even more beautiful under the bright lights. She tilted her head slightly, looking into Lin Feng's deep eyes, and her voice was soft but with a hint of doting sweetness. "I like everything you like." Her answer was clever and submissive. Lin Feng chuckled softly, his fingers caressing the smooth back of her hand in an ambiguous way. He relished the feeling of control, the beauty by his side, the wealth at his fingertips. Buying this tripod wasn't just about interest, it was a silent declaration: whatever he, Lin Feng, set his sights on, whether it was a person or an object, would be his. At this moment, the auctioneer's voice rang out again, a hint of mystery in his voice. "Dear guests, the last lot is somewhat special. It is not an antique, but it contains extraordinary significance. It is said that it comes from the same secret place as the important Western Zhou dynasty artifact auction today." A smaller rosewood box was brought up. The lid was opened, revealing a palm-sized fragment of black velvet lying quietly inside. The fragment was neither gold nor jade, but a deep, dark purple. Its surface was covered with extremely fine, mysterious lines that seemed to be formed naturally. Under the light, it shone with a restrained and mysterious luster. This material was exactly the same as the scabbard of the nameless ancient sword that Lin Feng had obtained from the Yizong pavilion. Lin Feng's gaze froze instantly. His fingers on the back of Su Wanqing's hand suddenly tightened. Su Wanqing and Sheensher also felt the change in Lin Feng's aura at the same time, and their eyes instantly became sharp. This object is made of an unknown material, incredibly hard, impossible to cut or mark with any modern means. The mysterious markings on it suggest the mark of some lost civilization, the auctioneer explained. Starting price: 5 million renminbi. The reaction was lukewarm. A fragment of unknown origin and purpose? 5 million? Everyone present was a shrewd bunch, and no one wanted to be taken advantage of. However, just when the auctioneer was about to let the item go, VIP number 3 bid 5 million. Sheensher's cold voice sounded again without any hesitation. Everyone was stunned. Lin Feng had just spent 250 million on a large tripod, and now he was spending another 5 million on a broken piece of stone? The world of the rich was truly incomprehensible. The auctioneer was overjoyed. 5 million. Deal. Congratulations, Mr. Lin, on finding another treasure. The fragments were quickly delivered to the main table. Lin Feng picked up the dark purple fragment. It felt warm and smooth, exactly like the scabbard. He carefully examined the patterns on it, his eyes as deep as the ocean. The scabbard, the cauldron, the fragments, all three seemed connected by an invisible thread, pointing to a vast secret buried by time. He handed the fragment to Su Wanqing. Keep it. Put it together with the sword. Yes. Su Wanqing took it carefully, feeling the strange energy on the fragments, and her heart was also stirred. The auction concluded, and Lin Feng, Su Wanqing, and Qin Shi left the venue. He walked in front, his figure erect and straight, like a king inspecting his territory. Su Wanqing held his arm, her ice blue dress shimmering like stardust under the light, gentle and dazzling, silently declaring her sovereignty. Qin Shi lagged behind, a half step behind, cold and powerful, like the most loyal guard. Tonight, Lin Feng not only captured a priceless artifact, the crucial fragment unlocking the mystery of the ancient sword, but also, in the most dazzling manner, brought Su Wanqing to the fore in Bincheng's most exclusive social circles, completely marking her from body to identity, and ultimately to public perception. Wealth, power, beauty, secrets, all at his fingertips. The daily life of a billionaire in the city unfolds magnificently, amidst the interplay of extravagance and hidden mysteries. Chapter 36 Stardust Rebirth. The southern foot of Tsuaping Mountain, the core area of Binhai New Area. The vast land once belonging to the Stryker Consortium has been completely transformed. A futuristic, silver-gray complex rises from the ground. Its streamlined dome resembles the outstretched wings of life, reflecting a soft yet powerful radiance in the sunlight. A massive logo gleams brightly on the main facade, Stardust Life Sciences Center. Today is the day when the center is officially completed and put into use. The main road leading to the center was already heavily guarded, with only vehicles with special passes allowed. Lush greenery lined the road, punctuated by meticulously designed water features and sculptures symbolizing the rhythm of life, each a testament to the city's top-tier financial resources and artistic taste. A red carpet paved the entrance plaza, and flashing lights illuminated the vast signature wall like a galaxy. One after another, top-of-the-line Rolls-Royce Phantoms, Bentley Mulsans, and even limited-edition supercars filed into the complex, parked under the guidance of trained attendants. Alighting from the cars was a lineup that would drive any financial media outlet wild: presidents of top domestic medical institutions, heads of leading international pharmaceutical companies, wealthy medical venture capitalists, world-renowned Nobel Prize winners in medicine, and several low-key yet powerful government officials. Their faces were filled with curiosity, wonder, and awe at this temple of life sciences, built with trillions of dollars in capital and disruptive technology. Lin Feng's car arrived last. The door opened, and he was the first to get out. He was still wearing a perfectly tailored dark gray suit, his posture as straight as a pine tree. He didn't immediately walk toward the red carpet, but instead leaned sideways and reached into the car. A delicate hand in an ice blue velvet glove rested on his palm. Su Wanqing gracefully stepped out of the car. She was wearing a tailor-made pure white business suit today. The cut was sharp yet feminine, with simple lines that accentuated her tall and straight figure like an ice queen. Her long black hair was meticulously tied behind her head, revealing her smooth forehead and slender neck. Her makeup was delicate and elegant, with only a hint of bright red on her lips, as bright and eye-catching as a plum blossom in the snow. Her eyes were clear and firm, with a calm and confident look that came from someone who was in control of the situation. There was no longer any trace of Jingzhe hidden, only the brilliant brilliance of Su Wanqing, CEO of Stardust Life. Lin Feng's hand did not withdraw, but slid down, very naturally and possessively wrapping his arms around Su Wanqing's slender yet powerful waist, half embracing her in his arms. This action, under the countless flashes of light, was like the most powerful declaration of sovereignty. Su Wanqing stiffened slightly, then relaxed, nestling naturally into his side. A graceful, confident smile spread across her face, and she nodded slightly to the camera. She didn't resist this declaration of intimacy, but instead straightened her back, like a queen standing shoulder to shoulder with a king. The two of them stood together, one wielding the power of technology and wealth, the other wielding a new realm of life and the future. Their powerful auras shone together, instantly becoming the absolute focus of the audience. Qin Shi trailed half a step behind them, dressed in a sharp black trouser suit. Her cool gaze scanned the entire place like a radar, ensuring every detail was safe. Xiao Qingyi, having also changed out of her sweatshirt for a simple white dress, peered around curiously, her light amber eyes reflecting the technological temple she had helped design. The ribbon-cutting ceremony was grand and solemn. Lin Feng, the host, delivered a brief and powerful speech outlining Stardust Technologies' grand vision for leading the future of human health. Su Wanqing, the center's helmsman, delivered a professional and passionate speech detailing the center's unique philosophy of integrating cutting-edge biotechnology, gene editing, energy field therapy, and top-tier personal services. She also outlined several core programs now available for the wealthy: Life Rewind for deep gene optimization, Stardust Guardian for advanced targeted cancer treatment, Quantum Quiet Zone for enhancing mental stress and brain power. Each program addresses the ultimate pursuit of quality of life, and each comes with a staggeringly high price tag. After the ceremony, there was a tour of the core area. The center's interior design perfectly combines technology with humanistic care. A pure white color scheme, soft lighting, and ubiquitous greenery and water features create a tranquil yet vibrant atmosphere. Intelligent guided robots silently navigate the space, while futuristic treatment rooms, laboratories equipped with cutting-edge equipment, and premium wellness wards reminiscent of five-star hotel suites await VIP guests. The most eye-catching feature is the Stardust Matrix Energy Diagnosis and Treatment Hall, nestled in the heart of the complex. Within this vast circular space, the floor and ceiling are inlaid with countless stardust crystals emitting a soft, faint blue glow, forming a complex and profound energy field. Suspended in the center is a streamlined silver treatment chamber, the pinnacle of Xia Qingyi's team's advancements in quantum lighthouse force field confinement technology. "Everyone, please look," Su Wanqing said, standing in the center of the hall, her voice clear and powerful. "This is the core device of our Stardust Guardian project, the Cocoon of Creation. It utilizes a highly controllable stardust energy field to precisely locate and destroy diseased cells, while maximizing the activity and regenerative potential of healthy cells. For many advanced malignancies, its cure rate far exceeds existing technologies, and its side effects are minimal." As she finished her words, the side door of the hall opened. A staff member slowly entered, wheeling a medical bed. Lying on the bed was a pale, frail little girl, about 7 or 8 years old. She wore a cap, but her eyes were unusually bright, filled with a longing for life. Her mother, a woman dressed simply but still haggard, held her daughter's hand tightly, tears welling in her eyes. "This is patient Xiaoya. She suffers from a rare late-stage astroblastoma, and traditional treatments have proven ineffective." Su Wanqing's voice was subtly heavy, then firm. "She will be the first recipient of Stardust Life Center's Public Welfare Assistance Program, receiving free treatment with the Cocoon of Creation." The entire audience fell silent. Everyone understood that this wasn't just a demonstration, it was a life-or-death gamble. Success would instantly elevate the Stardust Life Center to godhood. Failure would render even the most extravagant concept a mere castle in the air. Countless eyes focused on the tiny girl. Xiaoya was carefully escorted into the Cocoon of Creation. The hatch closed silently. A large circular screen in the hall clearly displayed the cabin's conditions and real-time vital sign data. Xia Qingyi walked to the main console, her expression unprecedentedly focused and solemn. Her slender fingers tapped rapidly on the virtual keyboard, launching the program. Stardust force field activated, energy output stable. The 3D modeling of the lesion is complete, the location is locked. The treatment procedure begins. Buzz. The faint blue light within the Stardust Matrix suddenly shone brightly. Countless Stardust crystals, like awakened stars, emanated an even richer life force. Visible streams of energy, like liquid starlight, converged from all directions, gently enveloping the silver treatment chamber. The vital signs on the screen began to fluctuate slightly. Xiaoya's mother nervously covered her mouth, her body trembling slightly. Time ticked by, and in the hall, you could hear a pin drop, with only the faint hum of the equipment running. Everyone held their breath, even those giants who were used to big scenes clenched their fists. Lin Feng stood beside Su Wanqing, his face calm, his gaze deep as he gazed at the Cocoon of Creation enveloped in starlight. Su Wanqing's palms were slightly sweaty, and she unconsciously moved closer to Lin Feng. Lin Feng sensed her nervousness and placed a slight pressure on her waist, conveying a silent sense of support and absolute control. 15 minutes. The blue light of the treatment cabin gradually faded, and the door slowly slid open. The staff quickly stepped forward, carefully carried Xiaoya out, and placed her back on the medical bed. Everyone's eyes were fixed on the vital signs data and the little girl's face on the screen. Still pale, but seems to have a hint of blood color? Then, the red mark on the screen, representing the active area of the tumor, began to fade and shrink at a speed visible to the naked eye. The tumor activity has been significantly reduced. The lesion area has shrunk by 15%. Vital signs are stable. No abnormal reactions. Xia Qingyi's excited voice rang out through the loudspeaker, trembling with disbelief and ecstasy. Wow! After a brief moment of dead silence, thunderous applause instantly engulfed the entire hall. Mixed in the applause were excitement, amazement, and cheers of disbelief. Even the medical experts, accustomed to witnessing life and death, were moved to tears. This was a miracle of life. This was technology's most powerful response to the god of death. Xiaoda's mother rushed to the bedside, hugged her daughter tightly, and burst into tears. Xiaoda opened her eyes weakly and gave her mother a pale but extremely bright smile. "Mom, it's warm, it doesn't hurt anymore." Su Wanqing's eyes instantly moistened. She suppressed her excitement and looked at Lin Feng beside her. The corners of Lin Feng's mouth finally curled up into a satisfied smile of control. He didn't loosen his grip on Su Wanqing's waist, but instead held her tighter in his arms. He lowered his head to her ear and whispered in a voice only the two of them could hear, a burning breath and unquestionable possession. "See? This is the power you command for me, the power to create life. Well done, my queen." His words were both affirmation and a deeper imprint. Su Wanqing nestled against his solid chest, feeling his powerful heartbeat. She gazed upon the miracle she had personally created, a miracle that rewrote the very laws of life. Her heart was filled with an unprecedented sense of accomplishment and a sense of complete belonging. Her body, her wisdom, the power she controlled, all belonged to this man. And this power, in this place of shimmering stardust, shone with the light that would rewrite the destiny of humanity. The Stardust Life Science Center's debut performance heralded its arrival with a world-shaking miracle of life. Beyond the pinnacle of wealth and power, the trillionaire's empire has added a new dimension, the ability to control the length of life. And Su Wanqing, the queen personally propelled to the forefront by Lin Feng and branded as such, stood shoulder to shoulder with him, overlooking this new era of limitless possibilities that they had jointly ushered in. Chapter 37: Zixio, Pregnancy. The Stardust Life Science Center's initial victory was like dropping a depth charge on a tranquil lake. The cocoon of creation treatment, which rewrote the very rules of life, not only kept Xiaoya alive but also propelled Stardust Life and Su Wanqing's name to the pinnacle of global life science and top-tier medical services. The call for consultations was overwhelming, and offers from the world's wealthiest individuals poured in like snowflakes, each project carrying a dizzying astronomical figure. Su Wanqing was completely on the go, her schedule meticulously planned down to the minute. When she wasn't presiding over core meetings, she was flying around the world to discuss collaborations with leading expert teams, or in her heavily guarded laboratory, she was listening to Xia Qingyi's latest breakthrough report on the biological applications of the Stardust Force Field. However, Lin Feng's gaze had already been cast on a deeper and more secretive area, the dark purple fragment from the auction house, and the nameless ancient sword sleeping in the secret room of Guanyantai. Deep in Suaping Mountain, in the core forbidden area of Liyuan technology, is the Zixio Laboratory. The security level here even surpassed that of the Silent Laboratory. The heavy alloy door slid silently open, revealing a vast, minimalist interior brimming with cutting-edge technology. The air was filled with the chill of cryogenic liquid nitrogen and the faint hum of operating instruments. In the center of the laboratory, a massive circular force field device emanated a faint blue light. Two objects hovered at its core, the nameless ancient sword and the dark purple fragment. A dozen or so top material scientists and physicists, clad in specialized protective gear and with eagle-like eyes, nervously gathered around dozens of massive high-definition screens. Streams of complex data, incomprehensible to the average person, streamed across them like cascades: high-energy particle beam bombardment feedback maps, multidimensional molecular structure simulations, and spectrum analysis of unknown energy field fluctuations. Qinsher stood at the control console at the laboratory entrance, a rare solemnity on her cool face. She was responsible for the resource coordination and security of the entire Purple Sky project. Xia Qingyi, like a curious child, peered into the various instruments, her light amber eyes gleaming with excitement. She would occasionally throw out a few technical terms, prompting the scientists nearby to nod and take notes. Mr. Lin, the project's lead scientist, an elderly professor with white hair and youthful eyes, hurried over, his voice brimming with uncontrollable excitement. The preliminary results are astonishing. Lin Feng nodded slightly, signaling him to continue. His gaze penetrated the protective glass and fell on the ancient sword in fragments wrapped in the dark blue force field. We've utilized the most advanced analytical methods available today, including micro and nanoscale synchrotron radiation, ultra-high energy particle collision simulations, and quantum field resonance scanning. The old professor spoke rapidly. We've temporarily named the material of the sword in fragments Purple Sky. It practically overturns existing knowledge of material science. He pointed to a screen displaying a magnified image of the purple sky structure. Its molecular arrangement forms a nearly perfect, self-growing superlattice structure. This structure endows it with unparalleled physical properties. Its hardness surpasses all known substances, yet its toughness is exceptional. Its energy conduction efficiency is near 100%, and it exhibits absolute inertness and immunity to almost all known radiation and extreme environments, high and low temperatures, strong acids and bases. He pulled up another set of data. Even more amazing is its energy field. When stimulated by the stardust force field at a specific frequency, it produces a unique, stable order resonance. This resonance can extremely efficiently organize, guide, and even strengthen the stability and directionality of the stardust energy field itself. Simply put, the old professor's voice trembled. It's like a perfect conduit and amplifier tailored for stardust. If it were integrated into the core structure of a quantum lighthouse or the cocoon of creation. He didn't finish his sentence, but the point was clear. This would be an exponential improvement in performance. Also, the old professor took a deep breath and pointed at the fragment. After using quantum field resonance scanning and reverse engineering to analyze the natural patterns on the fragment, we suspect it's not just decoration, but an extremely sophisticated natural inscription similar to an energy circuit. If we can analyze its operating principles, we may be able to reveal the deeper secrets of purple sky and even point to its origin. Lin Feng's gaze was as deep as the abyss. A perfect conductor? Order resonance? Natural inscriptions? The value of this purple sky far exceeded his expectations. Not only did it imply a leap forward in stardust technology, it might also hold the key to some lost power or knowledge. Reverse engineering progress? Lin Feng's voice was calm, but it carried unquestionable power. The molecular structure simulation is 70% complete, and the energy field interaction model is being established, but artificial synthesis, with current technology, it's nearly impossible. The old professor looked troubled. Its structure is too perfect, too natural, like the embodiment of universal law. Then thoroughly understand it and utilize it. Lin Feng decisively ordered, concentrate resources and prioritize analyzing the optimal coupling model between order resonance and the stardust force field. I want to see the first prototype of the stardust device using the purple sky energy core roll off the production line within 3 months. Resources will be provided. If there are not enough people, recruit them globally. Yes. Mr. Lin. The old professor was cheered up, and fighting spirit ignited in his eyes. Lin Feng looked at Xia Qingyi again. Qingyi, does the resonance characteristics of purple sky provide any inspiration for the blue energy factor of Nightingale that you are researching? Xia Qingyi was hunched over a screen, absorbed in watching something. Upon hearing this, she suddenly looked up, her light amber eyes gleaming with a terrifying light. Yes. Absolutely. Boss. The order resonance of Zishu and the chaotic activity of that blue energy factor are, in a way, like the two sides of the same coin. One represents absolute order and stability, the other represents extreme activation and chaos. If we can find the transition point between them. Oh my God. She instantly fell into a frenzy of academic ideas, her fingers dancing wildly on the virtual keyboard. Lin Feng's lips curled up in a look of control. Clues were converging. Late at night, in the master bedroom of Guanyantai. Outside the enormous floor-to-ceiling windows, the beams of light from the quantum lighthouse shone eternally, casting a hazy, sacred glow across the room. The air was filled with the cedar amber notes of a burning premium-scented candle, along with a hint of the ambiguous afterglow of passion. Su Wanqing, wrapped in a silk nightgown, lazily leaned against Lin Feng's firm chest, her cheeks still flushed from her orgasm, her eyes hazy. Days of intense work had left her physically and mentally exhausted. Only with Lin Feng, under the secure feeling of absolute control, could she truly relax. Lin Feng's fingers occasionally tangled with the strands of her dark hair scattered across her chest, while his other hand rested domineeringly on her flat, firm belly, feeling the warmth of her skin and the powerful lines of her muscles. Stardust life has gained a firm foothold. Su Wanqing's voice was hoarse and a little satisfied afterward. The first batch of core members have signed up, including the oil prince from the Middle East and the technology upstart from Silicon Valley. The reservation for Cocoon of Creation is scheduled for 2 years later. She reported on her work, but her body was like a sated cat, snuggling closer to Lin Feng, absorbing his body warmth and strength. Well done. Lin Feng's voice was low, with a hint of laziness and appreciation afterward, his fingers gently stroking her smooth shoulders. You are a natural-born controller. His affirmation made Su Wanqing feel more satisfied than any reward. But Su Wanqing frowned slightly, as if remembering something. Her tone was filled with a hint of trouble and a subtle difference. Lately, I've been feeling a little weird. I get tired easily, and my appetite isn't very good. My favorite caviar now smells fishy, and, she lowered her voice with a hint of shyness, my period is almost 2 weeks late. Lin Feng's fingers entwined in her hair paused slightly. The palm covering her lower abdomen suddenly tightened. The force was filled with an unquestionable control and an indescribable burning sensation, like discovering a rare treasure. He sat up suddenly. The huge movement caught Su Wanqing off guard. She screamed and her nightgown slipped down a little, revealing a large area of snow-white skin and beautiful collarbone. Lin Feng paid no heed. His deep eyes, like burning stars in the hazy light, fixed their gaze on Su Wanqing. That gaze was no longer one of simple desire or admiration, but rather one of scrutinizing territory, confirming the absolute sovereignty of prey. It was an almost fanatical, primal male desire for possession and reproduction. 2 weeks late? Lin Feng's voice was horribly low, and every word seemed to carry a tremendous force, hammering down on Su Wanqing's heart. His hand was still pressed tightly against her abdomen, as if trying to penetrate her skin and sense the possible budding of his bloodline. Su Wanqing was shocked by his sudden intense reaction and the extremely aggressive gaze. Her heart was beating like a drum and her cheeks were burning. Yes, yes. Mr. Lin. She was a little flustered and didn't understand why a possible physical discomfort would trigger such a strong reaction from him. Lin Feng didn't give her a chance to explain. He suddenly leaned over and pushed her down onto the wide bed again. This time, his kiss was no longer a sensual tease, but rather a rough, plundering, and affirming one. His palms repeatedly rubbed and pressed against her lower abdomen, as if to imprint his mark deeper into it. Call a doctor. Lin Feng's voice, between the fierce kisses, carried an unquestionable order to Qinshi, who was waiting outside the door. Now. Immediately. Qinshi's cold voice immediately sounded outside the door. Yes. Boss. The footsteps quickly faded away. After a brief moment of panic, Su Wanqing seemed to understand something. An incredible thought flashed through her mind like lightning. She stopped struggling, allowing Lin Feng's kisses and caresses, which seemed to assert his sovereignty, to cover her entire body. Her eyes turned from confusion to shock, and from shock to an indescribable complex of emotions. There was incredible fear, there was bewilderment in facing the unknown, but the deepest feeling was a sense of belonging that was completely marked, a blood connection. Lin Feng finally stopped moving, propped himself up, and gazed down at her from above. His breathing was heavy, his eyes like a beast locked on its prey, filled with absolute control and a hint of the unconcealable ecstasy of being a new father. His rough fingers caressed her belly again, his voice low and powerful, like an oracle. This place can only nurture my bloodline. Your body, your genes, everything about you. Now, even your future, completely belongs to me, Su Wanqing. Outside the window, the light of the quantum lighthouse shone eternally, like a divine scepter, bearing witness to this moment of power, desire, and bloodline intertwined. The trillionaire's empire, at the pinnacle of wealth and technology, was about to embrace its most primitive and solid foundation, his heir. A new chapter, quietly ignited within the tiny spark that might have lingered beneath Su Wanqing's flat belly. Chapter 38 Bloodline Brand. In the master bedroom of Guanyuntai, the air seemed to freeze. Lin Feng's blazing, possessive gaze was like a physical chain, pinning Su Wanqing to the wide bed. His broad palm, like a branding iron, tightly covered her flat belly. The force carried an undeniable declaration, as if to penetrate her flesh, to sense, perhaps even forcibly awaken, the spark of life that might have belonged to him. Call a doctor. Now. Immediately. His low, thunderous command echoed in the silent room, a ruthless death warrant for Qinshi outside the door. The footsteps quickly faded away, carrying Qinshi's usual efficiency and decisiveness. Su Wanqing looked up at the face above her, handsome yet oppressive, like a god in the dim light. Her initial panic gave way to a deeper, sweeping tremor. The undisguised ecstasy and absolute sovereignty in Lin Feng's eyes were like a key, instantly unlocking the floodgates of her cognition. Bloodline. His blood. A life conceived by her, carrying his and Lin Feng's genes. This realization exploded in her mind like thunder, bringing with it a crushing dizziness and an indescribable, deeply anchored sense of belonging. She was no longer a beautiful artifact dependent on his power and might. She would become the most primitive and unshakable foundation of his vast empire, the mother of the air. Her body, her womb, would become the temple that would bear his future throne. A surge of panic and bewilderment gripped her. She controlled a trillion-dollar business empire and commanded the finest team of agents, but facing the life that might be quietly developing within her, facing Lin Feng's gaze, like a king surveying his territory, she felt an unprecedented sense of insignificance and a sense of complete and utter subjugation. "Mr. Lin, I..." Her voice was trembling with brokenness. She wanted to say something, but was blocked by his kiss as he leaned over and pressed down on her again. This kiss was no longer plundering, but rather a breathtakingly hot confirmation and brand. His tongue thrust forward, sweeping every inch of her mouth, as if to completely merge his breath, his will, everything about him into the very essence of her being. His palms repeatedly caressed her belly with a strange rhythm, conveying an almost devout sense of possession and anticipation. After an unknown amount of time, there was a quick and restrained knock on the door. "Boss, Dr. Li's team is here." Xin Shi's cold voice came through the door. Lin Feng finally released the nearly suffocated Su Wansheng. He stood up, the frenzy in his eyes slightly subsiding, but the sharpness and unquestionable authority that seemed to control everything intensified. He quickly adjusted his robe and said in a deep voice, "Come in." The door opened silently. Led by a calm, gray-haired female doctor, a top-notch medical team, clad in sterile protective suits and carrying sophisticated portable instruments, entered the room swiftly and quietly. Xin Shi stood at the doorway, her cold gaze sweeping across the ambiguous and tense atmosphere in the room before lowering her eyes, like the most loyal of guards. "Mr. Lin, Ms. Su." Dr. Li bowed slightly, his gaze professionally and calmly scanning Su Wansheng's still flushed cheeks and disheveled nightgown, finding nothing unusual. Behind her, the team members had already begun expertly setting up the equipment. "Give her a full examination." Lin Feng's order was concise and cold. "The key is to confirm the pregnancy. I want the fastest and most accurate results. Now." "Understood," Dr. Li said without any nonsense and motioned his assistant to come forward. Su Wansheng sat up with the help of her female assistant, wrapped tightly in her nightgown, and struggled to maintain her composure and dignity. She watched the cold instruments approach, the needles piercing her veins to draw blood, the portable, high-precision ultrasound probe coated with cold coupling gel, about to be placed against her abdomen. A deep sense of shame and the powerlessness of being thoroughly dissected washed over her. Before this man, she had no privacy. Her body, her health, even the secrets that might lie within her uterus, would be exposed to his scrutiny without reservation. Lin Feng stood beside the bed, a silent mountain. His gaze, sharp as a hawk, fixed on the data flashing on the screen and every movement of the ultrasound probe. The air was as still as lead, with only the subtle hum of the equipment and the deliberately subdued chatter of the medical staff. Time passes by minute, and each second seems as long as a century. Finally, "Mr. Lin," Dr. Li's voice broke the suffocating silence. She looked at the freshly printed blood test report in her hand, then carefully examined the image on the ultrasound screen. A professional yet restrained smile appeared on her face. "The blood HCG level is significantly elevated. The ultrasound shows an intrauterine gestational sac, which is normal in shape and position. The preliminary estimate is that the pregnancy is approximately 6 weeks. Congratulations to you and Miss Su." Boom. This congratulations is like a pardon and also like the final judgment hammer. Lin Feng's lips instantly curled up in a smile of utter arrogance and satisfaction, enough to look down upon the world. It was the ecstasy of a man whose long-cherished wish had been fulfilled, whose empire was securely passed down to the next generation. The last trace of uncertainty in his eyes completely dissipated, replaced by a tangible, burning flame of ambition. His bloodline. His heir. Now being nurtured within the vessel he cherished most. He turned around abruptly and hugged Su Wansheng, who was still in great shock and confusion, tightly in his arms. He was so strong that he almost rubbed her into his bones and blood. "Good. Good. Good." He said 3 good words in a row, his voice loud and clear, with a power that penetrates the soul. "Su Wansheng, you are good." His kiss fell heavily on her forehead, leaving an unquestionable mark. Su Wansheng felt the pain of his strangulation, but even deeper was a throbbing sensation, a throbbing pain that pierced her soul. Pregnancy, 6 weeks, really? She instinctively touched her belly. It was still flat, yet she could feel a faint yet resilient pulse of life. Fear, confusion, a huge responsibility, and a strange, indescribable warmth all intertwined. She looked up at Lin Feng's face, ecstatic and filled with absolute possessiveness, and a tear slid uncontrollably down her cheek. These weren't tears of sorrow, but rather the most instinctive reaction to the overwhelming wave of emotion and fate. She would become the mother of his child. This realization, more profound than any contract or oath, bound her to Lin Feng in this vast empire, forever inseparable. Doctorly, Lin Feng let go of Su Wanqing, but his arm still held her shoulders domineeringly, protecting her under his wings. His voice regained the calmness of control, but with an unquestionable iron rule: from today on, Su Wanqing's health is the highest priority of the Green Source Group, higher than the Purple Sky Project and higher than the Quantum Lighthouse. Establish a dedicated medical monitoring team, on call 24 hours a day. Her diet, daily routine, range of motion, and contact personnel will all be re-established according to the highest safety and health standards. You are fully responsible and will report directly to me. All work on the Stardust Life Core project that may affect fetal development is temporarily suspended and transferred to Qinshi. Su Wanqing will only be responsible for strategic decision-making meetings. Also, Lin Feng's gaze fell on Su Wanqing's face like a physical chain. With an almost overbearing tenderness, move into the master bedroom suite. I want to be able to see you at any time. A series of orders was like a golden cage tailor-made for Su Wanqing, built with top-notch medical care, absolute security, and Lin Feng's will. She lost her freedom, but gained the supreme honor and protection of the future heir to the empire. Dr. Li accepted the order solemnly. Yes. Mr. Lin. We will immediately formulate a detailed plan. Qinshi stood at the doorway, glancing at Su Wanqing, who was being held tightly in Lin Feng's arms with a bewildered look, with a complicated look in her eyes. She then lowered her eyes, concealing all her emotions. Understood, boss. I will take over Mr. Su's job immediately. The medical team evacuated quickly and quietly, like the receding tide, leaving behind the room in silence and the surging undercurrent of fate. Lin Feng lowered his head again, looking at Su Wanqing, who was still a little dazed in his arms. His fingertips gently wiped away the tears on her cheeks. His movements were filled with a strange cherishment, but the possessiveness in the depths of his eyes was even stronger. Scared? His voice was low. Su Wanqing shook her head and snuggled up to his solid chest, listening to his steady and powerful heartbeat and feeling the confirmed, subtle connection of life in her lower abdomen. An unprecedented calmness with a sense of destiny gradually replaced her panic. With you here, I'm not afraid. Her voice was soft, but it carried a sense of settled belonging. Lin Feng chuckled softly, his laughter filled with the satisfaction of mastery. He embraced her, his gaze fixed on the eternally gleaming quantum beacon outside the window. The stardust light illuminated the future, and at this moment, the warmth of his palm and the life quietly sprouting in her belly were the most solid, unshakable foundations of his trillion-dollar empire. The imprint of his bloodline had been forged. A new chapter, centered around this unborn life, would unfold an even more magnificent scene. Chapter 39: Disorder and Premonition. Suwaping Mountain, the core area of the Zixio laboratory. A dark blue circular force field slowly rotated like a star ring, casting a mysterious shadow over the nameless ancient sword and the dark purple fragment suspended in its center. The air was filled with the biting chill of cryogenic liquid nitrogen and the sharp hum of high-frequency instruments, making it almost suffocating. On a dozen enormous screens, a cascade of data streams frantically refreshed, and the colorful energy patterns fluctuated violently, like an electrocardiogram on the verge of going out of control. Boss Lin. The critical point. We're about to break through. Chief Scientist Professor Wang's voice was hoarse and raspy, his bloodshot eyes fixed on the main control screen, where a purple energy curve rose almost vertically. His finger trembled, hovering over the emergency brake button, but he hesitated to press it. This was the final experiment to analyze the ultimate coupling between the Purple Sky Order resonance and the Stardust Force Field. If successful, humanity's control over energy would transcend dimensions. Lin Feng stood before the observation window, his figure erect as a javelin. His dark gray suit seemed to blend seamlessly with the cold alloy walls. His gaze pierced the protective glass, landing on the interwoven blue and dark purple light that twisted violently at the center of the force field, threatening to break free. His deep eyes held no enthusiasm, only a cold, all-seeing focus. Half a step behind him, Qinshi stood like a black sculpture, her cold face expressionless, save for the faint whitening of her knuckles as she pressed against the custom-made weapon at her waist. Energy input, add another 5%. Lin Feng's voice was calm, but it carried an unquestionable iron rule. Mr. Lin. The core confinement field has reached the theoretical limit of 117%. If it continues. Professor Wang turned around in horror. Add. Lin Feng only uttered one word, his eyes still fixed on the restless light. Professor Wang gritted his teeth and pushed the control lever down hard. Buzz! A terrifying shriek, far exceeding the limits of the instrument's endurance, instantly ripped through the air. The entire laboratory floor trembled violently. The circular force field's light instantly shifted from a faint blue to a piercing pale white. The ancient sword in fragments suspended in the center trembled wildly, emitting a high-pitched wail. The mysterious natural patterns on the fragments seemed to come alive, emitting a dark purple light as thick as blood. Constraint field overload. Structural stress collapse. Energy leaking. Rising exponentially. Unknown radiation pulse burst. Penetrate all shields. A piercing alarm blared like a death knell. The screen was instantly covered in a glaring red warning. Lights in the lab flashed wildly, and acrid smoke billowed from the instruments. Stop. Stop now. Professor Wang's eyes were bloodshot and he rushed towards the control console. But it's too late. Boom. A muffled roar, as if emanating from the depths of the earth, erupted from the core of the circular force field device, a ball of indescribable chaotic energy, a mixture of dark blue, pale white, and viscous dark purple. The terrifying shockwave, like an invisible hammer, slammed fiercely into the thick protective glass. Spider web-like cracks spread instantly. At the moment of the explosion, Lin Feng's body drifted backward like a ghost, simultaneously pinning Qinshi, who had lunged at him, behind him. The violent shockwave, mingled with deadly energy fragments and unknown radiation, slammed fiercely into the observation window. The cracked glass groaned under the weight, but ultimately held its own. Chaotic energy shone through the cracks, illuminating Lin Feng's face like a demon from hell, cold and indifferent. The lab was in shambles. The force field device was completely destroyed, fragments scattering everywhere. Several scientists who were nearby were blown away by the shockwave, their lives unknown. The acrid smell of ozone and molten metal filled the air. The surviving researchers collapsed to the ground, their faces etched with terror and bewilderment. The restraint field has completely collapsed. Professor Wang slumped beside the control console, watching the completely garbled data stream on the screen and the purple curve representing order resonance disintegrate into a gray snowflake representing absolute chaos. He muttered to himself, as if he had aged 10 years in an instant. It's not a leap. It's the opening of Pandora's box. Lin Feng's gaze swept across the devastation, finally landing on the center of the explosion. The ancient sword sat diagonally embedded in the twisted metal wreckage, its blade dull and covered in cracks. Yet, the dark purple fragment was surprisingly intact. It lay quietly on the charred ground, the dark purple lines flowing across its surface slowly converging, becoming subdued once more. But a deeper, more disturbing sense of disorder spread quietly from it, like invisible ripples. Boss. President Su. The special communicator on Qinshi's wrist suddenly beeped sharply, and her face suddenly changed. Emergency report from the silent laboratory. The blue energy factor in Nightingale's body is undergoing an unprecedented violent mutation. The intensity index is soaring. The force field constraints are failing. Dr. Xia requests the highest order. Lin Feng's eyes instantly sharpened like a knife. The loss of control over the purple sky core, the mutation of Nightingale's energy, the timing was so coincidental? Was it a chain reaction triggered by resonance? Or some deeper, more fundamental connection being triggered? Also, Qinshi's voice trembled slightly as she switched to another encrypted channel. The Bincheng Meteorological Center, the National Earthquake Network, and the Global Space Environment Monitoring Station just simultaneously issued the highest level alert. Inexplicable and severe geomagnetic disturbances have occurred worldwide. The intensity is unprecedented. Some areas have experienced communication interruptions and large-scale electronic equipment failures. And there's also an unknown aurora phenomenon erupting in the equatorial region. Equatorial aurora? Qinshi's words sounded like the final death knell. This was beyond the realm of normal astronomical or geomagnetic phenomena. It was a disaster. It was the precursor to some kind of a seismic shift that would overturn the very laws of physics. Lin Feng turned abruptly, no longer looking at the messy laboratory and the ominous debris. He strode towards the exit, his cold voice ringing clearly amid the shrill alarms and chaotic aftermath, with the absolute calmness of someone facing a raging wave. Activate the ARC protocol, highest level. Recall all core personnel and assets outside. Quantum Lighthouse, switch to Fortress mode, maximum power. Notify Su Wancheng, he paused, his voice now filled with an undeniable ironclad determination. Tell her to stay in the absolute safety zone and not leave. Tell Xiao Qingyi that the Nightingale sample can be destroyed if necessary. I want to know where this disorder came from. The heavy alloy door slid silently open and closed behind him, isolating the chaos and despair within the laboratory. The emergency lights in the corridor outside the door cast a pale light, stretching Lin Feng's figure out like a king walking on the edge of doomsday. Qin Shi followed closely behind, quickly conveying orders. Her communicator screen was refreshing with real-time reports of chaos from around the world. Large-scale power outages, traffic paralysis, and riots on the west coast of North America. The European Hadron Collider ECHC reports that fundamental physical constants have experienced observable anomalous fluctuations. A purple hole appears over the Indian Ocean, continuously expanding and distorting space. In Bincheng City, electronic signals have completely disappeared in some areas, animals are behaving abnormally, and attacks have surged. This is not a business crisis, nor a national conflict. This is a collapse of the rules. It's shaking the very foundations of civilization. It's the prelude to the end of the world. Lin Feng walked towards the dedicated elevator, his steps steady. His gaze penetrated the viewing window at the end of the corridor. Outside, Bincheng's skyline remained radiant, but upon closer inspection, the lights of the brilliantly lit buildings were extinguishing piece by piece, irregularly, as if being devoured by an invisible giant. Above the city, what should have been a deep night sky was now shrouded in a strange, sticky aurora, a mixture of dark purple and pale green. The light flowed and twisted silently, like an inverted, filthy ocean, exuding a soul-shaking aura of disorder. The elevator doors slid open silently. Lin Feng stepped in and pressed the button for the top floor. The elevator ascended steadily, shielding him from the city below, which was gradually descending into chaos and darkness. In the cramped space, he and Qin Shi were alone. "Boss," Qin Shi said with an unprecedented solemnity, "activating the ARC protocol means giving up most non-core assets and peripheral personnel, shrinking to the absolute fortress area. The cost is too high, and we are not sure." "The price?" Lin Feng interrupted her coldly. He tilted his head and looked at the strange, twisted purple sky outside the viewing window. The corners of his mouth curled up in an almost cruel arc. When the rules themselves begin to rot, the old wealth and order are nothing more than a pile of numbers and rubble that will be swept into the garbage dump. The quantum lighthouse beneath our feet, the fragment of purple sky in the laboratory, the blood in Su Wanqing's belly, and... His gaze fell on Qin Shi. "Deep as the abyss, you, the most core assets, are the tickets to the new world. Survive, master new rules, and establish a new order. This is the only price. The elevator reaches the top floor. The heavy blast-proof door slid silently open, revealing atop the Guanyin Terrace, a scene resembling the command center of a doomsday fortress. Outside the massive floor-to-ceiling windows, a strange purple aurora, like a vast curtain, cast an ominous hue over the world. The beam of light from the quantum beacon still stubbornly pierced the darkness, but its edges were being eroded and distorted by the sticky purple. Su Wanqing stood before a massive electronic sandbox, wearing a loose protective suit. Her face pale, her hands unconsciously clasped around her abdomen. Beside her, Xiao Qingyi stared at several screens frantically flashing anomalous data, her light amber eyes filled with horror and a near-fanatical desire for inquiry. Seeing Lin Feng coming in, Su Wanqing immediately took a few steps forward, with a hint of vulnerability and dependence in her eyes. "Mr. Lin." "Outside." Lin Feng didn't answer. He strode over to the sand table, his gaze sweeping over the rapidly dimming lights representing the city's functional areas and the continuously popping up red symbols representing chaos and unknown threats. His palm, filled with undeniable strength and a strange warmth, covered Su Wanqing's hand, which was protecting her lower abdomen. "Stay by my side." His voice was low, filled with absolute control and a hint of unquestionable protection. "You and the child are the future." He raised his head and looked out the window at the world being swallowed by disorder. His eyes were as cold as 10,000 years of ice, but burning with the flame of ambition that was enough to burn the old world to ashes. "Apocalypse?" Lin Feng's voice echoed in the deadly silent command center, as if declaring, "Then let me define the new era." The purple aurora, like an inverted sea of blood, drowned the world outside the window. The death knell of the old order had already sounded, and Lin Feng's trillion-dollar empire, amidst the light of stardust and the fragments of purple sky, was quietly transforming into a doomsday ark sailing towards an unknown abyss. Chapter 40 Arc, Blood Anchor. The top-level command center of Guanyuntai has become a doomsday island. Outside the enormous floor-to-ceiling windows, the eerie purple-green aurora flowed and twisted silently like an inverted sea of filth, devouring the last rays of light in Bincheng. Of the once dazzling skyline, only the lone beam of the quantum lighthouse, its edges increasingly eroded by purple, stubbornly pierced the darkness, the sole beacon in this sea of disorder. Below the city, lights went out in patches, like extinguished eyes. The dead silence was broken only by the occasional shrill scream, the muffled thud of an explosion, and an inhuman, tooth-grinding howl, carried by the distorted wind. The air was filled with the smell of high-voltage static ozone and an indescribable disorder smell, like metal rust mixed with the sweet smell of decay. On the massive electronic sand table, most of Bianqing's 3D model had been stained a glaring crimson, representing communication interruption and energy loss. The few remaining green areas, like candles in the wind, surrounded Suaping Mountain and the quantum lighthouse base. Red dots, representing chaos, were spreading across the city like a plague, at an alarming rate. Boss. The power of fortress mode has been increased to 98%. The core temperature of the lighthouse is approaching the critical point. Energy consumption is 30 times higher than usual. The backup energy storage is being rapidly drained. The voice of a technical director was hoarse with despair. Reporting from the outer defense line of Area C7. Encountering a massive attack from aberrants. Thermal weapons are ineffective. Requesting Stardust force field support. 78% of the communications satellite network has lost contact. The remaining node signals are extremely unstable. The global intelligence chain is basically paralyzed. The last encrypted communication from the National Emergency Command Center was interrupted 5 minutes ago. The content was "Hold on. Wait." The bad news rained down like hail, and the atmosphere in the command center was as oppressive as an iron coffin. The surviving staff and technicians were pale, their uniforms soaked with sweat. Lin Feng stood before the sand table, his figure like a stabilizing force. His face was free of panic, only a cold, steel-hardened focus. His gaze pierced through the chaotic stream of data on the screen and the eerie aurora outside the window, as if calculating some variable beyond the comprehension of ordinary people. Cut off energy supplies to all non-core areas, including the villa complex on the mountainside. Prioritize energy supply to the Lighthouse Core, Defense Force Field, Command Center, and the Silence and Purple Sky Laboratories. Lin Feng's voice was like a cold block of iron hitting the ground. Notify Qin Shi to abandon Area C7 and shrink the defense line to Area B2. Use the terrain to establish a Stardust force field stranglehold. Use high-temperature plasma to cut the aberrations. Yes. The order was conveyed quickly. Su Wanqing sat nearby in a specially designed protective chair, covered in a thin blanket. Her face was as pale as paper, her hands tightly clutching her belly. The intense pregnancy reactions, combined with the physiological nausea brought on by the pervasive disorder outside, made her stomach churn. Even more terrifying, deep within her abdomen, the faint pulse of life, which had just been confirmed, was now throbbing with unusual movements, as if being pulled by invisible threads. It was as if something, through her flesh and blood, was greedily peeping at, even attempting to tug at, this new spark. Ugh! She couldn't help but let out a groan of pain, her body curled up slightly. Wanqing! Xia Qingyi immediately rushed to her side, her light amber pupils full of worry. She quickly picked up a portable biological monitor and placed it on Su Wanqing's lower abdomen. The vital signs are stable, but the fetal biofield is fluctuating, so chaotic. The frequency is totally inconsistent with that of a human embryo. It's resonating with the purple energy from the outside world? Her voice was filled with horror. Lin Feng turned instantly, striding over to Su Wanqing's side. Without a word, he extended his broad palm, placing it firmly over her hands, which were protecting her abdomen with undeniable strength. A strange, warm force, imbued with a strong sense of order, surged from his palm into Su Wanqing's body like an invisible barrier, forcibly suppressing the chaotic throbbing within her and temporarily isolating her from the foul purple energy from the outside world. Su Wanqing's violently trembling body suddenly stiffened, and then she collapsed like a deflated ball, gasping for air, her forehead covered in sweat. She raised her eyes and looked at Lin Feng, her bright eyes filled with the fear of surviving a catastrophe and a deeper dependence. Only his strength could provide a safe haven for her unborn child in this chaotic tidal wave. It wants. Su Wanqing's voice was filled with tears and fear. It belongs to me. Lin Feng's voice was firm, and his cold eyes swept over Xia Qingyi. Qingyi, analyze the abnormal data of the fetal biofield. I want to know the source and nature of the resonance. Now. Yes. Boss. Xia Qingyi immediately picked up the monitor and rushed to the workbench next to her, her fingers leaving afterimages on the keyboard. At that moment, the heavy alloy blast-proof door of the command center slid open with a heavy hydraulic hum. Xinshi strode in, her custom-made black combat uniform stained with sticky, foul-smelling dark purple blood, and several scratches and bruises oozing blood. Her cold face held a hint of fatigue, but her eyes were sharp as a knife. In her hand, she held a huge, deformed head covered in scales, still dripping with blood. Bang! She dropped the hideous head onto the floor beside the sand table, a dull thud. It looked like a composite of human and reptile, its skin covered in dark purple keratinous scales. Its mouth was split open to the base of its ears, revealing interlocking fangs. One eye was a cloudy yellow, while the other was a constantly swirling vortex of energy emitting a faint purple glow. We encountered a new type of aberration leader in Area B2, Xinshi's voice was thick with gunpowder. Thermal weapons are nearly ineffective. The Stardust force field can weaken it, but killing it depends on this. She waved a peculiarly shaped high-frequency particle vibration knife in her hand, its edge shimmering with a faint blue stardust light. The purple blood stained on the blade was rapidly decomposed and annihilated by the stardust energy. Everyone's eyes were focused on the head and the knife in Xinshi's hand. Its energy core, Xinshi kicked the head's spinning purple eye. Before it was neutralized and annihilated by the stardust energy, it captured a trace of residual signal, pointing to the abandoned chemical plant area in the west of the city. The signal strength far exceeds that of other aberrations. That place is likely one of the sources of this disorder in Binchang. Qingxi Chemical Plant. Lin Fang's gaze instantly grew incisive. That place was Yilan's final hiding place. It was the area where Nightingale's signal last disappeared before her capture. It was also the source of the unusual energy fluctuations Dragon's Shadow had discovered while tracking the Ouroboros' funds. All the clues, like invisible threads, were drawn back to that filthy place. Also, Xinshi's eyes swept over the pale Su Wanqing and the frantic Xiaoqing, and she lowered her voice, the Silence Lab. Nightingale is completely out of control. The silent laboratory has now turned into a bloody hell. The heavy alloy door twisted and distorted, covered in massive claw marks and charred black marks from energy burns. Inside, the once pristine white walls were splattered with sticky, blue-purple fluorescing blood and shattered tissue. A piercing, inhuman scream echoed through the corridor, accompanied by the resounding explosions of energy fields being repeatedly torn apart. The two top biological scientists on Xia Qingyi's team had been reduced to twisted chunks of flesh, scattered across the cold metal floor. The remaining security personnel and researchers, relying on a makeshift defense constructed from a few broken force field generators, were frantically firing their custom-made weapons loaded with stardust energy bombs. Their target is a monster suspended in the air in the center of the laboratory. The outline of Nightingale could still be vaguely seen, but she was completely distorted. Her skin was completely torn, revealing an endoskeleton resembling molten blue crystal and a network of blood vessels flowing with viscous blue-purple energy. Her long golden hair transformed into constantly twisting, living energy tentacles. Her arms transformed into two massive, dark blue energy blades, their edges rippled with spatial ripples. Most terrifying of all, her eyes transformed into two bottomless, constantly swirling purple vortexes, emitting a soul-freezing aura of disorder. Roar! The humanoid monster let out a scream of pain and destructive desire, its body suddenly fading into nothingness. It instantly pierced through the force field barrier. The dark blue energy blade, like the scythe of the god of death, slashed fiercely at a researcher with a scream that tore through space. No! A desperate cry rang out. A critical moment. A dark blue, extremely concentrated energy beam, like a spear of divine retribution, shot out from the direction of the observation window. With incredible precision, it struck the monster's energy blade. Boom! A dazzling flash of energy. The monster was violently sent flying by the immense force, slamming into the twisted metal wall and uttering a painful roar. The bluish-purple energy flowing through it surged violently, and its swirling purple eyes stared intently out the observation window with deep hatred. Lin Feng had unknowingly stood before the observation window, clutching a simple-looking bronze hilt radiating a faint blue stardust glow. No, emanating from that hilt wasn't a physical blade, but a beam of stardust energy, condensed to the utmost, exuding an aura of absolute order. It was this weapon, improvised from the remains of the nameless ancient sword combined with stardust energy, that had repelled the monster. Behind him stood Xinshi and Su Wanqing. Su Wanqing's face remained pale, but her eyes were remarkably resolute. She gazed upon the tragic scene within the lab and the monstrous creature transformed from Nightingale, tightening her grip on her abdomen. Xia Qingyi, hiding behind them, cradled a tablet, watching the frantically refreshing data. Her light amber eyes were filled with horror and a hint of mad enlightenment. "Boss! The data is out." Xia Qingyi's voice was filled with screaming excitement, drowning out the monster's roar. The abnormal resonance of the fetus's biofield, the source points to that monster. Their energy fluctuations are highly homologous in the underlying structure. They are all that chaotic purple disordered energy. And she suddenly looked at the stardust lightsaber in Lin Feng's hand, and the fetus's biofield reacts even more strongly to the order energy in your hand. It's longing. It's being comforted. Xia Qingyi's words were like thunder. The fetus in Su Wanqing's belly was actually of the same origin as the monster in front of her, transformed from the nightingale and emitting terrifying disordered energy? But this fetus actually desires the stardust light sword in Lin Feng's hand, which represents order. Lin Feng's eyes instantly became extremely deep. He lowered his head and glanced at the lightsaber in his hand, which was made from the remains of an ancient sword and the power of stardust. He then looked at the purple monster in the laboratory that was struggling to get up and screaming at him with resentment. Finally, his eyes fell on Su Wanqing's protected lower abdomen. An incredible picture, yet one that gradually became clear amidst the chaotic logic, emerged in his mind. The loss of control of the purple sky fragments opened Pandora's box and released disorder. The blue energy factor in the nightingale's body, under the catalysis of this disorder, was completely alienated into a purple source of chaos monster. And in Su Wanqing's belly, the fetus that was a fusion of his powerful genes and her genes optimized by Dragon Shadow. Perhaps there was a problem with the source. At the moment of disorder outbreak, due to its unique blood composition, it actually became a miniature disorder resonance body. But it is also his bloodline. It instinctively desires and is appeased by the weapon in his hand, which is a fusion of purple sky fragments, order resonance, and stardust controllable energy. This fetus is the anchor. It is the anchor point where chaos and order are intertwined in his blood. It is the key to understanding and even controlling this disorder. Qin Shi. Lin Feng's voice was icy cold, his eyes fixed on the purple monster that had pounced again from the laboratory. Activate the laboratory's self-destruct sequence, maximum yield. Send it back to complete chaos. Yes. Qin Shi did not hesitate and operated the control panel quickly with his fingers. Qingyi, Lin Feng turned his gaze to Xia Qingyi. From now on, your only task is to monitor, record, and analyze every fluctuation of the fetal biofield, especially its response to order and disorder. I want the most accurate data model. I understand. Boss. Xia Qingyi's eyes were fanatical. Finally, Lin Feng's gaze fell on Su Wanqing's pale face, with an unprecedented, almost divine scrutiny and declaration. Protect him, her. Your womb is the only ark that can give birth to the future in this apocalypse. And the blood in your belly will be the first cornerstone for us to anchor the new world and define new rules. The moment he finished speaking, boom boom! A deafening roar erupted from within the silent lab. Dazzling white light, mixed with all-consuming high-temperature energy, instantly engulfed the entire space. The purple monster, enveloped in the sheer annihilation of energy, let out a final, unwilling scream before crumbling into dust. The violent shock wave from the explosion caused the entire Guanyuntai to tremble. Outside the window, the strange purple aurora seemed to be stimulated by the violent explosion of order energy, rolling even more violently. Lin Feng stood unmoved amid the blast's intense light and blast, the stardust light sword in his hand radiating light, firmly shielding him and Su Wanqing and Xia Qingyi behind him. His gaze, piercing the blast's embers and the swirling purple tide outside the window, fell on the abandoned chemical plant area west of the city, shrouded in even deeper darkness. The source is right there. The sword in his hand and the anchor in his blood will guide this doomsday ark, crush all chaos, and sail to the other shore defined by his will. Chapter 41 Ark, Blood Anchor Part 2. The aftermath of the silent laboratory's self-destruction still reverberated deep within the observatory. The alloy structures groaned under the strain, and dust fell in a rustling cloud. The pungent smell of ozone, the scorching smell of molten metal, and a deeper, diffused aura of nothingness, as if space itself had been ripped apart, mixed together, and permeated the command center. Lin Feng stood before the observation window, the lightsaber in his hand, constructed from the remains of a nameless ancient sword in stardust energy. Its radiance hadn't dimmed by the explosion. Instead, under the onslaught of annihilating light and chaotic energy, it seemed even more condensed and pure, like a spear of order-piercing chaos. A faint blue halo swirled, firmly shielding Su Wanqing and Xia Qingyi behind him, shielding them from both physical impact and the erosion of the energy aftermath. Outside the window, the violent pulse of ordered energy erupted from the laboratory's self-destruction, like a boulder dropped into a sea of filth, provoking an even more violent response. The purple-green aurora hanging in the sky was no longer a silent, flowing sea of filth, but a seething, raging torrent. The filthy streams of light swirled and collided frantically, emitting a dull, thunderous roar, as if countless invisible beasts roared in bit within. Like greedy tentacles, the purple light streams encroached even more fiercely on the quantum lighthouse's dark blue beam. The edges of the beam fluctuated violently, flickering unpredictably like a candle in the wind. Boss! The core temperature of the lighthouse has exceeded the critical value. The energy output power is being forced to decrease. The force field generator is overloaded. The technical director's voice was filled with tears. The area representing the core of the lighthouse on the monitoring screen was flashing red alarm lights wildly. The stardust force field in Area B2 has partially failed due to energy fluctuations. The aberration has broken through the gap. Commander Chin is organizing an interception. Another staff officer reported hurriedly. The backup energy storage reserves have fallen below the 15% threshold. Only enough to sustain the core area for 3 hours. Bad news was like an icy tide, crashing against the crumbling defenses, wave after wave. Within the command center, despair was like tangible frost, freezing everyone's breath. The air was filled with the hissing of high-voltage static and a deeper, soul-deep shudder. Lin Feng's gaze, like the eternal stars, pierced the swirling purple tide outside the window and fixed its gaze firmly on the abandoned chemical plant area west of the city, engulfed in a deeper darkness. There lay Yilan's lair, the starting point of Nightingale's fall, the source of the anomaly traced by Dragon's shadow, and the very point to which the head of the aberrant leader brought back by Qin Shi pointed the core focus of this disordered plague in Binchang. Anchor point. Lin Feng's icy voice echoed through the oppressive silence, carrying a strange penetrating power. He didn't turn back, his gaze still fixed on the darkness west of the city. Qingyi, fetal biofield data. Xia Qingyi suddenly looked up from her tablet, her light amber pupils bloodshot from intense concentration and shock, yet her gaze was startlingly bright. Boss! We've figured it out. The fetus's biofield shares 97.8% energy homology with that monster Nightingale. The underlying structure is all that chaotic purple disordered energy. But her voice rose with uncontrollable excitement. It has a higher affinity for the order energy emanating from your lightsaber. The resonance index soared by 300% at the moment of the explosion. It's actively absorbing the escaping stardust energy. Although extremely weak, the data model shows that this absorption is simultaneously purifying some of the most unstable disorder fluctuations in its own biofield. She turned the tablet toward Lin Feng, and the complex energy spectrum on the screen became clear. The chaotic purple band representing the fetus itself was being gently enveloped and permeated by a thin, faint blue stream representing Lin Feng's lightsaber energy. With each contact, the most violent and chaotic spikes in the purple band were smoothed and weakened, transforming into a relatively peaceful, even slightly orderly, lavender. It's both a resonance of disorder and a container of order? Xia Qingyi's voice trembled with disbelief. Is it using your power to organize itself? This discovery was like a bolt of thunder in the dark. Su Wanqing's face, already paler from the impact of the explosion, instantly flushed with excitement. Her hands, clutching her abdomen, trembled slightly, not from fear, but from an indescribable throbbing. She could feel it clearly. The faint yet tenacious pulse of life deep within her abdomen, after coming into contact with the residual energy emanating from Lin Feng's lightsaber, was no longer the panic-inducing throbbing of being pulled by invisible threads. Instead, it conveyed a strange feeling of comfort and satisfaction. It was like a young animal shivering in the cold wind, finally approaching the warmth of a fire. She suddenly looked up at Lin Feng's broad back, her eyes filled with hope and a deeper sense of dependence. Lin Feng slowly turned. The glare of the explosion cast a resolute, mountain-like silhouette behind him. The shimmering light of the stardust lightsaber in his hand illuminated his face like a cold sculpture, yet his eyes were sharp enough to penetrate a person's heart. His gaze swept across the data charts on Xia Qingyi's tablet, finally settling on Su Wanqing's hand protecting her abdomen and the faint glint of fire in her eyes, ignited by a newfound discovery. Container? Lin Feng's voice was low and metallic. No. It's an anchor. He stepped forward and stood before a massive electronic sand table. On it, the 3D model of Binchang had largely collapsed into a glaring crimson, the remaining green areas like isolated islands. He extended a finger, its tip shimmering with a faint, stardust blue glow, and touched the area marked deep purple pollution source, representing the abandoned chemical plant to the west of the city. The source of disorder is there, like a constantly expanding cancer that pollutes reality. Lin Feng's voice was cold and clear. The factor in Nightingale's body is the first batch of spores it released. It has completely distorted in the disordered environment. And we. His fingertips left the pollution source and pointed to the green light on the sand table that represented the Guanyuntai command center. The light flickered faintly but tenaciously. Here, we have a newborn. Point, originating from disorder, yet instinctively yearning for incapable of carrying the power of order. His gaze shifted to Su Wanqing's lower abdomen, with an almost divine scrutiny. It is the product of the forced convergence of chaos and order within my bloodline. It is the only anchor that can stabilize this ark drifting in the tides of disorder, and can even reversely locate the source of the pollution. Inside the command center, everyone held their breath. Lin Feng's words were like a heavy hammer, shattering the ice of despair and opening up an incredible yet glimmering path to survival. Boss. What you mean is? Xin Shi's voice was filled with a hint of barely perceptible excitement. She wiped the undried blood off her face, her eyes burning. It's not just a key, it's also a weapon. Lin Feng said decisively, it can sense the core of disorder and guide the power of order to strike it with precision. Its own instability is precisely the sharpest blade that pierces the core of disorder. He glared at Xia Qingyi, his command unleashed like a sharp sword. Qingyi. Immediately establish a real-time link between the fetal biofield and the main control core of the Purple Sky Laboratory. I want every fluctuation of it to become a probe for detecting changes in the energy field of the pollution source in the west of the city. Input the data model of the fetal biofield's purification reaction to the energy of order into the energy control system of the nameless lightsaber. Attempt a preliminary resonant frequency match. Understood. Boss. Xia Qingyi seemed to have been injected with a stimulant, and her fingers turned into a shadow on the keyboard. Xin Shi. Lin Feng turned his gaze to the female warrior with unquestionable determination. Xingxi chemical plant. I need to know the exact form, energy intensity, and defense mechanism of the source core. I will give you an elite team equipped with the latest Stardust force field shields and weapons. Objective, close reconnaissance, establish a temporary beacon, and provide coordinates for the final anchor strike. Mission code name, Blood Anchor Probe. Yes. Xin Shi straightened his back, his eyes burning with a determined fighting spirit. I guarantee that the mission will be completed. All non-combat personnel at the command center, assist Dr. Xia in maintaining fetal biofield monitoring and energy connection stability. Lin Feng's voice resounded throughout the space, carrying the majesty of someone who dominated fate. Prioritize energy security for the Purple Sky Laboratory, the nameless lightsaber charging system, the Stardust Force Field Core, and Su Wanqing's life support system. His gaze finally fell on Su Wanqing. A rare hint of human warmth finally emerged from that icy scrutiny, more like a trust entrusted to a vital strategic weapon. Protect it. Your arc carries our only hope. Its every heartbeat gathers strength for the final counterattack. Su Wanqing met his gaze. Fear vanished from her pale face, replaced only by a near-sacred resolve. She nodded vigorously, her hands clutching her belly tightly, as if she were pregnant not with a baby but a strategic weapon capable of changing the world. Just at this moment. Woo-hum. On the command center's main screen, the dark purple spot representing the abandoned chemical plant area in the west of the city suddenly flickered and expanded without warning. A visible pulse of dark purple energy, as thick as liquid, suddenly spread out in all directions like a giant, beating heart. Boom! The entire Guanyun terrace shook violently. The impact was even stronger than the laboratory's self-destruction. Outside the French windows, the swirling purple aurora froze for a moment, then, as if stirred by an invisible giant hand, formed a massive vortex covering half the sky. At the center of the vortex, a breathtakingly thick, deep purple beam of light shot up from the west of the city, slamming fiercely into the dark blue beam of the quantum lighthouse. Sizzle, sizzle. The piercing sound of energy annihilation ripped through my eardrums. The quantum lighthouse's beam was eroded and compressed at a speed visible to the naked eye. The alarm indicating its status instantly soared to a blood-red color. The lighthouse shield energy has plummeted. 60%, 40%, 20%. The technical director's voice completely changed. All the Stardust force field generators in the city are overloaded. The B2 area defense line has collapsed. The staff officer's voice was filled with desperate tears. Fetal biofield. Xiaqingyi's scream drowned out everything else. The resonance index is soaring out of control. 1000%. 2000%. It's actively pulling in that purple energy pulse. It wants to absorb it? Ugh. Su Wanqing let out a heart-wrenching cry of pain. Her entire body convulsed violently as if she had been electrocuted, her body arching backward uncontrollably. Her hands clutched the armrests tightly, her knuckles turning white from the strain. Even through her clothing, waves of ominous, living, wriggling purple light could be seen in her lower abdomen. Stimulated by the violent pulses from the source, the newly born anchor was revealing its most dangerous and uncontrollable side as a disordered resonance body. It instinctively wanted to embrace the destructive power. The flame of hope that had just ignited within the command center was instantly extinguished by the sudden and terrifying backlash. Despair once again gripped everyone's throat. Lin Feng's eyes flashed with cold light. He took a step towards Su Wanqing, his left hand still tightly grasping the Stardust light sword, maintaining the shield, while his right hand, with the force of thunder, suddenly pressed down on Su Wanqing's violently heaving lower abdomen. Presumptuous. A voice as cold as the cold wind of the netherworld sounded. A far more powerful and overbearing force of order than before, like a galactic torrent bursting through a dam, rushed into Su Wanqing's body with Lin Feng's unquestionable will. It was no longer a gentle comfort, but a powerful suppression and guidance. That overwhelming force instantly suppressed the frantic pull of the fetus's biofield. Simultaneously, the Stardust light sword in Lin Feng's hand blazed brightly. The dark blue beam seemed to come alive, its tip pointing directly at the deep purple pillar of light rising skyward from the west of the city. An invisible force field, constructed from the pure will of order, spread along the lightsaber's direction. It didn't directly counter the devastating purple pulse, but rather forcibly erected an absolute barrier between the fetus's violent biofield and the source of the pollution. Give it to me. Ding. Su Wanqing's spasms came to an abrupt halt. She collapsed into the chair, exhausted, gasping for breath, her hair soaked with sweat. The frenzied purple light in her lower abdomen was forcibly suppressed back into her body. Although it was still fluctuating violently, the uncontrollable pulling force was temporarily cut off. On the screen, the resonance index of the fetus's biofield, which had soared to its peak, began to fluctuate violently, then with difficulty fell back, as if being strangled by an invisible hand. The terrifying deep purple light column in the west of the city also seemed to be slightly distorted and trembled by the sudden interference of the barrier of order. Qingyi. Match the resonance frequency and accelerate. Lin Feng's voice carried a barely perceptible urgency. The palm of his hand pressing on Su Wanqing's lower abdomen was as steady as a mountain. The endless power of order continued to be input, as if putting reins on this restless anchor. Xin Shi. Move ahead. Set off immediately. I've temporarily disrupted the target area's energy core. This is your only chance. Drive the probe into it before it explodes again. Yes. Boss. Xin Shi no longer hesitated. He grabbed a heavy Stardust sniper rifle from the shelf next to him, turned around and rushed towards the exit. His figure was as resolute as a moth flying into the flame. Outside the window, a deep purple vortex of energy, after a brief pause, began to spin even more frantically. Under the relentless bombardment of the purple beams, the edges of the quantum lighthouse's dark blue beam began to crumble, its light growing dimmer and dimmer, as if it would go out at any moment. Lin Feng held the sword in one hand and suppressed the restless anchor in his blood with the other hand. His eyes were as cold as ice, penetrating the void and locking onto the churning dark core in the west of the city. The ark is drifting in the raging sea, and the blood anchor has sunk into the abyss. The clarion call for counterattack is sounded by the sword in his hand and the fire in his blood. Chapter 42 Arc System Reconstruction. The deep purple beam of light from the West City chemical plant, ripping through the sky like a spear of doom, continuously bombarded the shaky blue beam of the quantum lighthouse. Each collision of energy sent the cloud observation platform trembling violently, its steel framework groaning as it reached its limit. Within the command center, red lights flickered, alarms wailed, and despair, like a cold, venomous snake, coiled around everyone's heart. Lin Feng gripped the Stardust light sword tightly in one hand, its tip pointing upwards. An invisible barrier of order stubbornly blocked the pollution source's violent erosion of the fetus's anchor point. His other hand, like a branding iron, pressed against Su Wanqing's violently heaving belly. The overbearing power of order surged continuously, forcibly suppressing the chaotic sparks deep within his blood, agitated by their shared origins and driven out of control by temptation. His body, like a solitary peak, endured the dual pressures of destructive energy from the outside world and the fierce resistance of his bloodline. Sweat trickled down his stern face, hitting the cold metal floor. Maintaining the barrier of order and suppressing the bloodline anchors consumed astronomical amounts of energy. He could clearly feel the vast, pure, seemingly inexhaustible source power within him draining away at an unprecedented rate. This power had once fueled his lavish spending, defying the laws of physics, and turning the tide in the business world, earning him the title of super rich. At this moment, the essence of this power is undergoing drastic transformation and reconstruction under the dual pressure of doomsday and bloodline. Boss. The lighthouse's core shield remains at 7%. The energy transmission pipeline is overloaded and has melted. The core temperature is out of control. At most, 3 minutes. The technical director's voice was filled with dying despair. Commander Chin's team's signal entered the core area of the chemical plant. Encountered high-intensity energy shielding. The signal is extremely unstable. Unable to establish an effective data link. The communicator's report made this situation worse. The fetal biofield pressure index has exceeded the safety threshold. The efficiency of order energy input is decreasing. It's adapting to your suppression. Xia Qingyi's voice was tearful, and her fingers were moving quickly on the keyboard, trying to optimize the energy model. Su Wanqing curled up in agony. Each impact of the deep purple beam caused the anchor in her abdomen to throb violently, as if trying to break free from Lin Feng's control and throw herself into the embrace of the source of destruction. Her consciousness struggled between the excruciating pain and the instinct to protect, and her lips were bitten and bleeding. 3 minutes. The countdown to destruction hangs coldly above everyone's head. At this critical moment, when his consciousness was highly concentrated on energy control and bloodline suppression, a long silent, cold and mechanical voice sounded without warning in the depths of Lin Feng's mind. A drastic structural shift in the host's vital signs and energy field has been detected. Environmental energy level jump. Confirmed, doomsday level disaster disorder pollution. Comparing core instruction libraries. Priority reset. Wealth accumulation and control agreement, offline. Physical rule partial immunity protocol, offline. Resource instant access protocol, offline. Emergency protocol activated, fire preservation and order reconstruction. Super rich assistance system, core permissions unlocked, underlying protocol reloaded. Redefined, Doomsday Survival and Civilization Spark Management System codename, ARC. Initialization started. Buzz. A vast, cold, yet ultimately logical, torrent of data instantly rushed into Lin Feng's core consciousness. Countless complex interfaces composed of dark blue geometric runes unfolded, reorganized, and refreshed before his eyes. No longer the ostentatious gold coin icons, asset lists, and luxury catalogs of the past, but in their place was a cold, precise, core stream of information concerning survival and destruction. Core status. Host vital signs, high load critical. Order origin reserve, 42.7% highly consumed. System reconstruction progress, 15% 20%. Environmental situation. Disorder pollution source intensity, peak West City coordinates, x 774.83, y 229.15, z 18.04. Quantum Lighthouse Order Node 001, Shield Collapse Countdown, 172 seconds. Secondary Order Node Guanyuntai, Structural Integrity, 61%, continuously decreasing. High-value order anchor detected unbound, vital signs are unstable, and the energy field has both chaotic and ordered tendencies. Fire management. Identification, high-potential order spark carrier life characteristics, human female, second trimester status, high risk attracted by pollution source suppressed by host order energy. Suggestion, immediately perform deep binding. Establish the core link of spark arc. Maximize the efficiency of order resonance. Yes, no? Resource allocation under reconstruction, efficiency limited. Invocable order source, directed infusion target, order barrier spark suppression. Efficiency, 73%. Stardust Energy Network, partially available node, nameless Lightsword Purple Skylab Core. Instantaneous Material Energy Acquisition Protocol, offline environmental rule chaos exceeds the threshold. Tactical Support Basic. Pollution source energy field weakness penetration model based on real-time feedback data from the anchor point. Generating. Optimal energy transmission path planning host spark carrier nameless lightsaber, calculating. The cold data stream, like the most precise scalpel, instantly dissected the chaos before him. The core coordinates of the pollution source, the precise countdown to the lighthouse's collapse, the nature of Su Wanqing's unborn child as a carrier of the spark of order, and the most crucial system suggestion: deep binding. Establish a core link. The crude resource allocation of the past, super-rich system has completely lost its effectiveness under the rules of the apocalypse. Stripping away its ostentatious facade, it reveals its underlying, cold and powerful logic, the ultimate management system designed to preserve the flame and restore order. The name Ark is fitting. Bind. Lin Feng roared silently in his mind, without the slightest hesitation. This wasn't an emotional decision, it was the optimal survival strategy calculated based on cold data streams. Integrating Su Wanqing and the fetus into the core framework of the Ark system was the only way to stabilize the anchor point, improve energy transmission efficiency, and even counter the source of pollution. Command confirmed. Deep binding of the Order Spark Carrier, codename Ark-01, begins. Establishing a core spiritual connection, energy field synchronization, loading the Order source sharing protocol. Warning: the carrier's vital signs are highly unstable. The binding process will increase its energy load. Extremely high risk. Forced execution. Ugh. Su Wanqing's body suddenly shot upward, her eyes rolling back in an instant. A torrent of order far greater, colder, and deeper into her soul than the power transmitted from Lin Feng's palm, ignoring her fragile flesh, brutally penetrated her body, reaching the restless core of life deep in her abdomen. This time, it wasn't just suppression. It was a deeper level of connection and assimilation. She felt as if her consciousness was forcibly dragged into a space composed of dark blue data streams and icy geometric shapes. A vast, majestic, and unquestionable will Lin Feng enveloped her like a god. The fetus in her belly became the only point of light in this cold space, emitting a faint but tenacious warmth, being gently and firmly entangled, analyzed, and reconstructed by countless data chains. The intense pain nearly made her faint, but within this spiritual connection that transcended the physical, a strange feeling also arose. Her connection with Lin Feng had never been so close, as if parts of her soul had been forcibly welded together. She could even vaguely sense the immense pressure Lin Feng was currently under, and the burning determination for survival beneath his icy will. Binding completed. Ark-01 status: high-risk stable. Order origin shared channel established. Transmission efficiency increased to 91%. Anchor point spark core real-time data stream connected to the main control core. Pollution source energy field model accuracy improved 300%. Weakness penetration model generated. A cold glint flashed in Lin Feng's eyes. The system interface instantly refreshed, and a three-dimensional model, composed of countless chaotic purple lines, with a tiny yet incredibly clear, dark blue weakness mark at its core, was projected clearly into his consciousness. That was the beating heart of the pollution source deep within the Qingxi chemical plant. At the same time, a more efficient and cohesive force of order continuously flowed into Su Wanqing's body through the newly established shared channel. Then, through the transformation and amplification of the fetus, the core of the fire, it became even more refined and more targeted. The pressure on his hand pressing on Su Wanqing's lower abdomen suddenly eased. Qing-yi. Lin Feng's voice was as cold as a fierce weapon unsheathed. Take over the energy control of the nameless lightsaber. Enter the coordinates and frequency I marked. Prepare to receive the torrent of order guided by the spark. The screen in front of Xia Qingyi was instantly filled with a dynamic energy diagram so complex it surpassed the limits of human comprehension. At its core was the intertwined fluctuations of chaos and order in the fetal biofield. A remarkably clear, dark blue energy line, labeled optimal path, extended from the fetal diagram, piercing through countless chaotic data points to a glaring weak spot in the West City pollution source model. Takeover successful. The energy guidance system is ready. Xia Qingyi's voice was sharp with excitement. Lin Feng suddenly raised his head, his gaze piercing through the layers of alloy walls, fixed firmly on the west side of the city. The stardust light sword in his hand erupted with an unprecedentedly brilliant light. The sword was no longer a steady beam of light, but transformed into a roaring, blue galaxy. Wherever the sword pointed, space was slightly distorted. Xin Shi. Lin Feng's voice exploded like thunder in the depths of the chemical plant through the communication channel that had just barely recovered a little beacon. Nail it to that point. Now. He simultaneously poured the coordinates of the weak point in his consciousness, which were accurate to the centimeter level, into Qin Shi's mind through the weak mental link that the Ark system had just reconstructed. At the heart of the chemical plant, viscous, liquid-like purple energy practically solidified. Qinshi's squad had suffered heavy casualties, leaving her and two seriously injured soldiers alone, clinging to the wreckage of a stardust force field generator on the verge of overloading. Her communicator had long been jammed to a cacophony of noise, but Lin Feng's voice, as if echoing directly into her soul, and the precise coordinates that suddenly surfaced in her mind, instantly made her understand everything. The coordinate point was less than 10 meters in front of her, the center of a constantly pulsating deep purple energy vortex that emitted a sickening suction. "Cover me!" Qinsha roared like a beast, slamming the last high-energy battery into the heavy stardust sniper rifle in her hand. Like a moth to a flame, she rushed out of cover, braving the chaotic energy pressure that nearly crushed her bones. She ignored the twisted and deformed monsters that pounced on her, and ignored the turbulent energy that tore at her combat uniform and skin. The only thing she sees is that coordinate point. Her body is the final beacon. "For the Ark," she roared. The moment she reached the coordinate point, she plunged the muzzle of her gun into the core of the viscous purple vortex. Using her last remaining strength, she pulled the trigger. Instead of a bullet, the muzzle unleashed an extremely tiny yet incredibly stable dark blue beacon, condensed with all her will and stardust energy. Laugh. The dark blue beacon was like ice water dropped into boiling oil, instantly nailing a tiny but extremely clear note of order in the center of the violent purple vortex. Coordinates locked. Beacon in place. Xia Qingyi's scream rang out in the command center. At the same time, Wanqing. Lin Feng's voice was like a divine oracle from the beginning of the world. "Help me." Su Wanqing, feeling the excruciating pain and the strange sensation of soul connection, unleashed the final strength of her motherhood. She no longer resisted the connection between the spark in her belly and Lin Feng's power. Instead, she embraced and pushed forward with all her will. She channeled the pure power of order, infused by Lin Feng and transformed by the fetus, through the invisible channel, towards Lin Feng's raised lightsaber. Buzz! The Stardust Lightsword's radiance instantly surged, transforming into a divine punishment of order that pierced heaven and earth. Space was forcibly ripped apart at the sword's tip. A dark blue energy torrent, composed of pure will of order and the power of spark, ignored the barriers of space and followed the beacon coordinates Qinsha had nailed with his life. With uncanny precision and ferocity, it penetrated the absolute weak point of the pollution source in the west of the city, marked by the system. Boom, boom, boom. An indescribably terrifying explosion erupted at the heart of the Chengxi chemical plant. It wasn't a physical explosion, but rather the annihilation and reconstruction of order. Dazzling white light, mixed with a dark blue torrent of order, instantly engulfed the thick, deep purple beam. The vast purple vortex in the sky cracked like shattered glass. The entire Binchang ground shook violently, as if the very crust were groaning. The pressure on the dying blue beam of light from the quantum lighthouse suddenly disappeared. Although the light was weak, it stubbornly stabilized again. The vibration of Guanyantai slowly subsided. There was deathly silence in the command center. Everyone was speechless with shock at this devastating blow that also held new hope. Lin Feng slowly lowered the dimmed yet still steady lightsaber, his hand still pressed against Su Wanqing's abdomen. His face was as pale as paper, his breathing a little disordered, but his eyes were as sharp as a freshly tempered blade. In my mind, the interface of the Arc system was refreshing steadily. Pollution source core West City, hit by order judgment. Energy intensity plummets, 78.3%. Core structure severely damaged. Order node as 001 quantum lighthouse, out of collapse. Stability, 19% slowly recovering. ARC-01 spark carrier, status, coma deep link sequelae, vital sign stable. Spark core fluctuations, tends to be stable order dominates. Order origin reserve, 8.3% extremely low. System reconstruction progress, 45%, continuing. Outside the window, the shattered purple vortex slowly dissipated, and the filthy aurora dimmed considerably. The sky was no longer pure, despairing darkness, revealing a hint of gray, post-disaster light. The first cornerstone, stained with blood, anchored the Ark. The system known as Ark, a doomsday fire management system reborn from the wreckage of a wealthy man, has only just begun to show its true potential. The road ahead still holds a dark tide and an unknown abyss, but the sword in hand and the anchor in blood have already pointed the way. Chapter 43 Ark, Crying. The annihilation light west of the city gradually dimmed, like a punctured boil, leaving behind a vast, charred pit whose edges still radiated an unstable purple light. The foul vortex in the sky shattered and dissipated, and the foul purple-green aurora thinned and dimmed like the receding tide, revealing a gray, leaden sky that had survived the catastrophe. The quantum lighthouse's faint blue beam, though thinner, its edges still corroded by the remaining purple light, emitted a mournful hum, but it remained extinguished, like a candle in the wind, stubbornly maintaining the last rays of light and order in Binchang. Inside the Guanyantai command center, the post-disaster silence was broken by heavy breathing and suppressed sobs. Dust filled the air, and the red light still flickered, but the piercing alarms had ceased. The survivors slumped at their respective posts, staring blankly at the gray sky outside the windows, then gazing in awe at the figure standing tall in the center. Lin Feng slowly lowered the dimmed, even micro-cracked stardust lightsaber. The faint blue stardust flowing from the hilt was noticeably thinner. He didn't retract his hand from Su Wanqing's abdomen, but the overwhelming current of order had ceased. Su Wanqing had long since passed out from the impact of the deep connection. Her face was as pale as paper, her breathing was shallow, but her vital signs monitor showed a relatively stable curve. Her abdomen was still bulging, and through her clothing, a faint, but no longer frenzied, lavender light could be seen pulsating rhythmically, like a tired but safe little animal in deep sleep. Lin Feng's figure remained straight, like a broken sword stuck in the center of the battlefield. But his face was paler than ever, veins bulging on his forehead, and beads of sweat streamed down his face. His body swayed slightly, the amplitude so slight that Xia Qingyi, who had been watching him closely, caught it instantly. "Boss!" Xia Qingyi exclaimed, not caring about her manners, and crawled over to try to support him. Lin Feng simply raised his other hand and waved it slightly, stopping her movement. He closed his eyes, forcing down the immense emptiness and stabbing pain that felt like it had been completely drained from his body. In his mind, the ARC system interface refreshed coldly. Order Origin Reserve, 4.1% extremely dangerous. Host is on the verge of exhaustion. System reconstruction progress, 52.7% due to the host's depletion of its essence, the speed has dropped significantly. Warning. Host's vital signs, high load overdraft. Mental link sequelae, moderate. Deep hibernation is strongly recommended. It's okay. Lin Feng's voice was hoarse and low, like the sound of metallic friction, as he forcibly suppressed the surging blood and qi. His gaze swept across the devastated command center, landing on the remaining deep purple spot on the main screen representing the pollution source area west of the city. Although it had dimmed countless times, it had not completely disappeared. Like a dormant venomous snake, it still emitted a disturbing faint fluctuation. The source of pollution has not been eradicated. He stated the facts coldly. Boss. Commander Qin. Commander Qin's life signal. A communicator cried out in tears. On the screen, the specially designed beacon signal representing Qinshi flickered briefly at the center of the devastating explosion in the west of the city, then completely extinguished, transforming into a cold gray. Lin Feng's gaze lingered on the gray for a moment, his eyes devoid of any emotion, only a deep, icy coldness. Sacrifice, on this journey, was merely the cheapest fuel. He averted his gaze, his voice unwavering. Qingyi, take over the status monitoring of ARC-01 and maintain basic life support systems. Everyone else, immediately repair core communications. Restore the lighthouse's energy transmission. Initiate a city-wide scan. I need to know the precise location of the remaining pollution source, its energy composition, and Yi Lan's whereabouts. His command was like an icy needle, piercing the composure of the survivors. It's only crippled, not dead yet. Binching's disorder is far from over. Yes, yes. The technical director and staff members woke up as if from a dream. Despite the fatigue and pain, they struggled to return to their posts. The screens lit up again, and the data flow began to flow again with difficulty. Lin Feng withdrew his hand from Su Wanqing's abdomen, his knuckles turning slightly white from the excessive force. He tried to mobilize the remaining, thin, gossamer-like source of order within his body, but a strong sense of dizziness and tearing suddenly overwhelmed him, causing his vision to go black, and his body to sway uncontrollably again. He suddenly reached out to grab the edge of the nearby control console, his knuckles sinking deeply into the cold alloy before he could barely steady himself. He lowered his head, staring at his slightly trembling hands. Once upon a time, these hands could easily mobilize enough wealth to buy a small nation, defying the laws of physics to imbue objects with incredible strength. But now, even the most basic of standing seemed to struggle. The aura of the wealthy had been completely forged and stripped away on the anvil of doom, leaving only the icy core of the arc and the depleted source of order within. Boss. You need to rest. Xia Qingyi couldn't hold it in any longer and cried out in tears, your body. Shut up. Lin Feng's voice was so cold that ice chips could fall off. He forced himself to stand up straight, his eyes scanning the busy command center like a hawk. Report on the repair progress. Pollution source residual analysis report. Just at this moment. Ugh, ah. Su Wanqing, still unconscious, suddenly let out a groan of agony. Her body arched up, her hands unconsciously gripping the armrests, her knuckles pale from the strain. The previously stable vital signs monitor suddenly sounded a shrill alarm. Her heart rate soared. Her blood pressure plummeted. And in her lower abdomen, the once regularly pulsating lavender light suddenly became chaotic, rapid, and moving downward. A powerful energy wave, a mixture of rebirth and destruction, erupted uncontrollably from deep within her body. Not good. Xia Qingyi's face changed drastically, and she rushed to the monitor. The fetus's biofield is fluctuating violently. The position is moving. Is this labor coming? How is this possible? She's only 7 months. Did the energy shock and deep connection just now trigger premature labor? As if to confirm her words, a warm liquid quickly soaked the thin blanket from Su Wanqing's lower body. Premature birth. In the ruins where the source of order has been exhausted, the remnants of the pollution source are lurking, and the entire command center has just suffered a severe blow. Delivery room. Quickly prepare a sterile delivery room. No. It's too late. Right here. Xia Qingyi instantly switched from being a researcher to a doctor, sharply directing the several stunned female technicians nearby, sterile cloths. Hemostats. Turn the life support equipment to maximum power. Boss. She needs you. The fetus's energy field is going berserk. Without your guiding power of order, it will tear the mother apart, and even trigger a secondary energy outage. Lin Fang's pupils suddenly contracted. He took a step to Su Wanqing's side, looking at her pale face twisted in pain and the rapidly expanding bloodstains beneath her. In his mind, the alarm of the ARC system flashed wildly. Warning! ARC 01 enters labor. The core energy field of the spark of order is highly active and unstable. Risk of loss of control, 87%. Warning! The host's order origin reserves are too low, 4.1%, unable to provide effective guidance and suppression. Strongly recommend, terminate the pregnancy. Forcefully remove the spark core. To save the host ARC 01's life. Yes, no? The cold choice, like the whisper of a demon. Strip? Like disposing of a broken tool? Saving Su Wanqing's life, at the cost of personally destroying the anchor he had just defined as the cornerstone of the ARC's future? No. Su Wanqing, who was in a coma, seemed to sense something and uttered a faint but unusually clear mutter, with the most instinctive maternal determination, "Child, my child." Just at the moment when Lin Feng made the choice. Woo hum hum. Outside the window, the already dim blue beam of the quantum lighthouse, like a candle in the wind, finally flickered violently a few times, let out a wail of unbearable pressure, and completely went out. The last light in the entire Bincheng disappeared. Then, a pulse of deep purple energy, far deeper and more resentful than before, filled with madness and a will for revenge, erupted from the vast ruins of the pit west of the city like the final roar of a dying beast. This time, it no longer struck the lighthouse, but like a sticky venom, frantically spreading and permeating in all directions. Wherever it passed, the remaining city lights were instantly extinguished like a snuffed candle. The aberration's howls, which had just been suppressed, echoed again in every corner of the city, even more frantic. The lighthouse is out. The source of pollution, it's not dead. It's fighting back. Energy readings are skyrocketing exponentially. Stronger than before. Cries of despair once again filled the command center. The glimmer of hope that had just ignited was completely extinguished. Darkness, pure, suffocating darkness, accompanied by a viscous and vicious purple energy frenzy, instantly engulfed the huge floor-to-ceiling windows of the Guanyin Terrace. Inside the command center, the backup emergency lights barely flickered on, illuminating every face twisted with fear. Outside the windows, a swirling, seething purple-black fog thicker than before swirled and seethed. Within the fog, countless twisted and deformed shadows squirmed and roared, as if the gates of hell had been completely opened. Darkness descends. Pollution backfires. And in this hopeless darkness, Su Wanqing's painful moans and struggles formed a hellish duet with the terrifying howls outside the window. The bloodstains beneath her body were glaring and shocking under the pale light. An anchor point in the belly, the spark of order in chaos, is trying desperately to descend into this crazy world at this darkest moment. Lin Feng stood at the junction of the pool of blood and darkness, his face as cold as plaster under the emergency light. The depleted essence within his body sent waves of tearing pain. Outside the window was the roaring tide of doom. Before him was the oncoming childbirth and the system's cold and ruthless stripping option. The ARC system interface flashed red frantically in his mind. Environmental energy level, Doomsday Abyss continued to deteriorate. Order Note 001, extinguished. ARC 01 status, delivery in progress, high risk of loss of control. Host status, on the verge of collapse. He slowly raised his hand, which was trembling slightly but still contained terrifying strength. Instead of reaching for Su Wanqing's abdomen to peel it off, he once again, with an almost tragic determination, pressed it against her violently heaving, blood and sweat-soaked abdomen. This time, no overwhelming force surged forth. The remaining, extremely thin source of order within him, like a trickle, carried with it all his will, seeping in with difficulty and caution. It was no longer a suppression, but guidance. It was a protection. Amidst this boundless darkness and chaos, he was carving out the tiniest possible path to order for that life, desperate to descend upon it. Give birth to you. Lin Feng's voice was low and hoarse, yet it carried a strange power that could penetrate the darkness. It echoed at the edge of Su Wanqing's painful consciousness and also in the deadly silent command center. I allow you to come into this world. At the same time, in the deepest part of the huge bottomless charred pit in the west of the city, dark purple energy, as thick as pitch, slowly wriggled and gathered like living pus. A humanoid figure, burned to the point of only a shattered crystal skeleton, oozing with sticky purple-black energy, struggled to climb from the heart of the ruins. At the head of the remains, two vortex eyes, so deep purple they were practically black, suddenly lit up, staring intently in the direction of the cloud observation platform, filled with deep resentment and a kind of greedy desire. Yi Lan. Or rather, it was something that was a combination of Yi Lan's residual consciousness and the core of the pollution source. It felt it. The core of the order judgment power that had dealt it such a heavy blow, that anchor of chaos and order that it coveted so much, was being born. Inside the command center, Xia Qingyi screamed, "Push harder! Sister Wanqing! Push harder! I can see the end!" Outside the window, the aberration's howling surged toward the foot of Guanyuntai like a tide. A surge of purple energy violently impacted the crumbling stardust force field shield. Under Lin Feng's palm, a new, weak but infinitely possible life wave, accompanied by the mother's painful screams and gushing blood, stubbornly broke through the shackles of darkness. The first cry is about to be heard in this dark abyss of doomsday. Chapter 44, Arc, Crying Part 2. Darkness, as thick as congealed plasma, completely engulfed the observation platform. The pale glow of the emergency lights, against the swirling, roaring purple-black fog outside the massive floor-to-ceiling windows, seemed as faint as the phosphorescent glow of a graveyard. Within the dense fog, countless twisted and misshapen shadows madly assaulted the crumbling stardust force field shields, emitting teeth-grinding scraping sounds and dull thuds. The overload alarms of the force field generators wailed like dying whale, each one piercing the strained nerves of the command center. Su Wanqing's screams ripped through the desperate ensemble. Like a fish out of water, her body bounced uncontrollably upward in excruciating pain, then plummeted back down again. The blood-soaked sterile cloth beneath her was a jarring sight. Xia Qingyi and several female technicians surrounded her, their faces a mixture of fear, sweat, and forced concentration. Their voices were unusually sharp between the screams and alarms. Push harder. Sister Wanqing. Push harder. I see the end. Xia Qingyi's voice was filled with tears. Her hands were stained with warm blood, and she held tightly to the little head that was stubbornly squeezing out the life channel. Lin Feng's palm rested coldly yet steadily on Su Wanqing's abdomen, heaving violently, soaked with sweat and blood. The thin, gossamer strands of order within him were being manipulated with unprecedented precision. Instead of a torrent of suppression, they transformed into countless threads of order, thinner than a hair, painstakingly probing the chaotic and turbulent field of life energy. He guided, combed, carefully carving a tiny path toward relative stability within the chaotic purple storm. Each contact and channeling of energy was like dancing on the edge of a knife, sapping his remaining strength. His face was as pale as paper, cold sweat drenched his back, and his body trembled slightly with extreme exhaustion and concentration. Outside the window, a thick purple-black fog suddenly compressed toward the viewing platform. It was as if an invisible maw was swallowing it. The stardust force field shield screamed under the heavy burden, like glass about to shatter. The defensive energy reading instantly plummeted into a red abyss. The shield is about to collapse. The technical director screamed with complete despair. West of the city, at the bottom of the vast, charred pit, a thick, asphalt-like, deep purple energy surged wildly, like boiling venom. The remaining, shattered crystal skeleton was enveloped and reshaped by more purple-black pus. At the skeleton's head, two vortex eyes, dark purple and nearly black, suddenly lit up, piercing through space and firmly locking onto the direction of the Guanyantai command center. A mixture of overwhelming resentment, a desire for destruction, and a desire bordering on greed, like an invisible mental shockwave, crashed into it. It sensed it. The core of the order judgment that had severely damaged it, yet made it salivate, an anchor where chaos and order were perfectly intertwined, was about to be born. This surge of thought struck everyone in the command center as if struck by a sledgehammer, instantly inflicting a surge of nausea and fear. Even the unconscious Su Wanqing uttered an unconscious whimper of pain. Ugh! Su Wanqing let out the final, heart-wrenching cry of her life. Along with this cry, a brand new, weak but explosive life wave, like a nascent star freed from the shackles of chaos, suddenly erupted from deep within her body. Wow! A clear, even strangely penetrating, cry of a baby suddenly pierced through all the alarms, roars, and crashes in the command center. It resounded clearly in this dark abyss of despair. At the moment when the crying sounded, buzz! An invisible energy storm, driven purely by the new will and order instinct, erupted with Su Wanqing's body as the center. This storm is not a physical impact, but ripples at the level of rules. Wherever it sweeps, all the flashing red lights and shrill alarms in the command center were instantly extinguished and silent, as if the pause button had been pressed. Outside the window, the sticky purple-black fog that was madly impacting the force field shield was like grease thrown into a hot iron. It made a violent hissing sound, suddenly retreated, and dissipated. The cracks on the remaining Stardust force field shield that were on the verge of collapse were forcibly healed and stabilized by this gentle yet powerful new force. Even the purple-black skeleton monster, the remains of Yilan that had just formed in the deep pit in the west of the city and was emitting tremendous resentment, had a very brief flash of confusion and chaos in its deep purple and almost black vortex eyes, and the evil thought that was locking onto the Guanyantai was forcibly interrupted. Wherever there is crying, chaos retreats and order is temporarily restored. It's born. It's a boy. Xia Qingyi's voice was filled with ecstasy and incredible shock of surviving a disaster. With trembling hands, she held up the baby, whose body was covered in blood and vernix caseosa, but which emitted a faint but stable lavender halo. The baby's cry was unusually clear, its tiny fists clenched, as if announcing its arrival to this dark world. The pale purple aura surrounding him, though still tinged with chaos, was strangely no longer frenzied, but instead possessed a newborn purity. Especially where his tiny body had touched Lin Feng's hand on his mother's belly, there was even a faint, stardust-like aura of order within the purple aura. Lin Feng's palm trembled violently at the moment the baby was born, as if struck by an electric current. The utterly depleted source of order within him, stimulated by the cry and the breath of new life, was like a barely detectable spring seeping out of a dry riverbed, producing a faint but real resonance and recovery. He lowered his head, looking at the baby in Xia Qingyi's arms. That wrinkled little face, those closed eyes, that clenched fist. The feeling of blood connection had never been so clear, so heavy. This was his anchor, his spark, the first cornerstone he had forged with his own hands in this apocalypse, and protected at great cost. Arc 01 delivery completed. The Order Spark carrier codename, Spark 001, was successfully born. Spark core state, nascent stability energy field, chaos order intertwine, order affinity dominates. Host's origin of order, slight resonance recovery 4.3%. Environmental order level, due to the first cry of fire, a temporary regional order reinforcement is generated. System reconstruction progress, 59.1% speed significantly increased due to the strengthening of environmental order and the birth of fire. The prompts from the ARC system are cold and precise. However, this short-lived light of order is like a candle in the wind, weak and unable to last. Roar! Deep in the city's west pit, the purple-black skeleton monster, formed from the fusion of Yilan's remains and the core of the pollution source, roared even more violently and resentfully than before. It seemed completely enraged by the cries of the newly born fire and the ripples of order. Viscous purple-black energy from the bottom of the pit erupted like a volcanic eruption, madly pouring into its skeleton. Infused with the purple-black energy, the shattered crystal skeleton expanded and transformed at a visible speed. No longer a struggling wreckage, it quickly coalesced into a terrifying giant, over 10 meters tall, composed of a purple-black energy skeleton in boiling pus, exuding a monstrous aura of destruction. Its deep purple, almost black, vortex eyes locked onto the Guanyantai, filled with the greed and madness of a deadly attack. At the same time, the purple-black fog, which had just been dispersed and temporarily stabilized by the baby's crying, surged again as if stirred by an invisible giant hand, surging even more wildly, carrying even deeper malice as it rushed towards the Guanyin terrace. The Stardust force field shield, which had just healed, groaned again under the heavy burden. The brief light of order is about to be swallowed up by deeper darkness. Clean it up. Keep it warm. Xia Qingyi suppressed her fear and quickly instructed her assistants to deal with the baby and the exhausted, unconscious Su Wanqing. She carefully placed the wrapped baby next to Su Wanqing. The baby's weak, pure cry temporarily became the only comfort in this desperate space. Lin Feng slowly withdrew his hand from Su Wanqing's abdomen. He stood up straight. Though still pale, a faint, yet inextinguishable spark seemed to ignite in the depths of his deep, withered eyes. He glanced at the crying baby in the cradle, then looked out the window at the recondensing, purplish-black fog that was approaching with a devastating pressure, and behind it, the outline of a madly expanding purplish-black giant. His son, Lin Jin, a cold and heavy name emerged in his heart, was born in this darkest hour, and with a cry, he temporarily repelled the abyss. But it was far from enough. He needed strength. Restorative strength. Strength enough to protect this ark and its anchor. Lin Feng's gaze, piercing the thick fog and darkness, reached beyond Binchang, to a vaster world mired in the same abyss of disorder. In his mind, the Arc system interface refreshed coldly, and a newly unlocked command, gleaming with a faint blue glow, quietly emerged in the resource allocation column. Spark Resonance Protocol Primary Unlock. Can attempt to establish a remote link with a secondary order node needs to have weak order reaction. Guided by the order affinity of the Spark Core Spark 001, using the host's order origin as a bridge, the node's scattered order energy is extracted in a targeted manner. Risks: the linking process may expose its own coordinates. Excessive extraction may cause node crashes. The Spark Core is at risk of reverse contamination. Scan for available secondary order nodes? Yes, no? Scan, Lin Feng commanded coldly in his mind. His gaze fell on the baby Lin Jin's face, which was shrouded in a faint purple halo. This newborn fire was hope, bait, and a conduit for drawing strength. The ark has set sail, and the blood anchor has sunk into the abyss. The prelude to plunder and rebirth, accompanied by the crying of newborns and the roar of destruction outside the window, has just begun. Chapter 45 Ark, Plunder. After a brief ripple of order, the baby Lin Jin's cries gradually faded into a faint whimper. The pure power that dispelled darkness quickly dissipated like the receding tide, leaving behind an even more violent counterattack of despair. Outside the window, a thick, purple-black energy fog, like billions of enraged poisonous insects, madly rammed into the newly stabilized Stardust Force shield, emitting a numbing, scalp-numbing, intensive scraping and dull cracking sound. The shield's light flickered under the impact of the sticky purple mist, and the cracks that had just been healed reappeared, spreading like a spider web, and emitting a crackling sound as if on the verge of collapse. Farther away, above the vast, charred pit west of the city, the outline of a giant, composed of seething purple-black pus and a hideous crystal skeleton, took shape. It stood over 10 meters tall, its skull dotted with two swirling eyes, deep purple, verging on black. Like a beacon from hell, they pierced through the swirling fog and fixed their gaze on the command center of the Guanyantai. A terrifying pressure, a mixture of raging resentment for being plundered, a frenzied greed for the spark, and a pure will to destroy, struck the depths of each individual soul like a literal hammer. The giant slowly raised an arm, made of sticky pus and sharp bone spurs, and pointed it at the Guanyantai. Roar! A silent roar exploded on the spiritual plane. Within the command center, those with weaker resolve instantly bled from their mouths and noses, collapsing to the ground. Even the unconscious Su Wanqing frowned in pain. Xia Qingyi tightly protected the swaddled Lin Jin. The baby seemed to sense the overwhelming malevolence, its weak cries turning into terrified sobs, and the pale purple aura surrounding it fluctuated violently. Shield energy, 10%, 8%, is about to collapse. The technical director's voice was filled with tears, and the curve representing the shield integrity on the screen dropped vertically. The target in the west of the city, the energy readings, are immeasurable. It is accumulating energy. The attack is coming. The staff officer's voice changed with fear. Boss. We. Despair was like an icy tide, drowning everyone again. Lin Feng stood before the enormous French window, his back to the desperate crowd. Outside, a surging, roaring, purple-black tide threatened to devour everything, and a giant gathering its mighty might for a catastrophic blow. His figure, illuminated by the pale emergency lighting, seemed strangely isolated, like an anchor anchored in the raging sea. The source of order within him, revived to a meager 5.1% by the faint resonance of the infant's birth, was a drop in the bucket against the purple-black giant west of the city, which had devoured the remaining pollution core and erupted in extreme rage. Defend? Resist? That's a way to die. He needed power. Bigger, faster, more, unscrupulous power. In his mind, the Arc system interface flickered coldly with a faint blue light. The newly unlocked command was like the flickering venomous snake's tongue in the darkness. Spark Resonance Protocol Primary Unlock. Scan completed. Secondary order node found weak response. Node ID, CQ003. Coordinates, longitude 106.552 latitude 29.563 and distance, approximately 269 kilometers. Energy characteristics, weak, stable, with tendencies towards protection and life order identification, unknown stable source possibly a natural leyline node or powerful relic field. Energy intensity, low estimated extractable order essence, 3-5 units. Link risk, high nodes have weak energy dissipation, and forced extraction may cause them to collapse link channels or easily detected by contamination sources. The spark core has a risk of weak reverse contamination. A weak order node, nearly 300 kilometers away, located in the core area of Chongshan City CQ. Low strength, high risk. But it's the only viable food within the Arc system's scanning range. Lin Feng's gaze, like a cold probe, scanned every word in the system's assessment. Risk? In the face of absolute destruction, any risk was an acceptable price to pay. What he needed was time, a breathing space to recover his strength. Even if that breathing space required the destruction of another possible shelter. His gaze slowly shifted to the baby in Xia Qingyi's arms, twisting restlessly and whimpering faintly. Lin Jin. The pale purple aura surrounding that tiny being fluctuated violently under the pressure of the giant outside the window, a difficult tug of war between chaos and order. Qingyi. Lin Feng's voice was icy cold, devoid of any human emotion, like a mechanical judgment. Bring the child here. Xia Qingyi was stunned. A chill ran from her feet to her head as she stared at Lin Feng's abyssal back. But she didn't dare hesitate. With trembling hands, she carried the swaddled Lin Jin to Lin Feng. Lin Feng didn't turn around, but simply extended his hand. The hand that had just brought a new life into being, stained with Su Wanqing's blood, now held a heart-pounding coldness as it gently pressed against the tiny forehead of the baby Lin Jin. The baby seemed to sense a huge threat, its cries suddenly becoming sharper, its tiny body struggling violently. The lavender halo instantly became frantic, trying to repel the cold touch. Quiet. Lin Feng's voice was low, but it carried an unquestionable determination, like a cold shackle that instantly fell upon the baby. The remaining 5.1% of the source of order in his body transformed into an extremely precise confinement force field, forcibly suppressing the baby's energy field's instinctive resistance. At the same time, Lin Feng issued a cold command to the Arc system in his mind. Execute the Spark Resonance Protocol. Target node, CQ003. Guided by Spark 001 Lin Jin. Using the host's order origin as a connecting bridge. Forced extraction mode. Maximize efficiency. Ignore the risk of node crash. Yes. Command confirmed. Begin construction of the plunder channel. The system's response was cold and heartless. Buzz. An invisible force suddenly spread out, centered around Lin Feng's palm pressing against the baby's forehead. An extremely subtle, invisible energy thread, imbued with the special affinity between Lin Feng's will and the baby Lin Jin's unique order, seemed to disregard spatial distance. It instantly pierced the swirling purple-black fog outside Guanyantai and extended southwestward, towards the coordinates of Chongshan City CQ, extending like lightning. Baby Lin Jin's cries instantly turned into agonizing screams. His tiny body seemed to be pulled and stretched taut by an invisible force. The pale purple aura around him flickered wildly, and the faint blue aura of order within it was forcibly stimulated and amplified, becoming the most accurate locator and energy amplifier of this plundering channel. His pure affinity for order now became the sharpest plundering blade. In the core area of Chongshan City, deep in an ancient temple surrounded by layers of ancient buildings and filled with the aroma of incense. A massive bluestone Buddha statue, its face a face steeped in vicissitudes, its face a compassionate expression, stood silently in the center of the dim hall. Between the Buddha's brows, a faint, yet pure and gentle azure light pulsed slowly, like a breath. This faint light formed a thin, almost imperceptible, pale azure shield around the Buddha, enveloping the entire hall. Outside, a violet-black mist swirled endlessly. Countless twisted shadows lingered and howled outside the shield, unable to advance. Here, one of the last remaining pockets of pure land in Chongshan City that hadn't been completely devoured, sheltering hundreds of terrified survivors. In front of the Buddha statue, an old monk was leading the survivors in chanting scriptures in a low voice, praying that the faint Buddha light could continue to protect them. Sudden buzz. The warm green light between the eyebrows of the bluestone Buddha statue suddenly flickered violently without any warning. Then, an invisible force with a strong will to take suddenly wrapped around the green light like a greedy python. Puff. A barely audible sound. The warm green halo between the Buddha statue's eyebrows dimmed and disappeared in an instant, like a candle flame that was forcibly extinguished. The pale blue light shield covering the hall was like a fragile soap bubble, and it shattered completely with a pop sound. No! The old monk let out a shrill and desperate cry. Outside the hall, the lingering purple-black fog roared like a shark smelling blood, instantly engulfing the now protected hall. Desperate cries and terrifying biting sounds instantly replaced the lingering sound of the chanting. Guanyuntai Command Center. Lin Feng's palm, which was pressed against Lin Jin's forehead, suddenly shook. A stream of pure, gentle, compassionate, and protective cyan energy flowed like a warm spring, flowing along the invisible plundering channel and instantly poured into his exhausted body. Plunder successful. Obtained the Origin of Order, 4.2 units. Host's Order Origin Reserve, 9.3%. Warning, Secondary Order Node CQ003 has collapsed. Energy source destroyed. Warning, trace contamination fluctuations remain in the link channel. Spark 001's energy field experiences a brief peak of chaos suppressed. The system's prompts coldly recorded the cost. Lin Feng's depleted body felt like a long drought before a refreshing rain. The tearing emptiness was quickly filled, and his pale face regained a trace of blood. The faint spark in his eyes instantly brightened. Although the total amount was still scarce, this power was enough for him to swing a crucial sword. At the same time, boom! The destructive energy stored up by the purple-black giant west of the city finally erupted. A terrifying beam of light, as thick as a mountain and composed of pure purple-black destructive energy, tore through the dense fog in space, and with the power of annihilation, it instantly slammed into the Stardust Force Field shield of the Guanyin Terrace. Crack! Boom! The shield, already overwhelmed by the weight, was like fragile glass, unable to hold out for even a second, instantly disintegrating into a shower of energy fragments. The destructive beam continued its momentum, slamming into the main structure of Guanyuntai with overwhelming force. Inside the command center, everyone closed their eyes in despair, waiting for destruction to come. At this critical moment, Lin Feng moved. He instantly withdrew his hand that was pressing on Lin Jin's forehead, and pulled out the Stardust lightsaber that was stuck next to him. The sword was covered with cracks and had a dim light. Buzz! The 4.2 units of the Origin of Order that he had just plundered, which carried an aura of compassionate protection, mixed with the 9.3% of the origin power that had recovered in his body, were poured into the broken lightsaber without reservation, like a volcanic eruption. Cut! A cold shout, like a divine oracle of the creation of the world. Lin Feng's figure disappeared from the spot. The next moment, he appeared at the top of the main building of Guanyuntai. Facing the sky-destroying, earth-shattering purple-black light column that was so close at hand, he tightly grasped the Stardust light sword, imbued with the looted will of both protection and destruction. The faint blue Stardust light on the sword shone brighter than ever before. From the cracks in the blade, dazzling arcs of cyan and purple light burst forth. No retreat. No defense. There is only the purest will to attack and kill. Lightsaber raised above head. Facing the purple-black light column that was destroying the world. Facing the resentful vortex eye of the purple-black giant. Towards this roaring abyss of doom. Cut it down hard. A dark blue blade of light, condensed to the extreme, as if to split the chaos apart, carrying the plundered cyan protection and Lin Feng's own cold order, went upstream. It collided head-on with the destructive purple-black torrent. Silent annihilation erupts at the point of contact. Time seems to have stopped. The space is torn apart. The dark blue and purple black devoured and annihilated each other madly. Final laugh. The condensed dark blue blade of light, like a red-hot knife cutting into solidified grease, actually split the thick purple-black light column in half. The destructive energy that was split apart brushed past the two sides of the main building of Guanyuntai, instantly vaporizing a large area of the mountain behind it. The light blade continues to move forward. Across space. He slashed fiercely at the purple-black giant in the west of the city, who had just launched a full-strength attack and was experiencing a brief period of energy decline. Puff! Like a hot knife cutting through butter. The purple-black giant's huge body made of sticky pus and hideous skeleton was cut in half diagonally from the right shoulder to the left waist by the blade of judgment that condensed the power of plunder, the breath of protection and the cold order. Ah! A spiritual scream, filled with pain, astonishment, and boundless resentment, transcending the physical realm, resounded deep within everyone's soul. The severed remains of the giant collapsed, transforming into two pools of boiling, fetid, purple-black pus. The deep purple, almost black, vortex eyes, through the collapsing pus, stared intently at the sword-wielding figure atop the cloud observation platform, filled with deep hatred and a hint of incredible fear. Then, it completely extinguished. There was deathly silence in the command center. There was only the faint sobbing of baby Lin Jin due to excessive exhaustion and fright. Outside the window, the purple-black fog, having lost the control of the giant's will, fell into a brief period of chaos and disorder, like a wolf pack without its leader. Lin Feng stood atop the cloud observation platform, his broken lightsaber pointed diagonally at the ground. The light on the blade dimmed again, even more broken than before. He panted slightly, his face still pale, but deep in his eyes, the spark of light had already burned steadily. Plundering is to protect. Destruction is for rebirth. In this crumbling world, the Ark's journey is destined to be paved with plunder and destruction. The baby's faint sobs are the only faint yet true coordinate on this dark path. Chapter 46, Ark, Embers and Sparks. The purple-black giant to the west of the city collapsed with a thunderous thud, transforming into two pools of seething, fetid pus. Its swirling eyes of resentment were completely extinguished. Without the guiding will of its core, the thick purple-black fog that permeated Binchang seemed to have its backbone ripped out. Its surging, violent momentum instantly withered, descending into a chaotic, disorderly squirming state. The force of its impact on the remaining shields of Guanyantai also waned dramatically, transforming from a world-destroying torrent into a futile slap. A deathly silence enveloped the command center, echoed only by the faint sobs of the infant Lin Jin. The stark contrast between the two, having survived the catastrophe, left the surviving staff and technicians feeling as if their very bones had been drained out. They slumped in their seats, their eyes hollow, their chests heaving with only the evidence of life. Xiaoqing clutched the swaddling child tightly, looking at Lin Jin, whose face was wrinkled and sobbing from exhaustion. Then she looked at Su Wanqing, who lay unconscious not far away, her body covered in blood. A wave of sadness and fear washed over her. The cold method of plundering the node energy just now made her shudder. Is this child truly hope? Or a more terrifying tool? Sister Qing, Sister Qingyi. A female technician pointed at Su Wanqing in a trembling voice. Sister Wanqing, she's still bleeding. Xia Qingyi snapped back to her senses, suppressing her turbulent emotions. She quickly checked Lin Jin's condition, confirming he was merely exhausted and drowsy, and carefully placed him next to Su Wanqing. Perhaps the mother's scent could bring some comfort. Immediately, she rushed to Su Wanqing's side, tearing open the blood-soaked blanket. She expertly examined the wound, applying pressure to stop the bleeding, and instructed her assistant to fetch the few remaining emergency medicines and plasma. Weak vital signs. Excessive blood loss. Quick. Pressurized transfusion. Prepare adrenaline. Her delicate face was stained with blood and sweat, but her eyes were unusually sharp. At this moment, she was not a scientist, but a doctor fighting for life. The command center was momentarily plunged into an eerie bustle. On one side, a dying woman was being rescued, on the other, crumbling base facilities were being repaired. In the middle lay a baby, bearing the spark. The air was a mixture of blood, ozone, disinfectant, and the faint stench of decay permeating the thick fog. Lin Feng appeared at the doorway. He stepped over the energy burns and bloodstains left on the alloy floor, slowly making his way back to the center of the command center. He casually slipped his shattered stardust lightsaber back into the special scabbard at his waist. The blade was dull, and the cracks seemed even deeper. His combat uniform was ripped in places, revealing bloody scratches beneath. His face remained pale, but within his deep eyes, the spark of hopeless energy burned steadily, a cold, indifferent gaze surveying the situation. He ignored the chaotic scene of rescuing Su Wanqing and his eyes fell directly on the main control screen. On the screen, the 3D model of Binchang was shocking. The deep purple area representing disordered pollution covered nearly the entire city. Only in Guanyantai and the surrounding Suaping mountain area did a few faint green pinpricks of light linger, like solitary lamps in a dark sea, ready to go out at any moment. The node icon representing the quantum lighthouse was a glaring gray, labeled extinguished. And in the vast pit area west of the city, although the deep purple pinprick representing the core of the pollution source had plummeted in brightness and nearly died out, it had not completely disappeared, still emitting a faint but stubborn fluctuation. Even more disturbing was that the scarlet pinpricks representing aberrations had not dissipated after losing the giant's control. Instead, like worker bees without their queen, they wandered even more frantically through the ruins of the city, devouring each other, and even new, smaller gathering points began to appear. Report. Lin Feng's voice was not loud, but it was like the scraping of cold metal, instantly drowning out all the noise. The technical director shuddered, forcing himself to stand. His voice was hoarse. Boss, the lighthouse is completely extinguished, and the core is 87% damaged. Repairs are impossible in the short term. Only 8.3% of the backup energy reservoir remains, prioritizing the base's core shield remaining energy shield strength 21%, life support systems, and the communications array barely maintained. Citywide scans show that the core of the pollution source in the west of the city has suffered severe damage, with energy intensity reduced to approximately 3.5% of the initial outbreak, but its pollution diffusion property has not disappeared, and the residual energy field is still slowly eroding the surrounding area. The number of aberrations is difficult to accurately count, but their activity is extremely high, and there are signs of small-scale leader formation. In addition, he hesitated, then brought up another image, showing a massive underground structure at the edge of the western pit that had been exposed by the explosion. Beneath the pollution source core, a large underground space structure has been scanned. The energy shielding is extremely strong, and details cannot be detected. The entrance to the structure has the remnant of the Ouroboros organization's logo. Ouroboros. Lin Feng's eyes held no surprise, only cold understanding. Yilan's lair was indeed more than just her hiding place. It was Ouroboros' core experimental site in Binchang, related to disorder. That underground space was the true source of the problem. The core of the pollution source had been damaged, but the root of the problem remained. Boss, the communications technician suddenly shouted, his voice tinged with disbelief and excitement. Received an external communication request. The signal source is coming from Baidu. The encryption level is the highest. It's the dedicated channel of the National Emergency Command Center. Baidu? National Center? This news was like a shot in the arm, instantly bringing excitement to the stagnant command center. It was as if the desperate people had grasped at the last straw, and hope rekindled in their eyes. Hurry! Connect! Connect, the technical director almost shouted. The signal came through, and a few flashes of snowflakes flashed across the main screen. A blurry but imposing face appeared, set against the backdrop of what seemed to be an equally busy yet orderly underground command center. It was an elderly man with white hair and general stars on his epaulets. His brow was etched with deep fatigue, but his eyes remained sharp as an eagle's. Bincheng Guanyantai, this is the Baidu Kunlun base. I'm Commander-in-Chief Yang Jinhua. The old general's voice was steady and powerful, with a sense of heaviness that pierced through time and space. We have received the last fragments of the encrypted message from the Ark and the Spark. We also partially observed the energy burst before the lighthouse went out and the annihilation reaction in the west of the city. Tell me, Comrade Lin Feng, is Bincheng still there? Do you still exist? Lin Feng walked in front of the screen, his figure as straight as a pine tree, his voice calm and unwavering. Bincheng is still there, Guanyantai is still there. The core of the pollution source was severely damaged, the lighthouse was extinguished, the energy supply was exhausted, and the casualties were heavy. Yang Jinhua was silent for several seconds, the snowflakes on the screen seeming to freeze. Clearly, Lin Feng's concise and cold report painted a picture of a truly tragic situation. You have created a miracle. The old general's voice deepened, carrying a subtle hint of respect and heaviness. Northern Capital has also suffered heavy losses. Global communications networks have been essentially paralyzed. This disordered pollution isn't unique to Bincheng, it's a global disaster. Similar spatial rifts and pollution hotspots have appeared everywhere. We call this Day Zero. Global disaster. Day Zero. The fire of hope that had just ignited within the command center was instantly doused with a bucket of cold water. It turned out that they were not an isolated island, but a small, equally scarred boat in a doomsday ocean littered with shipwrecks. General Yang, I need intelligence support. Lin Feng made his request without further ado. About the Ouroboros organization, about the nature of disorder, about information about underground structures similar to the core of Bincheng's pollution source. Any relevant information is crucial. A flicker of approval flashed in Yang Jingguo's eyes. Maintaining such calm thinking and precise deliberation at such a moment was something not many people could achieve. Ouroboros, our intelligence is limited. They're like ghosts, deeply hidden. But we know for sure they have underground research facilities similar to the one in Bincheng, codenamed Layers, located at key locations around the world. Disorder, our scientists initially believe this is a form of entropy pollution originating from a higher dimensional, rule-based space, capable of distorting reality and causing matter and life to degenerate into chaos and disorder. As for the underground structures, he paused, as if reviewing data. The energy signature and scale of the structures detected beneath Bincheng bear resemblance to several global high-energy distortion points we've observed via our remaining satellites. We suspect that beneath the layers may be connected to a deeper source of pollution. The source of the pollution. Lin Feng's eyes narrowed. The space beneath the deep pit in the west of the city was indeed just the tip of the iceberg. Comrade Lin Feng, Yang Jingguo's tone became extremely serious. The Kunlun Basin Baidu is currently one of the most intact and best defended order nodes in China. We are attempting to rebuild the regional communications network and integrate the remaining forces. Bincheng's strategic location and the special abilities you have demonstrated are crucial. On behalf of the National Emergency High Command, I formally issue you an order: hold Guanyantai. Await rescue. At the same time, do everything possible to obtain the critical data from the underground nest west of the city. It may be the key to our understanding, and even our fight against this disaster. Hold on? Wait for rescue? Lin Feng's lips curled up in a faint, cold arc. In this crumbling world, waiting is the most luxurious fantasy. But he didn't refute it. It takes strength to hold on. Lin Feng's voice remained calm. Energy, weapons, and personnel replenishment. What immediate support can the Kunlun base provide? Yang Jingguo seemed to have anticipated this. We have a special forces team codenamed Xuanjia, equipped with some experimental stardust weapons. We are currently maneuvering towards Bincheng and are expected to reach the outer area within 72 hours. At the same time, we will attempt to transmit to you a copy of the enhanced configuration data of the Stardust Force Field shield through the remaining satellite channels. This may improve the stability of your base's shield. As for energy, I'm sorry, we are also stretched thin. We can only provide remote technical guidance to repair your energy array. 72 hours? Technical guidance? A drop in the bucket is better than nothing. That's enough. Lin Feng said calmly, without showing any disappointment. I will stay at the Guanyantai and try to obtain the data of the nest. Keep the communications silent and don't contact unless necessary. He took the initiative to cut off the communication without any delay. On the screen, Yang Jingguo's dignified and worried face disappeared and turned back into a cold stream of data. The command center was completely silent. The national center was still there. There was support. This news brought a sense of relief, but the global disaster, 0 day, 72 hours, and the unknown nest deep in the West City pit weighed on their hearts like a heavier stone. Boss. Xia Qingyi finished treating Su Wanqing's emergency bleeding, wiped the sweat from her forehead, and walked over with a serious expression. Her eyes swept across the scan of the underground structure of the West City deep pit on the screen, and then cast a worried glance at the unconscious Su Wanqing and the sleeping Lin Jin. Sister Wanqing has lost a lot of blood and has minor organ damage. She needs rest and continued medical support. The baby's vital signs are stable, but his energy field is very special and requires continuous observation and guidance. She paused, lowering her voice. That method of plundering node energy just now was too much of a burden on the child. It must not become the norm. Lin Feng's gaze finally settled on Su Wanqing and Lin Jin. Su Wanqing's face was pale, her breathing weak, but her vital signs had temporarily stabilized after a blood transfusion. Lin Jin slept soundly in his cradle, his brow slightly furrowed. A faint, yet steady, lavender aura pulsed around him, and the faint blue radiance of order seemed a little clearer than before. They are the assets of the Arkansas. Lin Feng's voice was devoid of emotion, as if he were describing an object. Maintain Su Wanqing's vital signs and ensure her recovery. Monitor changes in Lin Jin's energy field and build a more accurate model. His value goes far beyond this. He turned to the main console and slid his finger across the cracked screen, calling up a detailed map of Bincheng, eventually stopping at the edge of the huge deep pit west of the city and the scan entrance area of the underground structure. Qinshi's signal, the last point of disappearance, is near the entrance. Xia Qingyi looked at the mark on the map, her voice trembling slightly. Had that sword-like female warrior truly perished? Lin Feng's gaze lingered on the mark for a moment, his eyes devoid of any emotion. Sacrifice was the norm, loyalty was consumable. Prepare a reconnaissance team. Lin Feng's voice was icy as he issued new instructions. Equip them with the best concealment and detection equipment. Target, the deep pit west of the city, the entrance to the Ouroboros underground nest. Mission, conduct close reconnaissance, confirm the entrance's status, defenses, internal energy reactions, and attempt to search for the final remaining signal points of Qinshi's custom beacon. Codename, Embers. Embers is not only about exploring the wreckage left after the core of the pollution source was destroyed, but also about searching for any remaining loyal flames. Yes. The only remaining action team leader with scars of gunpowder on his face stepped forward to accept the order, with the flames of revenge and determination burning in his eyes. Lin Feng's gaze once again drifted out the window. The swirling purple-black fog had temporarily retreated, leaving behind the devastated, silent ruins of the city. Under the gray sky, the shattered Guanyuntai resembled the skeleton of a giant beast. Energy sources were running low, powerful enemies surrounded them, and the internal casualties were numerous. The only spark was still in its infancy. Hold on? No. This lonely boat called Ark does not need to hold on. It needs fuel, weapons, and it needs to plunder more sparks of order to light up this dark night. The unknown nest underground in the west of the city is not only a huge threat, but may also contain the next foundation stone. He lowered his head and glanced at the encrypted data package on the console, which had just been transmitted from the Kunlun base. It was titled Stardust Force Field Shield Enhancement Configuration. Baidu's technology? Perhaps we could borrow some of it. The Ark's engine, in the dim light of embers and sparks, began to quietly warm up for the next plunder in the dark. Chapter 47, Ark Embers Part 2. Team Ember set out. 5 elite warriors, clad in light armor covered in the latest optical camouflage and equipped with high-precision detectors and stardust energy suppression grenades, slipped silently out of the shattered side door of the cloud observation platform like shadows blending into the background, disappearing into the still viscous, but now violent, purple-black fog. Their target was the deathly place west of the city, the site that had swallowed Qinshe and severely damaged the core of the pollution source, leaving only a vast, charred pit and an unknown underground nest. The atmosphere within the command center was oppressive and focused. The main screen was divided into several sections. On one side, the real-time feed from the Ember team members' helmet cameras was distorted by the thick fog and energy interference on the other. An energy scan and terrain model of the western part of the city and a small area displayed the vital signs monitoring data of Su Wanqing and Lin Jin. Su Wanqing was still unconscious, her face taking on an unhealthy sallow hue after the blood transfusion, her vital signs stable but fragile, like a candle in the wind. Lin Jin lay quietly in a specially designed constant temperature incubator, next to Su Wanqing's bed. A faint halo of stardust flowed on the inner wall of the incubator, isolating it from the polluting air from the outside world. The little guy was sleeping soundly, the lavender halo around him pulsating regularly, and the faint blue luster of order within it seemed to become even clearer under the nourishment of stardust energy. Xia Qingyi stayed by the incubator, her fingers operating quickly on the tablet, monitoring every subtle change in the baby's energy field and synchronizing it with Lin Feng in real time. Lin Feng stood in front of the main console, his gaze like a cold probe, scanning the several screens. The pitiful 9.3% of the source of order in his body was slowly recovering, at a crawling pace. In his mind, the interface of the Ark system silently operated. Host's order origin reserve, 9.5% slowly recovering. System reconstruction progress, 62.3%. Spark 001 Lin Jin status, stable sleep order affinity slightly increased, 0.7%. Energy field model accuracy improving. Environmental order level, very low regional pollution concentration, 87%. Abnormal activity, medium to high no large-scale gathering. Ember 1 reports, we've reached the edge of the pit. Visibility is extremely low, residual energy radiation, strong, and severe interference. The team leader's low, raspy voice came over the communication channel, accompanied by violent shaking and snowflakes from the helmet camera. All that was visible was the charred, cracked earth beneath their feet, emitting a faint wisp of heat, and the vast, dark outline of the abyss ahead. The remnants of the pollution source's core, the energy readings fluctuate abnormally, but the activity is very low. No large-scale aberration aggregations were found. Another team member's voice added. Keep moving forward, target the entrance to the underground structure. Pay attention to the energy shielding area. Lin Feng's voice was calm. The scene continued deeper into the charred, blackened Deathland. The massive pit walls, as if gnawed by a giant beast, bore traces of crystalline melt and sticky purple-black stains. The air was filled with a pungent, burnt smell, a strong, sweet, and rotting odor of disorder, a scent palpable even through the screen. Occasionally, a small, even more distorted and grotesque, aberration stumbled through the thick fog, silently dispatched by Team Ember using the terrain and stardust suppression grenades. Target found. Entrance. The captain's voice was filled with a hint of nervous excitement. The scene focused. At the bottom of the pit, beneath a relatively intact rock face, a massive circular gate, cast from some high-strength alloy, emerged. Its surface was covered in traces of energy weapon burns and explosive impacts. A large, warped gap yawned in its center, its edges etched with traces of intense melting, clearly the aftermath of Lin Feng's stunning sword strike. The interior of the gap was pitch black, emitting an even stronger wave of energy shielding and a chilling, deathly silence. Scattered on the ground beside the gate were twisted metal fragments and pools of long coagulated, dark purple blood. The familiar, trampled, and deformed remains of a custom-made communicator lay quietly at the edge of the pool of blood. Qin Shires. Inside the command center, Xia Qingyi, upon witnessing this scene, suddenly covered her mouth, her eyes instantly reddening. Several staff officers also lowered their heads in dejection. The entrance is severely damaged. The defense system appears to have been completely destroyed by the previous explosion. No active targets have been detected, the captain's voice was heavy. We've found the remains of Commander Qin's communicator. There are traces of fierce fighting nearby and a large amount of aberration debris. Preliminary assessment. Commander Qin engaged in a fierce battle with the aberrations here after driving into the beacon. He didn't finish the rest of the sentence, but the point was clear. Under an explosion of that intensity and a siege by aberrations, the chances of survival were infinitely close to zero. Record the coordinates and retrieve the communicator's core chip. Lin Feng's voice was calm, as if he was ordering the recovery of an ordinary item. Prepare to enter. Yes. The scene shifted to a narrow, metal corridor illuminated by the team members' helmet lights. The interior was a shambles, its walls covered in claw marks, bullet holes, and scorch marks from energy burns. The ground was littered with broken instrument parts, congealed blood, and the remains of even more bizarrely deformed limbs. The air was stagnant, a mixture of blood, decay, and a strong odor of chemicals and ozone. Interference from the energy shielding caused the image to intermittently crackle and sizzle. The internal structure is severely damaged. The energy shielding is mainly concentrated in the inner layer. The interference is too strong, and the detector is ineffective. Found the lab area sign, there's a large space ahead. Be careful. There's a weak energy reaction in the right channel. Like the remnants of a force field barrier? The team advanced cautiously. Passing through several heavy security doors, also damaged by violence, the view suddenly opened up, revealing a vast underground space. Despite the extensive damage, it was clear that this was once a massive, highly modern laboratory. The dome was extremely high, riddled with broken pipes and exposed cables, like the entrails of a dying beast. Below were stacked metal platforms and massive culture tank bases. Most of the tanks were shattered, and sticky, fluorescent blue-purple or dark purple culture fluid flowed everywhere, mixed with shattered organic tissue. The huge electronic screens on the walls shattered, flickering with unstable sparks. The entire space was filled with a suffocating aura of death, a mixture of technology and flesh and blood. Oh my God! The sound of team members gasping for breath came from the communication channel. Found the central control console. It seems some functions are still functioning? There's residual data on the screen. Wait. What is that? Another team member's voice suddenly rose, filled with extreme horror. The scene suddenly shifted to a relatively intact platform in the central area. Atop this platform, a massive, complex, circular array of instruments sat in the center, not a culture tank, but a crystal pedestal? At its center, suspended a fist-sized fragment with irregular edges and a deep, dark blue sheen. The fragment emanated an aura of utter purity, yet imbued with a terrifying, orderly power, completely alien to the filthy surroundings. Scattered around the crystal pedestal were several corpses dressed in white coats or high-grade protective suits. Their deaths were eerily grotesque, their bodies twisted and their skin crystalline in texture. Purple sky fragment. Xia Qingyi screamed in shock. She recognized it. It was the core of the out-of-control Purple Sky Laboratory. She hadn't expected it to be moved here. And it seemed to be forcibly stabilized by some force? But the bodies around it had clearly paid a heavy price. Lin Feng's eyes instantly became extremely sharp. The pure power of order emanating from the fragment exerted a strong attraction on the depleted essence in his body. In his mind, the arc system frantically refreshed. High purity order origin crystal fragment detected. Energy intensity, extremely high. Attribute, order pure. Absorbable. Estimated absorption efficiency, 98%. Warning, crystalline energy field is unstable. Unknown binding force field exists. Forcibly absorbing or destroying the binding force field may trigger an energy storm. Risk level, very high. Just at this moment. Captain. Be careful. Behind us. A shrill warning exploded on the communication channel. What followed was a deafening explosion, the roar of energy weapons, and the roars and screams of the team members. On the main screen, the helmet image of Ember 1 rolled and shook violently. In the chaotic view, several small but extremely swift monsters, covered in dark purple energy shells, could be seen hiding in the shadows. They looked like a magnified hybrid of insects and reptiles. They pounced like ghosts. Their attacks were tricky and fierce, and they coordinated with tacit understanding, instantly tearing through the armor of one team member. At the same time, deep in the laboratory, several previously silent automatic defense turrets suddenly lit up with scarlet lights, and the energy muzzles began to charge. Enemy attack. It's a new type of aberration. The defense turret has been activated. Damn it. There's a trap. Covering fire. Retreat to the entrance. Number 3 has been shot. Armor damaged. Ah. The communication channel was instantly drowned out by the sounds of intense gunfire, explosions, and the roars and screams of the team members. The screen shook violently and spun, and finally, after a huge explosion and a piercing electrical noise, it completely turned into a snowflake. Ember 1. Embers 1. Please answer if you hear me, the communicator roared into the microphone. There was only a dead silent busy tone. The command center was completely silent, with only the faint hum of instruments and the glaring blur of snow on the screen. The signal has been completely interrupted. The technical director's voice was extremely dry. The last energy reading sent back showed a violent explosion reaction. The chance of survival. Xia Qingyi's face was pale as she looked at the snowy screen, then at Lin Jin, who was sleeping in the incubator, and finally her gaze fell on Lin Feng's back, which was as cold as a sculpture. The losses were heavy. Qinshi had disappeared without a trace, and was in grave danger. The Embers team was nearly annihilated. Their only reward was confirming the status of the nest entrance, discovering the location of the purple sky fragment, and the deadly traps and new types of aberrant guards within. Lin Feng slowly turned around. His face was expressionless, save for the spark of hope deep in his eyes, which burned even colder and more intensely the moment he received the information about the purple sky fragment. Loss? Cost? In the face of the goal, these were all acceptable figures. His gaze swept across the image of the blue fragment floating on the crystal base on the screen, and then fell back on Lin Jin, who was sleeping in the incubator. Qingyi. Lin Feng's voice broke the dead silence, as cold as the polar wind. Analyze the energy data and constraint field model of the purple sky fragment that was recently transmitted. Calculate a safe absorption plan. Also, activate all remaining computing units in the Z-Shell laboratory and combine them with the Stardust Force Field Shield Enhancement configuration transmitted from BIDA to conduct reverse deduction and integration. Goal: within 72 hours, construct a temporary barrier of order sufficient to allow me to enter the core area of the nest. His gaze once again turned to the land of death shrouded in thick fog outside the window. We lost a team, but got the coordinates of a foundation stone and the location of a fuel. In his eyes, this deal is worth it. The Xuanjia team has 72 hours left. The nest underground in the west of the city and the purple sky fragment will become the first pot of gold that must be plundered before the Arc engine is restarted. Chapter 48 Arc, Cornerstone and Barrier. The deathly silence that followed the loss of Team Ember's signal weighed on every inch of the command center like a heavy lead weight. The glaring snow on the screen silently mocked the glimmer of hope that had just been ignited. Beside Su Wenqing's bedside, Lin Jin's steady breathing in the constant temperature incubator was the only faint but real pulse of life in this dead silence. Xiao Qingyi's face was as pale as paper, but her fingers, drawn by invisible threads, frantically manipulated the tablet, inputting the precious data. The Embers team had finally transmitted the image of the purple sky fragment hovering above the crystal pedestal, the residual energy readings surrounding it, and the vague characteristics of the instantly activated new aberration and defense turrets into the analysis program with top priority. Her eyes were a mixture of grief for the team's sacrifice and an instinctive scientific fervor for the blue fragment. Lin Feng's figure stood like a cold spear in front of the console. The pitiful 9.5% of the origin of order in his body was still recovering at a snail's pace. The interface of the ARC system in his mind silently operated, and the cold prompts repeatedly emphasized the temptation and danger of the fragment. High purity order origin crystal purple sky fragment confirmed. Location locked, core area of the nest in the West City. Absorption can greatly increase the host's essence reserves and system reconstruction speed. Warning, unknown binding force field is extremely strong. Risk of forced breakthrough, catastrophic. Boss. Xiao Qingyi suddenly raised her head, her voice hoarse with overconcentration. Preliminary analysis. The restraining force field surrounding the fragment is extremely complex. It's not a simple stardust energy barrier, but more like a composite order cage based on the superposition of spatial curvature and the suppression of antimatter annihilation. The design concept far exceeds our current level of technology. It's designed to forcibly stabilize the violent order energy within the fragment. She called up several distorted energy maps. Forced destruction or contact will most likely instantly disrupt the fragile balance, triggering a chain reaction of annihilation. The power is enough to flatten the entire underground nest and even the deep pit above it. Cage? Lin Feng's gaze, like a tangible icicle, pierced the image of the dark blue fragment on the screen. A cage that stabilized the violent energy? This explained why the purple sky fragment wasn't completely destroyed after losing control, but was instead transferred and saved here by Ouroboros. They wanted to study it? Use it? The value of this fragment was far beyond imagination. Solution to crack it? Lin Feng's voice was flat. A trace of bitterness crossed Xiao Qingyi's face. It's too difficult. It requires extremely precise spatial positioning, energy frequency synchronization, and a key energy sufficient to instantly neutralize the annihilation antimatter constraints. With our current technological reserves and computing power, it's simply impossible to accomplish this in such a short time. Unless what? Unless we can obtain the original design blueprints for that restraint field. Or find its control core. Xiao Qingyi's eyes flashed with a glint, but then dimmed. But the last footage sent back by the Embers team showed that the central control console was severely damaged, and the remaining data is unknown. Blueprints? Control core? Deep within this trap-ridden, heavily guarded death den? This was another nearly impossible task. At this moment, the technician in charge of communications suddenly shouted excitedly, "Boss! Baidu Kunlun base. They've sent a new data packet. Labeled Nest Structure Speculation Model and Known Constraint Field Type Library Top Secret. The transmission has just been completed." Yang Zhenhua? A cold glint flashed in Lin Feng's eyes. Baidu's intelligence support had arrived faster than expected, and more accurate. It was as if they had precisely calculated their current predicament. The data packet was quickly decrypted and opened. An extremely complex three-dimensional model instantly unfolded on the main screen, a hypothetical diagram of the Ouroboros underground nest structure, constructed based on scans of the deep pit west of Binchang, combined with residual satellite data and intelligence from unknown sources. The model detailed the main laboratory, the location of the purple sky fragment, the power core, the possible control center, ventilation ducts, and several hidden escape routes. Although some areas were marked unknown or speculated, the level of detail far surpassed Guan Yuntai's own scans. The other file contained a parameter library for various complex constraint fields. Xiao Qingyi, overjoyed, quickly input the energy signature surrounding the purple sky fragment for comparison and screening. A few seconds later, she inhaled sharply, her voice trembling with disbelief. It's a match. A 7th class Hermes cage composite constraint field. Parameter agreement. 89%. The model library contains its detailed design principles and the theoretical cracked resonant frequency spectrum. Cracking frequency? Lin Feng's eyes instantly locked onto the shimmering blue diagram in the model library. It wasn't a specific operation procedure, but a complex energy fluctuation frequency sequence, like a heavenly book. It required a specific, extremely high-intensity, ordered energy to be precisely bombarded according to a specific sequence to temporarily dissolve a key node in the cage without triggering annihilation. That's the theory. Xia Qingyi's voice was filled with immense pressure, but in practice, it requires near-perfect energy control, precision, and intensity. Moreover, this map only marks 3 key resonance points. They must be hit simultaneously and precisely. The margin for error is 0. Even the slightest mistake. If you are not careful, everything will be destroyed. Hit simultaneously. Lin Feng's gaze swept across his remaining right hand, then across the shattered Stardust lightsaber. How could one person, one sword, simultaneously and precisely strike 3 resonant points at different spatial locations? Would this require a clone? Or inhuman control? Also, boss, Xia Qingyi pointed to the nest structural model sent from Baidu, an area located below the main laboratory and labeled Secondary Control Center Energy Node. The model shows that this may be one of the secondary control nodes and energy supply points of the entire constraint field. If we can destroy or interfere with this area, we may be able to temporarily weaken the stability of the entire force field, creating an opportunity to crack the main cage. But the security will definitely be stricter. Opportunity and risk coexist. A fatal crack requiring perfect execution, and a secondary objective that might reduce the difficulty. Time, only 72 hours, or even less. Lin Feng remains silent. Cold commands flowed through the ARC system, frantically mobilizing its remaining computing power. Combining the Baidu model, Xia Qingyi's analysis, and Lin Jin's faint feedback on his affinity for order, it conducted ultra-high-speed tactical deductions. Countless possible routes and failure scenarios flashed through his mind, then vanished. Ultimately, a cold and resolute path was outlined. Qingyi. Lin Feng's voice broke the oppressive silence, with an unmistakable metallic texture. 2 things. First, input the cracked resonance frequency spectrum of the Hermes cage into the ultimate control protocol of the nameless lightsaber. Using Lin Jin's order affinity fluctuations as the underlying calibration benchmark, conduct an extreme simulation rehearsal. Second, activate all remaining computing units in the Purple Sky Laboratory and combine them with Baidu's Stardust Force Field Shield Enhancement configuration. Change the goal, abandon comprehensive defense enhancements and concentrate all computing power and resources to quickly construct a temporary, ultra-small scale, ultra-high-intensity order breakthrough barrier. Barrier form requirements: conical, with energy concentrated at the tip, possessing temporary spatial penetration properties. Defense strength is designed to withstand a full-strength attack from a new type of aberration leader-level unit. Duration: 30 seconds. Xia Qingyi gasped. Abandoning the entire base's defense? Concentrating all their efforts on building a battery cone that could only last 30 seconds? This was a desperate gamble. Moreover, using Lin Jin's power fluctuations to calibrate the deadly cracking frequency? But as she looked into Lin Feng's unquestionable eyes, all doubts were suppressed. I understand. But boss, the computing power and energy are huge. Especially the order breakthrough barrier, which requires an astronomical amount of energy to burst forth instantly. Our current reserves. Energy, I'll take care of it. Lin Feng's gaze, like a hungry wolf, was cast at the depths of the huge nest model on the main screen, at the red dot marked as Secondary Control Center Energy Node. Plunder has always been the core driving force of the ARC. Since there is the energy to maintain the cage, then, take it. Also, Lin Feng's gaze finally fell on Lin Jin, who slept soundly in the incubator. His small form looked incredibly fragile under the dim stardust light. Establish the preliminary protocol for spark resonance. Target node, lock onto the secondary energy center of the nest. Xia Qingyi's heart suddenly sank, and her face turned pale in an instant. Boss. No. The pollution concentration in that place is too high. Jiner. This is an order. Lin Feng's voice was cold. He is the anchor point and the spark. His affinity for order makes him the most accurate probe for locating and extracting energy. The risk is within controllable range. The word controllable in his mouth was so cold that it chilled people's heart. Xia Qingyi looked at the baby in the incubator, then at the red dot on the screen that represented a death trap. Her lips moved, and finally, her head drooped weakly, her fingers heavily typing commands on the tablet. She knew that in this man's eyes, for the greater goal, nothing was unsacrificable, including this new spark of fire. The interface of the ARC system is refreshed silently. Tactical plan established, codenamed Cornerstone Plunder. Phase 1, constructing the order advance barrier, estimated time, 48 hours. Phase 2, using the Spark 001 as a guide, remotely plunder the nest's secondary energy nodes to recharge the barrier, interfere with the restraining force field. Phase 3, the host carries the nameless lightsaber preloaded with cracking protocols, breaks into the core of the nest, executes the Cage of Hermes crack, and seizes the purple sky fragment. Risk assessment: extremely high, multiple risks to host Spark core base defense. Lin Feng stopped looking at the screen and turned to head towards the remaining purple sky laboratory deep within the base. There, the furnace for forging the city breaking cone would be. His back stretched out in the pale light, lonely and heavy. Su Wanqing unconsciously let out a painful groan in her coma. Inside the incubator, Lin Jin's small brows were slightly furrowed in his sleep, as if he sensed the cold mission that was about to be imposed on him. The countdown to plundering the Foundation began grimly amid the embers of sacrifice and rebirth. Those 30 seconds of Order's assault barrier would be the first drop of blood piercing the heart of darkness. Chapter 49: Arc Blood Needle. 48 hours. The Guanyantai Command Center was like a wound-up machine, operating at overload on the brink of collapse. The pungent smell of ozone mingled with the odor of molten metal, while the hum of overloaded electricity and the hiss of the overwhelmed ventilation system formed a constant background sound. Vast amounts of energy were forcibly drained from the crumbling defensive shields, from the life support systems, and even from the lighting in some non-core areas, like squeezing the last blood from the dying, and continuously injected into the remaining purple sky laboratory deep within the base. The interior of the laboratory had been shattered beyond recognition. Instruments once used for delicate experiments had been crudely dismantled and modified. Vast energy transmission pipelines, like twisting veins, stretched from the backup energy reservoir and the wreckage of the few remaining stardust field generators, converging on a makeshift, sinister metal platform in the center of the laboratory. Atop this platform, a dark blue cone, entwined with countless energy conduits and embedded at its core with the hilt of the broken nameless lightsaber, gradually took shape amidst a low humming sound. Approximately 3 meters long, its tip sharp as a needle, its entire body radiating an extremely concentrated, heart-pounding blue light. This was the product of a desperate gamble, the Order explosion barrier, codenamed Breakdown Cone. Like a ravenous glutton, it devoured the remaining vitality of the Guanyantai. Xia Qingyi's eyes, sunken and bloodshot, moved like a ghost between the purple skylab and the command center. On her tablet, complex energy flow diagrams and the real-time construction progress of the battering cone flashed frantically. Every energy allocation command meant a weakening of the defenses in a certain corner of the base, a potential temporary disruption to Su Wanqing's life support system. She didn't dare look in the direction of Su Wanqing's hospital room, much less gaze for too long at Lin Jin in the incubator, the tiny life, unconscious and unaware, lying in the center of the storm. Lin Feng spent most of his time in the purple sky laboratory. Like a cold core processor, he personally monitored the energy infusion and stability of every inch of the breaking cone. The slowly recovering source of order within him, barely reaching 11.2%, was gradually drawn out and injected, like lubricant, into the critical nodes of the cone structure, forcibly suppressing the turbulent energy that threatened to collapse this violent creation. Each output of source brought a stabbing pain within his body and a deeper emptiness. But his expression was one of inhuman concentration and indifference. Order rush barrier breaching cone construction progress, 97.3%. Estimated time to complete, 1 hour and 17 minutes remaining. Base comprehensive defense strength, decreased to critical value 37%. Life support system stability, fluctuating risk level, medium. Boss. Xia Qingyi's hoarse voice rang out from the laboratory door, filled with barely concealed anxiety. Signal from the Xuanjia team. They're ahead of schedule. They've entered the outer area of Binchang. But they've encountered a high-intensity swarm of mutants. Energy readings indicate intense fighting. Estimated time of arrival may be delayed. Early? Delayed? Lin Feng's gaze shifted from the dark blue cone to scan the signal diagram on Xia Qingyi's tablet. The Xuanjia team's positional blip seemed mired in a quagmire, flickering with difficulty amidst the crimson blob representing the swarm of aberrations. His eyes held no emotion, only cold calculation. Baidu's support had never been the core of the plan, merely a dispensable variable. Carry out the original plan. Lin Feng's voice was as cold as iron. Once the breaking cone is completed, the second phase of Foundation plunder will begin immediately. Xia Qingyi's heart sank to the bottom. This meant that Lin Jin had to be used. At this moment, when the base's defenses were at their most vulnerable and external support was blocked. Boss. Jiner, his affinity for order is stable, but the strength is still too weak. Forcibly guiding him to plunder secondary energy nodes will cause the risk of pollution backlash. She tried to make a final struggle. The risk is calculated. Lin Feng interrupted her, his gaze turning to the scarlet dot of light marked Secondary Control Center energy node on the main control screen. Activate the Spark Resonance Preparatory Protocol. Target node, lock. Energy extraction mode, forced maximization. Yes. Xia Qingyi's voice trembled with despair, and her fingers heavily entered the final command on the tablet. Inside the constant temperature incubator, the sleeping Lin Jin seemed to sense something. His small body shifted uneasily, his delicate brow furrowing slightly. The stardust halo on the incubator's inner wall shifted, and an invisible force began to permeate, gently yet firmly guiding the faint yet pure fluctuations of his affinity for order, like a probe calibrated to hell. Spark Resonance Protocol activated. Target node locked. Guide link established. Warning, target node contamination concentration, 91%. Spark core contamination risk, increased to 42%. The ARC system's alarm was icy and blinding. The humming sound of the battery cone suddenly intensified. A faint blue light swirled wildly within the cone, and even the tip began to emit tiny, space-shattering arcs of energy. The construction progress bar climbed slowly on the screen, 98.1%. 98.7%. 99.3%. Time ticked by like a blunt knife cutting flesh. Inside the command center, everyone held their breath, watching the progress bar on the screen and the blip representing the struggling movement of the Xuanjia team. The air was as solid as lead. Sudden. Woo hum hum. Without warning, an alarm piercing the eardrums blared throughout the base. On the main screen, a deep purple light representing the nest area west of the city suddenly pulsed violently, like a dying heart's last breath. A thick, vicious, vengeful pulse of deep purple energy, not an attack, but like an invisible tentacle, spread and explored precisely towards the Guanyantai. Energy detection wave. It's active detection. The target is the Spark guidance link. The technical director screamed. The thing in the nest has discovered us. It is tracking Jiner's signal in reverse. Xia Qingyi's face turned pale as paper in an instant. The other party wasn't dead. The remaining core of the pollution source, or perhaps something deeper, had keenly sensed Lin Jin's pure order fluctuations spying on the secondary energy nodes. It was striking back. Trying to follow this guiding link and inject the pollution directly into Lin Jin's core. Inside the incubator, Lin Jin suddenly let out a sharp cry of agonizing pain. It was no longer the whimpering of before, but a wailing as if his soul had been torn apart. The once calm lavender aura surrounding him suddenly surged wildly, as if it had been splashed with boiling ink. The deep, malicious purple-black hue frantically eroded the faint blue sheen of order. His small body convulsed violently within the incubator. The pollution is backlashing. The intensity is soaring. Xia Qingyi's voice was filled with tears as she watched the diagram representing Lin Jin's energy field on the monitoring screen being instantly covered by a hideous purple-black color. The guidance link has been reversely contaminated. Attacking the Spark core. Cut it off. Cut the link, someone shouted in horror. Don't interrupt. Lin Feng's icy voice boomed like thunder. He stepped over to the incubator and, before everyone's horrified gaze, flung open the lid. His hand, imbued with the essence of order, pressed down with irresistible force on Lin Jin's small chest, which was twitching violently and being madly consumed by the purple-black energy. Hold on. Lin Feng's voice was like a chilling wind from the netherworld. The remaining 11.2% of his order source, like a galaxy bursting through a dam, rushed relentlessly into the baby's fragile body with his iron will. It was no longer the previous guidance and suppression, but a direct, head-on attack, using his own source as a barrier. Boom! An invisible storm of energy erupted above the incubator. Where Lin Feng's palm touched Lin Jin's tiny body, a dazzling blend of dark blue and purple-black light erupted. Lin Feng's body trembled violently, his face instantly turning from pale to a sickly red, a trace of blood even spilling from the corner of his mouth. Forcibly using his own essence to resist the foul power pouring in from the depths of the nest along the link was like using flesh and blood to block a raging flood. Ah! Lin Jin's cry turned into an even more shrill scream. Under the pressure of his father's cold palm, his small body was like a leaf falling in the wind. However, the surging purple-black pollution was temporarily blocked by this sudden barrier of order and compressed on his body surface, forming a constantly wriggling, disgusting purple-black energy film. Breaking cone. How long will it take? Lin Feng's voice was hoarse, filled with uncontrollable pain and rage. Maintaining this confrontation, every second was madly burning his essence and life. 99.9%, 100%. Done. Boss. The battering cone is fully charged. The technical director practically shouted. Now. Plunder. Maximum power. Lin Feng roared. Buzz. Deep within the command center, a deafening roar of energy emanated from the direction of the Purple Sky Laboratory. A beam of extremely condensed, dark blue energy, only 1 meter in diameter, pierced the void like a spear of judgment. It ignored the barriers of space and instantly crossed the distance between Guanyantai and the deep pit west of the city. Following the guidance link forcibly maintained by Lin Feng at the cost of Lin Jin's own life, it fiercely penetrated the marked secondary control center energy node deep within the nest. This time, it wasn't a gentle extraction, but rather the most brutal and direct plunder. Like stabbing a scalding needle into an aorta, violently drawing blood. Boom, boom, boom. From the direction of the deep pit west of the city, even through the vast distance and thick fog, a dull and painful roar was heard. The earth trembled violently. A chaotic, huge energy wave, mixed with anger and pain, suddenly erupted. The secondary energy node area of the nest was completely shredded by this violent, plundering beam. Part of the energy maintaining the Hermes cage was instantly cut off. The entire underground space was plunged into violent vibrations and energy turbulence. At the same time, puff! Lin Feng could no longer suppress his anger and suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. The palm pressing on Lin Jin's chest was violently bounced away by a huge recoil force. He stumbled back and hit the cold control console, his face instantly pale. Inside the incubator, Lin Jin's shrill cries abruptly ceased. His small body stiffened, and the wriggling purple-black energy film on his skin quickly retracted like the tide, leaving only large, shocking, spiderweb-like purple-black lines on his skin. His eyes rolled back, his breath was extremely weak, and the vital signs monitor sounded a shrill alarm. The plunder was a success. The final violent energy was injected into the city-breaking cone. But the price? Lin Feng wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and forced himself to stand upright. The energy within him, fueled by the impact of the previous confrontation and the instantaneous return of the successful plunder, briefly surged to 15.7%, but his injuries and mental depletion were even more severe. He glanced at Lin Jin, who lay dying in the incubator, his body covered in purple and black lines. His eyes held no warmth, only a cold assessment. Maintain the spark's vital signs. His voice was hoarse, but it carried an unquestionable command. Qingyi, activate the battering cone. Prepare to charge. He suddenly pulled the broken nameless lightsaber from its scabbard at his waist. The hilt's faint blue light dimmed, cracks thickened. But the essence of order within him, mixed with the violent and foul chaotic energy he had just plundered from the depths of the nest, poured into it without reservation. Buzz. The lightsaber once again extended a concentrated beam of light, but the light took on an extremely unstable, strange color, a crazy interweaving of dark blue and deep purple. The sword body trembled violently, as if it would collapse at any moment. The cold prompt of the arc system flashed in my mind. Order rush barrier breaching cone charge, 100%. Status, critically stable. Duration, 29 seconds estimated. Hermes cage cracking protocol loaded. Calibration benchmark spark 001 fluctuation, deviation rate 12.7% risk increased. Host status, severely injured moderate source loss mental overload minor organ rupture. Lin Feng didn't hesitate for a moment. His figure, like a ghost, instantly appeared in front of the hideous metal platform in the center of the Purple Sky Laboratory, standing next to the dark blue city-breaking cone that exuded a destructive aura. Start up. Following his cold command, the complex runes on the metal platform instantly lit up. The tip of the city-breaking cone burst into a dazzling light that tore through space. An invisible force field instantly enveloped Lin Feng. Next second. Boom! A faint blue meteor tore through the thick alloy shell of the Guanyantai. Ignoring the swirling purple-black fog, it slammed into the death pit in the west of the city, which had just been plundered and was in chaos and rage, at a speed beyond the limit of vision. 30 seconds. Life or death. Plunder the foundation or turn it into ashes. The bloody probe has pierced into the heart of darkness. Chapter 50 Arc Cage. The dark blue meteor tore through the purple-black fog, carrying destructive kinetic energy and a barrier of order with only 29 seconds left, and fiercely penetrated the huge alloy gate gap at the bottom of the deep pit in the west of the city. Boom! A crash, duller and heavier than any previous explosion, erupted deep underground. Shattered alloy fragments shot out like bullets, and sticky, purplish-black, foul energy splattered in all directions like a boulder slammed into a quagmire. The entire bottom of the pit shook violently, and gravel fell from the rock walls. The water breaker, the breaking cone at the moment of impact, the extremely condensed dark blue energy was like a blooming flower of death, its tip bursting with dazzling light. A spherical force field, approximately 5 meters in diameter, composed of pure order power, instantly unfolded, protecting Linfoam firmly at its core. At the edge of the force field, the dark blue light and the sticky, foul purple-black energy violently collided and annihilated, emitting a teeth-grinding sizzling sound. Inside the barrier, time seemed to freeze, forcibly isolating the destructive impact and turbulent energy from the outside world. Lin Feng's figure appeared at the core of this thin barrier of order. His face was pale, and blood still clung to the corners of his mouth, but his eyes burned with a cold will sharper than the barrier's radiance. The nameless lightsaber in his hand, its blade a wild interweaving of dark blue and deep purple, vibrated violently, emitting a humming sound as if overwhelmed. The countdown to the barrier was like a cold death knell in his mind, beating silently and cruelly. 28. 27. Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Feng's figure was like a ghost, following the path memory last transmitted by the Ember team. Under the protection of the barrier, he rushed towards the core of the nest, the main laboratory. Wherever the barrier passes, it is like a red-hot iron cutting into solidified grease. The remaining automatic defense turret in the passage, which was activated by the explosion of the plundered energy node, had just lit up with a scarlet light. The energy beam it emitted hit the barrier, but it was like a drop in the ocean, failing to cause even a ripple. A new type of deformed creature covered with a dark purple shell jumped out from the shadows. Its sharp claws and energy attacks landed on the surface of the barrier, but were instantly decomposed and annihilated by the dark blue light, leaving no wreckage behind. The viscous, flowing, fluorescent culture medium and broken tissues, under the high temperature of the barrier and the radiation of order energy, quickly vaporized and disappeared like snow encountering the scorching sun. A vacuum tunnel, carved from pure destruction, stretched straight through the depths of the filthy lair. Lin Feng's speed reached its limit, leaving a trail of shadows in the barrier's light. Outside the barrier lay hellish chaos and destruction inside, a cold, dead silence and a countdown. The vast, technologically deadly space of the main laboratory lay just ahead. Shattered platforms, broken pipes, a massive culture tank base, and, on the central platform, a circular instrument, protected by a complex crystal base and suspending a faint blue-purple sky fragment. Barrier countdown, 1514. Lin Feng's pupils suddenly contracted. He saw it. Right next to the crystal base, on a broken metal platform of the circular instrument, a figure was lying prone. Her black combat uniform was already tattered, stained with dark purple and her own dried crimson blood. One arm twisted at an unnatural angle behind her back, the other clutching a broken high-frequency particle oscillating blade, its edge still gleaming with the faint glow of stardust. The remains of several new, even more twisted, aberrations, covered in dark purple shells, lay dead around her. It was Qin Shi. She was actually still alive? Though her breath was as weak as a candle in the wind, the flame of life could be extinguished at any moment. But she's still alive. And she's right at the outer edge of the Hermes cage's compound restraint field. Countdown, 1211. There was no time to think. Lin Feng's figure didn't pause at all. Under the protection of the barrier, he instantly rushed into the main laboratory space. His eyes were like the most accurate scanner, instantly locking onto the target. On the crystal base, the purple sky fragment is suspended. Around the fragments, there is the Hermes cage restraining force field, which is invisible to the naked eye but exudes a deadly sense of distortion. Also, the 3 dark blue cursors in the space that were distributed in an irregular triangle and represented the fatal cracking points, were calibrated by the arc system in his mind based on the Baidu map and Lin Jin's offset fluctuations. 3 points. Hit them simultaneously and precisely. 0 margin for error. Countdown, 9-8. Lin Feng's figure suddenly stopped at the core of the barrier. He tightly grasped the nameless lightsaber, which was vibrating to the limit and shining with strange light. The tip of the sword was raised, and it locked onto the 3 illusory cracking points from a distance. In his mind, the arc system frantically injected its pre-loaded cracking frequency spectrum into his consciousness, forcibly aligning it with Lin Jin's shifted order fluctuations. The immense mental burden was like a red-hot iron rod piercing his brain. Veins bulged in his temples, and his vision went black. Not enough. Just a little short. Locking onto 3 spatial points simultaneously would require inhuman, schizophrenic control. Given his current state of severe injury and the offset calibration benchmark, the success rate was less than 30%. Countdown, 7-6. At this critical moment, Xinshi, lying face down on the metal platform, twitched violently. She seemed to sense that familiar, icy aura, the devastating energy fluctuations. Using her last remaining wisp of willpower and vitality, she lifted the hand clutching the broken blade and thrust the shattered, remaining half of the stardust blade fiercely into an exposed, pulsing, chaotic energy port on the ring-shaped instrument beside her. Sizzle! A blinding electric spark exploded. A chaotic pulse of stardust energy, yet containing a faint element of order, followed the instrument's energy circuits, darting like a dying serpent into a secondary circuit within the Hermes cage's restraining field. Buzz! The force field surrounding the entire crystal base instantly experienced a subtle, imperceptible fluctuation. Within the arc system's field of view, the 3 dark blue cursors, representing critical breach points, shifted momentarily and regularly, like a pebble dropped into the water. This shift, strangely enough, coincided with Lin Jin's calibrated 12.7% deviation rate. Xinshi. She used the last bit of her life's strength to create that fleeting, perfect error correction for Lin Feng. Now, Lin Feng's eyes flashed with cold light. All his spirit, will, and the violent and unstable source of order in his body were poured into the lightsaber in his hand without reservation. Cut! A cold shout seemed to drain all his vitality. Buzz! 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 3 beams of energy, condensed to the utmost, each in a different color, one pure dark blue, one chaotic deep purple, and one faint stardust, yet precisely synchronized with the cracking frequency, shot out from the violently trembling lightsaber's tip as if teleporting. Ignoring the distance and space, in the billionth of a second before the brief error correction created by Xinshi disappeared, they fiercely struck the 3 cracking points that had briefly overlapped due to the fluctuations. No earth-shattering explosion. There was only an extremely low swish sound, as if the space itself was being torn apart. Around the crystal pedestal where the purple sky fragment was suspended, the invisible, deadly restraining force field of the Hermes cage melted and collapsed instantly, like ice and snow thrown into strong acid. A vast, pure torrent of orderly energy, like the first opening of a galaxy, was freed from its restraints and suddenly burst out from the fragments. Countdown, 3-2. The light of the barrier flickered violently, emitting a wail of unbearable pressure. It continued to withstand the impact of the core energy explosion and the collapse of the entire space structure. At the moment the energy torrent erupted, Lin Feng's figure was like a moth to a flame. Under the pressure of the barrier on the verge of collapse, he pounced towards the suspended blue fragment. His palm, with the determination of a predator, fiercely grasped the core of the origin of pure order. Just when his fingertips were about to touch the fragments, something strange happened suddenly. The burst of pure order didn't disperse. Instead, it suddenly collapsed inward, condensing as if possessed by life. The fragment's dark blue light suddenly surged, blinding the viewer. Within the light, a faint female silhouette, composed of pure dark blue energy, suddenly emerged from the fragments, as if awakened from a deep sleep. The face within that silhouette was Yilan. Her eyes snapped open. No longer a deep purple vortex, but 2 pupils burning with cold, dark blue flames. Within those pupils, there was no trace of Yilan's madness or malice, only an inhuman, ant-looking, absolute order and a hint of forcibly awakened rage. Those who blaspheme order die. A cold, neither male nor female thought, like the superposition of metal friction, exploded directly in the depths of Lin Feng's soul. The dark blue outline of Yilan suddenly raised his hand, and a dark blue beam composed purely of the essence of order, containing the will to obliterate, like a spear of judgment, ignored the barrier defense on the verge of collapse and instantly shot towards Lin Feng's heart. Too fast. Too close. Too strong. Lin Feng's pupils suddenly shrank. The shadow of death instantly enveloped him. He subconsciously held the lightsaber in his hand across his chest. Boom! The dark blue beam of judgment slammed heavily into the lightsaber. Snap! The cracked and raging lightsaber, like fragile glass, instantly disintegrated into flying energy fragments. The remaining power of the beam fiercely penetrated Lin Feng's chest. Puff! Lin Feng felt as if struck by a sledgehammer, his body flung backward like a kite with its string cut. Blood gushed out. His combat uniform instantly vaporized, revealing a horrific, charred, sunken wound beneath, deep enough to reveal the bone. The annihilation reaction between the source of order and the judgment beam raged wildly within him. Countdown, 0. Order advance barrier battering cone. The energy was completely exhausted the moment Lin Feng was knocked away, and the dark blue light dissipated like broken bubbles. Without the protection of the barrier, Lin Feng was exposed to the violent torrent of order energy, the collapsing spatial structure, and the cold murderous lock of the dark blue Yilan silhouette. Only a cracked hilt remained of the lightsaber in his hand, and the fragments scattered like fireflies. The purple sky fragment that had triggered everything was quietly suspended in the palm of Yilan's hand. Its icy, fiery pupils, like a venomous snake locking onto its prey, were fixed firmly on the seriously injured and dying Lin Feng. "Aunt, your bloodline is the key, and also the sacrifice." The cold thought echoed again, tinged with greed. Its gaze pierced the void, as if she saw the baby covered in purple and black lines in the incubator at Guanyantai. The cage has been broken. The one who was imprisoned was not the lamb. But is it the awakened god of order? Or a more terrifying monster? Lin Feng lay on the cold, foul metal floor, each breath carrying a burning pain and blood foam. He stared intently at the floating blue outline and fragments, his eyes devoid of fear, only a near-crazy, icy fire of devastation. The cornerstone is right in front of us. But to seize it, it seems that one needs to pay a price far beyond imagination. Chapter 51 Arc Fragments. The cold metal floor pressed against Lin Feng's back. Every weak breath tugged at the horrific, collapsed wound deep within his chest, and the excruciating pain felt like millions of red-hot steel needles throbbing through his body. A thick, viscous mixture of filthy culture fluid and his own blood soaked through his tattered combat uniform. His vision was shrouded in crimson and blur. Only the purple sky fragment suspended in mid-air, emitting a pure, dark blue light, and the outline of Yilan, composed of pure energy of order, eyes ablaze with icy flames, stood before the fragment, clear as a beacon at the end of hell. "And your blood is the key, and also a sacrifice." The inhuman thought of metal friction once again pierced Lin Feng's mind, with an indifference that looked down on the dust and a hint of greed for the spark. Sacrifice? Lin Feng's face was devoid of expression, only the dying spark deep in his eyes suddenly erupted with a piercing cold light. The source of order within him had been nearly depleted by the judgment beam's attack. Only 2.1% remained, and his injuries were enough to instantly kill any mortal. But he was no mortal. He was the host of the Ark. A plunderer. An entity destined to redefine the rules of this apocalyptic abyss. The foundation stone is right before our eyes. How can we allow others to covet it? Ark. Lin Feng roared silently in his dying consciousness. It was no longer a request, but an order. Core command, forced overload. Target, all remaining sources of order. Execution, sacrifice the sources. A cold and resolute command exploded in the system core. Warning. Host's vital signs are on the verge of collapse. Forced overload will accelerate the burning of the origin. It is very likely to cause consciousness to dissipate. Irreversible. Forced execution. Lin Feng's will is like the cold core of a star, unquestionable. Buzz. A far more violent and resolute force of order, like the embers of a stellar fire, suddenly ripped out from the depths of his collapsing body. This force was no longer a gentle stream, but a fierce will to destroy itself and burn everything. It instantly surged into his only remaining right hand, which tightly grasped the hilt of the broken lightsaber. The broken hilt erupted with an unprecedented, ominous dark red light. The dense cracks on the hilt flowed like lava. A twisted and unstable dark red energy beam, constructed from the pure will of destruction and the essence of sacrifice, burst out from the stump of the hilt with difficulty, yet with incredible swiftness, like the final roar of a dying beast. No longer a lightsaber, but a blasphemous spear ignited by life and will, pointed at the gods. Target, not the dark blue outline of Yilan. But it was the purple sky fragment itself that was floating in her palm. "My things, are you worthy enough to touch them?" Lin Feng's hoarse, blood-foamed voice rang out in the dead silent space. It was weak but carried an icy madness that penetrated the soul. The blazing pupils of the dark blue Yilan silhouette seemed to flicker with a subtle ripple. For the first time, a hint of surprise lingered within that inhuman consciousness. It seemed as if it hadn't expected this ant, in such a predicament, would dare to use itself as fuel to launch the most blasphemous attack on order itself. She had subconsciously raised her hand, and the pure energy of order once again condensed, attempting to extinguish the blasphemous flames. But it's too late. Lin Feng's attack, draining life and essence, was delivered at a speed exceeding the limits of physics. The dark red spear of blasphemy, with its fierce determination to incinerate everything, ignored the newly raised dark blue arm and, like a red-hot iron piercing ice, fiercely pierced into the dark blue fragments suspended in its palm. No earth-shattering explosion. There was only an extremely low wail that seemed to come from the depths of the universe, as if the rules were forcibly torn apart. Buzz. The dark blue-purple sky fragment suddenly erupted with an indescribably blinding light. That light was no longer pure order, but a mixture of the dark red of Lin Feng's sacrificial essence, its own dark blue order, and a trace of an even more ancient, even more chaotic deep purple that had leaked out after being forcibly torn apart. These three colors intertwined, clashed, and annihilated each other frantically. Yi Lan's silhouette, composed of pure order energy, instantly twisted and undulated violently, like a phantom thrown into boiling oil. She had let out a silent scream, her fiery pupils filled with incredible rage and desecrated fury. The dark blue order energy that comprised her body trembled and dissipated wildly, like water after a stone was dropped into it. The connection between the fragment and the silhouette was forcibly severed by this desecrating spear, imbued with the will of destruction. Roar! This time, a literal scream, like millions of panes of glass shattering simultaneously, resounded through physical space. The entire main laboratory's spatial structure cracked like a fragile eggshell. The massive culture tank base collapsed with a bang. The broken pipes spewed forth a torrent of foul water. Yi Lan's silhouette completely disintegrated and dissipated amidst the shrieking sound. Only the purple sky fragment remained suspended in the chaotic light, its light fluctuating violently, as if it would be completely annihilated at any moment. After delivering this fatal blow, Lin Feng's body collapsed, as if drained of all life force. The dark red spear of light instantly dissipated, and the broken hilt slipped from his limp hand with a crisp clang. His vision was quickly swallowed by darkness, and his consciousness was like a candle in the wind, with only a last, faint obsession with the foundation remaining. The fragments must be obtained. Just when his consciousness was about to sink completely. Buzz. A pure, gentle, and strangely soothing stream of ordered energy, like a sweet spring, suddenly poured in from the horrific wound on his chest. This power didn't come from the outside world, but from the floating, wildly fluctuating purple sky fragment. The light of the fragments, in the chaotic interweaving, the faint blue luster of order seemed to sense the dying breath in Lin Feng's body that also originated from Order Arc's system, as well as the traces of power that remained when he was forced to sacrifice himself, which originated from the same source as the fragments, the source power of the out-of-control Zhou laboratory. It actually took the initiative to separate a weak but pure source, crossed the space, and injected it into Lin Feng's body. Detecting the active infusion of high-purity origin of Order Purple Sky Fragment. Hosts near death state triggers order resonance. Beginning to repair fatal injuries. The origin of order is replenishing. The cold prompt from the Arc system was accompanied by a hint of disbelief. This force, like the most precise weaver of life, rapidly repaired Lin Feng's collapsed chest and healed the lacerations to his internal organs. Like a long dry riverbed, the depleted source greedily absorbed this pure energy, slowly but steadily recovering. Lin Feng's fading consciousness was forcibly pulled back by this sudden sweet spring. He suddenly opened his eyes, and a faint trace of blood returned to his pale face. Although he was still seriously injured and on the verge of death, he was no longer on the verge of death. Chance. He used up the little strength he had just recovered and struggled to raise his head. His eyes were fixed on the dark blue fragment that was still suspended in the chaotic light, but had also separated a stream of order that sustained his life. Fragment. It's not dead. It possesses some kind of faint will? Or perhaps, some kind of instinctive affinity and choice for order? Just as Lin Feng was struggling to gather the last bit of strength to grab the fragment. A faint but clear groan came from the broken metal platform not far away. It's Qin Shi. She hadn't been torn apart by the devastating energy shockwave and spatial vibrations. At that moment, she seemed to be stimulated by the chaotic light emanating from the dark blue fragment, forcibly awakening from her near-death coma. She raised her head with difficulty, her blood-stained face, her cold eyes blurred by the pain, but she stared at the floating fragment with an almost instinctive desire. What's even weirder is, as she watched, the chaotic, interwoven deep purple hues of the pulsating purple sky fragment suddenly came to life, as if drawn to it. Strands of subtle yet viscous deep purple energy, like living things, spread toward Qin Shi. And the long-dried, dark purple, deformed blood surrounding Qin Shi's body suddenly came alive, emitting a faint purple light that echoed with the deep purple energy emanating from the fragment. Xinshi's body trembled violently. Her twisted arm rose uncontrollably, as if trying to grasp the spreading deep purple energy. The coldness in her eyes was replaced by frenzy, greed, and deep pain. No. Don't. She made a hoarse, dreamlike resistance, but her body betrayed her will and greedily absorbed the deep purple energy. Yilan, it's you. Lin Feng instantly understood. Xinshi must have a backup plan left by Yilan. Or perhaps some factor implanted by Ouroboros. This made her a natural container and a new carrier for the chaotic energy within the fragments. Although Yilan's consciousness had been temporarily shattered by the previous blasphemous attack, her seed had already been planted. The deep purple chaotic energy leaking from the fragments was searching for a new host. The light of the fragments became more chaotic under the pull of the two forces. The dark blue light of order wanted to maintain Lin Feng's life, but the deep purple chaotic energy rushed towards Xinshi frantically. Just at this moment. Boom, boom, boom. The entire nest space let out a final wail of overwhelming pressure. The main laboratory's dome began to collapse on a large scale. Massive alloy beams twisted and broke, carrying with them tens of thousands of tons of rock and foul energy, crashing down like a doomsday meteorite. Space completely collapsed. Lin Feng's pupils suddenly constricted. Life and death hung in the balance. He hesitated no longer. Squeezing the last ounce of strength and restored essence from the fragment infusion barely reaching 5.3%, he pounced like a cheetah. Target, the suspended fragment. At the same time, Xinshi, who was surrounded by deep purple energy, seemed to feel the fatal threat of space collapse. A trace of struggling clarity flashed in her eyes. She used up her last strength and pounced towards the direction of the fragments. Two blood-stained hands, representing different destinies, simultaneously grabbed the dark blue fragment emitting chaotic light in the gap between the collapsing boulders and the turbulent energy of destruction. Lin Feng's hand carried a cold will of order. Xinshi's hand was wrapped in chaotic deep purple energy. Laugh. Both hands touched the chaotically intertwined halo at the edge of the fragment almost at the same time. Buzz. The fragment's light instantly exploded to its peak. An irresistible, space-shattering suction force suddenly erupted from the fragment's core. Lin Feng felt an irresistible force instantly envelop his entire body, his vision engulfed by pure light. His consciousness felt like it had been thrown into a violent vortex, and the world was spinning in an instant. In the last moment before he completely lost consciousness, he felt his palm firmly and tightly grasping the cold yet warm entity of the fragment. At the same time, he seemed to touch another cold and trembling hand Xinshi that was also tightly grasping the edge of the fragment. Next moment. Boom. Endless darkness and silence swallowed everything. Chapter 52 Arc, Iron Forest. Cold, hard, with the dullness unique to metal. Lin Feng struggled to free himself from the boundless darkness and tearing dizziness, like a drowning man emerging from the water. Every breath tugged at the wound deep within his chest, still unhealed, bringing a dull pain. He flung his eyes open, only to be greeted by neither the expected devastation of the collapsed lair nor the familiar alloy dome of the Guanyin Terrace. But it is a steel jungle. He lay on a massive, cold metal slab, stained with rust and dried oil. Above him was a towering sky, shrouded in a thick, leaden fog. Through this fog, countless massive, twisted, rusted metal pipes crisscrossed like prehistoric pythons, stretching into the impenetrable fog. These pipes, as thick as skyscrapers, were coated in a thick layer of industrial grime and an old, mossy substance. They dripped a thick, dark green condensate that smelled like a mixture of motor oil and rust. All around, a denser forest of metal loomed. Abandoned shipping containers, twisted I-beams, impossibly massive structures of discarded gears and rivets, and countless other massive metal structures of unidentifiable purpose, stacked, squeezed, and growing together in an almost frenzied manner, forming jagged, sky-blocking steel peaks and deep canyons. The air was filthy, filled with rust, ozone, stale grease, and a faint, sweet, fishy aroma of disorder that seemed to emanate from deep beneath the earth. The light was extremely dim, with only a few broken indicator lights embedded in the cracks of giant pipes and metal structures, emitting a pale or faint green light. They flickered like will-o'-the-wisp in the thick fog, barely outlining the hideous contours of this steel hell. There was no wind, only a distant, dull, rhythmic boom, boom. Like the beating of a giant beast's heart, and the teeth-grinding creak, creak. Groaning of metal components due to stress or temperature fluctuations. Within the absolute silence, a vast, oppressive pulsation lay hidden. What about the nest? What about the collapse? Lin Feng sat up suddenly, the movement straining the wound and causing him to groan. He immediately looked down at his right hand. It was clenched into a fist, and the palm of his hand felt cold and hard. He slowly opened his palm. The purple sky fragment lay quietly in his palm. It still emanated a faint blue light, but now it was extremely dim, like a candle in the wind, and it flickered erratically. The fragment's edges were irregular, smooth as jade yet with a metallic chill. Most importantly, the fragment itself seemed to have shrunk. Even the smallest traces of forceful tearing remained at its edges. Did the teleportation that had just torn through space also seem to have damaged the fragment itself? Lin Feng's eyes were as sharp as a knife, and he immediately scanned the surroundings. Where was Qinshi? Not far from him, in the shadow of a huge, tilted gear, Qinshi huddled, motionless. Her combat uniform was even more damaged, her exposed skin covered in scrapes and bruises. Her twisted arms still draped unnaturally at her side. But her vital signs seemed to be there? Her chest rose and fell faintly. Lin Feng, suppressing the pain, quickly approached. He squatted down, resting his fingers on the side of Qinshi's neck. Her pulse was faint but real. Her face was as pale as paper, her lips chapped, and her breathing was rapid and hot. What caught Lin Feng's gaze even more was that beneath the exposed skin of her shoulders, neck, and arms, he could faintly see tiny, deep purple veins, slowly wriggling like living things. They spread like spider webs, intertwining with her own blood vessels, emitting a faint but unsettling purple light. This was the trace of the chaotic energy erosion within the fragments. Although temporarily suppressed, it had not been eradicated. Just at this moment. Ugh! Qinshi groaned in pain, her long eyelashes fluttering a few times before she slowly opened her eyes. Her gaze was initially vacant and dazed, as if lost in the depths of a nightmare. But when she took in Lin Feng's cold yet familiar face and the nightmarish steel jungle surrounding her, her pupils suddenly constricted. Where is this? Her voice was hoarse and dry, filled with the weakness and incredible horror of surviving a disaster. Fragments, teleported? Lin Feng didn't answer, but simply extended his right hand, clutching the fragment, in front of her. The faint blue light illuminated the look of uncertainty on her pale face. Qinshi's gaze fell on the fragment, then suddenly lowered her head to look at the faintly visible purple-black veins on her arm. Her body trembled uncontrollably, and a deep fear and, some kind of awakened, instinctive desire flashed in her eyes. She subconsciously raised her hand to touch the fragment, but clenched her fist halfway, her nails digging deep into her palm, forcibly suppressing the urge. Yilan, her things are affecting me. Qinshi's voice was filled with suppressed pain and anger, as well as a hint of imperceptible despair. Suppress it. Lin Feng's voice was cold and emotionless, as if he was commanding a tool. Your will is the only weapon. He took back the fragments and felt the weak but real power of order in his palm, as if he was holding a piece of cold charcoal, which brought both burning pain and power. He stood up and looked around at the silent, vast steel forest. In his mind, the Arc system interface struggled to refresh, the signal extremely weak and full of interference. Space coordinates, unknown severe distortion of rules. Environmental level, high pollution disorder concentration, 73%, physical disorder, moderate. Weak order node signal detected direction, southeast, distance, unknown signal source characteristics, unnatural, highly mechanized. Warning, high energy moving targets plural detected. Direction, due north. Distance, rapidly approaching. Energy signature, mixed order chaos high energy physics. Threat level, high. Due north. Approaching quickly. Lin Feng's eyes sharpened. Almost at the same time he received the system warning, the dull dong, dong. Sound suddenly became rapid and clear. The ground shook slightly but intensely. It was like heavy iron hooves beating against the metal earth. He suddenly looked up towards the foggy north. Deep within the dense fog, several blurry silhouettes, emitting a pale or dark red glow, leaped and weaved at high speeds between the shadows of the massive pipes and the mountains of metal debris with an extremely swift, mechanical agility. Their movements were fluid and eerie, with inhuman coordination. Every landing was accompanied by a dull metallic thud and a shower of sparks. Get up! Lin Feng shouted, yanking the severely injured and weakened Qinshi to her feet. His movements were merciless, like dragging a piece of cargo. Qinshi stumbled to her feet, groaning in pain, but she gritted her teeth. Her other good hand instinctively reached for her waist where only the broken handle of the shockwave blade lay. Lin Feng's eyes quickly scanned the surrounding terrain. To the right, a narrow canyon formed by giant shipping containers and twisted steel beams. To the left, a massive, tilted metal platform covered in rusted pipes. Beneath it lay a bottomless darkness. There's no escape. You can only fight head-on or exploit the terrain. He shoved Qinshi toward the narrow metal canyon entrance and growled, "Get in there. Don't come out." At the same time, he poured the pitiful 5.3% of his newly recovered order source into his right hand, which was tightly gripping the purple sky fragment. The fragment's faint blue light instantly solidified, and an invisible force field imbued with a faint power of order spread out from him. Although its range was extremely small and its strength was far inferior to that of the battering cone, it was still better than nothing. Whoosh! 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 3 black shadows tore through the thick fog and landed like ghosts on top of a huge abandoned reactor dozens of meters in front of Lin Feng. What is that? Not a deformed one. Instead, they are 3 highly mechanized humanoids, or humanoid-like combat units. Their skeletons were composed of an alloy gleaming with a dull metallic sheen, covered in partially damaged armor plating inscribed with energy circuits. Complex hydraulic mechanisms and exposed cables occupied their joints. Their heads were not humanoid, but rather multifaceted optical sensor arrays resembling insect eyes, flashing a cold red light. Their weapon systems were even more terrifying: one shoulder-mounted railgun, its muzzle swirling with unstable arcs of electricity, one's arms transformed into rapidly spinning, serrated alloy chain blades, and the last, each holding an ion-cutting blade gleaming with a faint green energy glow. On their bodies, there was a hideous scarlet mark that looked like a bleeding gear, a mark that Lin Feng had never seen before. The moment these mechanical killing units landed, their multifaceted optical sensors locked onto Lin Feng, especially the fragment in his hand that emitted a faint blue light. The scarlet light flashed rapidly, like a venomous snake discovering its prey. Discovered, high value, source of order, recovery instructions, execute. A synthesized voice with strong electronic noise and intermittent sound came from the chest of the mechanical unit carrying the railgun. Buzz. Without any warning, the mechanical unit with the railgun on its shoulder opened fire first. A blinding blue-white plasma beam ripped through the air, carrying devastating kinetic energy, and instantly blasted towards Lin Feng. Lin Feng's pupils suddenly shrank. The source of order within him had been nearly depleted again when he activated the fragment force field. Resisted head-on? Death is inevitable. A critical moment. He suddenly pounced towards the huge tilted metal platform on the left. At the same time, he injected the last bit of his will and essence into the purple sky fragment in his hand. Barrier. The fragment's dark blue light suddenly increased. A dark blue light shield, only half a man's height and as thin as a cicada's wing, condensed and formed beside him. Boom! The plasma beam of the railgun slammed heavily onto the dark blue light shield. The light shield flickered violently, twisting and wailing under the weight. It held out for less than half a second before shattering like fragile glass. The remaining plasma energy slammed into Lin Feng's hastily raised left arm to block. Swish! A pungent, burning smell instantly filled the air. The combat uniform on Lin Feng's left arm, along with some of the flesh, instantly vaporized, revealing the charred, carbonized arm bone beneath. The immense force of the impact sent him careening backward, crashing into the tilted metal platform behind him like a broken sack with a resounding, dull thud. Blood mixed with fragments of internal organs gushed out of his mouth. Target, destroy, continue, recover. The cold electronic synthesized voice echoed again. 2 other mechanical units, the chain blade and the ion blade, pounced from the top of the reactor like cheetahs, shrieking through the air as they lunged towards Lin Feng, who lay paralyzed beneath the metal platform, seemingly powerless to resist. Their eye sensors focused solely on the dark blue fragment still tightly grasped in Lin Feng's right hand. Hiding in the narrow crevice of the canyon, Qinshi witnessed everything that happened in a flash. Watching Lin Feng being blown away, his left arm instantly carbonized, the blood gushing from his mouth, a cold flame, a mixture of fear of death, despair at being eroded, and deep hatred for those cold, mechanical killers, suddenly exploded in her heart. No! A shrill scream, filled with all her pain and unwillingness, burst out from Qinshi's throat. This scream seemed to detonate the dormant deep purple chaotic energy in her body, which came from the fragments and Yilan. Buzz! The originally subtle purple-black veins beneath Qinshi's skin instantly ignited like a lit fuse, erupting in a dazzling deep purple light. A violent, chaotic, destructive energy storm erupted with her at its center. Her twisted arm, enveloped in the deep purple light, made a teeth-grinding crack sound as it was forcibly straightened by some force. Her damaged combat uniform was torn apart, and beneath her exposed skin, muscles squirmed and swelled like living creatures, covered in a layer of dark purple, keratinous, crusty substance. Her eyes were instantly filled with a deep purple vortex, and her remaining sanity was completely devoured by the frenzied killing instinct. She is no longer Qin. But it was a ferocious humanoid beast that was completely ignited by chaotic energy. Roar! Amidst an inhuman roar, a deep purple figure shot out from the canyon like a cannonball. With a shriek that tore through the air, it slammed into the two mechanical killing units that were rushing towards Lin Feng at a speed beyond its limit. Boom! Snap! The first mechanical unit, wielding a high-speed chain blade, was struck hard in the waist by this violent, chaotic energy-swept collision. The sturdy alloy frame emitted a sharp sound of metal twisting and breaking. The entire body was sent flying, slamming into a pile of discarded metal components, and electric sparks flashed wildly. The other mechanical unit holding an ion blade reacted extremely quickly, and the dark green blade turned instantly, slashing fiercely at the dark purple figure that was rushing towards it. Laugh! The ion blade slashed across Qin the beast's dark purple-shelled shoulder, unleashing a dazzling burst of energy. The shell ripped, sending dark purple blood splattering. But Qin the beast seemed insensitive to the pain, its eyes, swirling with purple, locked onto the opponent. Its alienated arm, with a shrieking sound like it was tearing through space, fiercely clawed at the mechanical unit's head sensor. Threat. Upgrade. Chaos corrosion body. Priority. Clear. The mechanical unit carrying the railgun made a rapid electronic sound, and the muzzle lit up with a dangerous blue-white light again. This time, it locked onto the dark purple figure who was fighting with his companions. Lin Feng collapsed on the cold metal platform, his left arm charred and carbonized, his chest and abdomen aching, his consciousness struggling between the excruciating pain and blood loss. He clutched the purple sky fragment in his right hand tightly, its faint blue light flickering like a candle in the wind. He struggled to raise his head, his blurred vision filled with the gruesome battle between the deep purple beast and the cold machinery, the muzzle of the railgun lighting up again. Desperate situation. Just when the blue-white light from the railgun muzzle was about to reach its peak. Laugh. A beam of energy that was as condensed as a solid entity, with a fiery red light wrapped around its edges, shot down from the extremely high, foggy steel sky without any warning, like a red meteor tearing through the night sky. The speed of this crimson beam of light is so fast that it exceeds the limits of visual capture. Extremely precise. It pierced through the chest core of the mechanical unit carrying a railgun on its shoulder. Boom! The violent explosion instantly ripped the mechanical unit into burning metal fragments. The violent shockwave blasted Qin the beast and another mechanical unit, who were fighting nearby, away. The flames of the explosion had not yet dissipated, and the thick fog was briefly blown away by the turbulent airflow. At a very high place, on top of a huge rusty pipe that spanned the sky, a tall figure stood facing the wind. She wore a form-fitting combat uniform woven from a matte, dark red metal, outlining her breathtaking curves. Her long, fiery red hair danced wildly in the rust-scented wind like a blazing waterfall. Her face was half covered by a hideous, dark red metal mask, resembling the fangs of a demon, revealing only a pair of hawk-like, scarlet gold eyes burning with unbridled fire. Her right arm, from the shoulder down, was a mechanical prosthetic limb, stained with dark red energy lines and imbued with a violent aesthetic. At that moment, the mechanical hand gripped a dramatic, crimson-heavy sniper rifle, its muzzle emitting wisps of smoke. A blood-stained gear symbol, identical to the scarlet markings on the mechanical killing units below, adorned the rifle. She looked down from above, her red-gold pupils sweeping across the exploding flames below, the dark purple beast struggling to get up, and another mechanical unit that stood up shakily. Finally, her cold and aggressive gaze, like a physical probe, penetrated the gradually gathering fog and firmly nailed to Lin Feng, who was collapsed under the metal platform, holding the dark blue fragment tightly in his hand. A female voice, metallic yet full of wildness and playfulness, echoed clearly through some kind of loudspeaker in the dead silence of the steel jungle, reverberating in every corner. TSK. Look what I found. A lost little Ouroboros bug, and a coveted key fragment? Let me introduce myself, the temporary owner of this scrap metal graveyard. Red Phoenix. Of course, you can also call me by my code name. She raised her mechanical prosthetic limb, which was flashing red light, and pointed it at Lin Feng. Her voice suddenly became cold and dangerous. The Crimson Queen. Chapter 53 Arc Red Phoenix. The roar of the crimson energy beam piercing the core of the mechanical unit still echoed in the steel jungle, and scorching metal fragments flew everywhere like flaming raindrops. The shockwave sent Qinshi's deep purple beast and another mechanical unit wielding an ion blade flying back, each of them slamming into a pile of twisted metal debris with a sharp crash. The dense fog briefly dissipated, then quickly closed in again, like a greedy maw devouring the light once more. Only the figure perched atop the massive, rusted pipe remained, a crimson flame burning beneath the leaden sky. Its red hair danced wildly, and its golden pupils beneath the dark red metal mask, like a hawk locking onto its prey, pierced the gradually thinning fog and remained firmly fixed on the dying figure beneath the metal platform. Lin Feng collapsed against the cold metal, his breath spurting blood. The agonizing pain of his charred left arm and the burning sensation of his visceral ruptures gnawed at his remaining consciousness like maggots on his tarsal bones. Darkness lurched at the edge of his vision, the faint coolness of the purple sky fragment in his right palm the only anchor to reality. A faint blue light flickered on the fragment's surface, like the flickering candle of his life in the wind. Qi Huang's voice, with its metallic coldness and wild playfulness, struck the deadly silent space like a heavy hammer. TSK. Look what I found. A lost little Ouroboros bug, and a coveted key fragment? Let me introduce myself, the temporary owner of this scrap metal graveyard. Red Phoenix. Of course, you can also call me by my code name. She raised her mechanical prosthetic limb, which was flashing red light, and pointed it at Lin Feng. Her voice suddenly became cold and dangerous. The Crimson Queen. Crimson Queen. The codename, like a cold, venomous snake, instantly entwined Lin Feng's shattered nerves. He forced his scattered consciousness to focus through his blurred, blood-red vision, intently staring at the crimson smear at the top of the pipe. The crimson gear symbol shared its origin with those mechanical killing units. Was she an enemy? A friend? Or a more dangerous predator? Roar! A roar filled with pain and madness exploded from the metal ruins on the left. A dark purple figure slammed away the twisted steel beams that were crushing it, and stood up staggeringly. It was Qin Shi. Or rather, it was the ferocious beast form completely dominated by chaotic energy. The wound on her shoulder torn by the ion blade was so deep that the bone was visible, and sticky dark purple blood was flowing, but the muscles covered with dark purple shells were squirming and healing frantically. Her eyes completely turned into a swirling dark purple vortex, and her remaining rationality was completely overwhelmed by the violent killing instinct. Her eyes first locked onto the ion blade-wielding mechanical unit not far away that was also struggling to get up, with many damaged parts of its body and flashing chaotic electric sparks, and a threatening growl came from her throat. But the next second, her chaotic vision suddenly shifted to the glaring crimson at the top of the pipe. The powerful energy fluctuations and cold hostility emanating from the Red Phoenix were like sparks thrown into an oil barrel, instantly igniting the Chaos Beast's most instinctive rage and hostility. Hiss, threat, clear. The mechanical unit holding the ion blade seemed to have received a new command. The dark green ion blade lit up again, locking onto the unstable Qin Shi the beast. Its electronic sound was intermittent, obviously it had been severely damaged in the previous explosion. Three-party confrontation. The dying Lin Feng clutched the fragments tightly, and was at the center of the storm. The chaotic beast Qin Shi is the vanguard of fury. The cold mechanical killer is a loyal hound. And the Red Phoenix, who sits high on the top of the pipe, is the queen who controls the situation. Oh, what a lively scene! Qi Huang let out a meaningless chuckle, its metallic aftertaste echoing through the steel jungle. The crimson sniper rifle in her hand slung casually at her side, a wisp of smoke still lingering from the muzzle, as if the shocking shot just now was just a casual one. Little bug, it seems the key you brought not only attracted worker bees but also created a little lunatic? Her scarlet gold pupils darted with interest between Lin Feng's tightly grasped fragments and Qin Shi's frantic figure, finally settling on Lin Feng's ashen face. Give me the fragment. Her voice suddenly turned cold, leaving no room for questioning, and she spoke with a condescending tone like a queen. That's not something you can touch. Hand it over, and maybe I can let you die quickly and help you deal with these two troubles. Her mechanical prosthesis was slightly raised, and dark red energy lines flowed on the arm armor, and the invisible pressure enveloped her like a substance. Lin Feng's consciousness struggled with the dizziness of excruciating pain and blood loss. Hand over the fragment? Absolutely not. This was the cornerstone of the arc, his only hope of turning everything around. But at this moment, he didn't even have the strength to stand, let alone fight this mysterious woman who easily destroyed the mechanical unit. At this tense and deadly moment when the situation is about to explode. Buzz. Without warning, the purple sky fragment in Lin Feng's right hand flickered violently once more. This time, the dark blue light was no longer a gentle, orderly one, but instead erupted into a sharp, chaotic, and tearing deep purple aura. The tiny cracks on the fragment's edge seemed to be torn apart by an invisible force, instantly widening. A chaotic energy pulse, carrying a strong spatial disturbance, suddenly erupted from the fragment. Ah! Lin Feng felt like he was electrocuted. The palm of his hand holding the fragment was instantly corroded by chaotic energy. His skin emitted green smoke as if corroded by strong acid. The severe pain almost made him faint. This chaotic pulse was like an invisible storm, sweeping across the entire area in an instant. Qinshi the beast, about to pounce on the mechanical unit, suddenly froze. The deep purple light around her rippled violently like a pool of water into which a boulder had been dropped. She howled in even greater agony, clutching her head with both hands, as if something were tearing madly at the depths of her chaotic consciousness. The mechanical unit holding the ion blade, the multifaceted sensor's red light flashed wildly, the body issued a shrill overload alarm, the dark green ion blade light flickered, and the movement became stiff and disordered. Even the red phoenix, perched high atop the pipe, suddenly contracted its crimson gold pupils, a trace of astonishment flickering across its metal-masked face. The massive pipe beneath her feet groaned muffledly, and metal chips fell from its rusted surface. The fragments are unstable. The spatial anchor point is shifting. For the first time, Ji Huang's voice lost its playful calmness and carried a hint of solemnity. And it is at the center of this chaotic energy explosion. Deep within Lin Feng's consciousness, which was on the verge of collapse, the weak, interference-filled signal interface of the arc system suddenly fluctuated violently, like a surface of water with a stone thrown into it. A brand new prompt with strong spatial coordinate information forcibly pierced through the fog of interference. Warning! Chaotic energy within the purple sky fragment is running rampant. Spatial stability is being impacted. High-intensity spatial anchoring signal detected. Coordinates locked. Signal source characteristics, highly ordered. Strongly resonates with the core blue order of the fragment. Coordinates, longitude 106.552 E, latitude 29.563 and Chongshan City CQ003 ruins. Spacelink channel forced to open. Stability, extremely low. Duration, unknown. The ruins of Chongshan City CQ003. The ruins of the order node that Lin Feng had forcibly plundered through Lin Jin, causing the node to collapse and the sanctuary to be destroyed. Its remains had now become the beacon that forced the chaos fragments to open the space channel. In Lin Feng's blurry vision, he seemed to see an extremely illusory door composed of chaotic purple light, leading to the endless abyss, slowly tearing open in front of him. The sharp chaotic pulses of the fragments were the key to this door. Opportunity. The only, life or death opportunity. Roar. The chaotic pulse sent Qinshi the beast into a frenzy. Ignoring the excruciating pain, her deep purple figure, with a shriek that ripped through the air, pounced upon the unstable mechanical unit. The two inhuman monsters instantly clashed once again, energy blades colliding with carapaces, sparks and purple blood splattering. You're looking for death. Ji Huang's patience seemed to be exhausted, and a cold murderous intent ignited in her scarlet gold eyes. She raised the crimson sniper rifle in her hand once again, dark red energy frantically gathering at the muzzle. This time, her target was directly aimed at Lin Feng, who was at the center of the chaotic storm below. She no longer sought the fragments, but rather, she wanted to wipe them out along with the fragments and the person, together. A deadly red light flashed at the muzzle of the gun. The battle between machines and ferocious beasts is right beside you. In front of him is a chaotic space gate leading to an unknown hell. Behind me is a dead end. Lin Feng exhausted all his remaining willpower and strength, channeling the remaining source of order less than 2% within his body, thinned even further by the chaotic pulses of the fragments, along with his instinct for survival, into his right hand, which was tightly grasping the fragments. He no longer tried to suppress the chaos of the fragments, but instead, pushed it. He channeled the power of the torn spatial channel, violently sweeping it towards him. At the moment when the red light from the red phoenix gun muzzle reached its peak. At the moment when the mechanical unit's ion blade is about to pierce Qinshi's the ferocious beast shell. At the moment when the chaotic space gate was twisted to the extreme. Lin Feng's body, along with the fragments in his hands that burst out with dazzling chaotic purple light, were dragged into the torn door that was rolling with chaotic colors as if by an invisible giant hand. Whoosh! The figure disappeared. All that was left was a rapidly collapsing vortex of chaotic energy that emitted a low humming sound. Boom! The crimson energy beam of the red phoenix slammed heavily into the metal platform, melting a huge deep pit with crimson lava flowing around the edge. The mechanical unit's ion blade pierced the air. She ensured the ferocious beast's sharp claws tore the afterimage into pieces. Escaped? Shi Huang stared in disbelief at the empty pit below and the rapidly disappearing energy vortex. For the first time, a blazing rage and a hint of surprise at being fooled ignited in his red-gold eyes. Chongshan City. CQ-003? Damn bugs. They can actually use debris to forcibly anchor the ruins node? She suddenly looked up, gazing southeastward into the fog-filled, seemingly endless steel jungle. Beneath her mask, the corners of her mouth curled up in a cold, aggressive arc. Interesting. Really interesting. She put away her sniper rifle and clenched her dark red mechanical prosthesis suddenly, making a clanging sound of metal friction. Notify the nest, the holder of the key fragment, coordinates, ruin CQ-003, Chongshan City. Activate the highest level tracking protocol. Also, prepare the shuttle for me. She jumped down from the top of the pipe, her dark red combat uniform fluttering in the wind, and her long red hair was like a burning flag. I'm tired of playing in this scrap metal graveyard. Time to go meet that daring little bug. Her figure rose and fell a few times before disappearing into the shadows of the massive pipes and the thick fog. Only the cold command echoed through the steel jungle, and within the ruins, the completely scrapped remains of the machine, and the humanoid beast, briefly lost in thought after its target vanished, its deep purple light still flickering wildly around it. She ensured the beast raised her head, her deep purple vortex eyes gazing in the direction where Lin Feng had vanished, a meaningless whimper filled with confusion and pain emanating from her throat. Chapter 54 Arc, The Crucible. Cold, sticky air, thick with the smell of blood and burnt matter, rushed into his lungs. Every breath felt like swallowing a red-hot blade. Lin Feng's body slammed heavily onto the hard, gravel and rubble-strewn ground. The impact sent his already shattered internal organs churning even more violently. A mouthful of boiling blood spurted out, splashing a glaring crimson in the dim light. His consciousness frantically struggled on the edge of an abyss of boundless pain and dizziness. He felt as if his body had been thrown into a bone crusher. The charred, carbonized wound on his left arm throbbed with a belated, sharp pain after the numbness. His chest roared like a broken bellows, and every heartbeat strained at the ripped nerves throughout his body. Only in the palm of his right hand, where he tightly grasped the purple sky fragment, did he feel a strange, intertwined sensation of cold and heat, becoming the sole anchor connecting him to his remaining consciousness. He struggled to pry open his heavy eyelids. His vision, blurred by blood and dizziness, was barely discernible. He was in the midst of a vast, circular, collapsed ruin. Broken stone pillars, like the shattered ribs of a giant, lay diagonally atop the rubble. Shattered concrete and twisted rebar revealed their hideous cross-sections. The air was filled with acrid dust, smoke, the smell of blood, and a faint, almost forcibly extinguished, scent of order. Raise your head. Under a gray sky, seemingly forever shrouded by thick clouds of dust, a massive bluestone Buddha statue, only half its body remaining, stood silently in the center of the ruins, like a frozen whale. The head and upper body of the statue had long since disappeared, leaving only the broken waist and base. The broken edges were charred, bearing traces of the impact. Scattered around the base were charred cushions, broken sutras, and charred, unrecognizable remains. Chongshan City CQ-003. The ruins of the order node that he had plundered with his own hands, leading to the destruction of the sanctuary. The end point of the space channel that was forcibly anchored by the chaotic pulse of the purple sky fragment and torn apart. Irony. Ice-cold irony. The lighthouse he destroyed in order to plunder power eventually became his only harbor to escape from despair. Ugh. Lin Feng tried to move, but the excruciating pain instantly washed over him like a tide, causing him to collapse again. He could feel his vitality rapidly draining away with the blood loss and internal damage. Death was closer than ever. Just at this moment. Buzz. The purple sky fragment in his right hand trembled violently once again. This time, instead of a chaotic deep purple pulse, it erupted with an extremely unstable, chaotic light, a frantic interweaving of dark blue and deep purple. The tiny cracks on the fragment's surface wriggled and expanded like a living thing. A violent, destructive energy storm brewed and crashed within the fragment, as if ready to burst forth at any moment. The fragments had suffered irreversible damage during the transmission process. The already fragile balance of order and chaos within them was completely collapsing. Once it erupted, the destructive energy within reach would be enough to completely vaporize his broken body. Warning! The core structure of the purple sky fragment is on the verge of collapse. The internal order chaos energy is out of balance. An annihilating explosion is imminent. Countdown, 3, 2. The cold alarm of the Arc system was like a death knell, ringing madly in the depths of consciousness. No! I can't die here. I can't let this foundation I've paid for with my life be destroyed. Lin Feng's eyes flashed with the ferocity of a dying beast. His instinct for survival and his greed for power overwhelmed everything else. He suddenly immersed his consciousness in the intensely flashing Arc system interface deep in his mind. He roared with his last bit of willpower. Execute emergency protocol. Target, purple sky fragment. Plan, forced engulfment and fusion. Warning. The energy level of the fragments far exceeds the host's tolerance limit. Forced swallowing success rate, less than 0.3%. Consequence of failure, complete annihilation of the host's consciousness and body. Forced execution. Activate with the core authority of Arc. Energy guidance, begin. The system's response was cold and resolute, as if it could also sense the host's determination to die. There is no way out. Only fighting for life. Lin Feng's left hand, his only remaining one, slammed down on the horrific, collapsed wound on his chest. The excruciating pain, like an electric current, irritated his fading consciousness. He opened his mouth, and with his last ounce of strength, he let out a roar that was inhuman, mixed with blood foam. At the same time, he pressed his right hand, clutching the fragments, hard against his charred, collapsed chest, the spot closest to his heart, where the energy core, the Arc system anchor point, lay. Swallow it for me. Phew! The sharp edge of the fragment was like a red-hot knife, piercing his charred flesh and even digging into his broken ribs. The excruciating pain made his vision completely black. But at the moment the fragment pierced his flesh. Buzz! The chaotic energy storm that had been brewing to the extreme inside the purple sky fragment seemed to have found an outlet for venting, and suddenly rushed into Lin Feng's body along the wound caused by the fragment. Indescribable pain instantly overwhelmed Lin Feng. It wasn't physical pain, but rather a tearing and burning of the soul and the order itself. The dark blue source of order within the fragments flowed like a cold, galactic torrent, violently washing over his depleted meridians and his shattered core of consciousness. And the violent, deep purple chaotic energy, like billions of red-hot poisonous needles, frantically pierced, corroded, and twisted every cell and every strand of his spirit. Two diametrically opposed, yet equally terrifying, forces clashed frantically within him, annihilating and vying for dominance. His body felt like it had been plunged into a furnace of purgatory. His skin instantly turned red and scorching, blood vessels bulging and wriggling beneath his skin like earthworms, rapidly shifting between dark blue and deep purple. At the charred wound on his left arm, the carbonized tissue squirmed and transformed like a living thing under the erosion of chaotic energy. The wound on his chest spurted out a strange blood mixture of dark blue light spots and deep purple mucus. His consciousness was like a small boat in a raging storm, torn and washed away by the dual torrents of order and chaos, ready to completely collapse at any moment. Forced devouring process started. Host's vital signs, on the verge of collapse. Original order conflict. Chaotic energy erosion. Risk of physical deformation, 99.7%. Risk of mental annihilation, 99.9%. The system's alarms flashed like crazy, like a screen refresh. Die. 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 The shadow of death has never been so heavy. However, in this torrent of absolute destruction, deep within the core of the Arc system, the cold yet powerful logic of order, driven by the host's dying will and the massive and chaotic energy impact of the purple sky fragment it forcibly devoured, was pushed to its limit. And it also ushered in the opportunity for rebirth. Extreme energy conflict detected. The system's core logic chain is experiencing an overload shock. Reconstruction of underlying protocol, start. Energy absorption and conversion module, overloaded, breaking the threshold. Rule parsing and adaptation module, forced activation, breaking the threshold. Origin refining and purification protocol. Generating a series of cold prompts, with a kind of determination to destroy and then rebuild, forcibly opened a path in the torrent of destruction. Buzz. A new, more refined, and even more domineering force of order was forcibly extracted from the very core of the Arc system. This power was no longer gentle, but instead carried a cold, predatory, devouring will like a black hole. It followed Lin Feng's remaining spiritual connection, like the most precise scalpel, forcibly cutting into the violent and chaotic torrent of energy pouring into his body. It no longer tries to gently guide or suppress but devours. Decomposes. Transforms. The dark blue origin of order was forcibly stripped out, like the purest fuel, and injected into Lin Feng's exhausted origin core and his body that was on the verge of collapse. The deep purple chaotic energy was brutally shredded, decomposed, and purged of its most destructive, manic elements by this overbearing force, leaving only the relatively mild chaotic matrix imbued with spatial and mutative properties. These matrices were forcibly suppressed and restrained, like tamed beasts, branded with the cold mark of the arc, settling deep within Lin Feng's body, in the cracks between his bones, and even on the edge of his consciousness. This process was like repeatedly throwing soul and body into a furnace for forging. Every devourment and transformation was accompanied by excruciating pain, like a ripped soul. Lin Feng's body twitched and spasmed wildly on the rubble, emitting inhuman howls. His skin constantly cracked and healed, oozing out a strange mixture of blue stardust and deep purple mucus. Devouring process, 10%. Order origin reserve recovery, 5.1%. Physical distortion risk decreased, 87%. Devour progress, 25%. Host's physical strength passively tempered. Mental toughness improved. Distortion risk reduced, 65%. Devourment progress, 50%. Origin refining and purification protocol solidified. Chaos matrix initially stabilized. Risk of mental annihilation eliminated. System prompt: as the devourment deepened, a hint of cold vitality began to appear. The excruciating pain continued like a tide, but Lin Feng's consciousness, on the verge of collapse, was forged in the midst of destruction and rebirth, like tempered steel, gradually becoming more condensed, colder, and more inhuman. He could clearly see the two forces tearing apart within his body, and feel how the arc system's cold and overbearing power was forcing order on the brink of destruction. When the devouring process had painstakingly progressed to 70%, the most violent and chaotic energy within the fragment was forcibly expelled. It was a deep purple energy core that squirmed like a living thing, emitting a strong sense of space tearing. Unwilling to be devoured, it let out a silent scream, attempting to detonate itself and drag Lin Feng down with it. Suppress! Lin Feng's dying consciousness let out an icy roar. The arc system's tempered and domineering power, mixed with his newly restored source of order rising to 8.7%, like invisible shackles of order, fiercely wrapped around the core of chaos. Laugh! Like a red-hot iron pressed against ice. The chaos core struggled and twisted violently, ultimately being forcibly branded with the icy mark of the arc, composed of dark blue geometric runes. It roared unwillingly, but like a reined horse, it was forcibly compressed and restrained, eventually sinking into the deepest part of Lin Feng's ocean of consciousness, transforming into a slowly rotating, miniature vortex mark emitting unstable purple light. Swallowing process, 100%. Purple sky fragment core has been absorbed. Order origin reserve, 15.3% purity increased by 300%. Obtained the chaos matrix, precipitate increased spatial affinity physical alienation resistance. Obtained the space anchor CQ-003 ruins of Chongshan City. Arc system core reconstruction completed. New protocols added: origin tempering, chaos binding. System level upgraded. A series of cold reminders announced the end of Purgatory Furnace. Lin Feng's violent convulsions finally stopped. He lay quietly on the cold rubble, his chest rising and falling slightly. Each breath still burned, but the weakness of life slipping away was gone. From the charred wound on his left arm, the carbonized tissue peeled away, revealing new, tender flesh beneath, with a hint of an unnatural metallic sheen. While his collapsed chest remained hideous, the fractured bones had been forcibly healed by new, more resilient callus. Beneath his skin, a faint blue glow coursed through his veins, and a fleeting glint of deep purple lines seemed to etch itself deep within his bones. He slowly raised his right hand. The purple sky fragment that had triggered everything had vanished, leaving only a tiny, faint blue dot of light in his palm, like the imprint of a star. He could clearly feel a vast source of order, far more refined and condensed than before, flowing endlessly within his body, imbued with a cold, predatory will. At the same time, deep within his consciousness, the slowly rotating deep purple vortex mark, like a dormant beast, emitted a dangerous yet alluring spatial fluctuation. He succeeded. On the brink of destruction, he forcefully devoured the foundation stone, completing the first true transformation of the arc within the infernal furnace. Just at this moment. Buzz. The arc system interface in my mind automatically refreshes. Environmental scan: ruins of Chongshan City CQ-003. Order nodes completely destroyed. Remaining disorder contamination, moderate. Weak distress signal detected encrypted. Signal source characteristics: Dragon Shadow Base Encryption Protocol. Distance, 1.7 kilometers deep underground. Status, extremely weak. High energy mobile target cluster detected non-aberrant. Energy signature, highly mechanized. Threat marker, bleeding gears. Location, outskirts of the ruins. Distance, rapidly approaching. Dragon shadow base? A distress signal? Bloody gears? Scarlet Phoenix's pursuers? The corners of Lin Feng's mouth, stained with blood and dust, slowly curved into a cold and cruel arc. In that arc, there was no joy for surviving a catastrophe, only the hunger of a hunter awakening and the greed for more fuel. He slowly sat up, his bones making a slight crackling sound, like metal grinding against metal. New strength surged beneath his charred and blood-stained body. The ruins of the hunting grounds. New prey has arrived. Chapter 55 Ark Hunting Ground. The cold air, thick with dust and the smell of blood, filled his lungs. Every breath felt like scraping against newly formed alveoli. Lin Feng slowly sat up. Over the charred wound on his left arm, tender new flesh covered the broken bone. He felt a subtle tingling and burning pain, evidence of cells frantically dividing and healing, nourished by the source of order. His collapsed chest, the deep wound visible to the bone, had been forcibly healed by tough callus. Each heartbeat was steady and powerful, carrying a new, cold, and powerful pulse. He lowered his head and spread out his right hand. The tiny, faint blue light in his palm, like the imprint of a star, was the mark of the purple sky fragment being completely consumed and fused. No longer an external object, it had become a part of the core of his origin of order. Deep within his consciousness, the slowly rotating deep purple chaotic vortex emanated dangerous spatial fluctuations, like a ferocious beast bound by chains, temporarily dormant. Strength. An unprecedented, pure, icy power surged through his limbs and bones. With 15.3% of his order origin reserves, his strength and control far surpassed his peak before the devourment. With every thought, he could clearly feel the Ark system operating at an even colder, more efficient pace, like a precision war machine. The origin tempering protocol was like an invisible furnace, constantly purifying his power. The chaos binding was like a cage in the abyss, firmly imprisoning the dangerous chaos core. He is no longer the super-rich man who relies solely on the divine power granted by the system. He is a walking ark, a doomsday weapon that was recast after devouring the foundation stone. The interface of the Ark system refreshed silently in my consciousness. Environmental scan completed, ruins of Chongshan City CQ-003. Order node annihilation residue, low. Disorder pollution residue, moderate high concentration in some areas. Weak distress signal detected encrypted. Signal source characteristics, Dragon Shadow Base Core Encryption Protocol Dragon Scale Level. Coordinates, approximately 150 meters underground, direction, 1.7 kilometers southeast. Signal strength, extremely weak on the verge of interruption. Status, vital signs present plural. High energy mobile target cluster detected. Number, 12. Energy signature, highly mechanized. Threat marker, bleeding gears. Location, northwest perimeter of the ruins. Distance, 3.5 kilometers. Speed, high. Estimated contact time, 8 minutes 17 seconds. Dragon Shadow Base? A distress signal? Lin Feng's pupils, like cold probes, instantly locked onto the southeastern area covered in thick dust and building debris. Dragon Shadow, the source of Su Wanqing's enhanced genes, and one of the indirect drivers of the Bincheng disaster. Their base was actually here? And they're still alive? The Dragon Scale level encryption in the signal, does it mean that core members, or even senior management? Value. The value of intelligence. The value of resources. Even the value of manpower. And to the northwest, bleeding gears. The Red Phoenix's hounds are so fast. 8 minutes. Enough to do a lot of things. A cold, cruel arc slowly curved Lin Feng's lips. It wasn't a smile, but the cold gleam of a predator's fangs in the shadows as it locks onto its prey. Like a weightless shadow, his body silently rose from the cold rubble. Fragments of his charred, carbonized combat uniform rustled, revealing new skin beneath, with an unnaturally resilient sheen. The pure essence of order within him circulated faintly, and an extremely thin, nearly invisible, dark blue force field enveloped his body, isolating the pervasive dust and faint pollution. He didn't choose to run directly to the source of the distress signal from Dragon Shadow Base. That would be foolish, like a beacon in the darkness. His figure was like a cheetah blending into the shadows of ruins. Instead of moving in a straight line, he sprinted along a complex path through the rubble, heading southeast for the area marked locally high pollution concentration. There, the wreckage of massive buildings piled up like a mountain, forming a natural maze. The air was filled with an even stronger, sweet, and fishy smell of decay. Even more twisted, slow-moving, low-level aberrations could be seen wandering in the shadows. The ARC's scanning system acted like invisible radar, instantly modeling the ruins' three-dimensional structure, energy fluctuations, and distribution of distortions, creating an optimal stealth path. Lin Feng's speed was astonishing, his newly rejuvenated body possessing explosive power far surpassing its previous strength. Every step he took on the broken concrete or twisted rebar produced only a faint, almost inaudible sound. He deftly circumvented several traps marked by unusually active energy reactions, possibly unexploded ordnance or contamination sources, and silently approached the nest with the highest concentration of contamination. A strong, sickening, sweet, rotten smell assaulted my face. Before me was the entrance to a vast, half-collapsed underground parking garage, largely blocked by twisted car wreckage and concrete blocks, leaving only a narrow gap. Deep within the gap, a sticky purple-black mist swirled, and the faint sound of teeth grinding, chewing, and low, groaning voices could be heard. A cold glint flashed in Lin Feng's eyes. He paused in the shadow of the entrance, not entering directly. He slowly raised his right hand, and the faint blue star mark on his palm glowed faintly. Chaos binds. Release. A cold thought came to his mind. Buzz. Deep within his consciousness, the dark purple chaotic vortex mark, forcibly imprisoned by the ARC system, suddenly began to spin violently. A violent, sticky, and spatially tearing dark purple chaotic energy flow, like a long-suppressed venomous snake, silently burst out from his palm, guided by Lin Feng's will. This energy flow was no longer a completely out-of-control frenzy, but was forcibly restrained and shaped by the chaos binding protocol, like a condensed dark purple energy arrow. Laugh. The energy arrow shot silently into the thick purple-black fog at the entrance of the parking lot. Next moment. Boom boom. From deep within the parking lot, a deafening roar of pain and fury erupted. A thick, viscous purple mist churned violently like boiling water. It was as if several dormant beasts had been completely enraged by the chaotic arrows, which contained the power to rip apart space. Roar! 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 Heavy footsteps, accompanied by a heart-pounding pressure, echoed from the entrance. A thick, viscous purple mist was pushed back by the violent force. First to burst out were two aberrations the size of small trucks. They were covered in thick, mucus-drenched, dark purple horny carapaces. Their heads gaped open, revealing a cascade of fangs. Their limbs were as thick as pillars, and every time they landed, the ground shook. Following them, more small and medium-sized aberrations, each with a bizarre form and emitting a violent aura, poured out of the entrance like a tide. Their target is not Lin Feng. It was the direction from which that chaotic dark purple arrow shot in. And the space-tearing aura lingering on the arrow, which made them instinctively frantic. Lin Feng's figure had long since vanished from the scene like a ghost, silently climbing to the top of the relatively intact ruins of a 7-story unfinished building nearby. Like a cold sculpture, he looked down at the chaotic nest below, which had been completely detonated. Go, and give our guests a proper welcome. His cold whisper was drowned out by the deafening roar below. The mechanical hounds with bleeding gears are approaching at high speed. And Lin Feng has already prepared a meeting gift for them, full of surprises. He stopped watching the bloody feast unfolding below and turned his gaze southeastward, toward the source of the Dragon Shadow Base's signal. His figure once again blended into the shadows, stealing silently in that direction. The pure source of order within him slowly circulated, repairing the subtle mental backlash from the forced release of chaotic energy. Simultaneously, the ARC system's scanning, like invisible tentacles, penetrated the thick rubble and strata, locking onto the faint distress signal deep underground. The hunting ground has been set. Now, it's time to receive another legacy. Whether it is the secrets of the Dragon Shadow Base or the wreckage of the mechanical army that is about to be consumed by the aberrations, they will become the fuel for the ARC to move forward. Chapter 56 ARC, Dragon Shadow Embers. Deep within the ruins of CQ-003 in Chongshan City, like the belly of a dead beast, was a thick mass of dust, smoke, and a sticky, chaotic atmosphere. Lin Feng's figure, like a ghost merging into the shadows, moved silently among the vast wreckage of buildings and twisted metal skeletons. Underfoot lay shattered concrete, exposed rebar, and dark brown blood that had long since solidified. The sweet, fishy smell of decay in the air clung to every breath like invisible slime. 1.7 kilometers southeast. The ARC system scanned like a cold probe, piercing layers of rubble and thick strata, firmly locking onto the faint, intermittent distress signal from deep underground encrypted at the level of dragon scale. The signal source was like a candle in the wind, each faint flicker signifying the surviving life within was sliding towards death. Distance, 800 meters. Lin Feng stopped behind a natural shelter formed by a massive, half-tilted concrete load-bearing beam. Ahead lay a relatively open area, once seemingly a square, now covered in collapsed billboards, twisted bus stops, and countless shattered glass. In the center of the square, a massive, circular gate, cast from a thick alloy, lay ajar. Its edges had been violently torn, revealing a dark, downward extending entrance. Scattered near the entrance were several bodies clad in black combat uniforms and bearing dragon shadow insignia. Their deaths were gruesome, evidently the result of fierce resistance. The air was thicker with the stench of blood and a faint, distinct aroma of the dragon shadow base, a mixture of disinfectant and rusted metal. Entrance. But what caught Lin Feng's gaze even more was the pools of a viscous substance resembling melted asphalt on the ground near the gate, emitting a faint purple glow. These pools slowly wriggled, tiny, living tentacles extending from their edges, greedily absorbing the surrounding flesh and blood residue and disordered pollution. They were low-level pollution pustules, the product of highly condensed disordered pollution, like a fungal mat, extremely corrosive and contaminating. These pustules act as natural alarms and fortifications. Northwest direction. The energy signature of the Bleeding Gears mechanical army was approaching at high speed, like an icy tide. The distance had shrunk to 1.8 kilometers. Estimated contact time, less than 4 minutes. Farther away, from the direction of the aberration nest he had detonated, deafening roars and energy explosions rolled in like muffled thunder. Clearly, the gift he had left behind was being accepted. Time is running out. Lin Feng's gaze swept across the wriggling pools of contaminated pustules, then back to the dark entrance. Forcing a breakthrough would alert the pustules, triggering a chain reaction of contamination. While not fatal, it would waste precious time and expose his position. Detour? Time didn't allow. He slowly raised his right hand, and the faint blue star mark on his palm, left behind after consuming the purple sky fragment, silently lit up. A pure, cold force of order, imbued with absolute control, flowed along with his thoughts. Barrier of order, miniaturization, directional guidance. A cold command was issued from the depths of consciousness. Buzz. An extremely thin, almost completely transparent, palm-sized, dark blue hexagonal force field shield instantly formed in front of his fingertips. This light shield was no longer the previous barrier that defended against impact, but a cone of order compressed to the extreme and highly concentrated with energy. Lin Feng's fingertips moved slightly. Whoosh! The miniature cone of order light shot out like an arrow from a bow, aiming at a wriggling pool of contaminated pustules near the gate with incredible precision. Laugh! Like a red-hot iron pressing against grease. The pustules instantly emitted a fierce sizzling sound, the sticky purple-black substance boiling and vaporizing violently under the impact of pure order. The manic and chaotic factors contained within were forcibly annihilated. The entire pustule shrank and withered like a punctured balloon, becoming a pool of smoking, no longer wriggling, charred residue. One hit. Instant kill. The entire process was silent, the energy fluctuations compressed to the extreme. The pustule next to it hadn't even reacted yet. There was no fluctuation in Lin Feng's eyes, and he kept clicking his fingertips. Whoosh! 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 3 miniature cones of ordered light shot out like lightning. Like the most precise surgical scalpel, they instantly killed and annihilated the remaining pustules near the gate entrance. Entrance obstacles cleared. The whole process takes less than 3 seconds. Lin Feng's figure was like a ghost, flashing out from behind the cover in an instant, crossing the square with a few jumps, and sliding silently into the dark entrance of the passage that exuded a bloody and cold metallic smell. The corridor was a shattered mess. Most of the emergency lights were broken, with only a few flickering and unsteady red light, like dying eyes. The walls were covered in scorch marks from energy weapons, claw marks, and spatters of dark purple blood. The ground was littered with broken instrument parts, twisted bullet casings, and the bodies of more dragon shadow warriors. The air was stagnant, a mixture of blood, smoke, ozone, and a stronger, unnatural smell, like the uncontrolled contamination of chemicals from a biological laboratory. The ARC system scanned at full capacity, constructing a mental map of the underground base's shattered structure. The signal's source lay deep below. Lin Feng descended rapidly, following the traces of destruction, as if walking through the deadly intestines of a behemoth. Turning a corner, the front suddenly opened up to a vast central control hall, resembling the core of a honeycomb. The hall was also in a state of disarray, with huge screens shattered and black smoke billowing from the control consoles. But the most shocking thing was the makeshift alloy shelter in the center of the hall. The bunker consisted of collapsed control consoles, metal cabinets, and sandbags, covered in traces of energy burns and impacts. Behind the bunker, the bodies of more than a dozen Dragon Shadow warriors lay scattered, most of them mutilated and in horrific condition. In the core area of the bunker, the only 3 remaining living beings lay leaning against the cold metal wall, their breath barely fading. An old man with gray hair and wearing a tattered white coat had a huge penetrating wound on his chest, with blood soaking the front of his clothes. His face was pale, his eyes were dull, and he was holding a burnt data board tightly in his hand. A burly officer with half of his face severely burned and his right arm broken at the shoulder was leaning against the wall. His only remaining left hand was tightly gripping a standard rifle with depleted energy and a twisted barrel, his eyes fierce and desperate. And a young woman huddled in a corner. The woman, about 23 or 24, wore a white researcher's uniform, also torn and bloodstained. She was slender, her long, dark hair plastered to a mess on her pale face, tears still lingering on her long eyelashes. A deep, bone-deep laceration pierced her left shoulder, bandaged hastily with torn strips of cloth, still bleeding. But what caught Lin Feng's eye most was the silver-white metal suitcase, etched with a dragon's shadow emblem, clutched tightly in her arms. Faint traces of an energy shield flickered on the suitcase's surface, clearly indicating its close protection. Her facial features surprisingly resembled Su Wanqing's, especially the slightly upturned corners of her eyes when closed. But now, when they opened, they revealed a pair of eyes like a frightened deer, clear yet filled with fear and despair. Deep within her pupils, there was a subtle hint of the stubbornness of a researcher and an almost paranoid desire to protect the box in her arms. Su Qingxue. Lin Feng instantly retrieved this name from the remaining database fragments of the Dragon Shadow base synchronized with the ARC system. Su Wanqing's sister, one of the core researchers of the gene optimization project of the Dragon Shadow base. The moment Lin Feng stepped into the hall. Who? The officer with the broken arm raised his twisted rifle like a wounded beast, and his only remaining eye was fixed on Lin Feng's direction, even though there was no energy left in the gun. The curled-up Su Qingxue also suddenly raised her head. When her frightened eyes saw the strange figure of Lin Feng, they were instantly filled with huge fear. She subconsciously hugged the metal box in her arms tighter. The seriously injured old man raised his eyelids with difficulty, his turbid eyes swept over Lin Feng, and then fell on the empty passage behind him. An extremely complex light flashed in his eyes, a mixture of despair and the last ray of hope. Bleeding gears, or people outside? The old man's voice was hoarse and weak, with a strong smell of blood. Lin Feng didn't answer. His gaze, like a cold scanner, swept across the remaining 3 people, finally landing on the metal box with a gleaming energy shield in Su Qingxue's arms. The ARC system scan instantly penetrated the box's energy shield, albeit weakly, and the information it returned made his eyes narrow slightly. High concentration of biologically active factors detected. Attributes: order life highly purified. Energy signature: homologous to the Dragon Shadow gene optimization factor. Highly compatible fluctuations with the energy field of Fireseed 001 Lin gene. Item identification: Dragon's blood reagent prototype. Status: stable. Dragon blood reagent. Highly purified order life factor. Highly compatible with Lin Jin's energy field. The things in this box are very likely to alleviate or even heal the purple-black lines on Lin Jin's body caused by the erosion of chaos. Value: inestimable value. Give me the box. Lin Feng's voice was cold and without a trace of emotion, as if he was demanding something that already belonged to him. He took a step towards the shelter. Don't even think about it. The officer with the broken arm roared like a beast. He struggled to stand, but the wound twitched and he coughed up blood. Protecting Dr. Su, and the box, is the final order. His one eye burned with desperate madness. Su Qingxue was like a mother animal protecting her cubs. She held the box tightly in her arms, her body shaking violently with fear and excitement. Tears silently rolled down her cheeks, but she bit her lips and shook her head stubbornly. Young man. The seriously injured old man spoke with difficulty, his voice intermittent. Is there any way to survive out there? 0 day. Dragon Shadow failed, but Dragon Blood is the last spark. It cannot fall into the hands of Ouroboros or those mechanical monsters. He stared at Lin Feng, as if he wanted to see something from his cold face. Just at this moment. Boom boom. A violent explosion and the piercing noise of twisting metal suddenly erupted from the entrance to the passage above. The entire underground hall shook violently. Dust fell. The arc system's warning instantly flooded the screen. Bleeding gear mechanical units have reached the surface entrance. Encountered residual contaminated pustules and aberrations. Fighting breaks out. High-intensity energy reaction detected. Threat level, extremely high. Estimated breakthrough time, 2 minutes and 47 seconds. Warning, unique energy signature detected. Identity, Crimson Queen Red Phoenix. Location, entered the ruins. Distance, rapidly approaching. Shi Huang. Here he comes in person. Time, measured in seconds. Lin Feng's pupils suddenly contracted. His cold gaze swept across the three desperate people behind the shelter, finally settling on the gleaming metal box in Su Qingshue's arms. There is no time. He stopped talking nonsense, and the pure source of order within him instantly erupted. His figure vanished from the spot. The next moment, as if teleporting, he reappeared within the bunker. The armless officer's roar and the stabbing spear hadn't even touched the edge of his clothes before they were fiercely deflected by an invisible, icy, and oppressive force field of order. They slammed into the metal wall and fainted completely. The last ray of light in the seriously injured old man's eyes went out, his head tilted, and his breath stopped. Su Qingxue felt an irresistible, icy force instantly envelop her. The metal box in her arms was violently ripped away by an invisible force. She screamed in terror and despair, desperately throwing herself at the box. Give it back to me. That's my sister, that's my last hope. Tears mixed with blood flowed down her pale face. Lin Feng caught the flying metal box with one hand, feeling its coldness. Without even looking at Su Qingxue, he casually waved his other hand. Buzz. A flexible yet inescapable force field of order, like an invisible rope, instantly bound Su Qingxue firmly to the spot. No matter how she struggled and cried, she couldn't move an inch. Hope? Lin Feng's cold voice sounded, with a hint of cruel sarcasm. Here, hope is a luxury. Only when you are alive can you have the right to talk about hope. He ignored Su Qingshue's desperate sobs and cast his gaze towards a narrow, clogged passageway deep in the hall, marked emergency ventilation duct. A scan by the arc system revealed that this abandoned duct, while winding, bypassed the main passageway and led to a relatively hidden exit further down the hall. If you want to live, shut up and follow me. Lin Feng's voice was undeniable. He held the metal box in one hand and grasped the air with the other. The force field that bound Su Qingsue acted like a string, forcibly dragging her struggling body towards the entrance of the abandoned pipe. His movements were merciless, like dragging a piece of obstructive luggage. Su Qingsue was forced to stumble and catch up, tears blurring her vision. The wound on her shoulder had burst open from her struggle, and the excruciating pain nearly made her faint. She stared at Lin Feng's back, as cold as a mountain, at the metal box he held in his hands, and despair, like a cold, poisonous snake, coiled around her heart. At the entrance to the upper passage, the sounds of explosions and the shrieking of high-speed mechanical units were getting closer and closer. One could even hear the hissing of energy weapons tearing through the air. The Red Phoenix is coming. Lin Feng's figure disappeared into the narrow, dark entrance of the pipe, and the bound Su Qingsue was dragged in like a puppet. Darkness instantly swallowed the two of them. A few seconds later. Boom! The heavy alloy gate at the entrance to the hall was ripped apart like paper by the violent energy. A scorching airwave, carrying metal fragments and thick smoke, rushed into the hall. Amidst the smoke and dust, a tall, wild and oppressive figure stepped on the burning metal wreckage and slowly walked into this bloody land of death. The long red hair danced wildly in the scorching air current, and the red-gold pupils under the dark red metal mask were like burning molten gold, coldly sweeping over the corpses and destroyed bunkers on the ground. Finally, like a precise probe, it locked onto the abandoned pipe entrance deep in the hall, which had just been entered by someone and was still shaking slightly. She raised her mechanical prosthesis, and a dark red energy flow lingered on her fingertips, gently brushing across the faint trace of energy with a cold and orderly aura left on the edge of the pipe entrance, the remnant of Lin Feng's order force field. Beneath the mask, the corners of her mouth slowly curled up into a cold and aggressive arc. Little bug, found you. And, my key fragment. The game has just begun. Chapter 57 Arc, Swarm. Dark. A thick, cold darkness thick with rust and dust instantly engulfed Su Qingshue's vision and perception. The abandoned ventilation duct was so narrow that only one person could pass through, hunched over. The inner walls were coated with thick grease and unknown sticky deposits, emitting a suffocating, stale odor. She was tightly bound by the invisible, icy force of order, like a sack being dragged along, her body slamming uncontrollably against the cold, rough walls. The laceration on her shoulder pierced with excruciating pain, and every impact caused her vision to black out and nearly suffocate. Let me go. You, robber. Demon. Her tearful screams echoed through the sealed pipe, bouncing off the metal walls and back again, hollow and hopeless. Tears mixed with cold sweat and blood blurred her vision. She could only see the tall, blurry silhouette before her, like a moving, cold mountain. In one hand, he held the silver-white box that symbolized all her hopes and pain. The other hand, like an invisible noose, dragged her deeper into darkness. Lin Feng ignored the cries and curses behind him. His senses, like cold radar, precisely scanned the path ahead and the thickness of the pipe walls in the darkness. The three-dimensional model of the arc system unfolded clearly in his mind. This abandoned pipeline, like the capillaries deep in the intestines of a giant beast, twisted and turned, and blocked in many places by collapsed insulation or rusted valves. He needed to reach that hidden exit as quickly as possible. Above. Boom. 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 The dull roar of explosions and the sharp whine of energy weapons, like the drumbeat of death, pierced through the thick concrete and metal pipe walls, striking the two men's nerves with clarity. Each vibration caused the pipe to shake violently, sending down more rust and dust. It was the mechanical hounds of the bleeding gears tearing through the entrance's defenses. The Red Phoenix was approaching. The warning from the arc system sounded like a cold death knell. Surface entrance defenses breached. Mechanical units enter the upper levels of the base. Crimson Queen Red Phoenix energy signal, locking onto current coordinates. Distance, rapidly closing. Expected contact time, 1 minute 53 seconds. Time. Lin Feng's pace didn't pause, even accelerating. The force field restraining Su Qingxue suddenly tightened, forcibly dragging her stumbling body several inches off the ground to reduce friction with the pipe wall. Su Qingxue let out a shrill scream from the excruciating pain. She then bit her lip tightly, blood oozing from it. Only deep hatred and despairing numbness remained in her eyes. A note appeared ahead that was completely blocked by huge insulation cotton and twisted metal plates. Obstacles, clear. Lin Feng gave the order with a cold thought. He suddenly raised his empty left hand. His right arm was still charred and numb, and the blue star mark on the palm of his hand flashed. Buzz. A dark blue cone of order as solid as a substance and only the size of a fist condensed in an instant, and with a sharp scream that tore through the air, it slammed towards the blockage point. Boom! The clogged insulation and metal plates were instantly pierced and torn apart like fragile pieces of paper. Scorching metal slag and burning debris splattered everywhere. A hole appeared in front of them, barely wide enough for one person to pass through. Scorching air waves and thick smoke rushed towards them. Lin Feng dragged Su Qingxue without hesitation, rushing through the hole in an instant like a demon passing through a fiery hell. Su Qingxue coughed violently from the thick smoke. The scorching slag splashed on her exposed skin, leaving charred marks. However, she seemed to feel no pain, only a dead grayness in her eyes. The pipe continued downward, becoming increasingly damp and cold. The air was filled with a strong smell of ozone and a faint sound of flowing water. The exit was near. However, right at this moment. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Without warning, a subtle, yet penetrating, high-frequency buzzing sound, like the simultaneous flapping of the wings of billions of metallic insects, came from the direction of the hole they had just passed through. The sound wasn't loud, but it was like a cold needle, piercing deep into the eardrums, bringing with it a numbing, inhuman, mechanical feeling. The arc system's alarm instantly soared to blood red. Micro High Mobility Unit Cluster detected. Number, greater than 100. Energy signature, High Energy Physics Engine. Threat marker, Bleeding Gear Sub-Body. Model identification, Bone Eroding Bee Swarm. Approaching at high speed. Distance, 50 meters. 40 meters. 30 meters. Swarm. Lin Feng turned around suddenly. Behind the hole, in the torn pipe, a scarlet fog of light spread and approached at an alarming speed. It wasn't actual fog, but a swarm of countless fist-sized metallic aircraft, flashing a cold red light. They resembled magnified mechanical wasps, their tails emitting streams of dark blue ions, and their multifaceted sensors, like compound eyes, flashed a greedy scarlet light. They were densely packed, covering the sky like a surging tide of metallic blood. Wherever they passed, even the air hissed with the sound of being sliced by high-frequency currents. The Scarlet Phoenix's swarm. She didn't even need to drill through the filthy pipes herself. These deadly metal insects were her extended minions. Found, target, high-value source of order, living organism, recovery order, highest priority. A cold, emotionless electronic synthesized voice came from a slightly larger queen bee unit deep in the swarm. Whoosh! 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 Before he finished speaking, the dozens of bone-eating bees charging in the front instantly accelerated. The dark blue ion streams at their tails suddenly brightened. Like red poisonous needles released from a bowstring, they tore through the air and rushed towards Lin Feng and the bound Su Qingxue with a high-frequency oscillating buzzing sound. Their target was clear, the silver-white box in Lin Feng's hand. And Lin Feng himself. Too fast. Too dense. In this narrow tube, it's almost impossible to avoid. Ugh! Su Qingxue was frightened out of her wits by the horrific scene. She let out a short scream and closed her eyes in despair. Lin Feng's pupils shrank to the size of pinpoints. The pure, icy source of order within his body was instantly pushed to its limit. He chose not to defend himself. Attack! Only attack can tear open a ray of hope in this metal torrent. Barrier of order, directional release, chaos interference. The dual commands exploded in the mind. Buzz! A condensed, dark blue shield instantly unfolded before Lin Feng. This time, however, the shield wasn't entirely defensive. The instant it formed, it was forcibly twisted and shaped by Lin Feng's powerful willpower. The shield's edge, like a high-speed, sharp saw, slashed fiercely towards the densest part of the swarm with a piercing, cutting sound. At the same time, deep within Lin Feng's consciousness, the deep purple vortex mark that had been imprisoned by the chaos binding agreement suddenly cracked. A violent, sticky, deep purple chaotic energy stream, full of the feeling of tearing space, did not attack directly. Instead, like invisible ink, it was forcibly guided by Lin Feng and injected into the edge of the spinning blue light shield in front of him. Boom! The edges of the spinning, dark blue shield instantly took on an eerie, deep purple hue. Under exquisite control, the forces of order and chaos briefly merged, annihilating each other and erupting with unpredictable destructive force. Like a rapidly spinning death wheel, its edges ablaze with purple flames, it slammed fiercely into the oncoming red swarm of bees. Chi-chi-chi-chi. The piercing sound of metal cutting and energy annihilation erupted instantly. It was like countless red-hot electric saws cutting into steel at the same time. The dozens of bone-eating bees charging in the front were like running into a meat grinder, instantly being cut, torn, and disintegrated into burning metal fragments by the rotating purple-blue flywheel. The violent energy annihilation reaction formed a brief zone of energy turbulence, forcibly blocking and disrupting the subsequent swarm shockwave. But the number of bees is too large. The flywheel barely held out for a fraction of a second before it shattered under the relentless onslaught of countless bone-eating bees and the barrage of ion beams from their tails. The remaining swarm hummed even more frantically, like an enraged, blood-red tide, as they pounced again. This time, they no longer concentrated their charge, but instead dispersed instantly, as if possessed of intelligence. From the top of the pipe, along its sides, even close to the ground, they shot down countless crimson death rays, hurling them at Lin Feng and Su Qingxue from every angle. There is no way to avoid it. Damn it! Lin Feng's eyes flashed with cold light. He suddenly pulled the force field that bound Su Qingxue behind him. At the same time, the source of order in his body recklessly poured into the silver-white metal box in his right hand. The energy shield on the surface of the box was instantly activated to the extreme, emitting a dazzling white light. Puff, puff, puff. The sound of collisions as dense as rain rang out. Lin Feng's body and the forcibly activated box shield blocked most of the attack from the bone-eating bees. The dark blue force field of order and the high-frequency oscillation energy of the bees madly annihilated each other. Lin Feng's body felt like it was being bombarded by countless heavy hammers. The sharp pain made his throat sweet, and blood once again flowed from the corners of his mouth. The light of the box shield flickered violently, and it let out a wail of being overwhelmed. But a few bone-eating bees still managed to bypass the frontal defense. A scarlet wasp emerged from the gap in the pipe above Lin Feng's head like a ghost, with a deadly blue light flashing at its tail, and stabbed into the back of his neck like a poisonous sting. The other one was sticking to the ground and shot at high speed towards the ankle of Su Qingxue, who was dragged behind Lin Feng by the force field and was stiff with fear. A critical moment. Lin Feng suddenly turned sideways. With his right hand, he held the box to block the stinger overhead. His left hand shot out like lightning, grabbing the bone-eating bee that was shooting towards Su Qingshue's ankle. Laugh! Overhead, the stinger of the bone-eating bee pierced the metal box's shield fiercely, causing a dazzling spark to erupt. The shield violently fluctuated. Under his feet, Lin Feng's fingers narrowly brushed against the metal shell of the bone-eating bee. The high-frequency oscillating energy instantly tore through the flesh at his fingertips, leaving blood dripping. However, the bone-eating bee was also deflected by his grasp, which contained the power of order. It brushed past Su Qingshue's trouser leg and flew into the wall of the nearby pipe with a crisp ding sound. Ah! Su Qingxue felt a chill on her ankle and screamed in fright. Shut up! Go! Lin Feng's voice was hoarse and violent. He endured the excruciating pain in his fingertips and throughout his body, and suddenly tightened the force field that bound Su Qingshuet again. He lifted her up, like throwing a sandbag, and hurled her toward the end of the dark passage ahead, where the faint sound of flowing water could be heard. At the same time, he poured the last remaining source of order into his feet without reservation. Order burst. Advance. Boom. A powerful recoil exploded from beneath Lin Feng's feet. He used this force to launch himself like an arrow, following the flung Su Qingshuei as he lunged towards the end of the passage. Behind him, the swarm of bone-eating bees gathered again, emitting piercing screams and pursuing him like a blood-red torrent. Ahead! The end of the passage suddenly opens up. A massive, abandoned sewage tank appeared before my eyes. Its walls were covered in slippery moss, and the murky, green, and foul-smelling sewage nearly filled the entire space, leaving only a narrow maintenance path above the wall. At the end of the path, a rusty, circular inspection hatch stood half open, letting in a faint, gray light the exit. Su Qingshuet, flung away by the force field, fell heavily onto the slippery, icy plank road, tumbling several times and nearly falling into the foul-smelling sewage pool below. She struggled to her feet, ignoring the excruciating pain, staring in horror at the swarm of bees surging behind her like a bloody storm, and at the man carrying a box, covered in blood, rushing towards her like a demon. Lin Feng landed on the plank road without a pause. He grabbed Su Qingshue's arm, which was stiff with fear. It felt cold and slippery, with such force that he almost crushed her bones. Jump! Lin Feng's voice was like thunder. He dragged Su Qingshuo, and at the moment when the swarm of bees behind him was about to overwhelm them, he jumped towards the rusty inspection port at the end of the plank road. Plop! Plop! Two sounds of people falling into the water rang out almost simultaneously. The cold, foul-smelling sewage instantly engulfed the two of them. Almost at the same time. Buzz! A swarm of scarlet bone-eating bees, like an enraged metallic torrent, slammed fiercely into the metal frame surrounding the access hatch. Countless metal bees were shattered by the immense kinetic energy, and flaming fragments scatter like fireworks. A subsequent swarm of bees circled and buzzed outside the access hatch, their crimson points of light like bloodthirsty eyes, fixed intently on the turbid, bubbling water below. Under the muddy sewage. Cold, dark, and smelly. Su Qingshuo nearly choked on the sewage, a cold despair gripping her throat once again. She felt a cold, powerful hand tugging at her, forcing her to swim in one direction. That hand, like an iron clamp, held an irresistible force, yet also a hint of an equally cold life force. Lin Feng held his breath. The dark blue force field of order formed a thin barrier around his body, shielding it from the filth. A piercing pain shot through his left fingertips, the result of the wounds scratched by the bone-eating bees and then soaked in the sewage. But at this moment, all he could see was the faint light filtering through the water ahead. The exit is just ahead. And the swarm of bees is still circling overhead. Shi Huan will never give up. This dirty water is just a chance to catch your breath. The hunt is far from over. Chapter 58 Arc, Rebirth from the Ashes. The cold, sticky sewage, reeking of decay, instantly engulfed them like a heavy shroud. The darkness and suffocation felt like a giant, icy hand gripping her throat. Su Qingshuo felt only the iron-like grip on her arm, dragging her through the filthy water at an inhuman pace. The current pounded against her lacerated shoulder, and the excruciating pain, mixed with the nausea of choking on the sewage, left her conscious struggling frantically on the brink of collapse. Lin Feng closed his mouth and nose tightly. The dark blue force field of order was like a second skin, blocking out most of the filth, but it couldn't completely block out the biting cold and the stench that penetrated his nose. The wounds on his fingertips, scratched by the bone-eating bees, soaked in the sewage, felt like salt, burning in waves. But all he could see was the gray light refracting through the water, approaching ahead. Exit! He slammed his feet on a concrete block that had sunk to the bottom of the water, and his body shot out like an arrow, dragging the almost suffocated Su Qingxue and rushing towards the light. Crash! Two heads suddenly broke through the water. Dirty water splashed everywhere. Pungent fresh air, albeit mingled with the dust and smoke of the ruins, rushed into her lungs. Su Qingxue coughed violently, spitting out the stinking sewage and gasping for air greedily, like a dying fish. She found herself at the outlet of a massive, half-collapsed concrete drain. Ahead lay a mountain of construction debris and a muddy, sewage-soaked sludge. Beyond, beneath a gray sky, lay the endless, lifeless outline of the ruins of Chongshan City. Above them was a narrow inspection hatch. A swarm of scarlet bone-eating bees, like an angry hive, continued to swirl and buzz around the edge of the cave entrance. Scarlet dots of light, like countless bloodthirsty eyes, stared intently at the water below and the two people who had just emerged. But they seemed wary of the corrosive nature of the sewage and the complex terrain below, and did not immediately swoop down. A moment of respite. Very brief. Lin Feng didn't hesitate at all. He dragged Su Qingxue, who was still coughing violently, soaking wet, and shivering, and climbed up the slippery mudflats with his hands and feet, rushing towards the shadow of the nearest huge concrete structure formed by the collapsed viaduct. Let go. Su Qingxue struggled weakly, her voice hoarse, but Lin Feng's hand was like a cold iron hoop, not allowing her to break free. Boom! Boom! Overhead, several bees separated from the circling swarm, and with a flash of faint blue light at their tails, several tiny energy beams shot down like poisonous snakes, hitting the mudflat where the two had just climbed up, blowing up a large amount of mud and sewage. Warning! They are only temporarily afraid, not giving up. Lin Feng shoved Su Qingxue deep into the triangular gap formed by the overpass's massive piers, then quickly slipped in himself. The space was narrow, dark, and filled with dust and the smell of rust, but it temporarily shielded him from the swarm's direct line of sight. He leaned against the cold concrete, his chest heaving violently, not from panting, but from the energy fluctuations of the source of order within his body, rapidly healing his injuries. A faint blue glow shone beneath the charred wound on his left arm and the fresh cut on his fingertips. The box, my box. Su Qingxue curled up in the corner, her whole body wet, her long hair stuck to her pale face, like a frightened cat that fell into the water, but her eyes, bloodshot due to fear and cold, were staring at the silver-white metal box held tightly in Lin Feng's other hand. Lin Feng didn't even look at her. His cold gaze, like a hawk, penetrated the gap and scanned the swarm of bees and the gray ruins outside. The ARC system's scanning was running at full power. Bone-eating bee swarm, continuous circling monitoring. Energy level, high. Threat, standby. High-intensity energy signal detected Red Phoenix. Location, underground base entrance area. Distance, approximately 1.1 kilometers. Status, moving at high speed. Estimated arrival time, 2 minutes 15 seconds. Environmental scan, the current area has complex terrain and numerous obstructions. Optimal evacuation route, southeast, along the dry riverbed debris. Target, industrial area at the edge of the ruins. Large metal structures may interfere with the signal. 2 minutes. We must completely get rid of the swarm of bees and disappear into the maze of ruins before Qi Huang arrives in person. Lin Feng's gaze fell back to the metal box in his hand. The energy shield on the box's surface had dimmed considerably, evidently having been heavily depleted in the previous defense. He attempted to penetrate it with a trace of pure order source, and the box's internal energy structure instantly became clear within the ARC's vision. The carefully protected dragon blood reagent was like dormant amber, emitting a pure and gentle light of life and order. Its energy fluctuations resonated strangely with Lin Jin's aura of chaos and order, imprinted deep within his consciousness. Must take away. But, how do you get rid of these metal flies that are like maggots hanging over your head? Lin Feng's cold gaze swept over Su Qingxue, who was huddled in the corner, shivering but still staring at the box. A cold and efficient idea instantly formed. Want to live? Lin Feng's voice suddenly rang out, cold and without a trace of warmth, like the scraping of metal. Or do you want to die here with your hope, and be torn into pieces by that woman? Su Qingxue suddenly raised her head. Her terrified eyes, etched with mud, narrowed dramatically at the cruel choice. She looked at Lin Feng, then at the box in his hand, then at the crimson light swirling in the sky beyond the gap. Her lips trembled, and fear and despair threatened to consume her. I. Her voice was filled with tears, but she couldn't utter a complete sentence. There's no time for you to hesitate. Lin Feng's voice was as cold as ice. I'll give you 2 choices. First, I'll take the box and leave. You stay here and attract the swarm. Let's take a gamble and see if she, the Red Phoenix, will show mercy and let go of such an insignificant part. Second, Lin Feng's gaze was like a concrete icicle, piercing Su Qingshua's terrified eyes. Give up the box and follow me. In exchange, I will take you away from this ruin and give you a chance to survive. Give up the box? Give up my sister's last hope? Give up Long Ying's last legacy? Su Qingshua's body trembled violently, like a leaf in the wind. Tears flowed uncontrollably once again, mixing with the mud on her face as they slid down her cheeks. She bit her lip until she could taste blood. On one side was the slim to zero chance of survival and the hope she had to protect. On the other side was the cold promise of survival and the despair of giving up everything. Overhead, the hum of the bone-eating bees suddenly grew sharper. As if receiving new instructions. Their circling trajectory became more aggressive. Several bees broke away from the group, tentatively lowering their altitude. Scarlet dots of light locked onto the gap in the bridge pier where the two men were hiding. Red Phoenix is getting closer. I'll go with you. Su Qingxue suddenly closed her eyes and let out a scream as if her throat had been cut, tears pouring out. She shouted these words with all her strength, as if her entire soul had been drained away. The decision to abandon the box was more painful than the wounds that tore through her. Wise. Lin Feng's voice was calm, as if he had expected it. He stopped looking at the weeping Su Qingxue and fixed his gaze on the silver-white metal box in his hand. Chaos binding. Space disturbance. Injection. A cold command was issued from the depths of consciousness. Buzz. Deep within his consciousness, the imprisoned dark purple chaotic vortex mark was forcibly pried open again. A violent, sticky, chaotic energy flow filled with the feeling of tearing space was forcibly poured into the energy shield core of the silver-white metal box by Lin Feng with exquisite control, like poisonous ink. The dim shield light on the box's surface was instantly dyed a strange deep purple. It emitted a strong and chaotic spatial energy fluctuation. Go! Lin Feng shouted softly, his arm muscles bulged, and he used all his strength to throw the metal box in his hand, which was emitting chaotic purple light, like throwing a bomb, towards the northwest direction, which was completely opposite to the planned evacuation route southeast. That was an area full of huge pipes and thick smoke. Buzz! The metal box, emitting a strange purple light, carved a dazzling trail through the air. The intense and chaotic spatial fluctuations it carried were like a beacon in the darkness, instantly attracting the scarlet compound eyes of all the bone-eating bees. High-value target, moving, chaotic energy signal, locked. Highest priority recovery. A cold electronic synthesized voice sounded from deep within the swarm. Buzz. Like a school of sharks completely enraged by the smell of blood. The circling swarm of bone-eating bees instantly abandoned the gaps in the bridge piers and transformed into a violent crimson torrent, emitting a deafening scream as they frantically pursued the direction in which the metal box had flown. Wherever they passed, the air was sliced by the high frequency, emitting a piercing hiss. Chance! Lin Feng grabbed Su Qingshua's arm, who was still silently crying and limp, with such force that she cried out in pain. His figure was like a ghost, instantly rushing out from the gap between the bridge piers and running towards the dry river wreckage in the southeast direction, running wildly. Follow me! Or die! The cold voice left no room for doubt. Su Qingxue was dragged along, stumbling across the ruins. The icy wind whipped across her drenched body, chilling her to the bone. She was forced to run, each step ripping through the excruciating pain in her shoulder and the twisted ankle from being dragged. She didn't dare look back at the box being pursued by the swarm of bees. She could only bite her lip, channeling all the pain, humiliation, despair, and guilt towards her sister into the power to run numbly. From far behind him, the sound of a swarm of bone-eating bees crashing into the metal box, followed by a violent explosion and an even more frantic humming noise, was heard. Clearly, the swarm's recovery of the box wasn't going smoothly. The chaotic spatial disturbance was like a vicious trap. Lin Feng ignored his words. He increased his speed to the limit, dragging Su Qingxue through the collapsed walls, twisted rebar, and piled rubble. The Arc system's optimal path guidance was as if etched in his mind. Every leap and every turn was with impeccable precision, making the most of the complex terrain of the ruins to conceal his form. In his mind, the Arc system refreshed coldly. Successfully lured the bee swarm away. Threat eliminated. Crimson Queen Red Phoenix energy signal arrived at the inspection port. Distance, 0.8 kilometers. Speed, extremely fast. Warning, high-intensity mental scanning fluctuations detected. The Red Phoenix has arrived. and is scanning the area with some powerful mental power. Lin Feng suddenly pushed Su Qingxue down behind a half-collapsed concrete wall. The two of them pressed against the cold and rough wall, holding their breath. Buzz! An invisible, cold, and aggressive spiritual wave, like a giant searchlight, instantly swept across the area where they were hiding. With a penetrating scrutiny, the wave swept across the broken walls, across the rubble, across Su Qingxue's body, trembling violently with fear, and across Lin Feng's body, covered with a weak force field of order. The source of order within Lin Feng instantly sank to its absolute stillness, like a cold rock. The chaos binding protocol was fully operational, suppressing the aura of the chaotic vortex marked deep within his consciousness. He seemed to merge with the surrounding ruins, his heartbeat nearly stagnating. The spiritual fluctuation stayed on him for a moment. Cold. Review. With a hint of anger at being fooled? Then, as if attracted by the more dazzling chaotic energy explosion in the northwest, the mental fluctuation suddenly turned, and with tremendous anger, it stabbed towards the metal box and the swarm of bees. Let's go! Lin Feng shouted in a low voice. Without stopping at all, he pulled up the almost exhausted Su Qingxue again and ran desperately towards the industrial area on the edge of the ruins. Behind him, from the northwest came a deafening explosion, a mixture of metal distortion and energy annihilation. And then there was a shriek, filled with fury and neither male nor female, that pierced the sky. Insect! Above the ruins filled with grey dust and smoke. The bait thrown by the hunter was torn into pieces. The prey, with its scarred and humiliated trophy Su Qingxue, is struggling to escape into the darkness. The angry queen stepped on the burning metal wreckage, her red-gold pupils piercing through the smoke and dust, locking onto the two tiny figures that disappeared in the huge shadow of the industrial area. The hunting ground shifts. The hunt never stops. Chapter 59 Arc, Hive Mind. The Red Phoenix's furious scream was like an invisible shockwave, piercing through the layers of ruins and slamming deep into the eardrums of Lin Feng and Su Qingxue. The icy murderous intent and overwhelming energy contained in that voice caused Su Qingxue's body, already trembling with fear and weakness, to suddenly stiffen, as if pierced by an invisible icicle. She stumbled and nearly fell to the ground. Icy despair once again overwhelmed her like a tide. Lin Feng didn't even frown. His perception was like a cold probe, ignoring the mental threat and focusing all his attention on the warning refreshed by the ARC system. Crimson Queen Red Phoenix mind lock interrupted. Target confirmed, bait metal box destroyed. Warning, ultra-high frequency energy scan detected wide area mode. Coverage radius, 3 kilometers. Strength, penetrating. Warning, multiple bone-eating bee swarm signals detected breaking away from the main group. Energy signature, stealth reconnaissance mode. Rapidly dispersing. Search grid, current area covered. Wide area scan. Dispersed scouting swarms. The Red Phoenix was completely enraged. No longer relying on a single tracking method, she would cast a deadly metal net, conducting an indiscriminate dragnet search. Each scattered bone-eating bee was a mobile sensor node. Once locked onto by anyone, the location would be instantly exposed to the entire swarm and the Red Phoenix following closely behind. A real dragnet. Hurry! Lin Feng's voice was like an icy whip, harshly lashing Su Qingxue's nerves, which were on the verge of collapse. He grabbed her arm with a sudden force, almost crushing her bones, and forcibly dragged her into the huge, gloomy industrial ruins ahead. This was once the industrial heart of the mountainous city, but now only a steel graveyard remains. The massive, rusted skeletons of factories resembled the bones of a behemoth, twisted and broken pipes resembled dying blood vessels, and piles of abandoned shipping containers resembled colossal tombstones. The air was thick with the scent of rust, motor oil, and a faint, acrid odor, like metal corroded by strong acid. The light was fragmented by the towering wreckage, casting vast, thick, suffocating shadows. The ARC system's optimal path guidance flashed wildly in his mind, like navigating a minefield. Lin Feng didn't slow down even a bit, dragging the stumbling Su Qingxue through the massive gears, overturned machine tools, and mountains of scrap metal. Every turn was precisely timed to fit between wide area scans, and every pause was right next to the signal blind spots created by the massive metal structures. Buzz! A subtly yet high-pitched flapping sound, like the whisper of death, came without warning from a crack in a thick, broken steam pipe overhead. A scarlet bone-eating wasp emerged like a ghost, its compound eye-like sensors instantly locking onto the moving figure below. Discovered, suspicious, heat source, biological signal. A cold electronic synthesized sound rang out. Exposed. Lin Feng's pupils suddenly shrank. Without the slightest hesitation, the moment the bluish light from the bone-eating bee's tail lit up, he shoved Su Qingxue fiercely toward a pile of discarded metal parts covered in oilcloth. Simultaneously, his body shifted sideways like a ghost. Laugh. A tiny beam of energy, powerful enough to penetrate steel, brushed past Lin Feng's shoulder and instantly melted through a rusty oil drum behind him, sending droplets of hot metal splattering everywhere. Buzz. More flapping sounds echoed from all directions. Several crimson lights lit up from the gaps between nearby containers and the shadows of pipes. Attracted by the signal from this scout bee, the nearby bee swarms were rapidly converging. Hide! Lin Feng's icy voice reached Su Qingxue's ears, carrying an unquestionable command. He ignored her and instantly disappeared from the spot, swooping down towards the first bone-eating bee he had spotted. The bone-eating bee reacted extremely quickly, its tail glowing with a faint blue light once again. But Lin Feng was even faster. The pure essence of order within him instantly infused his legs, and his body left a trail of shadows in the air. Just before the energy beam was released, his intact right hand shot out like lightning, its fingertips shrouded in a condensed faint blue light, and with uncanny precision, it pinched the metal trunk of the bone-eating bee. Get down, from me. Swish. The high-frequency oscillating energy and the condensed power of order collided instantly. Under Lin Feng's grasp, which contained the power of the origin, the bone-eating bee's solid alloy shell was deformed and shattered like a fragile eggshell. The scarlet light was instantly extinguished, and the mechanical bee twitched and fell from the air. But this moment's delay. Buzz. At least 5 bone-eating bees had already swooped down from different directions. The scarlet light was like the gaze of death, and the dark blue ion beam instantly charged. There is no way to avoid it. Chaos. Release. A ferocious glint flashed in Lin Feng's eyes at the critical moment. The deep purple chaotic vortex marked deep within his consciousness was forcibly pried open. Instead of attacking the bee swarm, a violent and sticky stream of chaotic energy was violently injected into the oily and metal-smeared ground beneath his feet. Boom! The ground eroded by chaotic energy was like a surface of water with a stone thrown into it, suddenly raising a sticky wave mixed with oil, metal fragments, and chaotic purple-black energy. This filthy wave instantly rose like a barrier, temporarily obscuring Lin Feng's figure. Puff, puff, puff. Several ion beams fiercely shot into the filthy tide, erupting in a violent explosion of energy annihilation and acrid smoke. But they failed to hit the target. The air is filled with smoke and dust. Lin Feng's figure burst out from the other side of the filthy wave like a cannonball. His target wasn't the remaining bone-eating bees, but rather the control center of a large industrial electromagnetic crane not far away, its shell covered in rust, but with a faint energy reaction still lingering in its core. Hive mind, invasion. The cold thought was like a sharp sword drawn from its sheath. Buzz. The blue star mark on Lin Feng's palm shone brightly. A stream of spiritual energy, condensed to the extreme, containing the cold will of order and the superb analytical power of the arc system, like an invisible data torrent, ignored physical distance, instantly crossed space, and fiercely penetrated the depths of the rusted control panel of the abandoned electromagnetic crane. Target, low intelligence industrial machinery hub damage, 87%. Protocol, forced overload. Target, residual capacitors. Execution, energy overload detonation. Command injection. The abandoned electromagnetic crane arms suddenly shuddered violently. The long extinguished indicator lights on the control panel flashed wildly, and dazzling sparks erupted. The thick cables wrapped around the giant mechanical arm twitched violently like a dying python, emitting crackling sounds. The weak capacitor energy remaining in the core was forcibly squeezed and overloaded by the arc system. Boom! With a dull thud, the electromagnetic boom's core control box exploded like a bomb. Violet arcs of electricity, mixed with metal fragments and burning insulation, like an uncontrolled metal storm, swept towards the surrounding bone-eating bees that had just approached and tried to lock onto Lin Feng. Chi-chi-chi! The piercing sounds of metal cutting and energy annihilation erupted instantly. Several bone-eating bees were instantly torn apart and ignited by the violent storm of metal fragments. The remaining were also violently blown away by the sudden shockwave of the explosion and the turbulent energy flow. The sensors flashed red wildly, and they fell into a brief period of chaos and overload. Let's go! Lin Feng growled, and without any pause, he pounced on the pile of metal parts where Su Qingxue was hiding like a cheetah, grabbed her up from her daze, and ran desperately towards the deeper part of the industrial zone, towards the steel jungle composed of countless huge abandoned oil storage tanks. Su Qingxue's mind went blank as he dragged her along. The lightning-fast battle just now, Lin Feng's inhuman speed, his precise strikes, the strange way he manipulated the mechanical self-destruction, all were etched in her terrified mind like a brand. This man wasn't human at all. He was a monster. A walking disaster. But at this moment, this monster's cold hand was the only thing she could grasp, a lifeline. Behind him, the swarm of bees that was temporarily blocked by the explosion began to buzz more frantically, readjusted their direction, and the scarlet spots of light gathered together again. The Arc System's warnings flooded the screen again. Successfully disrupted the bee swarm. Threat temporarily lifted. Warning, Crimson Queen Red Phoenix energy signal, approaching at high speed. Distance, 0.5 kilometers. Large-scale metal structure resonance detected. Suspected queen bee units are forcibly uniting the dispersed bee colonies. Shi Huang had killed them personally. Furthermore, she seemed to have mobilized some higher-level command unit to forcibly integrate the reconnaissance bee swarms scattered by Lin Feng, weaving a tighter web of death. Lin Feng dragged Su Qingxue along as they rushed into a steel maze consisting of dozens of massive, rusted cylindrical oil storage tanks. The tanks stood like silent giants, their narrow passages deep and dim, filled with the strong smell of rust and residual oil. Climb up! Lin Feng pointed to a relatively intact oil tank next to him with a rusty maintenance ladder on the side wall, and his voice left no doubt. Su Qingxue stared at the rusted iron ladder that towered over the tank, swaying slightly in the wind. The blood drained from her face. I can't climb anymore. The wound on her shoulder had already burst open from her intense running, blood soaking through the bandage. Her arm trembled with weakness. Lin Feng's eyes flashed with impatience, but he didn't waste any words. He wrapped one hand around Su Qingxue's waist, and the icy force made her stiffen. The next moment, a powerful force lifted her up. Lin Feng exerted force with his feet, dragging her along, like a monkey, along the rickety, rusted iron ladder, rapidly climbing towards the top of the massive oil tank. The iron ladder groaned under the weight, rust flakes rustling down. Su Qingxue closed her eyes tightly in fear, feeling only the whistling wind and the cold, iron-like hand around her waist. Seconds later, the two landed on the curved top of a massive oil tank. Their view instantly widened, revealing the entire industrial ruin beneath the gray sky. But Lin Feng showed no sign of pausing to admire it. He quickly half-knelt, his palms pressed against the cold, rough metal of the tank's roof. Hive mind, maximum power, deep link. The cold and resolute command exploded deep in the consciousness. Buzz. The dark blue star mark on Lin Feng's palm erupted with an unprecedentedly dazzling light. A far larger and more condensed spiritual torrent, carrying the full computing power and icy will of the Arc System, surged like an invisible giant net. With him as the center, it fiercely enveloped the steel graveyard below, composed of countless discarded machinery, pipes, and cables. Target, all abandoned industrial machinery in the area damaged. Protocol, forcefully awaken residual energy. Overload operation. Execution, disorderly destruction command. Command injection. Range, maximum. Strength, exceeding the limit. The alarm of the Arc System flashed wildly, indicating the risk of mental overload. But Lin Feng's eyes were filled with cold madness. Next moment, this entire huge industrial ruin came alive. It's like being awakened by the invisible hand of the devil. Countless wreckages of machines that had been silent for a long time suddenly burst into dying wails and violent roars. Boom! Kaka-kaka. The wreckage of a collapsed giant stamping machine, the hydraulic rods twitched wildly like a dying python and hit the ground. Sizzle, sizzle. The broken and exposed high-voltage cables were like mad electric snakes, erupting with dazzling blue-white arcs, whipping wildly among the metal ruins. Woo-hum! Several giant rusted exhaust fan impellers were forced to turn with a harsh sound of metal friction, stirring up a cloud of rust dust. Swish! Boom! The exhaust valve of an abandoned reactor half buried underground was forcibly opened, spewing out foul-smelling steam that had accumulated for many years, mixed with strong acid and unknown chemicals. Chaos. Disorder. Violence. The entire industrial zone instantly transformed into a deadly, metallic symphony of hell, played by the wreckage of countless out-of-control machines. Violent energy currents, pervasive metal dust, gushing corrosive steam, lashing arcs of electricity formed a vast, chaotic barrier of energy and physics. Buzz. The bone-eating bees, which had just regrouped and were about to descend upon the oil tank area, were instantly overwhelmed by the sudden, overwhelming chaos. The scarlet mechanical bees seemed to collide with an invisible wall, their sensors flashing red lights wildly. They were tossed about by the violent energy turbulence, their vision obscured by the pervasive metallic dust, and they were damaged by the gushing steam and arcs. The entire bee colony's command was instantly thrown into chaos. What? In the distance, Ji Huang, who had just reached the edge of the industrial zone and was about to lock onto a target, suddenly had her scarlet gold pupils constricted. She stared at the steel graveyard ahead, seething like a purgatory, brimming with violent energy turbulence. She felt the swarm's signals instantly become chaotic and vanish in large numbers. For the first time, a look of disbelief and astonishment crossed her face, covered by her metal mask. Force, awaken, the global machinery, create chaos, disrupt the bee colony. Her cold electronic voice carried a subtle fluctuation. How could that bug possibly possess this level of group mind intrusion capability? Top of the oil tank. Lin Feng slowly withdrew his palm from the top of the tank. The faint blue light in his palm dimmed, and his face became paler than ever. Veins bulged at his temples, and a trickle of blood trickled down his nose. Forcing such a large-scale, ultra-intense hive mind invasion had taken a terrifying toll on his spirit and essence. But he succeeded. Below is a violent mechanical hell. The swarm fell into chaos. The red phoenix was temporarily blocked. Su Qingshui curled up at his feet, looking at the chaotic scene below that was like the end of the world, and looking at the man beside her who was controlling everything like a devil. Her eyes were filled with extreme fear and an incomprehensible shock. Lin Feng wiped the blood from his nose, and his cold eyes swept across the chaotic barrier below, and then looked deeper into the industrial zone, the area shrouded in the shadow of the huge cooling tower. The chance to breathe is bought with madness. The hunting grounds were still under the Queen's angry gaze. The true power and cost of the newly tempered double-edged sword of hive mind have just been revealed. Chapter 60 Arc, Overclocking Cost. The chill wind from the top of the oil tank, carrying the deadly stench of rust, charred metal, and chemical vapors rising from the mechanical hell below, lashed fiercely at Lin Feng and Su Qingshui's faces. Su Qingshui curled up, her teeth chattering uncontrollably. The roar, crashing, and tearing sounds below, like the death throes of an ancient beast, felt like each one hammering against her bones. She looked at Lin Feng, the figure who had caused this chaos, now a flickering candle in the wind. Lin Feng half knelt, his back slightly hunched. The moment his hand left the metal tank, his body swayed imperceptibly. Blood from his nose drew a glaring red line across his pale face, dripping onto the rusted tank, creating a small, dark crimson smear. The veins in his temples pulsed violently as if alive, each throb bringing a piercing pain like a ripping through his skull. Warning, mental link severely overloaded. Accumulated neural damage, 7.8%. Order source activity, dropped to 43%. Warning, chaos energy erosion trace. Source, forced extraction of the chaos veil. Impact, stability of the origin of order 2%. Global awakening protocol terminated. Residual energy disturbance field estimated duration, 45 seconds. Effectiveness decreasing. The ARC system's alarm sounded cold and precise, vividly revealing the horrific price paid for forcibly operating this steel graveyard. Every breath he took was accompanied by intense mental pain, and tiny black snowflakes flickered at the edge of his vision, a sign of neural overload. Who? Su Qingshui heard him gasp, a muffled, heavy gasp like a broken bellows, the sound filled with inhuman fatigue and suppressed pain. She had never seen this man, cold as a machine, strong as a monster, so vulnerable. Far from alleviating her fear, this only deepened the chill in her heart. Even he was about to give up? Let's go. Lin Feng's voice was horribly hoarse, like sandpaper scraping against rusty iron. He didn't look at Su Qingshui. His cold gaze pierced through the raging but already fading energy turbulence below, fixed firmly on the area deeper in the industrial zone, the area shrouded in the shadows of several massive, dilapidated cooling towers. Amidst the chaotic interference field, the ARC system barely detected a relatively quiet passage leading there. Optimal path calculation correction. Use residual interference field cover effectiveness remaining 32 seconds. Target, cooling tower area. Structure, complex and multi-layered. Potential obstruction, high. Risk, Crimson Queen Red Phoenix high energy signal, severely obscured by interference field positioning accuracy dropped by 78%. But the trend is close, continued. Ji Huang didn't give up. Her precise senses were only temporarily blinded by the violent mechanical graveyard rhapsody, but her general direction of pursuit was correct. The interference field was rapidly fading, and the time left for them was measured in seconds. Lin Feng stood up suddenly, his movements carrying a subtle delay. He grabbed Su Qingshue's arm again, his strength still irresistible, but Su Qingxue could feel the slight trembling of his fingertips and the unusual coldness, not just the coldness of body temperature, but more like the witheredness of overdrawn vitality. Follow me. No extra explanation, only cold orders. This time, Su Qingxue didn't even have the energy to fear the rickety, rusted iron ladder. Almost instinctively, she was half dragged, half pulled by Lin Feng, using her hands and feet to climb down. Every groan of the iron ladder made her heart jump, and every slight stumble of Lin Feng's feet made her heart stop. As they stepped back onto the ground, nestled beneath the shadows of a massive oil storage tank, the raging scene of the industrial zone below assaulted Su Qingshue's senses even more vividly. Collapsed steel beams resembled the broken bones of a giant, burning wires crackled, and gushing steam roared. The entire space was filled with a symphony of destruction. And at the edge of this chaos, the chilling, oppressive presence of the Red Phoenix, like the sword of Damocles hanging overhead, pierced the attenuated interference field, becoming increasingly clear. Hurry! Lin Feng's voice was almost hoarse. He forced his tired body to move forward and dragged Su Qingxue towards the cooling tower area. The cooling tower resembled a giant concrete chimney, its lower section surrounded by a complex network of steel supports, corroded pipe platforms, and massive radiator grills, forming an incredibly complex steel jungle. The passageways were narrow and winding, the ground slippery and covered in rust-colored condensation and oil. The air was even more damp and chilly, filled with a strong smell of water and an indescribable odor of aged metal. Directions: turn left and enter the B3 cooling tower base maintenance passage. Detection: rear interference field strength, decreased to 15%. Bone erosion B swarm signal, reactivated. Number, sharply decreased. But collaborative efficiency, recovering. Warning: Crimson Queen Red Phoenix high energy signal, distance, 300 meters. Positioning accuracy restored to 45%. Estimated time to break through the interference field, 20 seconds. Feng Zhou's warning was like a death warrant. Lin Feng's speed did not slow down at all. Instead, under Feng Zhou's precise control, he squeezed out the last bit of strength in his muscles, each step precisely placed on a relatively stable point on the slippery ground, dragging the almost exhausted Su Qingxue through the steel maze. Buzz! A piercing, high-pitched flapping sound suddenly emanated from the cracks in the pipe overhead. Sharper and colder than the previous scout bees. A crimson beam, like the tongue of a venomous snake, instantly locked onto the moving figure below. Warning! A new type of bone-eating bee has been detected. Energy signature, enhanced high-speed assault type. Codename, heart-eating bee sting. Locked on source, pipeline above. Avoidance angle, limited. Found. Core target. BIOS signals. High priority. A clearer, more human-like electronic synthesized voice rang out. This heart-eroding bee stinger was clearly an elite unit within the swarm, having been the first to recover and lock onto them amidst the chaos. There's no way around it. The space is too narrow. Lin Feng's eyes flashed with a fierce light. He forced himself to suppress the excruciating pain and dizziness surging through his mind. The arc system instantly took over his body's nearly depleted energy. Protocol, barrier of order overload. Buzz. A layer of blue light curtain, so condensed that it was almost tangible, instantly unfolded in front of Lin Feng. The light was far less stable than before, and the edges fluctuated violently, as if it would shatter at any moment. Laugh. A dark blue ion beam that was much thicker and more condensed than before slammed into the dark blue light curtain like a spear of death. Boom! A violent explosion of energy annihilation erupted. The violent shockwave whipped up the rust dust and mist in the passage. Lin Feng groaned, his body as if struck by a heavy hammer, sliding backward uncontrollably, his feet plowing 2 tracks on the slippery ground. He forced himself to steady himself, but the layer of dark blue light in front of him was covered with cracks like shattered glass, and the light quickly dimmed. Order barrier overloaded and damaged. Energy shock absorption, 87%. Residual shock, causes internal organ shock minor. Order source activity, dropped to 38%. Puff. Finally, a mouthful of blood could no longer be suppressed and spurted out from Lin Feng's mouth, splashing on the cold steel ground, which was dazzling and shocking. Lin Feng. Su Qingxue screamed, fear and an inexplicable emotion made her voice change in tone. The heart-eating bee stinger succeeded in its attack, its compound eyes glowing redder, and the faint blue light at its tail began to recharge. Even more deadly, the signal it emitted was like a beacon, instantly penetrating the attenuated interference field. Warning. Heart-eroding bee sting signal broadcast. Coordinates leaked. Crimson Queen Red Phoenix energy response detected, drastically increased. Lock accuracy, restored to 95%. Distance, 180 meters. Estimated arrival time, 5 seconds. Multiple bone-eroding bee swarm signals detected, high-speed response. Converging towards these coordinates. A truly desperate situation. The Scarlet Phoenix has arrived in person. In just 5 seconds. The swarm of bees will soon surround them. And Lin Feng is at the end of his rope. The shadow of death has never so clearly and coldly gripped their throats. Su Qingxue closed her eyes in despair, waiting for the arrival of the destruction of everything. However, at this critical moment, Lin Feng's bloodshot eyes betrayed a icy madness that hadn't extinguished, but instead ignited to a blazing intensity. He suddenly raised his head, his gaze passing over the charged heart-eroding bee stinger, fixed intently on a humble metal inspection door hidden deep within the cooling tower base by a massive, rusted pipe. A final scan of the ARC system detected a faint, anomalous, spatial disturbance behind that door. Anomaly locked, 32 meters ahead. Behind the metal access door. Spatial reading, slightly distorted. Energy signature, unknown non-standard. Database match, none. Risk, extremely high. The unknown is deadly. Comparative risk, staying in place fighting the Red Phoenix, 0.0001% survival rate. Let's bet. A hoarse voice, but with a desperate and determined thought, exploded in Lin Feng's mind. At the moment when the blue light at the tail of the heart-eroding bee sting was about to burst out. At the moment when the cold murderous intent of the Red Phoenix, as if it were a substance, almost penetrated the wall. Lin Feng made a move that scared Su Qingxue to death. He gave up on defense. He gave up on dodging. He used up all his remaining strength, even forcibly prying a bit of the power of the chaotic vortex into his legs, aggravating the disorder of the origin. His body turned into a stream of light with blood-colored and purple-black afterimages, and he did not rush towards the deadly bee sting, but slammed into the unknown maintenance door. At the same time, the blue star mark on the palm of his intact right hand burst out with the last faint but extremely concentrated light. It was not an attack, but turned into an invisible data cone, fiercely piercing the rusty electronic lock of the inspection door. Protocol, overclocking residual hash rate. Target, unknown access control system. Command injection, force to open. Open it for me. Bang. Lin Feng's body, carrying Su Qingxue, slammed into the heavy metal inspection door like an out-of-control cannonball. Almost at the same moment. Swish. The ion beam of the heart-eroding bee sting brushed past Lin Feng's afterimage before shooting into the wall of the passage, melting a large hole. Boom. A terrifying, soul-freezing pressure crashed down on their previous position like a meteorite. The figure of the Red Phoenix tore through the last interference field and descended. And at the moment when the Red Phoenix's red-gold pupils locked onto the gap in the metal door that was being forcibly pushed open. Sizzle bang. Under the combined force of the ARC system's final overclocking and Lin Feng's physical impact, the rusted metal inspection door actually opened inward. Behind the door wasn't the expected machine room, but rather, a deep, swirling darkness shimmering with a strange, faint light. A cold, sticky breath that seemed to be able to swallow all light rushed towards me. Lin Feng brought Su Qingxue, under the cold gaze of Qi Huang that was enough to freeze the soul, and surrounded by the deathly siege of the buzzing swarm of bees, and plunged headfirst into the unknown darkness that exuded an ominous aura. The heavy metal inspection door behind them was suddenly sucked back by an invisible force and slammed shut, blocking out the Red Phoenix's furious screams and the buzzing of the bees. Inside the passage, only the lone, arrogant, and violent figure of Qi Huang remained, along with the tightly closed, dark door that seemed to have swallowed its prey. For the first time, a cold expression of surprise and suspicion emerged clearly on her face, covered by a metal mask. A gap in space? Or, another nest? Her cold electronic voice echoed in the silent passage, carrying a hint of unprecedented solemnity. Where did that bug escape to? Behind the door was complete darkness and silence. Lin Feng fell heavily onto the cold, hard ground, his consciousness rapidly fading in the excruciating pain and exhaustion. His last remaining perception was Su Qingxue's suppressed sobs and the intermittent, faint prompts from the ARC system, like a candle in the wind. Warning: entering unknown subspace node energy field level, unknown threat level, cannot be assessed. Vital signs: severe exhaustion, the activity of the source of order critical, the erosion of chaos intensified. System entered, forced hibernation, to save, core. Darkness completely swallowed everything. Only the tightly closed door, like a tombstone, stands between the two worlds. Outside, the enraged queen did not leave. Her icy gaze, like the sharpest probe, scanned the door and every trace of energy remaining in the area. The hunting ground has not disappeared. Just prey, temporarily disappeared into the deeper darkness. The hunt is far from over. Chapter 61 Arc, Deep Corridor. Absolute darkness. Absolute silence. It seemed as if even the concepts of time and space were swallowed up by this deep darkness. Su Qingxue fell heavily onto the cold, hard ground. The violent impact nearly knocked her breath away. The wound on her shoulder ripped open with a sharp pain, and she saw stars. But what frightened her even more was the pitch-black darkness and the heavy, oppressive breathing of Lin Feng beside her, which seemed to stop at any moment. Lin Feng? She reached out her hand tremblingly, groping in the darkness. Her fingertips touched a cold, sticky liquid blood. The blood Lin Feng had vomited. Panic instantly gripped her heart. How are you? Answer me. There was no response. Only the heavy, intermittent breathing, like the struggling operation of an old bellows. She felt his body, frighteningly cold, his muscles tense, as if he were enduring great pain. Warning: vital signs: continued deterioration, order source activity, 36.5% chaos erosion, intensified physiological functions critical. The arc system's intermittent, faint prompts flickered like a candle in the wind, deep within Lin Feng's nearly sunken consciousness. The intense mental exhaustion, the severe damage to his essence, and the backlash from his final, forced manipulation of chaotic energy had nearly pushed him to the brink of collapse. To protect his core consciousness, the system had forced most functions into hibernation, maintaining only minimal vital monitoring. Su Qingxue forced herself to calm down, even though her heart was pounding so hard it threatened to burst out of her chest. She couldn't die here. This thought, like a final spark of hope, sustained her. She groped around Lin Feng's body, trying to find something useful. Her fingertips touched a cold, hard object at his waist, the same high-frequency dagger that had cut through the metal box. She grasped it tightly, like a lifeline. The darkness wasn't static. After a period of extreme fear and adaptation, Su Qingxue's eyes began to detect a faint glimmer of light. That light wasn't coming from above or from the walls, but from the structure beneath her feet and all around her. She cautiously groped the ground. It felt unusually cold and hard, like some special alloy, yet its surface wasn't smooth and flat, but rather covered in indescribable patterns. Those patterns weren't carved, more like the veins of some naturally growing biological tissue, emitting a faint, almost insignificant blue glow. It was these veins, covering the ground and the walls, if they could even be called walls, that provided the sole source of light in this space, outlining a chilling outline. She raised her head and, with the extremely faint blue vein light, she could barely see the surrounding environment. This is definitely not the inside of any known industrial facility. They seemed to be in the cavity of a huge creature. Rather than straight walls, the surroundings presented a twisting, flowing organic form. Vast, dark tubes, or perhaps some kind of biological conduits, like thick blood vessels, tangled and coiled around the walls, their surface covered in a hard crust resembling keratin or chitin. A faint, dark blue light flowed through the gaps. These tubes were not static, but pulsated with an extremely slow, yet unwavering rhythm, like the heartbeat of a sleeping giant. An indescribable smell hung in the air, cold, stale, and thick with rust. But deeper, mixed with a faint, yet instinctively unsettling, a fishy, sweet smell? Like the lingering aroma of blood exposed to the vacuum of space for eons. There was no wind, the air stagnant as glue, and every breath felt like a heavy drag. The ground under her feet was also made of the same vein-like luminous structure. It was hard and cold to step on, but Su Qingxue could feel an extremely weak, electric-like pulsation coming from the soles of her feet, making her hair stand on end. This wasn't some mechanical room behind a maintenance door. This was a completely unknown, alien dimension filled with strange, biological matter. Deep corridor. The word inexplicably flashed through Su Qingxue's mind, and fear wrapped around her heart like icy vines. This place made her feel even more desperate than the Red Phoenix's pursuit outside. At least the Red Phoenix was a visible and understandable threat of death, but here, it was an unknown, eerie, soul-devouring abyss. Just at this moment. Boom! A deep, muffled roar, as if emanating from the depths of the earth, slammed fiercely into Su Qingxue's eardrums and heart. The entire strange cavity space shook violently. The pulsation of those tangled blood vessels suddenly intensified, and the dark blue veins on their surface flickered. Then, there was the second sound. The third sound. Boom. Boom. Like a heavy hammer, it struck the metal inspection door that blocked them out. No. The source and transmission of the sound were extremely strange, as if the door itself was part of this huge cavity, and the force of the impact was directly acting on the entire structure of the space. Detected, high-intensity physical impact, source, external, energy level, destructive, slight vibration to the spatial structure. The ARC system was forcibly activated slightly by the violent space shock, and intermittent alarms sounded in Lin Feng's blurred consciousness. It's the Red Phoenix. She was outside. She was using that terrifying power to try to force open the door that isolated the space. Each heavy blow caused the entire deep corridor to groan under the strain, its veins of dark blue light flickering wildly, like the painful spasms of a dying creature. The cold, fishy sweet scent seemed to grow even stronger. Su Qingxue was so frightened that she covered her mouth tightly to prevent a scream from breaking through her throat. She subconsciously looked at Lin Feng, but found that he was still unconscious, but his brows were knitted in pain every time the space shook, and a trickle of blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. No. I can't just sit there and wait for death. Whether the Scarlet Phoenix breaks in or I'm trapped to death in this strange space, it's both a dead end. A flash of desperate madness flashed across Su Qingxue's eyes. She clenched the high-frequency dagger in her hand and struggled to her feet. Using the flickering blue veins of light, she stumbled along the only discernible path beneath her feet, the ground veins extending forward, outlined by the faint light, and groped her way forward. She had to get out of here. At least, get away from the vicinity of this door. Every step he took on the cold, pulsating ground felt like stepping on the organs of an unknown beast. The twisting, coiling blood vessels around him resembled the shadows of a predatory python, baring its fangs and claws in the flickering light. The stagnant air weighed heavily on his lungs. She didn't know how long she'd walked. Time had lost its meaning here. The bombardment behind her seemed to have weakened somewhat with the distance, but the trembling sensation of the space shaking still lingered. Fear and exhaustion, like a tide, continuously assaulted her shaky will. Suddenly, the dark passage ahead seemed to open up a bit, and the faint light seemed to brighten a little. A faint glimmer of hope ignited in Su Qingxue's heart, and she quickened her pace. However, when she staggered out of the narrow passage and stepped into the relatively open area, the scene before her made her freeze in place, her pupils dilated to the limit due to extreme fear. This place is like a huge, irregular chamber. At the center of the chamber, countless thick blood vessels gleaming with faint blue veins twisted and tangled, converging into a vast and complex core structure. It resembled a misshapen heart encased in a mixture of metal and biological tissue, or the base of a giant insect nest. It beat slowly and heavily, each beat causing the entire chamber's faint blue light to flicker, emitting a richer, cold, sweet aroma. What really made Su Qingxue's blood almost freeze was the thing attached to the pulsating core structure. They were densely packed, like cocoons made of a mixture of metal and chitin. Each cocoon was half a person's height, covered in a dark, metallic lustrous cuticle. A faint blue light also flowed through the cracks. These cocoons were not static, they gently undulated with the pulse of their core, like a dormant embryo breathing. Even more terrifying was that some of the cocoon shells seemed thinner or broken. Through those damaged areas, with the faint blue light, Su Qingxue saw the curl up inside outline. That's definitely not human. Twisted limbs with metallic reflections, insect-like joints, and a torso covered with dark shells. Although most of the details were obscured by shadows and cocoon shells, that glimpse of the inhuman form was enough to push Su Qingxue into the abyss of fear. Honeycomb. This is a hatching hive? Are those cocoons filled with gestating bone-eating bees? Or something even more terrifying? Ah! An extremely suppressed groan full of pain and confusion came from behind Su Qingxue. She turned sharply and saw that Lin Feng had somehow managed to stand up. He was leaning against a thick blood vessel, his body swaying precariously. His face was as pale as a ghost, and blood clung to the corners of his mouth. His eyes were half open, and deep within his pupils, a chaotic shimmer of purple-black and dark blue light clashed madly, as if his consciousness was violently torn between two extremes. The marks of chaos and order loomed beneath his skin, pulsing like a living being. The faint notification tone of the ARC system rang out with difficulty in his chaotic mind. Warning! Detected, high concentration, biomechanical fusion energy field, source, unknown hive core. Detected a large number of inactivated low-activity bone-eating bee prototypes, energy characteristics homologous. Warning! Space coordinates, lock failed, external impact, continuous, threat level, extreme. Core Protocol detected abnormal space node database match possibility. ARC Core Protocol Deep Diver related insufficient permission incomplete data. ARC Deep Diver. Lin Feng murmured unconsciously, his voice hoarse and broken. The chaotic energy rushed around in his body, making it almost impossible for him to control his body and mind. Su Qingxue looked at him, then at the pulsating, terrifying core and the countless gently undulating cocoons ahead. A wave of despair washed over her like an icy tide, completely drowning her. Ahead lay the unknown, terrifying hatching nest, and behind, the enraged queen threatened to break through. Her only support was on the verge of collapse. Just at this moment. Boom! A roar far more terrifying than any before, like the collapse of the heavens and the earth, erupted violently from the direction they had come from. Along with this roar, there was also an extremely sharp sound of metal twisting and breaking, as if it could tear through space. The entire deep corridor shook with unprecedented violence. Dark blue veins of light flickered wildly, flickering and fading like the wails of the dying. The numerous bee cocoons clinging to the core trembled violently, some of the fragile ones even cracking. Warning! Space barrier suffered a devastating blow. Structural damage 17%. External high energy threat is invading. The ARC's alarm was shrill. Red Phoenix. She broke open that door? Even just partially? Su Qingxue looked towards the entrance of the passage in horror, as if she could see the terrifying red figure tearing through space. Lin Feng, under the dual stimulation of this devastating spatial tremor and the ARC's sharp alarm, suddenly opened his chaotic eyes. Deep in his pupils, chaotic purple-black and cold blue light collided fiercely like two bolts of lightning. An extremely violent and chaotic energy wave erupted uncontrollably, centered around him. Boom! The energy impact was not too strong, but it was like a spark thrown into boiling oil. Buzz! At the center of the chamber, the massive, pulsating core of the honeycomb seemed to be stimulated by this sudden energy fluctuation, which carried the dual conflicting characteristics of chaos and order. It suddenly erupted with an unprecedentedly dazzling light. At the same time, a cold, violent, and pure desire for destruction swept through the entire chamber like an invisible tsunami, fiercely locking onto the source of the energy explosion Lin Feng and Su Qingxue. The countless cocoons clinging to the core suddenly glowed with a faint blue light. Inside the cocoons, those twisted, inhuman shapes seemed to move. The sleeping beehive was awakened. Chapter 62, ARC, Addicted to the Dark Light. The cold, sticky liquid emitting a faint blue light instantly engulfed Su Qingxue. She was caught off guard and choked on a large mouthful. The liquid, with its strong smell of rusty metal and a sickening sweetness, rushed straight into her nose and throat. A huge fear gripped her, and her limbs struggled and flailing frantically, trying to grab onto something, but only stirred up a sticky blue halo. Ugh, cough cough. The pain of suffocation made her eyes go black. At this moment, a strong arm suddenly clamped around her waist. The force was undeniably cold and a hint of indescribable tension. It's Lin Feng. He, too, fell into this strange core pool. He was enveloped in icy mucus, the rich energy field of the hive's core like millions of icy needles, piercing his already chaotic mind and his shattered essence. The conflict between chaos and order erupted within him to its fullest. Under his skin, purple, black and dark blue light flickered and battled frantically, like two poisonous dragons battling within his flesh and blood, inflicting excruciating pain that tore at his soul. Warning! High concentration biomechanical fusion energy field intrusion. Order source activity, 33.2% chaos erosion, accelerating. Physiological mental tolerance, critical. The ARC's alarm was weak but sharp, like a death throes. Su Qingxue instinctively grabbed hold of Lin Feng, clutching him tightly with her backhand, as if grasping at a lifeline. Her body pressed against his cold chest, and through the mucus-soaked clothing, she could clearly feel the terrifying stiffness and violent trembling of his muscles. His heartbeat was frighteningly rapid, each beat carrying a ferocious, shattering force that pounded her eardrums and body. Lin Feng! Wake up! We have to get out! She screamed in his ear, her voice distorted by fear and choking on water. However, in response, Lin Feng's arm around her waist suddenly tightened. The force was so great that it almost crushed her into his body. He lowered his head, his wet black hair plastered to his pale forehead. His expression was unclear, only his extremely suppressed, heavy breathing, like that of a wounded beast, sprayed on her neck. The hot breath formed an eerie contrast with the cold mucus that enveloped his body. Ugh! Su Qingxue cried out in pain, feeling her bones groan. But what frightened her even more was Lin Feng's body's reaction, not just the pain and the loss of control of his strength. Between their bodies, through the thin, soaking wet fabric, she could clearly feel something hard, hot, and aggressive pressing against her lower abdomen. It was definitely not a normal physiological reaction, but more like the product of a violent conflict of energy within her body, some primitive instinct completely ignited, twisted, and out of control. An indescribable shame and even deeper fear instantly washed over Su Qingxue. She tried to struggle, but Lin Feng's arms were like red-hot iron hoops, unmovable. His trembling body was transmitted to her, and the scorching, hard touch burned her nerves like a brand. "Let me go! Lin Feng! Wake up!" She screamed in tears and scratched his arm with her nails. Her struggles and screams seemed to be some kind of catalyst. Roar! A deep, hoarse roar filled with pain and some indescribable desire squeezed out from the depths of Lin Feng's throat. He suddenly raised his head. Su Qingxue met a pair of eyes. Those eyes, once cold and sharp, like precision instruments, were now a vortex of chaos. Deep purple chaos was like boiling poisonous flames, while dark blue order was like shattering ice. The two intertwined and clashed frantically, attempting to devour each other. And at the deepest point of that vortex, a primal, naked fire of desire burned, threatening to consume her completely. That flame wasn't lust, but rather the body's instinctive grasping at the only existence before it, amidst extreme pain and chaos, attempting to possess, tear apart, and fuse itself, proving that its animal nature hadn't completely collapsed. Fear washed over Su Qingxue like an icy tide. She had no doubt that Lin Feng would tear her apart in this cold, strange pool of slime without hesitation, using the most primitive and brutal methods. This wasn't a human, this was a beast driven mad by chaos and pain. Just as those eyes, burning with chaotic desire, locked onto her, and the arm around her waist erupted with even more terrifying strength, attempting to completely press her towards him. Buzz! The entire hive core suddenly erupted with an unprecedentedly dazzling light. As if completely enraged by the violent energy conflict and physical entanglement between the two people in the pool. The countless cocoons clinging to the core suddenly glowed with a faint blue light, like a red-hot iron. Inside the cocoons, the twisted, inhuman shapes began to struggle and twist frantically. Sharp, nail-scratching squeaks echoed from all directions, accompanied by the cracks of the cocoons breaking apart. The sleeping bee colony has awakened. Hiss hiss. Biosignals, invaders, destruction. A cold, metallic, electronic synthesized sound, mixed with an inhuman scream, surged from the bursting cocoons like a tide. Countless scarlet points of light, like the eyes of hell opening, instantly illuminated the dark chamber. At the same time, boom! A roar even more terrifying than before, as if the entire space were being torn apart, accompanied by the piercing sound of metal breaking and energy annihilation, violently erupted from the direction of the passage entrance. The entire deep corridor shook violently like a giant drum struck hard. Dark blue veins of light flickered violently, flickering unsteadily. Some fragile blood vessels even burst, spurting out a sticky dark liquid with an even stronger fishy and sweet smell. Warning! Space barrier damage, 41%. External high energy threat, breakthrough of the first barrier. A large number of bone-eating bees nascent immature activated. Threat level, swarming lethal. Dual threat locked. Survival probability, infinitely close to zero. The Ark's alarm was like a death knell, forcibly tearing a cold crack in Lin Feng's consciousness that was devoured by desire and chaos. Red Phoenix. She's almost completely invading. And before our eyes, countless newly born bone-eating bees full of destructive desire are breaking out of their cocoons. Death has never been so three-dimensional and imminent. This double threat, powerful enough to shatter the soul, was like two ice spikes, fiercely piercing into Lin Feng's chaotically burning fire of desire. Ugh! Lin Feng roared in agony. The arm around Su Qingxue's waist suddenly loosened, but instead of pushing her away, he held her tighter, almost protectively, against his violently trembling arms. In his chaotic, burning eyes, the raw desire was forcibly suppressed, replaced by an even more violent, agonizing struggle on the verge of collapse. The conflict between chaos and order reached its peak within him, the radiant struggle beneath his skin threatening to burst forth. He suddenly raised his head, his bloodshot eyes, filled with endless pain and a wisp of forced, mad will, fixed fixedly above the hive core there, deep within the countless tangled, pulsating blood vessels, the distortion of space was most intense. In its final struggle, the Arc system detected a subtle, distinct spatial fluctuation. Was that the only way out? Or a deeper grave? Su Qingxue was held tightly in his arms, her face pressed against his cold, soaking, yet violently heaving chest. She could feel his heart beating like a war drum, every muscle in his body convulsing in agony, and even more, the still hot, hard thing pressing against her abdomen, throbbing and expanding even more violently as he forcibly suppressed his desire in chaos. Shame, fear, despair, and a trace of fear that even she herself could not understand, ignited by this extreme despair and the violent aura of the man, like a moth to a flame, were madly intertwined in her heart. Hold tight. Lin Feng's voice was hoarse and broken, like a leaking old bellows. Every word was tinged with blood and the agony of forcing his will to concentrate. He suddenly raised his intact right hand, palm facing upward, where the spatial fluctuations were strongest. The dark blue star mark erupted with a final, faint light, almost as if igniting life. Protocol, Space Anchor Overload Bet. Target, Unknown Fluctuation Point. Command, Forced Link. Energy Source, Origin of Order Residual Vortex of Chaos Extraction. Implement. Buzz. An extremely unstable torrent of energy, carrying a destructive aura, gushed out from Lin Feng's palm. Dark blue and purple black lights intertwined and clashed crazily, slamming into the spatial node above the honeycomb core. The entire hive core seemed to have been struck hard, emitting a piercing wail. A dark blue light flickered crazily. The pool of mucus below churned violently. The newly emerged bone-eating bees, their scarlet compound eyes locked onto their target, were thrown to the ground by the sudden energy shock. At the moment when the energy impact hits the space node, an extremely unstable dark vortex with wildly twisted and flickering edges was forcibly torn open in the void like a wound. On the other side of the vortex is a deeper and more unknown darkness. Let's go! Lin Feng roared with his last bit of strength, holding Su Qingxue in his arms, and like a moth to a flame, he leaped resolutely towards the dark vortex that had just been torn open and could collapse at any time. At the last moment before they jumped into the whirlpool, Su Qingxue glanced back and saw. At the entrance of the passage, a red figure, like a burning meteorite, carried with it a cold murderous intent to destroy everything. It tore through the last spatial barrier and stepped into this honeycomb chamber. And below, countless scarlet compound eyes, like a rising sea of blood, with a new and pure desire for destruction, locked onto the disappearing vortex. The vortex, at the moment when Lin Feng and Su Qingxue entered it, flickered violently like a burst bubble, and then completely disappeared without a trace. All that was left was the furious queen, the awakened bees, and the dark corridors that echoed with the aftermath of madness. In the cold pool of mucus, only a few shreds of cloth remained, and a faint, almost imperceptible scent of blood, sweat, chaos, and desire, which slowly dissipated in the faint blue light. Chapter 63 Arc Flesh Factory. Falling. A never-ending fall. The feeling of being enveloped in the cold slime disappeared, replaced by a strong feeling of dizziness and suffocation brought by weightlessness. The sound of the wind whistled in my ears, accompanied by an indescribable, even more pungent smell, a mixture of thick motor oil, rust, strong acid corrosion, and a thick, indissoluble, disgusting stench of rotting flesh. Su Qingxue felt like a rag thrown into the abyss, her consciousness on the verge of disintegration under the dual impact of the rapid fall and the pungent smell. The only thing she could feel was Lin Feng's arm, still tightly wrapped around her waist. The force was like an icy iron chain, tightening painfully, but it also served as her only anchor in this endless fall. Bang! A heavy, muffled thud, accompanied by the excruciating pain of bones hitting a hard object and the immense force of the impact, shattered her consciousness. Su Qingxue felt like she had been shattered into pieces, her internal organs displaced, her vision darkened, and all that remained was a sharp ringing in her ears and the pain of her entire body falling apart. Ugh, cough cough. She curled up in pain, feeling a cold touch from under her body, mixed with a sticky and slippery touch. She struggled to open her eyes that were covered with tears, mucus, and dust. A faint light source. It was no longer the faint glow of biological veins in the deep corridors, but a dimmer, more turbid light, as if shining through thick, oil-stained frosted glass. The stench in the air almost suffocated her. Motor oil, rust, strong acid, rotting organic matter, and a strong smell of blood? She managed to stand up and looked around. Despair, like an icy poisonous snake, once again wrapped around her heart. Here, it's like the stomach of a giant creature, roughly stuffed into the wreckage of an abandoned factory. Surrounding them were no longer twisted biological chambers, but towering, rusted metal walls riddled with massive pipes and broken cables. Yet, these cold steel structures were covered in a thick, pulsating, dark red fleshy membrane. Like the skin of a living creature, these membranes were covered in thick, pulsating vessels of dark yellow, viscous fluid. These faintly glowing vessels were the source of the murky light in this space. Cold steel and pulsating flesh, fused in an extremely uncomfortable way, formed the walls and dome of this space. Underfoot was the same cold metal grid floor, but the holes between the grids were also filled and covered with the same dark red fleshy tissue. It felt sticky and slippery to the touch, yet also carried a creepy warmth. Huge, rusted pipes, like giant pythons, weaved and tangled beneath the flesh membrane. In some places, they even punctured the membrane, exposing the rusted metal interior, dripping with dark yellow pus. The sweet, fishy stench of decay that filled the air seemed to originate from these pulsing flesh membranes and dripping pus. Farther away, beneath the murky light, the faint outlines of gigantic, twisted metal machinery could be seen: shattered reactors, toppled distillation towers, broken conveyor belts, but without exception, they were all enveloped, corroded, and coexisting with the pulsating, dark red fleshy tissue. The entire space resembled an industrial ruin, half-eaten and devoured by a gigantic living organism, forming a sickening, death-filled flesh factory. Lin Feng. Su Qingshue's throat was dry and sore. She suddenly remembered the man who brought disaster but also temporary shelter to her. Lin Feng collapsed not far from her, his body twisted in an unnatural position. A large, dark red bloodstain spread across the metal grid floor beneath him. His face was a deathly pale, his breathing so weak it was almost unnoticeable, and blood was still slowly seeping from the corners of his mouth and nose. The most shocking thing was his left arm. It had been injured before, and now it was twisted at a strange angle, clearly having suffered another severe blow in the fall, perhaps even a fracture. The faint blue star mark on his palm was dim, like an extinguished ember. Su Qingxue rolled and crawled to his side, and her trembling fingers probed for his carotid artery. The pulse from her fingertips was weak and rapid, like a string about to break. "Wake up! Lin Feng! You can't die!" She shook him with tears in her eyes, her voice faint and desperate in the vast, dead silence. There was no response. Only his faint, intermittent breathing proved he was still alive, yet only a hair's breadth from death. The arc system remained silent, completely silent. This cold and powerful being seemed to have fallen into complete dormancy under the impact of the fall and the severe damage to Lin Feng's essence. A huge feeling of helplessness overwhelmed Su Qingxue. In this strange and terrifying space, without Lin Feng, the only person who had the fighting power and guidance, what should she do? She was just an ordinary person dominated by fear. She didn't even know where she was or where to escape. She glanced around, trying to find a glimmer of hope. In the hazy light, walls of flesh and steel stretched into the distance, disappearing into deeper darkness. Huge pipes, like the intestines of a monster, pulsated beneath the membrane of flesh. In the dead silence, only the tick-tick of water dripping from the pipes onto the flesh or metal, and the faint, dull hum of some massive machine idling, could be heard from afar. Just at this moment. Hiss! A slight but extremely harsh sound, like wet leather being torn, came from not far behind Su Qingxue without any warning. Su Qingxue's hairs stood up instantly. She turned around abruptly. A thick, dark red membrane covering the wall seemed to be torn apart from the inside by an invisible force. Sticky dark yellow pus and foul-smelling tissue fluid gushed out. Something was struggling to crawl out from the torn hole. That's definitely not a bone-eating bee. It's more like a highly decayed humanoid with metal parts forcibly sewn together. Its skin was a rotten gray-green, ulcerated in places, revealing dark red flesh and gleaming white bone stumps beneath. Roughly embedded within the decaying muscle tissue were rusted metal plates, exposed gear joints, and crude wiring that flickered with an unstable red light. Its head was even more terrifying, half a rotting skull with missing eyeballs, and the other half covered in a rusted metal mask. A single crimson electronic eye, embedded within the metal mask, gleamed with a cold, chaotic light filled with pure destructive desire. Biological, signal, destruction. An eerie, synthesized sound, a mix of electrical noise, metallic friction, and the leaking of decaying organs, emanated intermittently from its rotting, seemingly lipless mouth. Its crimson electronic eye instantly locked onto Su Qingxue and Lin Feng. A cold, sticky, murderous intent with a strong stench of decay enveloped him like a substance. Su Qingxue was terrified, her mind blank. She instinctively wanted to scream, but her throat felt like it was being strangled, and she could only make gasping sounds. She wanted to get up and run, but her legs were as soft as noodles, and she had no strength at all. The thing had completely crawled out of the tear in the flesh membrane, its rotting body covered in sticky tissue fluid and pus. With an extremely uncoordinated yet airy speed, it staggered, dragging its rusted metal limbs, step by step towards the limp Su Qingxue and Lin Feng. The destructive light in its crimson electronic eye grew brighter and brighter. The stench of death hits you in the face. Su Qingxue looked at the approaching terrifying figure in despair, then looked at Lin Feng, who was unconscious and dying beside her. The huge fear almost tore her consciousness apart. Run? With Lin Feng severely injured, she couldn't escape. She couldn't outrun this monster either. Don't run? If you stay here, you'll be torn to pieces. No. Don't. She murmured unconsciously, tears mixed with the stains on her face. Her trembling hands subconsciously touched her waist, the high-frequency dagger of Lin Feng that she had been holding tightly. The touch of the cold metal brought a faint sense of clarity, almost overwhelmed by fear. Is this the only way? Use this dagger to fight the monster that crawled out of rotten flesh and steel? Or use it to end the suffering of myself and Lin Feng? Just as the rotten and stitched monster raised an arm inlaid with rusty metal claws and grabbed Su Qingshue's head fiercely. Buzz! An extremely faint but unusually clear mechanical humming sound suddenly sounded from beside Su Qingxue. Not from that monster. But it comes from Lin Feng. Su Qingxue lowered her head suddenly. Lin Feng's intact right hand, the dim blue star mark on the palm, was now extremely faintly flickering. Like a dying charcoal fire, struggling in the wind to light up the last spark. At the same time, Lin Feng's eyeballs seemed to be rolling painfully under his tightly closed eyelids. His pale lips moved slightly, and a very weak word, almost drowned out by the monster's approaching footsteps, squeezed out like a dream. Arc. Chapter 64 Arc, Glimmer of Embers. The faint but clear mechanical humming sound, like the last straw a drowning man grasped, pierced Su Qingshue's consciousness that was frozen by fear. She lowered her head suddenly, her pupils shrinking suddenly due to extreme shock and a trace of ridiculous hope. Lin Feng's intact right hand, palm facing upward, stretched out. The previously dim, blue star imprint now pulsed ever so faintly, yet incredibly tenaciously. Each pulse, like the flame of a candle in the wind, struggled to emit a faint, almost imperceptible blue halo. The halo was so thin it seemed ready to dissipate into thin air at any moment, yet it truly existed. Feng. Zhou. Lin Feng's unconscious mumbling was like a stone thrown into stagnant water, causing huge ripples in Su Qingshue's heart. The Arc. That cold, powerful, precision-instrumented existence. It wasn't completely silent. It was still struggling. This faint pulsation, this dreamlike mumbling, became the last straw that broke Su Qingshue's despair, and also became the spark that ignited her instinct for survival. She suddenly looked up at the stitched monster that was approaching, emitting a strong stench of decay, and raising its claws inlaid with rusty metal. Run! We must run! Run with Lin Feng! As long as Feng Zhou is not dead, there is still hope. Get out of here! A tearful, yet hysterical scream erupted from Su Qingshue's throat. Fear turned to desperate madness. At the moment the monster's rotten and metal claws were about to crush her head, she tightly grasped the high-frequency dagger in her right hand, and with all her remaining strength and survival instinct, she did not block, but stabbed the monster's neck beneath the metal mask where the crimson electronic eye flashed, the rotten neck where the throat cartilage and rusted metal pipes were exposed. Puff! The dagger precisely penetrated the fragile junction of decay and metal. The high-frequency oscillation of the blade instantly tore through the decayed tissue, slicing through the rusted metal pipes and fragile wiring. Dark green, viscous liquid, dark red fragments of decayed tissue, mixed with sparks and motor oil, gushed out of the wound like a filthy fountain. Gah! The monster let out an extremely piercing howl, a mixture of metallic friction and leaking organs. Its scarlet electronic eyes flashed wildly, and its claws that were about to grab Su Qingshue's suddenly stopped moving, and its body twitched violently. Su Qingshuo didn't even have time to feel the terrifying sensation of the dagger piercing the monster's body, nor did she care about the disgusting liquid with a strong stench of rancidity and engine oil that splattered on her face. She had only one thought in her mind: run. She yanked out her dagger, discharging even more sticky filth, not bothering to wipe her face. Unexpected strength erupted from her body, and she rushed to Lin Feng's side. Her left hand grasped his cold wrist, the faint blue pulse made her heart tremble, and her right hand wrapped around his waist. With all her might, she dragged the heavy, unconscious body, stumbling away from the monster and the squirming wall of flesh. Lin Feng's body was as heavy as a soaked boulder, his left arm dragging feebly on the ground. Every time he dragged, Su Qingshuo felt as if her arm and back were about to be torn apart. The sticky, slippery metal grid flooring covered in flesh made her walk even more difficult, and she nearly fell with Lin Feng several times. Who? She gasped violently, her lungs burning with pain, each breath carrying a strong, fishy stench. Behind her, the monster's piercing, chaotic, furious roar continued unabated. Though severely wounded in the neck, perhaps at some control or energy node, it wasn't dead. The stumbling, dragging, and scraping sounds of metal against the ground were like maggots on the tarsal bones, chasing them closely. And its speed seemed even faster than before, filled with the fury of enraged fury. Biological signal must be destroyed. The monster's howling mixed with electronic noise was getting closer and closer. Su Qingxue didn't dare look back, her heart pounding so hard it threatened to explode. She dragged Lin Feng along, desperately weaving between massive steel structures covered in pulsating membranes. In the hazy light, massive, rusted pipes slithered beneath the membranes above like giant pythons, dripping with dark yellow pus. Her vision ahead was obscured by the massive, toppled wreckage of machinery and the tangled web of pipes. She could only instinctively flee in the direction that appeared slightly more open or sheltered. Lin Feng, wake up, please. She dragged her heavy body, crying softly, her voice seeming infinitesimally small and desperate in the vast space. She could feel the coldness of Lin Feng's wrist in her palm, and the faint pulsation of the star mark on his palm, as if the arc system was using up its last bit of energy to maintain a minimum of activity. Core protocol minimum maintain. Threat continuing locked analysis invalid path unknown. Intermittent, blurry fragments of thought, like a broken radio signal, struggled to penetrate the barrier of Lin Feng's unconscious mind and reach Su Qingxue's tightly clenched wrist. Fang Zhou seemed to have been forcibly awakened a little, but it was also in a state of extreme confusion and weakness, unable to provide any effective assistance, and could only passively perceive the approaching threat of death. This weak connection, far from bringing a sense of security, made Su Qingxue feel even more clearly the despair that was like a maggot on the tarsal bone. Even Fang Zhou was powerless. Plop! She finally tripped over the protruding flesh membrane under her feet and fell heavily onto the cold, slippery ground along with Lin Feng. Severe pain emanated from her knees and elbows, and her vision went dark, and she almost fainted. Behind him, the harsh sound of metal rubbing against the ground and the stench of decay were already very close. Found, you, destruction. The monster howled with cold excitement. Su Qingxue looked back in despair. The stitched monster had already caught up to within 5 meters. The wound on its neck was still oozing foul mucus and motor oil. Its crimson electronic eye locked onto her and Lin Feng, gleaming with pure destructive desire. It raised its arm, studded with rusty metal claws, high up and, with a gust of wind that ripped through the air, swung it fiercely at Su Qingxue, who had fallen to the ground, barely able to get up. It's over. Su Qingxue closed her eyes, waiting for death to come. At this critical moment. Buzz. The blue star mark on Lin Feng's palm suddenly burst out with a far more fleeting and dazzling light than before. The light was as strong as a last gasp of light. At the same time, a weak but extremely condensed spiritual energy flow carrying a cold will of order shot out from Lin Feng's palm like an invisible needle. It did not attack the monster, but instantly pierced into Su Qingxue's left hand that was tightly holding his wrist. Su Qingxue felt as if her left wrist was stabbed by an icy electric current. A cold, precise command, not her own will, instantly flooded into her brain. Left. Get out. The command was clear, cold, and unquestionable. It was as if Lin Feng, in his coma, had used up the last bit of his willpower to force the command into her through the weak connection of the arc. The instinct for survival overwhelmed everything. Su Qingxue had no time to think. Driven by the cold command, her body burst out with its last potential. She suddenly hugged her head and rolled to the left, a corner half hidden by a huge rusted pipe and piled with broken metal parts. Laugh. The monster's sharp metal claws, carrying a fierce wind, fiercely grabbed the spot where she had just fallen. The hard metal grid floor was torn into several deep gouges like tofu, and sparks flew everywhere. The attack missed. The monster roared even more furiously. Su Qingxue huddled in the shadows of pipes and metal parts, her heart pounding so hard it threatened to burst out of her throat. She had only just survived thanks to that cold command. Lin Feng, Fang Zhou, they were using their last bit of strength to help her. But the price is? Lin Feng. She didn't have the strength to drag him over. He was still there. Less than 3 meters away from the monster. Lin Feng. Su Qingxue let out a heart-wrenching scream. The stitched monster's crimson electronic eyes instantly locked onto the dying Lin Feng lying on the ground. It seemed even more furious at Su Qingxue, who had just toyed with it, but this unconscious biological signal before it, emitting faint energy fluctuations, the pulsation of the arc, was also a target for destruction. Priority, target, energy source, destruction. The monster's electronic voice carried a cold judgment. It gave up on Su Qingxue in the corner, dragged its heavy steps, and raised the deadly metal claws again towards Lin Feng on the ground. No! Su Qingshue's eyes were bloodshot, tears of despair streaming down her face. She wanted to throw herself out, but her body felt like it was filled with lead, unable to move at all. She could only watch helplessly as the rusty claws, carrying the shadow of death, fiercely stabbed towards Lin Feng's chest. Just when the sharp claws were about to pierce through Lin Feng's body, something strange happened suddenly. Lin Feng's intact right hand suddenly lifted up. The movement was stiff yet swift, completely unlike that of a comatose and seriously injured person. The blue star mark on his palm erupted with a final, dazzling light, as if burning with life. He didn't try to block the claws, but instead spread his 5 fingers and pressed hard on the sticky, slippery metal grid floor beneath him, covered with dark red flesh membranes. Protocol: Energy Siphon Forced Over Limit. Target: Environmental Biomass Metal Fusion Field. Command: Disorder Extraction. Energy Conversion: Order Barrier Instantaneous. Ark's cold command, with destructive madness, exploded deep in Lin Feng's consciousness that was on the verge of collapse. Buzz. Centered on the spot where Lin Feng's palm pressed, the dark red flesh covering the floor suddenly began to boil and twist violently, like water thrown into boiling oil. The pulsating vessels instantly became bright and dazzling. A violent, chaotic stream of dark red energy, with a strong, fishy and sweet smell, like blood being forcibly extracted, gushed out of the boiling flesh membrane and instantly gathered in Lin Feng's palm. This forcibly extracted energy was extremely violent and contaminated. Lin Feng's body convulsed violently as if struck by a high-voltage current. Purple-black chaotic marks flickered frantically beneath his skin, attempting to devour this power. The dark blue light of order tightly enveloped this energy, undergoing the most dangerous and brutal instantaneous transformation. Puff! The monster's sharp metal claws stabbed down fiercely. But just before it pierced Lin Feng's chest, an extremely thin, translucent energy shield with violently fluctuating edges and a strange dark red color instantly condensed and took shape less than 10 centimeters above Lin Feng's body. Clang! A sharp metal-on-metal clash resounded. The monster's sharp metal claws fiercely pierced the dark red energy shield. The shield, like fragile glass, was instantly covered with spiderweb-like cracks, and the light dimmed rapidly, but it was not completely penetrated. The huge reaction force made the monster stagger. Puff! Lin Feng, forcibly activating this dangerous shield, felt as if all his strength had been drained from his body, and he suddenly spat out a large mouthful of blood. The blood splattered on the dark red shield, making it even more shocking. The faint blue light in his palm completely extinguished, and his body collapsed limply, his breath extremely weak, like a candle in the wind. After blocking the attack, the shield instantly shattered and dissipated like foam. Roar! The monster was completely enraged. It steadied itself, its crimson electronic eyes fixed on Lin Feng, who lay completely defenseless on the ground. Its sharp metal claws were raised high once again. This time, there was no resistance. No! Su Qingshue's scream almost tore her throat apart. She watched helplessly as the shadow of death fell again. At this moment of no return. Call out! An extremely tiny but bitingly cold blue beam of light, like a deadly poison needle, shot out from the darkness, shot out without warning from the shadow of a huge rusty pipe above Su Qingshue's side. Puff! The light beam hit the scarlet electronic eye of the stitched monster with incredible precision. The electronic eye exploded like a fragile light bulb, sending tiny parts and sticky liquid splattering out. Gah! The monster let out a howl even more shrill and chaotic than any before. Its raised claws froze instantly, and its entire body twitched violently and erratically, as if its main control chip had been pulled out. It flailed its arms haphazardly, stumbling backwards and crashing into the metal structure nearby, making a loud noise. Su Qingxue was completely stunned. She suddenly looked up and looked towards the shadow of the rusted pipe. Who is it? Who else is there in this hopeless hell? Is he an enemy? Is he a friend?